Welcome back. Bud Light Studios. It is the Sports Blitz on a Tuesday. Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM, The Fan. Coming up, 7:05 right here. Aaron Cooney on the call. Erie Otters hosting the Kitchener Rangers. 7:05 puck drop, and it should be a fun one. I'll see you over there at Erie Insurance Arena. 461-1330 is the number. Go ahead, caller. You're on the Blitz.
Hi, good evening, Alex. Enjoy your show as always. Last time I called you, I mentioned the Doug Flutie curse for Buffalo. I just wanted to let you know that curse is still is operative.
You're right about that. You probably made it worse.
And the other thing is, I want to tell you that baseball season has officially started in Erie. The college teams, the high school teams, they're starting practice. And I personally witnessed a family where they had a couple of young ladies that were practicing their softball. So it's in full swing. People don't know about it yet because only the serious ball players are playing now.
Yeah, and they're probably in gymnasiums if they're anything like me at this time of the year during baseball season. It's always baseball season. You've got players in the majors at mini camps right now, and you'll like this if you're a baseball fan. Zach Boylan and I are putting together, we're going to go division by division and break down each team leading up to spring training. So I'm looking forward to baseball.
Good. I'd like to hear about the Pittsburgh Pirate pitching rotation. That's a lot of new faces this year.
Yeah, you're right about that. And who knows? You see them trying to extend Jordy Mercer. I wonder if maybe one of those shortstops that they drafted might end up being up for grabs in maybe a Quintana deal. So I'm not so sure that we're seeing a pitching rotation as it's going to look opening day. But if they stood pat, I wouldn't be all that surprised.
No, neither would I. I know they tried to get rid of McCutchen, but I feel McCutchen's got a lot of potential. I'd like to keep him, a Pirate for the rest of his career, like he claims want to do. So I don't know. It's going to be a great season. I'm looking forward to it, and I'm looking forward to it when you're talking baseball every night.
Absolutely, it'll be soon. Hang in there.
Okay, Alex, take care. Good show.
Appreciate it. 461-1330, the number. 461-1330. Go ahead, caller. You're on the Blitz.
Yeah, enough about the baseball. It's hockey season.
All right.
Have you heard anything about Stroman Radish? Are they playing tonight?
Yeah. Yep. They're good to go.
Okay. They're back in town?
Everybody but Lizotte will be on the ice tonight.
Oh, Sorelli's too there.
Yep. Sorelli's here. He is suited up, ready to go. He's probably running around the arena right now, getting warmed up.
That's all. All right. That's all I want to do. I'm heading down there right now.
Nice. I'll see you over there in about 9 minutes.
Hopefully get a big crowd.
I think they might.
Hopefully. All right. Good deal, man.
Appreciate it. 461-1330, the number, 461-1330. Yeah, no, you know what? Since he said it, they need a big crowd. And you Erie fans, I'll tell you that, and I'm roping myself in here, so don't think that I'm preaching to you. I am very much an Erie fan. Man, these teams, like the Bayhawks are leaving. You got a crowd, they're crowdsourcing, naming the team in Lakeland. I thought about throwing Bayhawks in there to the mix. But that said, you're sad about the Bayhawks leaving? Go to the game. That's all you can do. Your vote, your petition, your letter to the editor, it only means so much. You know what is actual, tangible, right there in front of you? Statistics, results, spreadsheets. You know when they can see what's in demand? When you fill those seats. And I expect that happens with the Erie Otters especially. I think there's a chance. And we do guess the attendance late in the game, and much to everyone's disbelief, I do not know the number before we go into it. I'm going to guess tonight, I think they get to 5. I think if it's above 5, I'll be impressed. I think they get above 5. It's a Tuesday night. Otherwise, I would predict that it's going to be over 6. I think that on the weekends, now becomes the time you got to get to the box office during the day to get your ticket for weekend games. Saturday nights, no chance. You got to get there probably during the week to get your tickets for these games. The way this team is shaping up, it was fun, and Connor McDavid was worth the price of admission time and time again, tenfold probably. That said, this team, championship caliber, more so than those. And it also has to do with what Windsor did at the break. What Kitchener did. I just saw a tweet. I think it was from Josh Brown up there in Kitchener. He covers the games. And he said Kitchener, they didn't get enough back for Bracco. They traded Bracco, and they didn't get enough back in return. And that's just it. Somebody said during the course of this show, the market is determined by how much you are willing to pay. Well, that's especially true at the OHL level because some of these prospects, they're relatively unknown. You don't know where they're going to max out. You don't know where their potential will take them. So that's even more true within the OHL. You can kind of set prices. And I thought that the Otters did really well this year. I think that they addressed the areas that they needed to. I think that they made adjustments as things unfolded. And I think Dave Brown and his staff over there deserve a whole lot of credit for what they did at this trade deadline. Not only that, we'll get to see what they do next year. The difference is now, Otters fans, we don't have to wonder if they're going to be in town on the other side of a rebuild. They're here. There's no tarp for a wall. They got a beautiful arena. They got a beautiful new locker room design, and people are going to want to come to town, to Erie. So a rebuild, it won't be as tormenting as it's been in the past, A, and B, with Dave Brown in there and the ownership. I mean, 20 decades in the game of professional hockey. They know how to build a team. And I'm just saying, we're lucky to have them here in Erie right now. And this is going to be fun. I didn't get through much of my Pac-Man Jones rap. Just take my word for it. And I could keep this for you, so if anybody wants to know about it, I don't have enough time in 2 minutes to go through all this. But Pac-Man Jones versus Joey Porter got in a big argument. But that's the same as I argued over, I think it was over the summer. No, it wouldn't have been over the summer. It was right after Pirates season ended. I got in a 72-hour argument on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter, by the way, at Erie Alex. At Erie Alex on Twitter. I got in a 72-hour argument with someone that goes by the name, on Twitter at least, of Bic Pentameter. I don't know what that means even. So that's when you know it's bad. And I got in this one's only went 36 hours, so no big deal. This was over Facebook with friends of mine, mind you, about Joey Porter and Pac-Man Jones. And I've been trying to get through it for 2 days, but I was called a hypocrite for how I reacted to Joey Porter being arrested as a Steelers fan versus how I acted when Pac-Man Jones got arrested, as if those situations are at all comparable. And then, and only then, did I find out that the list for Pac-Man Jones is way longer than I even thought. So I think I do need to hold on to this and go over it tomorrow, because this just perfectly encapsulates, even if not to settle that argument, this illustrates perfectly my complaints and my really disdain for the way the NCAA and NFL prop up these athletes. And it's not for the best interest of the audience, for the player, for the student athlete. In the case of the NCAA, it is for the best interest of the mighty dollar. And Pac-Man Jones, that can be the only reason that this guy is still playing the game of football. I just don't get it. I just don't get it. That does it for this edition of the Sports Blitz. Thanks to Morgan Beard for calling in. It was a little bit different today on a Tuesday. No Otters talk. That's because Aaron Cooney will be in tomorrow for the 4 o'clock hour to answer any question you might have about the present and future of your Erie Otters. But they're in action tonight against the Kitchener Rangers. 7:05 puck drop. The call will be right here from Aaron Cooney on Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM The Fan. Thanks to you for listening. Same time, same place tomorrow, 4 to 6, Fox Sports Radio, 1330 AM. I'll see you over to Erie Insurance Arena. Have a good night, everybody.
I don't know where I belong. I don't know where I went wrong, but I can write a song. I belong with you, you belong with me, you're my sweet home.
Broadcasting studio in the historic Boston Store, AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
The New York Knicks fined Derrick Rose for missing last night's game due to a family issue, he said. He has rejoined the team and is expected to be in uniform Wednesday against Philadelphia. Tonight, Cleveland at Utah. Kyle Korver will suit up for his new team, the Cavs. Atlanta, who won 6 straight. They're at Brooklyn, which has lost 6 straight. Newly acquired Mike Dunleavy Jr. will not be available for the Hawks this evening. San Antonio will host Milwaukee among the many NBA games. LaMarcus Aldridge of the Spurs out tonight due to illness. Giannis Antetokounmpo of the Bucks Bucks, averaging 24 points per game as a game-time decision due to illness. He missed shoot-around. We're brought to you by TrueCar. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car-buying experience. Go to TrueCar.com. Raiders offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave will not be back. The team lets his contract expire, according to NFL Network. Todd Downing, quarterbacks coach, expected to be elevated. I'm Steve DeSager.
The biggest personalities in sports are on FS1. Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp airs weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern only on FS1. Steve Gorman Sports is on.
I'm loving it.
Hey, download our app and listen to us anywhere.
Turn it up.
Spinning stories that matter to you in a unique way.
If you think everything I'm saying is nuts, that's fine. That's great. I encourage you to share that you think I'm crazy.
Don't go crazy, Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here he is.
Well, you're one of my all-time favorite rock drummers, and now you're a big time radio star.
Steve Gorman.
Steve Gorman Sports, Fox Sports Radio. We're coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios in Nashville, Tennessee. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com and get yourself a free rate quote. I'm your host, Steve Gorman. Jeffrey Gorman's my co-host, and Clemson is your national champion.
My man. I'm a little dog tired after about that 6-hour game, but we're good.
You really liked that Clemson plus 6.5. I said don't bet against Nick Saban, so kudos to you, my friend.
Well, I mean, what are you going to say? He had the kid, and when I say the kid, put together, I'm calling it the greatest 2-year national championship run of any college quarterback I've seen in the final game. I mean, this kid threw for over 800 yards and 8 TDs in the last 2 national championships.
It's funny you mention that. The big comparison is to the USC-Texas game, Vince Young's coronation of 11 years ago.
Don't you dare say his name with Deshaun Watson. Don't do it.
The year before, everyone forgets, the year before, Vince Young ran roughshod over Michigan in the Rose Bowl also. So Vince Young, not in 2 national title games, but Vince Young put together 2 incredible, dominant performances himself. But last night, Clemson, and more specifically Deshaun Watson, absolutely slayed the Dragon, the big, bad, fire-breathing Alabama Crimson Tide, taken down on the last play of the game, and it is truly a win for the ages, not just for Clemson, but for college football. And it's a classic, whether you agree it's the best ever, it's a classic thanks to so many storylines, the rematch, the revenge factor, of course, chief among those. But what it ultimately came down to was this. Deshaun Watson had the game of his life, and Nick Saban left his chin open by firing Lane Kiffin. Full credit to the Tigers. They are the national champs, fair and square. They will always be known as such. But I'm here to tell you right now, play this game 10 times, and Alabama's winning 8, maybe 9 of them.
Ooh.
I believe this to be true. That's not to take a single thing away from Clemson, or especially from Watson. He went full-on, if I'm going to go with the Dragon thing, he went Galahad or Sir Lancelot or Percival, or if you want to call him Superman or Aquaman, whatever you want to call him, he went full superhero, and he did his job. What a performance. And when you think about it in terms of this, what did Alabama come out? What was Alabama's basic design? Their game plan was simple: obliterate Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
And they almost did just that in the first half. Hell, they almost did it in the very first drive of the game. But Deshaun Watson stayed around, got stronger, and literally played a game for the ages. Now, of course, he got himself a one-way ticket to Cleveland for next year on the heels of that, but that's another story. We can talk about that. But, again, I like this game more than the 2006 Vince Young over USC game for one reason. Both teams knocked out defending champions, but this was a rematch, which is crucial, and also arguably against the greatest team and arguably at least the greatest defense in college football history.
Yeah.
So to Deshaun Watson and the Clemson Tigers, while I say I think Alabama's going to win 8 or 9 out of 10 times, hey, when it mattered, you did win, so hats off to the Clemson Tigers.
Let me throw a couple stats your way really quick. Nick Saban, 97-1 with a double-digit lead going into the fourth quarter.
Incredible.
97-1.
Yep.
And you know that one is?
Last night.
Just a few hours ago. How about this one? 2 of 15 on third downs.
Yeah, that's right.
How about that? For Alabama. Now, if you mean to say that Lane Kiffin, who's run those offensive meeting rooms for the last 3 years, he is the voice of the offense. And if there's a speed bump somewhere, Saban comes and says, hey, we're smoothing it out this way. He says, got it, boss, and they move on. Listening to one voice for 3 years, and in the week of a national championship game, that voice is no longer there in those meeting rooms?
Yep.
It is, man. I don't care. Everybody said before the thing, I didn't think it'd take a huge hit or a big toll on that team. Absolutely it does, man. They've been together from day one, and those guys have been burning midnight oil with Lane Kiffin.
Listen, and look, there's a million issues. We all add them up, and we look at the fact that this was a game that came down to the final second. Alabama had every reasonable expectation to win that game, even on that final drive. I still thought they're going to stop them. Yeah. Something's going to happen. But the fact of the matter is this. You just gave some stats. Alabama got the ball 17 times yesterday. 15 of those drives lasted 2 minutes or less.
Yeah.
That does not happen if Lane Kiffin's calling the plays. No way does that happen. They have that ball for literally 2 more minutes of the game, and they win that game.
Yeah, but plus, if we're going to throw that in, Bo Scarborough, the defensive tackle-like running back of the Alabama, he's Derrick Henry Part 2. Yep. As soon as he went down, the running game in Alabama went completely south. Wasn't the same thing. And when Bo Scarborough went down, if he was healthy for this whole game, I think they chew up clock. They get more than just 2 out of 15 first downs. That's just my take. It's a horrible injury to have to your feature back in a national championship game, but I don't think we're talking about this right now if Bo Scarborough stays healthy for 4 quarters.
No question about it, but they also there was already, even when he was in the game, there was too much of Alabama going to the passing game.
Why?
Clemson's defense.
Why?
Because Clemson's defense was fourth in the country.
I don't understand.
Against the pass.
He threw the ball over 30 times.
Too many.
This freshman kid. When you got workhorses in Alabama, I'm not shame on you yet, but I'm getting there. You guys have a stable of running backs there. A stable.
That's the point I'm making.
And when a guy like Bo Scarborough goes down, you better be able to feed him with 2, 3, even 4 backups that can chew away the same stuff. It didn't happen. The whole offensive game plan, and as far as time, just like you said, the time of the drives and everything, it's all based on Bo Scarborough.
Here's the thing. Alabama still averaged 6.5 yards per carry last night.
Right.
6.5 yards per carry. Passing game, 4.8 yards per attempt in the passing game. You remove the trick play and the one long bomb to Howard,
right.
You're at 2 yards of play. Sarkisian comes in for Lane Kiffin, and by the way, Kiffin was running Hurts back in the Washington game, was throwing a lot, and Saban wasn't happy, and the word was that Kiffin had checked out a little bit and was throwing the ball more than he had to. If one thing Sarkisian was going to take away from this game, I would have thought it's just pound, 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 pound. Clemson's rush offense was nothing. I mean, Clemson's rush defense is nothing like Clemson's passing defense, and Alabama played right into that. And again, still had the game in hand, still had every reasonable expectation in the second half. They gave up 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. That never happens. But again, the reason it happened, the Alabama defense was gassed. Why? Because Clemson was on the field for 99 plays.
How about that?
Why? Because Alabama's offense could not stay on the field. I do believe if Lane Kiffin had been there, you would have seen Alabama having far more sustained drives. There was a flow to that offense that would and again, they still had the game in hand.
Right.
You still had every reason to think. So all these factors had to add up to the fact that when it came down to it, Clemson was 1 play better. They got a winning touchdown with 1 second, and that could have gone haywire. A million things could have happened on that last drive. Of course. Clemson won. Alabama didn't, and I'm here to say that those small differences would have flipped the other direction if Lane Kiffin had been calling the plays.
Yeah.
So Nick Saban.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I mean, I know that it had some sort of effect on the offensive of the play call and stuff, especially with the quarterback. Man, you think about the quarterback who comes in as a high school kid, and all of a sudden his babysitter's Lane Kiffin, and he says, "Hey, you're not going to leave my sight for the next year." And then that guy's gone. He is gone. He's out the door. He's on the couch in old Alabama sweatpants, tweeting out, "Hey, let's go beat him tonight." So yeah, it does make a huge difference. Huge.
And again, I want to give credit to Deshaun Watson because, as I mentioned, Alabama came out there. That Alabama defense is spectacular. This is a team that won games throughout the regular season by an average of something like 28 points. On the first play of the game, they got to Deshaun Watson twice. Hard.
Okay.
A hard sack. Second play of the game, a hard sack. Third play of the game, a clothesline while someone's working the lower body. He goes down hard right then. Tigers' first 5 drives, a fumble, a turnover on downs, and 3 punts. I mean, they were being beaten down hard, and the resilience and the ability to stay focused and do the job, and they made Alabama work so hard. And again, you saw it when push came to shove, and it was the fourth quarter. That incredible Alabama defense, after being on the field at that point for 70 something plays entering the fourth quarter, done. Clemson could not be stopped in that fourth quarter. It was an incredible concept that Dabo Swinney let people know, we're just gonna run as many plays as we can. We have to wear the defense down, and by God, it worked. And it was an incredible performance. Everything had to line up a certain way. Everything did. So congrats to Clemson. Where does Clemson go from here? I don't know. They don't have another Deshaun Watson. Where does Alabama go? They don't go anywhere. My stock is still Alabama's stock is still higher than Clemson's.
Yeah, but Dabo
for right now,
Dabo Swinney is going to be. He's going to. I mean, come on. He's got 2 national championships appearances and 1 national championship. He's going to get whoever he wants down there, especially with Deshaun Watson doing what he did. Stayed there 3 years, got out early, announced he's going to the NFL afterwards. I loved all these stats that come up, but one that you cannot blink an eye at: the last 7 national championships they beat this year. The last 7 national champions they beat this year. That's Auburn, that's Florida State, that's Ohio State, and that's Alabama. They beat the last 7 of them in one season. I'm sorry. Like you said, 9 out of 10, you'll take 8 out of 10 maybe when you're talking about Alabama taking on Clemson. But boy, oh boy, they stepped up when they did. And that stat alone, and just like being that one on that 97-1 Nick Saban stat of leading by double digits going into the fourth quarter, that one. Hey, man, they're national champions any way you cut it. What a great squad. I don't know what they're going to do as far as reloading. I know Alabama's going to be there. But Dabo Swinney, you better put him down there. And I'm talking about College Football Hall of Fame. Back-to-back championship games?
In the last decade, if anybody says who are the 2 dominant coaches in college football, anybody's going to tell you, obviously Saban and most likely Urban Meyer. Right. And to take down both guys in 10 days or 9 days is an impressive accomplishment. Dabo Swinney, and by the way, does it. And you gotta. I mean, after the game, when he comes out there and says it's all about love, the word this year is love. We're going to win this game because our guys love each other. I tweeted when I watched it, Nick Saban's quote: "It's all about hate. We hate each other. We're going to win this game because we hate each other." There's never been a more light and dark side shown at the same time from 2 different coaching perspectives than Swinney and Saban. But for my money, as enjoyable and as entertaining a game as we hope to see. And again, it did look like it was going to be a clamp-down game. You know, at halftime, even into the third quarter, you thought, man, whoever gets 24 points is going to win this thing.
That was fun, man. I asked for it, and I got it. Give me a late game, find out who's going to win in the last minute of the game. Hell, they brought it down to 1 second.
Yep.
I don't care what you say. That is fun football to watch. Not only that. They have, I love what Dabo Swinney said. He goes, we got an all-world 5-star recruit in Deshaun Watson. And then this team has a walk-on wide receiver, and I want to call the kid Fowler. I don't know if that's his
Renfro.
Renfro. Is it Renfro? He'll be playing in New England soon enough. I know that. He is. He's perfect. If Wes Welker and Julian Edelman had a kid, that's the receiver down there. All right? Just so you know.
He's just auditioned for the Patriots last night.
You don't think they're
for
watching
the second
that?
year in a row?
Absolutely. A little water bug, can't get your hands on him. He's short enough. He's underneath the defensive line. You can't see him. Then he pops open, and he's got 30-yard touchdowns.
So it's an amazing thing. You had to have so many things go right for Clemson, so many things that probably couldn't possibly all happen in the way they did again for them, but the fact of the matter is they did. Yeah. They won the title. And by the way, Mike Williams for Clemson.
Whoa.
Hey,
love this kid.
Tennessee Titans with the 5th pick. Make something happen.
Real quick lastly on last night's game. Not lastly, because we're going to be chirping about it a lot.
Yeah, right.
I'm done with the ref, okay? I'm done with the ref. I'm done.
Guns McTavish?
With the ref. Done with the ref. Just be a guy. Just be a normal guy that's not making it about you. Make it about the kids and the national championship. You're up there. You've got literally a referee shirt bought from the Baby Gap that is 7 sizes too small.
Yeah.
You got a big old tank on you, huge guns, that if you got somebody in a headlock, you'd cut off the windpipe. I'm just saying, just relax. Don't make it about you. Make it about the kids.
There shouldn't be.
We know you're big. We know you're 50 and you do curls. I get it. I love that you have that uniqueness about you. But in that stage, it's not about you. It's not about you and your huge biceps. It's a bunch of kids.
Adam Kramer is the lead national college football writer for the Bleacher Report. We'll ask him about Baby Gap shirts and last night's game.
What's that?
He said something about the Baby Gap. Adam Kramer's with us next.
Those 2 teams last year.
Here we go.
And this year.
Woo!
it's a different result.
Throws in the back of the end zone. Touchdown again.
Your Clemson Tigers are national champions.
Well done, well done, well done.
And it was covered here on Fox Sports Radio.
Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that the hole in a pot handle is designed so that you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things people use most can easily be overlooked. It's just like how TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right, TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. Here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com.
Some features not available in all states.
Hi, this is Maury Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more than just great savings. Much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more moolah faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Simple and easy. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Secure and so easy.
MasterPass, the simple, secure way to pay for MasterCard. Accepted at select merchants.
Don't buy it. MasterPass it.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices. They're going to need advocates.
Paralyzed Veterans of America is here to help.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable for them to go back home and live.
Education benefits.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
And if something happens to the veteran, then, we're the spouse's advocate.
We help our veterans for free.
The way that Paralyzed Veterans of America does that is through their National Service Officers that are located throughout the United States.
Our work is important because people depend on us.
And they know when they come to Paralyzed Veterans of America, they're going to get the right answer, and they know that we are there for them 24/7. Because we are.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
I want to be one place on a
I want to be
football
I want to be
stadium.
a bike that races around the country. I want to be a bench on a forest trail.
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio.
1330 The Fan.
Download the iHeartRadio app on your smartphone or tablet. Find live station. Type in FSR.
Let me bring this point up again.
Yes.
FSR. Fox Sports Radio.
And I'm a sports radio host, okay?
Download the app today.
Good. You know what? I understand this.
Come on!
Listen everywhere.
I got a news flash.
See? Isn't that simple?
It's as simple as that.
Join Emmy Award winner Katie Nolan for her show Garbage Time, where she gives her unique take on the biggest stories of the week and also welcomes celebrity guests. Don't miss Garbage Time. Ready, set, go. Wednesday at midnight on FS1.
Back on Steve Gorman Sports, Fox Sports Radio, from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios in Nashville, Tennessee. Hats off to Clemson. They had to get everything just right, but they did. I know the national champions. Adam Kramer writes about college football for the Bleacher Report. He's with us right now on the horn. Adam, quite a game last night. I believe that Clemson needed a whole bunch of things to go just their way, and all those things happened. If Lane Kiffin's calling plays, is Alabama on the field just for a few minutes longer, and does that swing the difference in the final score?
Well, it depends what version of Lane Kiffin you get, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
If you get the guy who was clearly torn between two gigs and not so much into it against Washington by all accounts, then I'm not sure it changes it. But you're absolutely right. I mean, there were drives. How many drives just sort of took almost no time off the clock?
15 under 2 minutes. I couldn't believe when I saw that stat.
Staggering. So, and you mentioned it. Think of the impact that had. Clemson ran 99 plays. Think of, there's video out there. I'm not sure you've seen it of, Deron Payne at the very end on the goal line, and you can see how exhausted these guys are. So from every single level, their inability to do offense. I didn't care for the rollouts. I know they're trying to get Jalen Hurts in a position where he can run, he can pass. But when you saw that, they're rolling him out. He had one option to throw to and only half the field to use. So many throwaways. Again, it was just kind of a collective breakdown in what they normally like to do.
Adam Kramer is with us. Bleacher Report overview. Everybody immediately goes back to USC-Texas national championship game from the 2005 season. How do you compare Deshaun Watson's performance to what Vince Young did 11 years ago?
In terms of impact, I think it's there. I don't know why it doesn't necessarily have the same mystique as that Vince Young. And maybe I'm alone in this. Spectacular, extraordinary, legendary. It's one we're going to be talking about. And I think the really interesting thing with Deshaun is you can kind of piggyback these two games together and look at more than 800 yards passing and 7 passing touchdowns against a team where those numbers are just not possible. That's what's the most interesting to me. But there was something about the way Vince did it that just, I don't know why that one carry on. It aged well, I guess. It really has aged well. And I'm sure this moment with Deshaun is going to age well. But to me, what makes it different, what makes it special is, they're close to, he's close to having two of these things and conquering the best defense in football in 2 consecutive years and in 2 different ways. To me, that's what's most interesting is, man, last 2 years, what a way to go out.
Yeah, Adam Kramer joining us from Bleacher Report. What about Alabama's running game after Bo Scarborough went out? I don't understand. Keep throwing the kid. If you take away the O.J. Howard touchdown, he's throwing for like 60 yards on the night. Why continue to throw the ball? And where was the backup running back that Alabama's famous for?
Yeah, the depth just isn't there. I shouldn't say the depth just isn't there. Jamie Harris is a guy who was like a 5-star kid, number 1 running back in the class, just could not get going. That Scarborough injury really was the turning point. He was running through tackles. You saw Clemson look beaten down. When they're up 2 touchdowns, you're thinking this could get ugly. I'm not thinking, historic game. I'm thinking, what am I going to write about Alabama? I've written this column before. That's what everybody's kind of thinking. So that is a turning point because Bo for them was so good. That was like kind of vintage Alabama, the 225 pound back who really controlled the tempo. Without him, all of a sudden you're trying to put the ball in the hands of your quarterback. Then when you try to go back, it's very predictable. Clemson kind of knew it. You run it 2-3 times, you put your quarterback in 3rd and long, suddenly you're punting again. So it was just a lack of rhythm. And again, it's hard. I mean, Sarkisian was thrown into a difficult situation, quite obviously, with a true freshman quarterback who did not look comfortable against Washington. He didn't look comfortable here. All of this is a direct, result of that.
Adam, are you ready to throw in Dabo Swinney in the Urban Meyer as well as Nick Saban conversation? Has he got there with 2 back-to-backs and obviously a recruiting class coming in that's pretty good?
Yeah, top quarterback in the 17 and 18 committed to them right now. Pretty staggering. I'm not ready yet, but he's awfully close. To me, Saban is in a world by himself. I still think Meyer is in another world by himself behind Saban, and then I think Dabo is very much in the conversation with some of the other names you'd toss around, whether it be Jimbo Fisher or who else you'd want to get to. I think he's earned that. What's most interesting about Dabo, though, is he's obviously cut a little bit different. The walking soundbite, the guy is not necessarily dressed to the nines like all these other guys. He's not, putting product in his hair. He's just this natural guy, and he comes off as quirky, and I think it sort of gets in the way of realizing just what a great coach he is. When you look at what he's doing now and what they're doing, they're going to open up a $55 million facility here in the next few weeks. It's going to be state-of-the-art. They're recruiting as well as they are. They were one of the first teams to pay an assistant coach more than $1 million, which now everybody's doing. So I think beyond Dabo, the school committed to him, obviously, from a financial standpoint, and they've also committed in so many other areas that have allowed them to build up like a big power, like in Alabama, like Ohio State, a Florida State. And, they saw this before a championship was possible.
Yeah,
they committed to acting and spending like a major college football program before this. You add this on top of it, and that's why I think you'll see some staying power here.
They have nap rooms. They have nap rooms in the new $55 million. I mean, go take a nap, kids. Adam Kramer from Bleacher Report is joining us right now.
Last play of the game. A lot of people want to say that pick play should have been called. Flag should have been thrown. Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's close. I mean, and I saw the argument made that it could have been defensive pass interference. To me, it's hard to call. It's hard to judge. I mean, that is something in terms of the rule, because we're seeing a lot more of that, too, the quote-unquote rub play. You've got to execute it precisely in order for it to come off as natural. That wasn't that. That was a collision of sorts.
Right. Yeah, right.
So that was a little bit different. To me, though, it's hard to say one way or another. Certainly, it's a huge turning point in the game, and a penalty there, we're probably going to overtime. And yet, I look at like that one specific play and the 98 plays they ran before that, and it's kind of like it's almost in the shadow of all of it. So, yeah, if I'm an Alabama fan, I'm probably a little ticked off because it's on the fringe of acceptable, and yet we've seen much worse pick plays than that over the years.
For sure. All right, Adam Kramer joining us from Bleacher Report. A staggering stat. We're all giving Dabo Swinney and Clemson all the love today, but the Saban stat, 97-0 when leading by double digits into the fourth quarter, and he lost it last night, the first one. Let's give some love to Alabama's Nick Saban right now, because the run that he's on and the run that Alabama is doing, this solidifies. Win, lose, or draw last night, Nick Saban the best ever. You agree?
Yeah, it's funny. We grade them on such a different curve, and I would imagine there's some angry Alabama fans out there kind of wondering what happened. And you think about what they've been able to do year after year, the fact that they're in this game. It is not supposed to look like this. It is not supposed to be this easy in terms of getting back to this game year after year. You're not supposed to be able to do what they've done, which is develop players at a staggering rate and then win. I think that's one of my biggest takeaways of all of this, because we've got different takes flying of dynasties being done, and all this is winning a national title is really hard. You need luck. Look at Clemson against NC State. If NC State, makes a chip shot field goal, Clemson's not there. You need luck. You need injury luck. You need the ball to bounce your way, and you need to be really good. Alabama has done all of that at such an incredibly high level that you're exactly right. On a night that is, so disappointing for so many people that are invested in Alabama, you could kind of sit back and say, even when they didn't have their best thing, they almost beat the best college football player on the planet, and that's a testament to what they're able to do.
Greatest national runner-up in college football history. I think safe to say. Adam Kramer, great stuff, brother. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks, guys.
All right, I need 30 seconds here, and I'm going to throw a bunch of numbers your way, okay? Just stay with me. It takes 15 minutes. That's it. In just 15 minutes, you could save 15% or even more on car insurance. This company's been offering great rates and great service for over 75 years. And anytime you need help, you can speak to one of their trained specialists 247. The company of which I speak is Geico. Go to geico.com today. Sorry about all those numbers, but, the point needed to be made. So just give me 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's it. That's 30, and I'm out. Geico.com. Get there. I want to move to the Sunday League, as you call it. Tyler Dunn, another great writer for Bleacher Report, has a tremendous story on Le'Veon Bell, and I want to talk to him about that and some of the other NFL storylines. Let's keep it with football. Let's move to Sunday. Tyler Dunn next, but first, here's what's trending.
Michigan linebacker Jabril Peppers declared for the NFL draft. He was a finalist for the Heisman Trophy, could be a safety as a pro. Florida State tackle Roderick Johnson also declared. He was named the ACC's top offensive lineman the past 2 years. And Wisconsin tackle Ryan Ramczyk also going pro. He had hip surgery after the Badgers' Cotton Bowl win. In the final AP poll, USC is number 3, Washington number 4, behind the top 2, Clemson and Alabama. Alabama confirmed that running back Bo Scarborough broke his leg in the third quarter last night. Clemson came back to win the title. Scarborough will not need surgery. The national championship drew an overnight TV rating of 15.3. Last year it got 15.8. That's about 26 million viewers. Ohio State officially hired Kevin Wilson as new offensive coordinator. Ed Warner leaves for Minnesota. Green Bay Packers wide receiver Geronimo Allison is facing marijuana charges stemming from a September arrest. He was charged in December. I'm Steve DeSager.
We are Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS what?
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS what?
Back on Steve Gorman Sports, Fox Sports Radio. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios in Nashville, Tennessee. That's the Music City. Tyler Dunn of the Bleacher Report is with us right now on the horn. Tyler's got a great in-depth article on Le'Veon Bell right now at Bleacher Report that is well worth your time to find it and read it. Tyler, it's good to have you on the show, my man. I love that the article almost starts where you're referencing the fact that Le'Veon Bell is quite a chess player. And as soon as I saw that, I went, oh, that's what it is. So his mentality is so different. And I do think it's safe to say him being a chess player of some note has to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Hey, thanks a lot for having me on, man. Really appreciate it. And I think when you watch him play, there's just something about Le'Veon Bell that it seems like the game slows down for him. It seems like he's seen everything develop 1, 2, 3 split seconds before everybody else on the field. So that was kind of the genesis for the story. I just wanted to talk to him and figure out why, what is it about him? And he dove immediately into the chess and basically said, in second grade, he's with his buddy watching a movie. Couldn't even remember the movie, but there were these old guys playing chess. And at that very moment, he wanted to learn everything he could about chess, and he has been playing ever since. And even the last few months, him and a buddy from Michigan State now, they play social chess, speed chess on an app on their phone, and that's just how his mind works, how his brain works. He processes things so quick, so fast, ahead of everybody else. And in the story, he broke down a few plays from this year where basically he knows he's going to make this first guy miss, so he's already tricking that safety into thinking he's following his lineman one way when he knows he's going to cut completely another direction. And I think that chess really does have a lot to do with his playing style.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing to read the quotes about a running back talking about, setting up a safety one tackle ahead of time to do the juke eventually. It's an amazing thing. There's a lot of comparisons in your piece. We spoke with Charlie Casserly, longtime NFL GM, yesterday on the show, and we said, who do you compare Le'Veon Bell to? Take a listen to this really quick. I want you to hear Casserly.
I've never seen anybody quite like Bell, but there is some Riggins there.
Okay? As far Riggins was kind of a guy who took his time.
Yeah.
Okay, he could be a little slow to get going, and then boom, he goes.
Yeah, right.
Okay? So, I mean, I don't remember him stopping as much as Bell does, okay?
Right.
But there is a little bit of patience, read, and go in Riggins and Bell.
Who does Bell remind you most of, if not John Riggins?
You know, it's hard to really pinpoint one specific guy. I mean, the escapability and that ability to set traps on the field like you would on the chessboard is a lot like Barry Sanders, but at the same time, Barry Sanders was just more quick, more acrobatic, and a little more, spaz, a little bit more out there, a little more chaotic. Where Le'Veon Bell, he is like Riggins, and he's kind of slower. He's kind of Marcus Allen, like that's when I talked to Roger Craig, the first 1,000 running back. That's what we pointed to, Marcus Allen. But then even he said, at the point of contact, he's like Earl Campbell. He's still a 225-pound back who can run over you. So I don't know who that player is, because then Le'Veon Bell is also a receiver. He can play in the slot. He can play out wide. He can run routes, and he can act like a point guard crossing over a guy at the top of that route. I don't know if there's another player, at least in this generation, that even comes close to doing what Le'Veon Bell's doing.
Hey, let's not forget at Michigan State, he played at about 255, too. I mean, could you imagine that load running at you?
Exactly. Isn't that wild, too? And
like 30 pounds difference. Huh?
250.
Yeah, exactly.
And Draymond Green, his buddy there in college, was a little heftier, too, on the basketball court. And they both lost about 20, 30 pounds, and they're both dominating their sport.
All right. I'm glad you brought up Draymond Green, because he had a comparison. Le'Veon Bell says he compares himself to Steph Curry, changing the game the way Steph has changed basketball. I don't buy that. I don't buy that out of Le'Veon Bell. He's a unique back, very different, but I don't think the rate is the same. Do you agree or disagree with that comparison?
Yeah, I can see it. I can definitely see it in that it's just, time will tell. I mean, if we're going to see a generation of backs now who rely on patience, who do what Le'Veon Bell did at the 1-yard line, how many backs just come to a halt like he did, wait for things to develop in front of them, and then run straight ahead? I don't know many who have done that in this era. If you start seeing that more and more and more, then, yeah, I'm with the Steph Curry comparison, because across the NBA, everybody's shooting threes at a historic rate. In college, they're doing the same thing. In high school, they should be doing the same thing. That's everything the analytics point to. So I guess time will tell if we're going to see the patient running back kind of, gain ahead of steam here now.
I think that the key is to go to a middle school and see how many kids like jacking threes and how many kids like stopping with the football in their hands to wait to see what develops. That might give you an indication. I don't think there's another Bell coming anytime soon. The guy's an absolute freak. Who do you like this weekend? They got to go to Kansas City.
The Big Ben injury. I mean, to see him just trot to the podium in a boot, it was like, what in the heck is going on here? And why was he even in a game late like he was? So that's a little worrisome. They're going to need him to, not just tee up interceptions like he's been prone to do lately. But I still like Bell. I mean, if they're going to give him the ball 20 to 25 times, if they're going to throw it to him 5 to 10 times, and it's on his shoulders, I like him in that environment in Kansas City. I think he's built for this time of year. That offensive line's in sync with him. Give me the Steelers in that game.
Yeah, glad you're here, Tyler Dunn. I enjoy reading you. He's from the Bleacher Report. A while back, you wrote an article, Aaron Rodgers, a little bit of family strain and relationship strain. What was the feedback after that article? And when that was written, Tyler, he was in a bit of a slump, and he's come out of that. Do you have any answers on where he's come since you wrote that article?
Yeah, I guess, no feedback really from his camp, from the Packers. But, yeah, at the time, they're 4-16. As with all stories of Bleacher Report, you try to figure out as much as you can about the subject. So, I reached out to friends, to family, to people around him. And at that time, they really felt like the fact that he eliminated basically that entire part of his life had something to do with his play on the field. Because,
hey, can I interrupt?
The numbers.
Can I interrupt? Why? I'm sorry to interrupt, but that story, I read your article. It's huge. I mean, it's huge. It's an intimate portrayal of Aaron Rodgers. Mm-hmm. Why didn't it catch more steam? Why wasn't it more of a? It was a big story, but why aren't we talking about this more? Because people are so nosy and picking and nitpicking into personal lives and stuff. It kind of just came and went away. Nobody really compounded on it. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess I can't speak to the reaction of it. It seemed like there was quite a reaction at the time, because in addition to that, you have guys like Jermichael Finley and our story, and Greg Jennings and Donald Driver elsewhere really questioning the guy's leadership. And can he lead them out of this abyss that they were really in? And I guess we've seen the answer to that. The answer is yes. He's thrown for 22, 23 touchdowns with no picks since then, he's been almost perfect. So
Tyler,
he's
did
put the Packers in a good spot.
Did he really send back Christmas gifts to his family that sent them to him? Did he really do that, Tyler Dunn?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
Yes, he did. I'll stand by every word in there. I mean,
I know. Like
everybody
I said,
close to him he's a totally different person. You know, the grandfather's funeral, the close friend from college, the wedding, letting them know a day before that he can't make it. I mean, they didn't know what was up with him.
are you going to be able to spend an off-season day with Aaron Rodgers, really get into that mind of his? You think Green Bay and Aaron will welcome you into their camp?
I doubt it. Would love to.
Yeah,
would love to, but I doubt it.
Hey, you're great, man. Keep up the great work. I'm glad you're on the show today, Tyler.
Tyler, it's a pleasure, brother. We'll talk to you again
great
soon.
To be here, guys. Man,
right
thanks
on.
so much.
See you.
You got it. We're in the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. It's easy to save 15% or more on car insurance with Geico. Go to geico.com or call 800-947-AUTO. The only hard part, well, that's figuring out which way is easier. Are you ready, Haas? Are you ready for the truth?
Always, yeah.
Okay, that's good, because truth or crapsequence is next.
The NFL playoffs are set. From the wild card. There is your dagger! To the Super Bowl.
Let's go!
We've got it covered. From your social media at Fox Sports Radio to FoxSportsRadio.com. The NFL playoffs live here on Fox Sports Radio.
Don't let your car's engine freeze up like a blown lead in the fourth quarter. Head to AutoZone for the right antifreeze for your vehicle. Cooling system failure is the #1 cause of engine-related breakdowns. Old or dirty coolant can lead to a clogged radiator, and the right coolant can protect against corrosion for all cooling system metals, including aluminum, while providing maximum freeze-up and boil-over protection. So head to your local AutoZone for great deals on peak 50/50 long-life antifreeze and cooling. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Lightning.
Hey, bud, Joe Pal Lightning. I was just hanging out in the old Cloudy Roo here. I thought I'd give you a call. I hope you're still not sore about that time I deep-fried your big screen TV with that bolt. Yeah, I've been meaning to pay you back for that one, for sure. A little short on cash at the moment, but any day now. Yep. Well, anywho, talk later.
Lightning won't pay for the damage it causes. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency makes getting coverage a snap. Visit geico.com to see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
This is the time of year when we all want to bust out. Your fun starts at Ray Wakely's RV Center. The enormous lot is packed with RVs and motorhomes of every shape and size. Buy or rent now. Built on service, sold on trust. That's Ray Wakely's RV Center, Route 20 in Northeast.
It's time to stop smoking once and for all by attending the next Mark Patrick Hypnosis Seminar in Erie. In just 2 hours, you could finally become a lifelong non-smoker, regardless of your past experience or how long you've been smoking. This program is designed so you can stop smoking without anxiety, irritability, or gaining any weight. For only $49.99, you could become a non-smoker through hypnosis on Wednesday, January 25th at the Hilton Garden Inn, 2225 Downs Drive from 8 to 10 p.m. Registration starts at 7:30 and seating is limited, so get there early to reserve your spot. My name is Ty, the marketing assistant here at Connoisseur Media, and I stopped smoking over 2 years ago using Mark Patrick Hypnosis. Try it. It can work for you. Almost everyone knows someone who has stopped smoking. Now that someone could be you. To learn more, visit markpatrickseminars.com. Attend the next Mark Patrick Hypnosis Seminar on Wednesday, January 25th at the Hilton Garden Inn, and use the power of hypnosis to stop smoking now.
There's no better time than now to get behind the wheel of a new car at the 10th Annual Erie Auto Show, set for February 2nd through the 5th at the Bayfront Convention Center. Don't miss over 26 Erie County auto dealers, showcasing their 2017 lines. Check out this year's special attraction, the replica of Bandit, the car from Smokey and the Bandit. It is the only time you'll see hundreds of vehicles under one roof at the best prices of the year. It's the Erie Auto Show at the Bayfront Convention Center. Stop by a participating local dealer for tickets and details.
It's time for Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, WFNN Erie. Now let's go to the ice with Aaron Cooney.
The road continues to haunt the Erie Otters as the Otters on the road visiting the Michigan teams, coming off an overtime loss Friday night in Flint. It was off the Dow Event Center in Saginaw, Michigan. A building that the Otters have had a lot of success, especially in the postseason over the last 3 years. But this year, it has not been a very kind building to the Erie Otters, as they have now been outscored 12-5 in Saginaw, Michigan. This past Saturday, with a visit against the Saginaw Spirit, the Erie Otters found themselves off to a slow start. Only 3 shots on goal during the first period. One of them would get behind the goaltender, but the Otters would trail after the first period 2-1. And into the second, where the Otters, well, seemed like they pushed the snooze button through the second 20 minutes as well, with the Otters down 4-1 after 40 minutes, giving up 2 more goals as the Spirit take advantage. Patrick Fellows will get on the board for the Otters as he would fire home his 8th of the year, but just not enough. Too little too late from Erie, despite 13 shots on goal in the third, as Saginaw hands Erie another defeat on their own home ice. Which brings us to Tuesday, trade deadline day in the Ontario Hockey League, as all the rumors and everything, the talk and the chatter online, offline, hearsay. I heard this guy say that. I heard the guy down in the popcorn stand say this. But finally, we can put all the rumors to rest. The Erie Otters taking the poker chips. They're in the middle of the table. They make their moves, and it starts after the Warren Fogle deal a week ago. It's this past Monday, yesterday, where the Otters go and get their big fish. Anthony Cirelli, 19-year-old. Tampa Bay Lightning third-round pick from the Oshawa Generals, as the Otters get the two-way centerman that they're looking and even make their lineup even more formidable down the middle. Not to be done yet. Dave Brown going and getting the big, rugged defenseman that the Otters have been missing since 2 seasons ago, when you had probably the roughest, toughest blue line out there between Curtis McDermott, Corey Genovese, Troy Dene, and company. The 3 OAs on that line. Erie gets Cameron Lizotte from the Barrie Colts. 6'2", 195 pounds. Plays with an edge as the Otters fill in the holes and are now staring down the rest of the Western Conference with the crosshairs on an Ontario Hockey League championship. There's still 2 months and change before we get in that discussion and playoff talk, because the Otters sit in second in the Midwest Division and third in the West Conference, with more division games on the rise, including tonight against the Kitchener Rangers. Rangers making some deals themselves coming into tonight's matchup on trade deadline day, which passed nearly 7 hours ago. We'll go through everything. We're even going to take a look at all the deals that have gone through and see how the teams stack up against the Otters, as this is the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. I'm Aaron Cooney. Lots more coming up to get you ready for today's action. Otters, Rangers, it's time to make some moves. Right here on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Hey, who knew Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania, could play hockey?
Well, I have to do something in the winter.
And Joel's game winner was a 1 in a million shot.
Like All the Money Millionaire edition.
Yeah, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery, with top prizes of $1 million.
It's a real game changer. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
So we had just moved here from out of state when the phone rang and this nice woman introduced herself as our healthcare concierge. She wanted to welcome us to her new health plan. I thought, well, this is something nice. But then she took the time to find us a family doctor near our new home, and I thought, no, this is something different.
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's the 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figure to Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
On Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Otters and Kitchener Rangers here this evening on trade deadline day in the Ontario Hockey League. As the Otters, they made their moves yesterday and last night. Rangers made a couple moves, one last night and another, rather interesting one earlier today. But let's hop right into it with the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. We're going to take a look at tonight's Marsh Real Estate Services lineup. As the Otters hit the scratches, first number 3, Ryan Martin. Number 8, Carson Edwardson, and number 49, Cameron Lazat. All healthy scratches. Martin and Edwardson, the odd men out for tonight for the Otters. Lazat got snowed in on his way from Barrie to Erie, as he was the deal made last night. So wasn't going to get moving here to the Erie, Pennsylvania, into the States until today. But the weather had other ideas and just stuck back in Barrie, so he will not be making it the trip here tonight and will not be in the lineup for the Erie Otters tonight. So nobody on our UPMC injury report, which is great news still for the Otters. They're healthy and ready for this evening, as Troy Timpano gets the start, 24-4-0-0, 2.4 goals against average, a .908 save percentage. As the Otters lines, they're going to look a little bit like this here on the evening, as splitting it up and trying to keep it even. You got a line 1A and line 1B in my mind, as Dylan Strome's going to center Warren Fogle on the left, Alex DeBrincat on the right. Anthony Sorelli, your number 2 center, with Taylor Radish on the right and Kyle Maximovich on the left. Your third line, Kyle Pettit centering Patrick Fellows on the left and Ivan Lodnia on the right. Fourth line, Cade Robinson, Kara Podubny, and Christian Gurney. 25 and 24, Radish and Fergus, defensive pairing. Mitch Byrne with Eric Chernak, and Jordan Sambrook is playing with Josh Wayman. Wayman gives up number 22. He's going to wear number 20 the rest of the season, so that Sorelli can get his usual number, 22. Across the ways, Luke Opilka gets the start, 6'6", 1-0, 3.62 goals against average and an .887 save percentage for the 19-year-old. out of St. Louis, Missouri. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to recap all the action for you from the trade deadline right here on the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. That's coming up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Hi, Mark from Tim Hortons here. Did you know you have a sausage and American cheese English muffin at the bottom of your purse?
No, just a couple bucks.
Perfect. All you need is $1.49 for a Tim's breakfast sandwich. Hey, sir, bet there's a sausage biscuit in your back pocket.
Nope, just $1.50.
That'll do it. Excuse me, miss. You might have a spicy sausage biscuit in that change purse. Introducing Tim Hortons breakfast sandwiches, only $1.49 plus tax. You got it in the bag at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
It's Erie Otters Hockey on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan, WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Erie Otters, Kitchener Rangers here tonight as the OHL trade deadline has come and passed. We know about the Erie Otters moves. They got out their target, picking up Anthony Sorelli from the Oshawa Generals in exchange for Alan McShane. Possibly 3 second-round picks, a 4th and a 6th, depending on some of those conditional picks. The Otters also late last night, a trade for Cameron Lazat, the defenseman from the Barrie Colts, 6'2", 195, and get him for 3 picks at the upcoming OHL priority selections. So the recap and look around the league is most of the moves and a lot of the action coming yesterday with Oshawa knowing they could host next year. They made some moves, and one of them, Mitchell Van de Sample, rumored even to come to Erie as well as part of a deal with Anthony Sorelli. But he goes to London. Mitchell Van de Sample to London for Ian Blacker, a pair of seconds and a pair of thirds. They weren't done yet. Looking at the London Knights, they also pick up Mitchell Stevens from the Saginaw Spirit. A host of picks, 7 in total, going Saginaw's way. And still not done yet, as they would also add earlier in the day a trade with the Ottawa 67s, Chris Martinet, and a couple picks going to Ottawa. If the rights for Dante Salaturo could be an overager coming back from the American League, all depending on the situation there, and if London continues to do what London does, and that is find these pieces, and somehow they end up back in the London Knights jersey, and that could be Dante Salaturo later on in the year. The other big moves, and that's looking at the big three right now, I guess you'd call it, in the Western Conference. Windsor Spitfires not to be outdone. They go and pick up Kitchener's Jeremy Bracco in exchange for Andrew Burns, Cole Carter, 3 second-round picks. A couple picks goes to the Windsor Spitfires as well as part of that. But Jeremy Bracco, the big get for the Windsor Spitfires, as Bracco obviously not in the lineup here tonight with the Kitchener Rangers. As Kitchener continued to sell a little bit. Mason Kahn dealt earlier today to the Oshawa Generals for 3 picks. And then Windsor, still not done, adding Adam Lashram just before the deadline. And also defenseman Daniel Robertson from the Oshawa Generals. And other news and notes, Owen Sound staying interested as they go out and grab Cordell James from the Barrie Colts for a 4th-round pick. So the Western Conference, it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch going down the stretch and into the postseason. I think every round matchup is going to be some good hockey as the Western Conference is going to slug it out. And we'll see what happens World Cup time in Windsor. But we got to wrap things up. We got face-off next. That'll do it for the Erie Federal Credit Union pregame show. Otters and Kitchener Rangers, your way next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494. What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space? If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade. Playport is more than just an arcade. Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages, and now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time. Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome inside the Erie Insurance Arena, where tonight the Ontario Hockey League presents the Erie Otters hosting the Kitchener Rangers. Hello again, everyone. Aaron Cooney along with you for tonight's trade deadline matchup that had passed 7 hours and 4 minutes ago. The Otters hosting the Kitchener Rangers for the second time on the season. Remember back just a week and a half ago, or a week and 2 days really, it was the Kitchener Rangers on home ice, jumping out to a 4-0 lead at one point over the Erie Otters, and then taking the game 5-2. That at the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium. All part of a 3-game losing streak that the Otters found themselves on coming out of the holiday break. But a rejuvenated Otters team coming into this evening's matchup. Back is Dylan Strome, Taylor Radish, and Eric Chernak, as well as Chris Knobloch, who wasn't there a few Sundays ago. But the main attraction here tonight, at least for Otters fans, Anthony Cirelli. Acquired by the Erie Otters yesterday for Alan McShane and a handful of picks. In the lineup, he will center Taylor Radish and Kyle Maximovich. Cirelli will get number 22, his usual number 22, as Josh Wayman elects to change to number 20, the number he wanted originally, but was held by Jake Wooer at the time. Wayman, number 20, Cirelli, 22. The other addition for the Erie Otters, Cameron Lazat, not in the lineup tonight. Got snowed in Barrie this morning. Couldn't make the trip down. Not available to the Otters tonight. The Rangers, and the deal that everybody was wondering if it was going to end up happening if they pull the trigger. Yes, Jeremy Bracco to the Windsor Spitfires to continue to load up. In return, they get Cole Carter and Andrew Burns both in the lineup this evening for the Kitchener Rangers, as well as a couple of picks. And part of that deal is we are underway. Strome, DeBrincat, Warren Fogle, the other new member of the Erie Otters, picked up a week ago. Out there to start for Erie. Fergus playing it on left wing side. There's Warren Fogle to Darren Radish, who leads OHL defenseman in scoring. As DeBrincat into the zone from the near side. Flipped on for Dylan Strome, bounced towards the net. We finally get underway. We had some trouble with the net of Luko Pilka in the near side post. We'll continue to see what happens. Watch over that as DeBrincat back in the zone. Poke checked away by Kitchener. And off they go. Cole Carter in his first shift as a Ranger. Radish wheels in behind his own net after the dump in from Kitchener. And Darren Radish out the left wing side. Turned around, knocked down. Penalty coming up. It'll be against the Rangers, and Darren Radish drew it. Here, not even a minute in, as Cirelli in his first shift as an Erie Otter. Played up on ahead. Cirelli trying to pull it back to himself out at center ice. It's touched up by Darby Llewellyn. And Llewellyn is the guilty party. A holding call. And the Otters go to work with the man advantage 59 seconds in. And what will the power play look like? It's the second unit that starts. Vogel, Ladnia, Maximovich, Cirelli, Sambrook. Cirelli holds down. Jordan Sambrook. Back for Cirelli, stationed at the right wing circle. Play it down low. Vogel with a man in front, looking for Ladnia. Goes off the goaltender, cycled back through the near side. Played for Cirelli at the half wall. Looking down low, Vogel with a man in front. Toss it there for Ladnia. He couldn't get the stick on it and was poked away by McHugh. Sambrook holds at the blue line. Wheels in left wing side. Spins and hands off to Ladnia, now stationed center point. Cirelli holding from the right wing side. Back to Ladnia, who trades places with Sambrook. Throw it in front. Deflected wide by Vogel. Sambrook. Maximovich on to the far corner. Looks and dish it on to Vogel behind the net. Quickly tapped on to Cirelli and back to Vogel along the goal line. Drags in front. Toss it from Jim. Attempt from the near side. No dice. As Elijah Roberts plays it on far wall. Played up that far side, and on the back end, McHugh couldn't clear. It's gloved down by the Otters Sambrook, but a second try for Kitchener. They will clear on this opportunity. As the Otters, again, now bring it out to center ice. On back for Darren Radish, and the top unit on. Ducking around to check with Strome, but he lost the puck. Good poke check from Frank Ora. And off goes Gareffa onto the near side of the Otters, where he's crunched by Darren Radish, and that'll free the puck up. Time running down to the power play. 30 seconds with it, and the Otters get into the zone right wing side, sent around by Alex DeBrincat. Nobody home on the far point to center ice. They go. And all the way down to the far corner, Darren Radish. Shift back around the near side, Strome. ahead to Brinket with a man to his left, Taylor Radish. Pardon me. Radish out to Darren Radish, the older brother. That one behind the blue line, Erie offside. They'll touch up with 2 seconds on the power play. Moved on for Taylor Radish, trying to drag between the D. Plays it off the pads of Opelka. Give him back on to Dylan Strom. Off his stick on the attempted pass back for Radish, and out ahead. Skating to center, Nick McHugh. Flip it on into the near side corner. Eric Chernak on after it, after his first action with the Erie Otters, serving as captain of Team Slovakia at the World Junior Championship. One of 10 players in tournament history to appear in 4 World Junior Championships. Eric Chernak wipes out on the near boards. And out ahead go the Rangers with a 3-on-1. Velati on right wing side. Back across for Velati on the pass from Carter, who's behind him. Held at the blue line. A shot. That one wide, kicks off the end boards. Trying to filter it on through deep. But the Otters able to prod it out to center ice. Grabbed by Andrew Burns. And Velati from left side throw it right to the mitt of Timpano, and his first action of the evening. 3 minutes, 53 seconds in. And a face-off along the near side. Played by Sykes off the side of the cage and skips to the corner. The Otters try to work it up the near side. Anthony Sorelli turned around by Roberts. A lot of success against the Erie Otters in his goal-scoring ability. A couple, 4 goals to be exact, against the Erie Otters as Sandbrook over his career. Should point that out. Blainman now ahead for Taylor Radish right side. He'll flop it onto the far side corner. Settling there, DePerna. Guy this one up high, but it's slipped down by Maximovich. Nice off of his stick. Sorelli to Wayman at the point. Wines doesn't shoot. Gives to Sorelli left wing side. Played in front. Glove save. Opelka. Here with 15:28 to go. First period, no score. Otters and Rangers for the 3rd time here on the season. The Rangers getting the last meeting on home ice. 5-2 that final. Off of the power play. And Connor Bunneman with a pair of power play goals. As the Otters, another man wipes out along the near side. That was Warren Fogle. Out ahead goes Kitchener as Morales bounce it on down behind the Otters net. Darren Radish to the near side for Alex DeBrinket. Took a check, trying to move the puck up the wall. He does, but it's Guest holding it. Down low, man open, trying to drag out in front. Poked away from McHugh by TJ Fergus. Directed up the near side by Darren Radish. Pushed right back into the corner by Burns. Loose out towards the slot, and the Otters will grab it. Fogle on for DeBrinket, playing the right wing side. Trying to give right back to Fogle. Chopped away from the veteran defender, Andrew Burns. McHugh skates out towards the Otters line. He'll dump it in. Frank Warren on the forecheck as Timpano slides around the far boards out to center. Team's finishing changes. Nearly 6 minutes in, DeBrinket. Out ahead for Kyle Pettit. Gates right wing side, swooping into the zone, put it in front, off the stick of Patrick Fellows, just wide. Played out to center by Kitchener. A career season for Kyle Pettit on the year. 35.17 goals, 10 of them on the power play, but a break here for Llewellyn right wing side, trying to drag towards the net, reaching and poking is Chernak. Flipped up the far side, Fellows had it poked off away from his stick, held at the blue line. Given on to the right wing, looking in front, firing the puck, stopped, and Pano has it underneath them. After the opportunity for Kyle Gentles at the right wing circle. Draw. And Sorelli will try again, and now Taylor Radish hands up and off to Ray King, one of the linesmen this evening. As the Otters win this one back, Erie now with 4 of the top 7 face-off men in the Ontario Hockey League. As here's Sorelli. He won that draw, now takes the play on down to the corner. Battling there with Vellotti, who played it up the wall in the takeaway. They get it out to center ice, where it's reeled in by Taylor Radish. Give it to Darren Radish along the near side. Out ahead, pass to Cup Maximich. Into the zone he comes, crosses, hands off to Taylor Radish. Man in front, it's Sorelli moving in, going to the backhand, bounces towards the net, loose on the side, washed out as it's underneath Gareffa. That one popped up into the air as the puck did flip over Opilka and trickled towards the cage. And I believe it ended up underneath the body of Gareffa. It's hard to tell with all the traffic in front. It was very close to the line, and it was under review. They'll take a look at it. Referee stationed right behind that net on the offensive side. With 13:33 to play here in the first period, shots 4-1. In favor of the Erie Otters. I don't know, washed out as Quincy Evans went and got on the phone there. A little discussion, and it's washed out. I'm not sure what was, we didn't get a replay, but so I'm not sure what we were looking at it. But nonetheless, remains scoreless. As the Otters in the third line on, Garrett Podubny won the draw to the near side, but it's Dylan Sykes who would have sent it out to center ice. Eden, New York native, but Erie controls from their line. Sambrook on the right wall, out in the neutral zone, flies it on into the zone, glove down by Burns, played up the near side. Sykes will pick it up, moving on to Sheemanson on right wing side. Henderson into the Otters zone. Bumps Wayman away from the biscuit. Still loose along the far wall. Down goes Christian Gurney as well as Podubny, the centerman, able to knock it out. And Erie out the center to Kane Robinson. On looking for the pass to Gurney. That was defended nicely by Sykes. And Sambrook comes in for a hit, but it's Sykes getting the better of him. As the Otters toss it towards net, Opilka slides it on out, and Burns will play it. DePerna back for Burns. And Fogle, unfortunately, takes the puck away, looking in front. Shooting it to Podubny, who takes the penalty as he hooks up Sheeman right in front of the referee. That'll draw his eye, and Erie is going the penalty kill here at 12:29 of the first period. Scoreless, and the second-ranked power play in the league taking the ice. And we'll see how it works with the Rangers having traded away Jeremy Bracco, probably one of the top distributors in the Ontario Hockey League. As the Otters win the draw and fire it on down ice, they win the battle at the dot. It'll clear. Still have some key cogs on the man advantage. Maskrin leads the league in power play goals. Right behind him, Connor Bunneman with 10. As it's skipped on right wing side. They get in the zone. Kitchener for Bunneman, loose in the circle. Man in front's Maskrin. They try to get it onto the near side. The Otters defend down to the wall. Bunneman trying to kick it loose out of the near side corner. Played on. Maskrin right back to the corner. Otters will find it. Chernak down ice. I'll give you my Eric Chernak story a little later on in the broadcast. Got a little different pronunciation, but since he's learned English, we're finally being able to talk to him about the proper pronunciation of his name as DeBrincat is sealed and cleared down ice. So my apologies to the Chernak family, Eric and Slovakia and Erie Otters fans, as Gareffa on ahead. Fired on in by Damiani, and the Otters behind that. Campano in a little bit of trouble, but able to slide away before Llewellyn could get there. And out of the far corner, TJ Fergus will clear. Opilka settles it down along the near boards. One of the quick heads-up pass Nothing was open at the time. Now Frank Orr behind the net with 33 seconds on the power play time. Captain of the Rangers here. Overage defender, played on right wing side. Getting into the zone, working his way on right wing side. Morellis, though, Llewellyn looking to move it in front as the Otters collide down behind the net on the defensive effort. There's Morellis with Maskrin. Llewellyn also. Bellotti pinching in as well, the defender. Puck comes loose, and Fergus and Fogle, 37 in Navy, lift this one high and down ice. There's Torelli down on the forecheck. Hora able to spin around and use some body positioning to get away from him and free himself up as off the clock. Erie back to even strength, a chance for Llewellyn. Left on Morellis, played on in front, bouncing towards the far side of the cage. The Otters able to defend it away as it bounces just wide, and now it's Warren Fogle of Erie. Out ahead and gives off as Fogle takes a bump, but they move it on to Josh Lehman. Trying to play it off for Taylor Radish. Got it back, man, just on. It's Ladnia walking in. Shot was stopped by Opelka. On a wide open, Ivan Ladnia making a beeline from the bench. Midway through the first period here. No score, and shots are 6-1 in favor of Erie. Both teams 0 for 1 with the man advantage. Dylan DeFerna slid up behind the net. Sambro guided back on further. Maximovich looking to pick it up in flight. Had the stop. Moved it off the body of Ladnia, who drops it back for Maximovich to center and toss it cross corner. Dylan DeFerna on far side for Henderson. Ladnia on the forecheck. Radish did a flyby as well, but it's moved on for DePerna, looking for the near side. He'll use the boards to send it down, looking for Erie territory. Yes, an icing call upcoming. 9:30 to play in the first. No score. Otters hosting the Kitchener Rangers. Real food, real beer, real historic atmosphere. That's what you'll find at the brewery at Union Station, Erie's original brew pub and restaurant, located downtown at 123 West 14th Street. That's the brewery, proud sponsor of the Erie Otters. Inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Still in the first period, scoreless. For the first 10.5, Otters and Rangers. Aaron Cooney with you. As we get back in action, Christian Gurney played up the near side. TJ Fergus blocks the line, fires a shot off his stick, flies out of play behind Opelka. Here in the first, the Otters have only been held scoreless in the first period 7 times on the season. Kitchen Rangers, one of those teams. A couple Sundays ago, as the Otters win the draw onto the far wall. Fellows on after it. Vellotti knocks away. He'll get the center ice, and Llewellyn, little one-handed pass, moves it on to Cole Carter. Over the line was gentle, so they have to wait. Tag back up as the Otters find the puck at their own line. Fergus onto Darren Radish left side. On ahead for Christian Gurney. Couldn't get it into the zone, and Llewellyn coming in. Man, as Llewellyn on for Bunneman. Walking on in, going to the backhand. Save made Timpano. With Connor Bunneman getting behind the Otters defense. Just enough room to get the opportunity. But Troy Timpano facing just his second shot. And a quality opportunity makes the save. And that's one thing that Troy Timpano has. There have been times in games where the Otters have had stretches, just offensive zone domination. Not to say that's where that stems from, but when they need Troy Timpano to make a save, when there hasn't been a whole lot of action on his side and he hasn't been able to get into a rhythm, he's come up with those saves at key moments. That one there with Bunneman nearly an all alone. Warren Fogle dragging the puck on into the offensive zone from the right wing. Plays it behind the net. Frank Horace skips it off the stick of Dylan Strome as Garefa jams it up the wall, back onto center. Eric Chernak again from the near side. I talked to him Monday after coming back from the World Junior Championship, and now that he speaks English, that's where he told me I had the name wrong. It's Strom. Wrist shot, blocker, save made. Opelka. A great stop as it skied back to Erie territory, and an icing call upcoming. So Monday, well, Eric Chernak came in last year and really didn't know much English at all, other than yes, okay, maybe, no. That's really about it. And then on Monday, I had the chance to finally talk to him at the World Junior Championship and asked him about the pronunciation, and he was telling me that yes, it is Chernak, but that the Americans don't have the ch sound, and I was, well, there is a ch sound in the English language. You just add an extra letter, an H. So we have it. It's a chance looking Taylor Radish to put it in front for Sorelli. Didn't have the stick down along the ice, and Wayman finds it out his own line. There's Sorelli now. Back into the right wing side for Taylor Radish. Leave it there for Sandbrook at the line. Wayman on left side. Back to Jordan Sandbrook. Fires a shot through traffic. Deflected just wide by Sorelli. Maximovich on the near side. Sorelli. He battles on the half wall to Taylor Radish. Maximovich trying to grab it and spin away from Elijah Roberts. He takes it into the far corner now. Turned around by Roberts and played right between the Otters' pointman, but reaching was Sandbrook. Had it momentarily. Garefa, a good whack to knock it out. Erie trying to get on side and get back into the zone. They couldn't. Maximovich still trapped. But Sorelli now tries right wing side. Gets in for the Otters into the zone. He battles down to the near side wall with Elijah Roberts. Moved up by Taylor Radish going to the point. Intercepted McHugh, and off go the Rangers. On the left wing side, McHugh stops in the near corner, battling with Wayman. On the play, look out, Morellis wheels in behind it. Sandbrook loses the stick, down he goes. It was Morellis as the Otters played up the far side. Sandbrook, that loose stick may have caused some trouble and disrupted Morellis just enough as he lost his footing. And Kyle Pettit on left wing side. On for Fellows, trying to drag in front. Good defense, wraparound try by Pettit. Knocked away by DePerna. And Aiden White puts it on the near side wall. Fellows a centering try, no dice, as McHugh gets it out to center. DJ Fergus with 6:45 to play here in the first period. Left on near side, off the wall, reeled in by Lodnia. Spins into the corner, battled and tied up by DePerna. Kyle Pettit swoops in, grabs it, gives to Chernak. Left side, Fergus winds, fires, that one wide. Missed on the blocker side of Roberts. Can pick it up along the near side. Elijah Roberts bounces one off the stick of Lodnia to center at the Otters. Look out, turnover. Sheeman's moving in back and rings it off the iron after the giveaway by the Otters. Ahead for Gurney, and he'll throw it in. Oh, just a gaff by Erie. Fergus on the left side. Looking to go D to D, but Sheeman reads that one going down the middle, and now Rangers back in one more time. First shot save made loose near side. The Otters whack it away before the Rangers could find that rebound. And on for Sandbrook, guided ahead for Podubny, chipped around sights, and on ahead go the Otters. Good reach around Cade Robinson by Henderson, but the Otters find the loose puck and fired on in. Under 6 to go, and a couple great opportunities here for the Rangers, with Sheemans ringing it off the post after another turnover by the Otters in their own end. Bellotti ahead, Sheemans directed off for sights. He tried to bust around the D. Sandbrook able to turn around and get control just to whack it out to center. Moves on for Hora, up the near side, in control sights into the Otters zone with Bunneman. Looking for him as Bunneman had a short breakaway. Gives off to Burns. Thrown in front, deflected by Bunneman. Bounced behind the net, going just wide. Cole Carter battling as well. A couple of Windsor Spitfires coming over that deal for Bracco. A shot from Hora blocked. Llewellyn's try also blocked. Step behind the net. Here's Carter now. Looking on far side, going back behind the net. As Dylan Strome steps in, takes the puck away. On for Warren Fogle. Played ahead for Alex DeBrincat, right wing side. It's the breaks just across the line. Floated on for Dylan Strome. Bouncing puck coming towards the net. Fogle there also. The backhander from Strome off the pads of Opelka and played to center by Kitchener. Chernak. Wayman on left wing side. Little head fake, shoulder shimmy. And the Otters moved on ahead, and Chernak leaves it for DeBrincat into the zone right wing side. Sends it around the horn. Rolling there is Hora. Fogle battling. Got it loose. Gives off to DeBrincat. Bouncing puck. On for Chernak at the point. Takes it off the boards. Throw it towards the net. Off the stick of Strome just wide. Trying to jam in front was Warren Fogle. It's on to the near side corner. The Otters inside the offensive zone. Now Wayman at the left point. Throw it towards the net. Knocked out of midair by Llewellyn. Cole Carter will just flip it out to center. A little over 4 minutes to play here in the first. No score. Strom right side. Back into the zone. Extended shift for 19. Here's Maximovich on for Strom. Still out here now. Looking on for the far half ball all the way out to the blue line. Throw it towards the net. Deflected by Radish. It'll bounce to the end boards. Off comes Strom. And Sorelli joins the play. Maximovich out of the far corner. Looking for an option. Wanted to go to the point, but there was no one there. But Taylor Radish takes over. To Darren Radish to the right side. Going to bounce it on in front. Off of the stick of Mascarin. Fought for by Llewellyn, but they push ahead, and Mascarin has it. Darren Radish getting back. Mascarin, wrist shot high on the blocker's side and catches the glass on the end. Otters roll it out to center, and Sorelli now. Right wing side. Fields off. Played in front. It'll bounce on for Maximovich. Near side, Darren Radish. Now Byrne. Throw it towards the net. Stoppel Pilka pops it from the air, and he'll recover on a leaping save from Luke Pilka. 6th round pick of the St. Louis Blues. Rather 5th rounder of the Blues back in 2015. Well, there you saw the Otters and working that zone side. It'll take a few reps to get the chemistry together with a few new pieces together for the Otters in their top 6. But you got to like what the Kitchener Rangers are bringing. Not a whole lot of room in the middle of the ice, and keeping the Otters be outside for the most part. And with that being said, they may have gotten better of the offensive chances when you're talking about grade A's. Despite the Otters owning an advantage 9-4 in shots. Lodnia back for Wayman. Fired on ahead, looking for Pettit. They'll beat out the icing call and gain control on the near side corner. Cycled on through. Here's Patrick Fellows, trying to leave it for Lodnia. Fellows tied up, wanted to give it out in front. Pettit comes over, knocked it just wide and flipped over the far boards. Wayman keeping it on alive. Throw it towards the net. I got the backside of Lodnia along the near boards of Sambrook. Steps in front of Eric Guest, but it's taken away by Velati. Moved ahead, looking for Morellis on the left wing side. Is at the end of his shift as it rolls away from him. And here, look out. Wayman didn't know there's a man in the zone. That was McHugh. Now dancing around the near side. Knocked down by Wayman. In to help out is Sykes. Squirts loose towards the circle. Grabbed by Sambrook and pushed ahead. Maximovich trying to launch it ahead for Taylor Radish. Head of steam right wing side. Man in front, Sorelli fires it off the outside of the cage. Picked up by the Rangers. Ahead for Sheeman. Man to his right, Henderson. He'll skate that way and then drop. Henderson towards the middle of the ice for Sykes. A stick broke for Sykes. Erie's going to the PK here. A flashing call upcoming. And Kyle Maximovich snapping the twig in half of Dylan Sykes, and the Otters are back to the penalty kill for the 2nd time on the evening. With a minute 45 to go in the period and the second opportunity on the game. They have their second chance with the man advantage. There's DePerna, doesn't shoot. Hands it off, Mascarin. Wrist shot. Blocked in front by the Otters. Grabbed by DePerna. Played down the left wall, right back to DePerna. And now, cross ice, Mascarin. As he holds down the half wall. Adam Mascarin, 2nd round pick of the Florida Panthers. Give on to the blue line. Garef will reel it in. As he looks, flipped it on for DePerna. Steps into one, blocker save, and knocked out a play by Troy Timpano, who aggressively came out and fought that one. Just punching it out of play on the try from DePerna. Timpano, 3rd in goal against average, is 2.44 on the season. Leads all goaltenders with 24 victories on the year. Just 4 losses, all of those on the road, as the Otters 18-0-1-1 here at the Erie Insurance Arena. As from the near side, Damiani couldn't keep it along the near boards, and the Otters fire it down ice. And we head to the final minute of the first. There'll be about 15 seconds left in the power play when we come back. DePerna sliding offside on the entry. And Kitchener, I think you got to be, this is a great way to start this game. The Otters, for sure, were going to be all jacked up after the trades, and the guys coming back from the World Juniors that they didn't have over the weekend. You come into Tuesday, home ice, everything. a recipe, and the Rangers have come in and slowed the Otters down. And great effort from Luke Opilka. 9 stops here in the first thus far. 40 seconds to go. Here's DePerna. Gives right wing side. Kalani quickly on to Bunneman. Bounced off of Chernak, rolling towards the Otters net, but Chernak recovers and fires up the near side. They keep it along, but look out. Here comes Dylan Strome. In on a breakaway. Strome fires 5-hole. Stopped by Opilka. With 23.2 on the clock. Oh boy, Strome from his own blue line into the zone all by himself. But it's Luke Opilka who comes out, challenges, stays out high. Just had a feeling that Strome was going to shoot. Kind of looked like the World Junior Championship. After the shootout there, Canadian versus American goaltender. And again, it's Opilka coming up with a stop. Remains scoreless here from the Erie Insurance Arena. Given on the right side, off the skate of Morales into the Otters zone. 6 seconds left in the period. Darren Radish will skip this one down ice as time expires on the first. Well, we've had our share of fireworks offensively. Both teams opportunities. A breakaway for Dylan Strome. Sheeman's a chance. Bunneman as well, all alone. But the goaltenders up to the task for scoreless after the first. We'll step away for a break. UPMC intermission report up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, who knew Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania, could play hockey?
Well, I have to do something in the winter.
And Joel's game winner was a 1 in a million shot.
Like All the Money Millionaire edition.
Yeah, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery, with top prizes of $1 million.
It's a real game changer. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
My daughter needed an nebulizer for her asthma. So the first thing I did was call my healthcare concierge to see if it was covered. It was no surprise to me when she said that it was. But what was surprising was that she then called the medical company, scheduled the delivery, and before I knew it, someone was here explaining how it works. I mean, who does that?
Customer service, unlike anything you'd expect. UPMC Health Plan.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Why buy a used car when you can drive a brand new one for less than $11,000? The 2017 Mitsubishi G4 sedan is an all-new vehicle available in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi, half mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99. The Mitsubishi G4 is one of the least expensive ways to own a brand new car that's a new car with many features. Right now you can buy this new sedan for less than $11,000. It's $10,999 or $149 a month. That's $149 a month to own it, not a lease. And the G4's mileage, up to 41 miles per gallon. Makes it even more affordable with the tax on gas going up. Think about it. A brand new sedan, the all-new 2017 Mitsubishi G4, under $11,000. Only at Interstate Mitsubishi.
Prices prior to tax, title, and license and includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending service. Payment is figured at 84 months, 3.9% APR, at Tier 1 approval, and does not include tax, title, and license based on 14,830 MSRP.
The Otters skate here.
Fox Sports Radio.
1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the UPMC Intermission Report. Otters head coach Chris Knobloch, my guest at this time. And coaches, the deadline comes and passes. Everybody's kind of on the record between you and Dave Brown saying that this team is all in. They're going for it, and the deals have been made. And you went out. The team got the guy you wanted, Anthony Cirelli. You've had a chance to coach him at the World Juniors. What can you say about this guy and what he adds to the team that wasn't there, and what attracted the Otters to him, being their main target for the trade deadline?
Well, I think the biggest thing was we needed a little more depth at center, and that was a guy that we were looking at for a while now, and we liked his offensive game, but we really appreciate his defensive game. We'll be definitely using him as one of our top penalty kill guys, face-off guys, a little bit on our power play, possibly shutdown guy. Him and Pettit could be sharing those responsibilities, especially when we're on the road and we don't have last change. But here's a guy that just always plays hard, and you can say an honest game where he's not cheating on offense. So I spent 4 weeks with him. I liked him before. Really got to like him even more during that time.
And the last piece added, Cameron Lazat picked up later last night, heading before the trade deadline this afternoon. Cameron Lazat is a bigger guy. It seems like he plays a rougher style. What does he bring? And again, what did Lazat have that the Otters wanted to bring him in as in being a defenseman on this team?
Well, I think the biggest thing is his size and his physical presence. And there's going to be a series in the playoffs where it's going to be a very physical match and where we need bigger, tougher guys. And very similar to our defense that we had 2 years ago with Dene, McDermott, Genovese. You need those guys. They're very important. Just defend and not give the other team very much room. And he gives us a little more of that. We've got a lot of guys who probably their strengths are more on the puck movement. Not that he can't move the puck. I don't think we would ever add somebody to our roster that could move the puck because we feel as a team that's very important to us. But his biggest attribute would be his physical play, and I just think that's so important. Making other forwards, especially they're more physical skilled guys, we need to have a little more pressure on those guys, and those like Cameron Lazat, they give you that.
So how does the whole puzzle fit together? At least for the first couple of weeks, how do you get it together? I know there's been so much speculation. Do you go back to the bread and butter with Dylan Strome, Alex Brinkett, Taylor Radish, or mix it all up? I mean, 4 of the top 7 face-off men in the league belong to the Erie Otters. How does this team come together?
Well, we had to go get all those top centermen. We were used to having the top 3 last year. We needed, I guess, 4 of the top 7 this year, and I guess there won't be a shortage of guys being able to take those draws, penalty kill, power play, which is nice to have. But we've got Alex Brinkett on the right side with Fogle and Strome in the middle, and Alex hasn't played much right wing with his time here. A little bit when he was with Remy Ellie and McDavid, he was on the right side, but besides that time, he's been always on the left side. But with the right wingers that we have and left wingers, we had to move them to the right side just because Maximovich has to play left side. Warren Fogle can play center or left wing. So we wanted to keep them a lot more comfortable on the left side. So, and then we've got on our, I guess, so-called second line, if you wanted to call it, Maximovich and Cirelli and Taylor Radish. So, we felt very comfortable with those 2 lines being a handful for opposition. And that's really what we wanted to create, as 2 lines that we can really be a threat to score.
Yeah, it certainly seems like 1A, 1B, and you really don't need to label one a first line with a talented team at the mast. The last one for you, I want to ask you about tonight. I mean, all the excitement and everything that's gone into the trade deadline, and I'm sure the guys are just excited you add these pieces to go all in for a championship run. But there's a focus on tonight's game against Kitchener Rangers, and they took care of business. The Rangers back at their building a couple of Sundays ago. How's this team prepared here for tonight to avoid that letdown with all the excitement?
Yeah, we have to. I believe I wasn't there, but I heard about it where they played very well defensively, clogging the neutral zone up, not allowing us to carry the puck through the zone, and really being a frustrating game for us. We got to move the puck much quicker so before they can get into position. And if we can't carry the puck in, we'll have to dump and retrieve pucks that way. But we feel that if we can get some time in the offensive zone, we'll create our chances. But, maybe we have to be a little more patient in our game plan.
Thanks for this, Coach, and good luck tonight here against the Rangers.
Thank you.
That's Chris Knobloch of the Erie Otters. More hockey coming up next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzie's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzie's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzie's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzie's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzie's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotions. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Wherever you find yourself this winter, warm up with a Tim Hortons specialty beverage, like a creamy hot chocolate, perfect for a cold skate. Or a delicious coffee mocha, perfect for a winter stroll. Or a rich French vanilla, perfect for warming up by a fire. Wherever you end up, stay warm with a Tim Hortons specialty beverage. Enjoy a small today for just $1, plus tax at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Good evening, Erie Otters fans. I'm Caleb McLaughlin, normally the man behind the Otters Twitter account, and tonight I will be bringing you the UPMC Intermission Report. Dylan Strome, Taylor Radish, and Eric Sternak have rejoined the Otters lineup after a tough World Junior Championships tournament. They're obviously a big factor here tonight, but we'll jump right into the Arctic Spa recap. It's a 0-0 hockey game after 20 minutes. Not a whole lot to talk about in the way of goals, except, of course, the fact that the goaltenders have really taken over the first period, specifically Luko Pilka of the Kitchener Rangers and the St. Louis Blues prospect. He stopped 10 of 10 shots, including a tough Anthony Cirelli drive to the net early in the first period. That play went under review, but he managed to stick out the left for pad and stop that before it could pass the goal line. And, of course, late in the first period, a Dylan Strome breakaway. Strome shot the puck, but Luko Pilka made the big right blocker low pad save to keep the game at 0 after 20 minutes. And Troy Tofano, of course, perfect 5 for 5 in the Otters' net. And now it's time for the Out-of-Town Scoreboard, brought to you by the Sheraton Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You ought to be staying with the best. Just one other game in the OHL tonight. The Flint Firebirds are leading the Saginaw Spirit 3-0 after one period. And that'll do it for this intermission report. Maybe we'll talk about some trades later after the second period. And the second period's coming your way after these messages.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peach Street, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and one round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the big white building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
It's Erie Otters hockey
on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan.
WFNN, Erie.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Second period just getting underway as the power play expires for the Kitchener Rangers. Had 15 seconds on it, but they're after the puck in the far side corner of the Otters zone. It's Llewellyn. Comes out near side. Darby Llewellyn overskated, hit by Ferguson to the near board. Carter comes in to help out. 5'9", 169 pounds, Cole Carter. Orleans, Ontario, as Darren Radish out of the pile-up with it, protecting on the backhand, and he'll shuffle it out ahead. Glove down by Hora. The Otters are 2 behind the defenseman, but Hora fields that. But the Otters pick it back up now. Sorelli trying to drag in front. Turned around. Good defensive maneuver by Elijah Roberts. As it's out to center ice, right wing side. Llewellyn stops just inside the Otters line. Forced the wall by Fergus. Lost the puck to Anthony Sorelli, and he takes off with Taylor Radish onto his right. Gives that way. Radish loose to the slot. Fires on his way. It's blocked. 2 of them step in front of it. That was DePerna and Burns. DePerna now controlling. As look out, DePerna almost lost it his own line. I guess that blue line has been harder. The mystery for both teams. Nearly a couple turnovers for the Erie Otters just inside it in the first period, and now one just there. Nearly picked up by Kyle Maximovich as the Otters played over the far side boards. Mastering got it, kept it alive here as chasing is Garefa. Erie moves it back for Chernak. Moving out to the near side is skating. Pass intercepted and fired back in here by Damiani. Mitch Byrne guided onto the near side. Vogel trying to go up the wall for Strome. No way to get around Damiani as the Otters take it off the wall. Vogel, Chernak, now for Byrne on the left side. Ahead for Strome, stops it, plays it on in. Opelka will stop. Played onto the near side. Taken again by Strome, thrown in front for DeBrincat. Goes right off his skate. Sandbrook holds it. Throw it towards the net. Covered as Opelka gloves it down. 2 minutes and 8 seconds in. Scoreless from the Erie Insurance Arena after the first ended. Shot 10-5 in favor of Erie. And now Rangers are 0 for 2 with the man advantage. Each time the Otters have been held scoreless in the first period on the season. 3-3-0-1 on those games. Here in game number 39 for the Otters. Trailing 2 points behind the London Knights. The top of the Midwest Division. As out the center, here's Elijah Roberts with that great skating ability. Had it poke check by Sandbrook. Plays it onto the far side. Roberts joining in on the forecheck, but the Otters take off the wall. Now it's Wayman controlling from the left circle. A look ahead, looking the pass to Lodnia. Skips over his stick. Got a piece of it, so there's no icing. And worked on the near side boards. Fellows turn around. Vellani knocks him just enough off his skates as it's played on ahead for the Rangers. On left wing side to get around a man as McHugh played it in front for Morellis. Jammed wide. May have got a piece of it. Was Wayman. They hold for Burns. Plays it onto the circle for Henderson. Taken away on the poke by Sambrook, and Fellows has it out to center. On from the left wing. Scoots into the zone. Leaves it behind the goal. Burns. Turned around by Ivan Lodnia. They had crossed up there with opposing right skates, but it's Burns coming out of the pile-up with it. On from Morellis. Turned around by Garrett Podubny, who jams it even further, and it'll roll into Kitchener ice. Bellotti. Angle up the near side boards for Henderson. Instead comes the TJ Fergus of the Erie Otters, and a nice pass on ahead. Erie, if they touch it, would have been offside. Robinson knocked it out of midair. May have been intended for Darren Radish. The second man into the zone, and it allows Kitchener to play at the other side. Fergus handling the bouncing puck. On for Garrett Podubny. Poked it out as two Rangers collide and go down on each other. As Erie bounces it onto the near side wall. Around Sheeman. Pokes it off of the stick of Christian Gurney. It'll bounce out the center ice. Again corralled by the Otters, and Darren Radish on for TJ Fergus, who tied for the league lead in plus minus. Be tossed in by Darren Radish, and a change of forward personnel for the Otters on behind the play. And it's Taylor Radish stealing away in the zone. From the right circle, fires, catches the mask of Opilka. And looked to be shaken up a bit, and they get the whistle. May have dislodged some of the straps on the back there, but they get the whistle. With 15:55 to play, second period, no score here between the Otters and the Rangers for the second time on the year. And the Otters, Darren Radish was out there, leading defenseman in scoring with 42 points. Needs just 5 more points to tie Chris Campoli for the Otters team defensive lead and record for career scoring by a defenseman. As the Otters work it onto the near side corner, Taylor Radish has that pass intercepted by Llewellyn. Skating out the center, DePerna. As the Otters play it, stays in action here. The move by Chernak off a stick, stays inside the playing area, just near the Rangers bench as Kitchener tosses the left wing side. Bunneman chasing Eric Chernak. Rolling puck as he has to stop now and play it behind the net. Byrne almost turned the puck over, but it found guide towards the net. Falling down was Carter, but the Otters able to pick it up and just play it out to center ice. Here's DePerna. Out and off the skate of Eric Chernak. Finds it out of the near side corner and takes a bump on the play from Llewellyn. And Erie skips it on out towards center. Here's Maximovich with trailers. It's Sorelli left side in front. Drop pass and it rolls off the stick of Taylor Radish. Maximovich picks it up to the blue line. Now Wayman winds, doesn't shoot, just guides it onto the near side corner. There's Sorelli. Trying to duck back behind the net. Poked away by Roberts. And on ahead for the flip by Kitchener. Greffa to chase. Wayman is back for the Otters. Here 5.5, nearly 5.5 off the clock in the second. And Wayman off the skates of Masters. Take away, push ahead for Greffa. Got around one defender. Here's Greffa. In on goal. Going to the back and stop made by Zintano. As Greffa was going 5-hole. Joseph Greffa on the break as he knocked it around Otters, Jordan Stambrook, just near the Otters line, and he had another breakaway, had a penalty shot. It was unsuccessful against Joseph Murdaka back in Kitchener 2 Sundays ago. As DeBrincat sends one towards the goal. It went high. Opelka bluffed it down. But Garefa going 5-0 on this try behind the Otters D. But Troy Timpano, the stop, just dialed in. Just the 6th puck that he's faced. Turns it aside. There's a quick shot off the face-off, off the twig of Opelka. And back behind the net, it'll settle. Darren Radish on the forecheck. Dylan Strome now. Wheels up the far side board, taken away as he's rubbed out of the play. Off by Damiani. Worked back towards the Otters zone. Chopped ahead by Vogel. Lifted on right wing side by Strome for DeBrincat. Elijah Roberts gathers in behind the net. Off the near side board. And on further by Maskrin. Darren Radish at center. Playing it towards his own bench. Dylan Strome had his head looking the other way, and it's allowed for Garefa on the left wing side. Behind the net. Damiani. Turned around by Darren Radish. Strome takes it off the wall. Skies it up on ahead, looking for DeBrincat. The airmail pass bounces it to himself. He'll come inside and give off to Vogel. He couldn't get on the net. Vogel trying to jam out in front with an open cage. It's picked up by Kitchener, and off they go to center. Right wing side for Maskrin. Ahead for Garefa. Stops the circle. Cuts in front. Wrister. Pad stop. By the Otters, Timpano. Here comes Fergus. Left wing side. It's the break along the near wall and wipes out. As we're pond hockey right now. Trading chances up and down the ice. McHugh spins, trying to come down the near wall. Dumped by Fellows. Otters will grab it. Mitch Byrne maybe slow things down a bit after the rushes from both teams and opportunities in the offensive zone. Byrne for the Otters. Again, taking from Pettit, gives off to Fergus. Lifted on ahead. This will be an icing call, but the Otters will beat it out with Ivan Ladner trying to dish in front for Pettit. It was cut off by Gentle. Played up the near side. Pettit rimmed it around to the far wall. Ladnia trying to protect and hand off to Patrick Fellows. Played it in front, intercepted by Morellis. And on ahead, Henderson on the left wing, dished in by the Rangers. Timpano will play it, settling it down and giving off to Chernak. There's a change behind the play for Kitchener. Pettit touches it on for Maximovich. Floated back for Byrne, hops over his stick, and Timpano's going to play it. Knocked out of midair here by Henderson. With a man in front going that way, the Otters intercept. Just knocked wide by Chernak. Bouncing around the near side, Henderson. Again, disrupting inside the offensive zone. Pushing and shoving, but the Otters able to gain control. Chernak ahead for Ivan Ladnia. He'll toss it on in and head off on the change. Off the boards as Maximovich battling with DePerna. Then back around for Burns. Sorelli in on the forecheck. Goes off his skate, puts it out in front. It comes to Wayman. First shot blocked by Shaman. Taylor Radish trying to give to the blue line. Takes it right off a twig. Off of Guest. Leaves it near side wall. Guest is there instead of Maximovich. And Eric Guest trying to get up the near side. Thrown away again by the Otters. They leave it to the blue line. Wayman looking right. Gives that way. It's Stambrook. Head up. Wrist shot. Stopped by Opelka, who covers. 11:23 left here in the second. No score from the Erie Insurance Arena. A great road game here from the Kitchener Rangers. Limiting Erie's opportunities. There may be shots, but again, they're coming in from out high. Not much towards the middle of the ice. Played to the point after the draw. Fergus leaves it on the far side. It's going to be stolen away. Knocked out to center here by Bunneman, but recovering was Ferguson. Roberts, though, will try. Got it towards the line. Poked there by Fergus. Sent back in the middle of the ice, and it's intercepted. Carter toss it into the Otters zone. Darren Radish picks it up on near side. They're just being outworked right now. As Fogle trying to outdo that as he picks the puck up now. Sends it on in front. Strome picks it out. And the tie-up between him and DeBrincat. A shot from the line. That was off a skate wide. DeBrincat on for Strome. Loosened the slot, but a good reach from Darby Lalone to knock it away. Strome was wide open, too. Vogel centers. That's intercepted. Frank Hora stops in the far corner, looking for an option. Spins away from Alex DeBrincat. On the backhand, he'll send it out to center ice. For the Otters, just on Mitch Byrne. Guides it on the near wall for Darren Radish. On ahead, Strome. Touched on for Gurney. Over for Robinson. That's intercepted, and the Ranger played on ahead for a man, Llewellyn behind the D. Couldn't receive it off the boards, and an icing call. Bunneman was stationed behind the net and almost caught Llewellyn ahead. It would have been a 2-on-1. But an icing call to the Kitchener Rangers, and Erie's got an offensive zone draw. The fourth line steps on. There's Garrett Podubny on the draw. Turned around by Bunneman, hammered around the near side boards. Played to center by Kitchener's Frank Hora. Llewellyn, though, takes away from Erie. Coming into the zone, offside. Cole Carter just a bit ahead on the play, but the whistle allows for Kitchener to make a change in personnel after a tired unit that was out there. With 10:10 to go, second period, still scoreless here from the Erie Insurance Arena in the second period. Pettit unit back on. I think they've been the most effective for the Erie Otters. As Campano out to play it. Slides around, kicks off the glass, and Vladnia out in flight. Sends it on in. Down deep as Velati and Fellows. Fellows crashes into the boards and went down awkwardly. And in some trouble, his right shoulder. You can tell as he writhing in pain and the whistle sounds. As Patrick Fellows just kind of awkwardly went down to a knee and went that right shoulder first into the end boards. He was just trying to win that race, the puck behind the net. Fellows shake it up as he's able to at least sit up. Now Andrew Kuneski, the Otters trainer, quickly out to assist as the whistle had sounded. Mike Cairns behind that, immediately calling for the Otters trainer. But 9:48 to play here in the second, still scoreless. And the Otters also getting some help from the Kitchener Rangers medical staff. As Fellows able to get up onto his feet now. Skate off, but the right shoulder, he's hunched over, Fellows. That's what went into the boards first and did not look good. Fellows stayed down along the ice, just never able to get up on his own in time. Patrick Fellows off to a career year as well. Look at his 8th of the season this past Saturday in Saginaw. 17 points on the year. 19-year-old from Mississauga, Ontario. 7th round pick of the Erie Otters in 2013. As they'll head out and clean the ice with 9:48 to play. Second period was scoreless here at the Erie Insurance Arena. Keep your clothes in top shape with Chido's Dry Cleaners. Complete an easy, accessible drive-through and free pickup and drop-off. Chido's Cleaners is second to none. Chido's Dry Cleaners, the official dry cleaning service provider of the Erie Otters. Without Patrick Fellows now, if he went down the runway, I would assume doubtful to return after Hammer sliding into the end boards hard on that right shoulder. There he's down a guy. It's Fogle. Into the zone left wing side. Hits the brakes, get out to the point, intercepted by Greffa. Great read. Turns on the dredge, trying to get behind the Otters D. Hits the brakes, poked away last second as Byrne got there to catch up. As Pettit knocks it out to center. Going to spin away from Velati. Given ahead by Gurney on the poke, and Pettit slides it into the zone. Behind the goal, Zaperna after the settle by Opilka. Played up on ahead. Gareffa all over the ice here tonight. And almost created a chance for himself again as Max Silich calling for the puck. Couldn't get it from Darren Radish as it's defended back to Erie territory. Stretched ahead for Max Silich, left wing side now. Back to Max Silich on the play. Touched in front for Sorelli, spinning. Couldn't get the puck as he trickled onto the right side. Mascarin now. Deeks into the middle. Back in front. Gareffa scores! Joseph Gareffa. What a move in the setup from Adam Mascarin. And the Rangers take a 1-0 lead here at the Erie Insurance Arena. Well, Adam Mascarin coming down the right wing side, and a nice move to cut into the middle of the ice, and then drops it off in front with Gareffa sneaking behind TJ Fergus. Goes 5-hole for a second time, and goes 1 for 2 on the 5-hole move. Beats Timpano, and the Rangers have a 1-0 lead here from the Erie Insurance Arena. Out ahead for Dylan Strome, gets into the zone. Stops and gives to Alex DeBrincat. Trickles on for Wayman left wing side. Throw it in front. That was off the skate of Frank Hora and corralled by the Rangers. Here's Wayman on back. Change the lines for the Otters with Henderson right wing side. Throw it off the side of the cage. Chip back out towards the front line. And Strome can't keep it alive. To get out of the zone, it's Roberts. Drops it down in front. McHugh trying to give out in front, just out of the reach of Morellis. As the Rangers back behind their own goal line. 1-0 Kitchener. Joseph Gareffa getting behind the D, set up from Adam Mascarin at 11-17. 1-0 Rangers. Here's Morellis flying down left wing side. Drop pass. It's Spinelli, man ahead. Stretch it out. Here comes Fogle. He's going to have a break. Warren Fogle. Fogle. Nice. 1-1 at the Erie Insurance Arena. Great heads-up pass from the Otters defensive zone. Just on Warren Fogle, and enough speed to stay behind the defense and snaps it past Opilka. Warren Fogle has goals in 3 of 4 with the Erie Otters. Garrett Spinelli brings it into the zone now. Throws one towards the net. Opilka will stop. Alex DeBrincat making the head man pass. With the change behind the play. Tie things up. That'll give some energy, a bit of a boost. And especially into this building that kind of got real quiet. After Patrick Fellows left the game, the injury to the right shoulder, colliding into the end boards as Byrne lets one go, blocked by Llewellyn. And then Gareffa scores. Here's Sorelli, a steal, wrister wide. Byrne now from the blue line. Hands off right side. Chernak, another shot, deflected just wide by Taylor Radish. Sorelli picks it up on the near side. Guides it on for Maximovich in the corner. Cycle rolling for the Otters. Coming down is Byrne to join. Spins away from traffic. Gives to Maximovich. Split across for Chernak on the right. Backs up now. Walks the tightrope. Wrist shot. Deflected towards the goal, but blocked down by Llewellyn, who skates to center. Sends it on near side for Bunneman. Defended out of midair by Mitch Byrne. He pushes ahead for Taylor Radish. Maximovich joining with him. Radish left wing side. Stops the half ball. In front. Sorelli to the back end. He couldn't get it to the net. Good defense from Llewellyn. Here's Sorelli in the far corner. Chipped back near side by Hora. Otters tie it up. Maximovich with Roberts. But pried on loose by Frank Hora, who can find Carter. And now on to center for Bunneman. He'll dump it in. 6:25 to play here in the second period, and if I get some goal scoring in the Erie Insurance Arena, we're tied at 1. Ahead for DeBrincat on the left wing with the Otters are outside, entering in the zone. 6:17 to go here in the second. Face-off back to the Otters zone because of the Otters making changes along the door in the offensive zone. Intentional offside, and brought to the right of Timpano. To get into action, Otters pick up the face-off, pushed ahead for Ladnia. Couldn't handle that one. And an icing call to the Erie Otters. The draw comes back to Erie territory. Shot 16-8. Otters holding the Rangers to just 3 here in the second, but it's Garefa. Who had 2 opportunities on breakaways, going 5-hole. As he gets alone again, now Master another try. That was blocked by Fergus. He was open for a second there in the circle, and he can certainly get that shot off quickly. Not quick enough that time as Erie blocks it and puts it into Kitchener territory. DePerno with Strom on his back. Guides this one down ice. Icing is washed out. Darren Radish is back to hand off to Fergus after being chased by Damiani. Darren Radish, right side. Gates to center, lopped on ahead. They're looking for Strom, but it's tipped there. Ladnia has it in front. Strom going to the backhand. Stopped by Opilka. With Strom going 5-hole again. Opilka says no. I don't think I've seen this many opportunities for 2 teams to get alone in fight like that for nearly 35 minutes of play. As the Otters win the draw, Fogle splits his point men. Timpano calls for the action to slide on through as he hands off to Wayman. Couldn't take it cleanly. Stops to get to Sambrook. He'll just guide out the center. It's Torres to Roberts left side. And on ahead was looking for Nick McHugh as Fogle wipes out, but the Otters steal away. It's Pettit offside, dragging in. As the change in line, Warren Fogle goes, they bump him down onto the third line with the absence of Patrick Fellows, and Ladnia hops up onto the first line. We'll play with Strom and DeBrincat. Face-off won by Kitchener all the way into the zone. 5 minutes to play in the second. All tied at 1. Goals shortly apart, nearly a little under a minute apart from both teams. As McHugh brings it into the Otters zone, wipes out going towards the net. No call upcoming as it's poked on just wide of Timpano. Picked up by the Rangers to the blue line. A shot blocked by Gurney. Another one through traffic. Stopped by Timpano. Kyle Gentle at the left point. But Timpano able to watch that one. Not a whole lot of traffic on in front. He makes the save. 4:41 to go here in the second period. Strom will take the face off. Erie down a man. He's out. Defensive draw duties with Garrett Podubny and Cade Robinson as Podubny hit from behind, and a penalty coming up. Cole Carter puts Garrett Podubny into the boards. And the Otters get their second power play opportunity as Carter. In his first game with the Rangers, part of the Jeremy Bronco deal. Into the box he goes. He's going to to take a picture. Carter poses with the fans down to the side as the Otters in front. DeBrincat rifles it home. And you can't teach that. Alex DeBrincat sends it home. 2-1 Erie. He'll tie Owen Tippett to the league lead in goal scoring as he's found by Dylan Strom. And boy, no chance for Opelka. That thing was on his stick and off it in a split second. Goes the inside bar of the net and back out. A laser beam from Alex DeBrincat. The Otters have the lead. 2-1. Just 5 seconds it took him to score on that power play. Here are the Rangers, now playing from behind as they send it towards the Otters zone. Flipped back out by T.J. Fergus, grabbed by Garrett Podubny. Robinson heading towards the goal. Podubny stops in the near corner, plays the line for Fergus. Cross ice, Darren Radish. Lots of room, winds and fires. Off and stick it in! And the Otters have a 2-goal lead at 3-1. Darren Radish was given all kinds of room and time at the right point as he walks in from the blue line to the right wing circle, unleashes a slapper. And it's redirected in front by Dylan Strom. Changes the angle on Opelka on the glove-hand side. Erie ahead now. Now by 2 is Maximovich. Erie still in the zone. Reversed on the near side, looking for Taylor Radish. Is taken by Burns. There's 3.5 to play here in the second period. And in an instant, the Otters have taken a 2-goal lead. Played ahead to center by Kitchener. Maskrin able to receive that off the twig of Taylor Radish. He was trying to give off to Anthony Sorelli. It's tossed into the Otters zone. Onto the left wing side. Cycled around the near wall by Mitch Byrne. Otters defenseman. Spinning away from Gareffa's Maximovich. He'll hand off to Chernak. Off the skate of Taylor Radish out the center. Maskrin has it poked away. Gareffa follows him. Spins away from Sorelli. Swirls into the zone now. Look at Gareffa putting on the wrist. It's into the zone, the left wing side. Too many Erie Otters. They take the puck. Hit center Ed will dump in. Under 3 to play. Here in the second. Holding behind the net, Zaperna. Wait. Still looking. He'll slap around the far board. Kicks off the stanchion. Poked on left wing side. And nice move. Here's McHugh. Going to sneak around Sandbrook. Penalty coming up. It's going to be against the Otters as Wayman took down Damiani. And an interference call to Josh Wayman. And a chance here for Kitchener to draw within 1. The man advantage to the ice for the 3rd time tonight. They win it out to the blue line. Give it on to Maskrin, right circle. Wade slides it on across to Gareffa. On the backhand towards the net. Never made it there. Picked up by Zaperna. Left on for Gareffa. On down low, looking for Carter. Goes off the stick of Fergus, but Carter able to get there. Played out towards the front glove. Down by Darren Radish. In some hostile territory in front of the goal, but still able to lift it out to center off the glove of Maskrin. Pushed on ahead. Maskrin. They lost some speed, so pushed back again for Zaperna. We'll go cross ice. Played towards the Otters line. Carter got it inside the blue line, but dashed back out by Erie and Maskrin. Now able to drag it in on the right side. Trying to shoot. Poke check there by Radish. Moved out to the blue line to Perna. On left side, Gareffa. Right back for Zaperna. Able to keep it on the backhand. And leaves it onto the right circle, Maskrin. Down to the dot, wrister. Blocked by Darren Radish. He got it right back, though. That's a heavy shot, too. DePerna now. Near side for Maskrin. Waiting from the half wall. Out to DePerna. Flies, fires off the body of Timpano, who makes the stop. Gareffa leaves it out to the line. Going to man advantage for 48 seconds. Maskrin along the right way. Cross-ice pass. Gareffa reels it in. Blue line, DePerna at the center point. Is back onto the right circle. Getting up high, Maskrin now makes it move. Comes down low. Wrister blocked by Radish. Got it back, Maskrin. With a minute to go in the period. Time to get down the power play. In front for Gareffa. Couldn't pick it up. Skate to stick. And Byrne can clear. 23 seconds at the man advantage. Lifted ahead. Off a stick of one of the Rangers. Erie behind the net. Timpano looking to clear. Goes off a glove and picked up ahead. Goes Sorelli. Right wing side. Sorelli waits for Taylor Radish. The guy just crossed up there. Weren't sure who was going to zig or zag. And ahead goes Frank Hora on the left wing side. Into the Otters zone, battling with Chernak. Going to push it into the corner. 22 seconds up. Out of the box comes Wayman. Even strength as the Otters steal. Radish with a man on his stick. That was Velati. Almost took it away, but Erie pushes ahead, and now Wayman left wing side. Winds up, slap shot. That's not Mays. Loose in front. Gathered by the Rangers. And with one last rush, 7 seconds to go. Llewellyn out ahead. Leave it on right side for McHugh. Got to get it towards the goal. 2 seconds, one. Pushed in front. Llewellyn scores! Darby Llewellyn. I think that one got crossed the line before the horn sounds. And with 1/10 of a second on the clock, I believe the Rangers have made this a one-goal game heading in to the third period. Strome and Orr will come across. We will not depart just yet. As that one, it looks like it finds the mesh before the green light turns on. At least on that replay. We'll see if we can get it. Now you have to slow that down. And they'll have the view of the clock as well upstairs. As they get on the phone and take a look. But the goal goes on the board, so you have to find enough evidence to overturn it. And if you remember back, this a similar situation in North Bay for the Erie Otters back in November. Where at the end of the second period, the Otters had a 2-1 lead that they thought would hold and take into the third period, but Brett McKenzie scored with no time left on the clock. They waved it off at first in that game back in November at the North Bay Memorial Garden. And then after they went and reviewed it, they saw that it did cross the line, well, at least in the video review that was sent down. And McKenzie ended up tying the game with no time on the clock. And now the Otters are staring down the barrel of a similar situation in the review here before the period ends. But I believe that should stand, and Darby Llewellyn will have his 10th of the year. John Kitchener within one going into the second intermission. They point to center ice. Quincy Evans off the phone. We have a good goal, and there's .4 on the clock. So 3-2, Llewellyn with virtually nothing left on the clock. Brings Kitchener within one. Drop the puck. That'll do it. Now we can go to the intermission. Llewellyn, with time expiring on the second period clock, puts it behind Zimpano. 3-2. The Otters ahead by 1. Into the break. We'll have the UPMC intermission report next on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, who knew Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania, could play hockey?
Well, I have to do something in the winter.
And Joel's game winner was a 1 in a million shot.
Like All the Money Millionaire edition.
Yeah, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery, with top prizes of $1 million.
It's a real game changer. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Whether you're a student athlete, a seasoned competitor, or a weekend warrior, UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is the only regional program with more than 30 years of experience treating sports-related injuries. From sports injury prevention to specialized treatment, visit us in our facility located in the Bayview Center at 100 Peach. UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine is recognized for its expert treatment and rehab of any sports injury. Count on UPMC Hammett Sports Medicine, the choice of area athletes. Visit upmchammett.org for more information.
The Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels are proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. Join us for the pre- and post-game celebration at the award-winning Bayfront Grill or the brand-new Shoreline Grill. Let us help you fuel up for the high-energy game with our extensive menus and craft brew selections. You Otter be dining with the best.
Crossover utility vehicles, called CUVs, are more popular than ever, and there are too many to choose from. If you compare them closely, however, you'll know why we believe that only one CUV offers the most and costs the least. It's the 2017 Mitsubishi Outlander Sport CUV, and you'll find it in this region only at Interstate Mitsubishi. The Sport is now $19,990 or $239 a month, and that's with all-wheel control. The Sport also comes with a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 7 airbags, 18-inch alloy wheels, and a 6-inch touchscreen, and more. If you like CUVs, please compare the Outlander Sport with all-wheel control for $19,990 at Interstate Mitsubishi, 1/2 mile south of the Mill Creek Mall on Route 99.
Special pricing includes dealer APR cash, which requires financing through dealer indirect lending program. Lease figured at Tier S approval and is prior to tax, title, license, and dock fees. First month payment due with signing based on $23,390 MSRP.
All the exciting action of OHL hockey.
The Erie Otters
on Fox Sports Radio, 1330, The Fan.
Welcome back inside the UPMC intermission report, and now we're going to hear from Anthony Sorelli in his first Erie Otters media availability appearance.
Small reaction when you found out about the trade?
Really excited for first off, coming here. They have a little team so far, so to come here and play with them is pretty exciting. Obviously, I'm going to miss Oshawa. I was there for a couple of years, so it's hard to leave, but I'm excited here.
You've been, the last couple of weeks, your name has been thrown out there left and right, seemingly. How are you able to handle all that distraction and take care of business at World Juniors as well?
Yeah, I just kind of shut everything out. We deleted Twitter on Team Canada, so didn't even get any of those tweets or anything that was going around. I just stay focused on trying to win a gold medal at the World Juniors.
Even though you could delete Twitter, how exactly do you do that?
Yeah, just
Anthony, for a guy that was overlooked as a younger player, to be where you're at now, to be the wanted at the trade deadline, what's that like for you?
Yeah, it's a pretty cool feeling that a bunch of teams were trying to get me, even though a couple years ago no one really wanted me. So it's exciting for sure. I didn't know if I was getting traded. I didn't know what was going on. I just kind of waited it out, and I'm happy to be in Erie.
What do you think teams overlooked a couple of years back, and what has changed over that two-year period?
Back then, I didn't really have a lot of exposure. Wasn't really playing at the right level when I needed to be. So I kind of just really didn't get looked at much. I just kept working hard, and my first coach, DJ, he really taught me how to play the game, and the little details is the stuff that matters. So I just trying to work hard and listen to everything that he said.
When World Juniors, how much did Taylor and Dylan, did you guys talk about being here in Erie and what it's like to be around this team?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously other guys knew the speculation that was going on, so I definitely asked about about how Erie is and stuff, and they had all good things to say about it. So I'm pretty excited that I'm here right now.
They told you where in the lineup you might play tonight?
I'm not really sure. Just waiting. Chris will let us know what the lineup is and stuff like that. So just waiting.
It really seemed like you stepped to the forefront in that OHL final series against the Otters a couple of years ago. I think that's where you really started to make a name for yourself. Talk about what that experience was like, and obviously what you were able to do, being a Memorial Cup hero.
Yeah, playing in that playoff run was, it prepared me for a lot of stuff in my career so far. So it was exciting to be there, playing against Erie in the OHL finals. They had an unbelievable team that year, so it was a good battle. And then going on to win the World Cup was something special that I remember for the rest of my life.
This is a new experience, but a lot of times when guys come into this situation, when there's a trade piece, I remember Nick Baptiste a couple years ago, the target comes, that you feel like you have to prove something. Hey, these guys went out and got me. How do you prevent yourself from having to have that thing? Or do you have it?
Yeah, not really. I had success in Oshawa. I'm just going to try and continue doing what I'm doing that got me here today. Winning a World Cup, to being on the World Junior team, just continue doing what I'm doing, and things will take care of itself.
How much do you still take advantage of that, or capitalize on that mentality of being overlooked like you were a couple of years ago, even to this day?
Yeah, just keep working hard. That's what got me where I am today. I know what I got to do out there. I just got to have a mindset to continue doing what I'm doing.
Just listening to Dave Brown and Chris and Taylor and Dylan. Chris said this is the guy we wanted. Dave said, 200-foot player. Dylan and Taylor both said honest player. Those are some big words from some big guys. Just your thoughts on coming here and getting that recognition.
Yeah, that's a huge honor for them to say that stuff about me. I'm excited to be here. Like I said, 200-foot player. I just want to play all around the ice. Play a 200-foot game. To have even Chris say that's something special to me, and I'm excited to be here and help them out.
Start to look at across the league, and then you got Cirelli, Vogel, Lazat, and then you've got Stevens, Turo, and who am I missing over there? Oh, your boy. How do you guys make sure that this trio is the right trio, that you guys bring home what you want to bring home?
Yeah, you just listening to the coaching staff, playing the right way. Chris is a great coach. I got a taste of it at the World Junior, so I'm really happy to be working with him. He's going to have a game plan set, and we just got to follow it.
How excited are you for tonight?
Really excited. First game in the new play, so I'll be ready to go.
You've done what no other player on this team has done, win an OHL championship and a Memorial Cup title. What can you bring from those lessons that you learned a couple years ago and provide to these guys?
Yeah, just going through all those games. I wasn't really playing a lot in those games, but I just learned from the older guys. Just keep calm and be ready to go. Just stick as a team no matter what happens, because you'll be down a couple goals, you'll be winning, so you just got to stick together.
How do you handle the expectation of what's expected here? An OHL title or bust?
Yeah, just gonna keep playing every game, taking one step at a time, and taking it day by day, and I'll eventually get to that final.
Last thing for me, Anthony, the people in Oshawa are going to see this. Any words for them?
Yeah, I just want to thank them for everything that they've done for me. Accepting them, my Bellows accepting me into their home. It's a second home for me for sure after living there for a couple of years. They're great to me. They're unbelievable to the team, so I thank them for everything.
That was Anthony Cirelli. UPMC Intermission Report continues on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
An Erie landmark since 1953, Nunzi's Place serves generous portions of great food at reasonable prices. Family owned for almost 60 years, Nunzi's prepares the finest Italian food in Erie. Come see why the Erie Times News said Nunzi's is known for food that tastes good. Nunzi's Place, located at 2330 East 38th Street, near the Bayfront Connector. To call for reservations or place an order for takeout, call 825-2940. Nunzi's, known for Italian food that tastes good since 1953.
SEO, text message marketing, social media.
As a business owner, you know the best way to reach customers is online.
Viral videos.
But you don't have time to keep up with the latest digital marketing technology.
Web design.
That's where Local Edge comes in, especially for the one term you're most concerned with.
ROI.
As a full-service digital marketing agency, Local Edge offers turnkey solutions to grow your business online. From search engine optimization and marketing, to social media, to mobile advertising, to video promotion. Our expert support team is ready to customize a program to your needs and track results throughout the campaign. Plus, as a division of the Hearst Corporation, Local Edge is backed by the largest, most diversified communications company in the nation. So when you're ready to generate leads, find new customers, and increase your revenue, talk to the digital marketing experts. Visit localedgemedia.com. Think digital. Think Local Edge.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
Hi, Mark from Tim Hortons here. Did you know you have a sausage and American cheese English muffin at the bottom of your purse?
No, just a couple bucks.
Perfect. All you need is $1.49 for a Tim's breakfast sandwich. Hey, sir, bet there's a sausage biscuit in your back pocket.
Nope, just $1.50.
That'll do it. Excuse me, miss. You might have a spicy sausage biscuit in that change purse. Introducing Tim Hortons breakfast sandwiches, only $1.49 plus tax. You got it in the bag at participating U.S. restaurants for a limited time.
Keep up on all things Erie Otters by following us on social media. Follow the Otters on Twitter and Instagram at Erie Otters, and like us on Facebook at facebook.com/Erie Otters Hockey. You'll get up-to-the-minute news on all things happening with your Erie Otters, so check us out on social media today.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Caleb McLaughlin, normally the man behind the Otters Twitter account, but tonight I'll be bringing you the UPMC intermission report. And we'll jump right into the Spa recap. The Otters are leading the Rangers 3-2 after 20 minutes of play, outshooting the Rangers 20-10 as well. It was actually Kitchener who scored first in the second period as Joseph Garaffa slipped through the Erie defense, drove the far post, and put the puck 5-hole as Troy Tapano was sliding across the net and opened up a little bit. He gave the Rangers 1-0 lead midway through the first period, but just moments later on the next shift practically, Warren Fogle, the trade deadline acquisition from the Kingston Frontenacs, jumped off the Otters bench, took the stretch pass from Alex Brinkett and rifled the puck through Opilka, the Rangers goaltender, to tie the game at 1, and then the Otters would score 2 more unanswered goals. Alex Brinkett firing an absolute laser beam just outside the slot to give Erie the 2-1 lead on the power play, and then Dylan Strome deflected a point shot from Darren Radish to secure a 3-1 lead for the Otters. But just with under a second left in the second period, Darby Llewellyn scored on Troy Timpano to claw the Rangers to within 1 goal. That's where we stand now, as 3-2, the last goal for the Rangers coming with under a second left in the period. I believe it was 0.4 seconds left. And now it's time for the out-of-town scoreboard, brought to you by the Sheridan and Courtyard Erie Bayfront Hotels, proud sponsors of the Erie Otters. You Otter be staying with the best. Just one other game on the OHL tonight, other than the Otters. Flint is beating Saginaw Spirit 10-2. The Otters lost to Saginaw the other night in Saginaw. It was a 4-2 game that the Otters dropped, but Flint is having no problem with them there, 10-2 after 2 periods of play. We'll talk briefly about the Otters' trade deadline acquisitions before we hop off for the third period. Of course, the first acquisition was Warren Fogle the other day. He was acquired from the Kingston Frontenacs in exchange for Brett Newman and a third-round pick. Warren Fogle scored tonight. He scored the Otters' first goal in the second period, and he's been a huge factor. He's playing on the wing tonight as Dylan Strome and Anthony Sorelli are securing those center positions. And of course, Anthony Sorelli was the next one that the Otters acquired. He was the former Generals captain, Oshawa Generals. He came this way in exchange for Alan McShane, the 16-year-old rookie, and 5 picks. One of those picks is extending all the way to 2024, so the ramifications for this deal are definitely long-term, but Sorelli looks to be a huge factor in the Otters' run to the Robertson Cup this season. McShane, of course, will be a big add for the Generals down the line here. And then just last night at about 10 p.m., Cameron Lizotte was acquired from Barrie Frontenac. The Barrie Colts, excuse me, on that gaffe. 3 picks were sent back the other way, just picks, no players. And those were the Otters' acquisitions this trade deadline. Of course, McShane and Newman going their way as far as players. And that'll do it for the UPMC Intermission Report. The second period will be right back on Fox Sports Radio 1330 The Fan.
Over the years, technology has greatly improved the productivity of the business office, from faxes and copiers to multifunction printers. Now we don't know how to get things done without them. And that means you need a reliable printer copier and a dependable service plan. That's why you should trust Cooper Business Machines. They are Erie's only authorized dealer for Sharp document systems. And most importantly, they will maintain your machine so that it continues to, well, work. Just like your car, it needs regular maintenance and parts need to be replaced regularly. If your copier isn't properly maintained or you're not getting toner in a timely fashion, then you've been reminded what it's like to work in the dark ages. Don't wait any longer. Your business requires dependability. Shouldn't you expect the same? Cooper Business Machines, Erie's only authorized Sharp dealer and service provider, helping you get back to business since 1980. Online at cooperbusinessmachines.com or call 456-7585.
Programs, get your programs!
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs!
In the Mill Creek School District.
Otters fans, if you're looking for the best hand-cut steaks, fall-off-the-bone ribs, made-from-scratch sides, ice-cold beer, legendary margaritas, and fresh-baked bread, then look no further. Texas Roadhouse, located at 7475 Peachtree, Erie, is the place for legendary food and legendary service. Whether you're looking for a special occasion or just a night out with good food and friends, think Texas Roadhouse. And don't forget to cut your wait time by using their famous call-ahead seating. That's Texas Roadhouse, 814-864-9494.
What's 10,000 square feet with 100-plus arcade games, all set to free play, including air hockey and 1 round of glow golf, all in one great space?
If you said Playport Erie Arcade, Erie's largest indoor arcade center, you're exactly right. And if you haven't had a chance to stop in and enjoy all those old favorites and new challenges, now's the perfect time. Race your friends head-to-head with the 4-player simulators, ride motorcycles, boats, skis, and more. Playport has bowling, pinball, basketball, hunting games, and of course, all for a one-price admission. Come on into Playport Arcade. It's like having that feeling when you wish you were a kid again. Yeah, that's the feeling you'll get at Playport Erie Arcade.
Playport is more than just an arcade.
Playport is Erie's first indoor glow golf attraction. It's like walking into another world as you enter the glow golf room filled with neon and different fun obstacles at every hole. Playport is fun for all ages.
And now for a limited time, grab 3 people along with yourself and take advantage of the 4-pack special. But hurry, it's only for a limited time.
Playport Arcade on West 12th Street in the Big White Building just east of Peninsula.
I beat my best score. I love this game.
Welcome back inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney for you. Buckle up for the third period. 1-goal game. Darby Llewellyn scores with really as close to no time on the clock as you can get. Just .4 there makes it 3-2. Here heading into the third. Otters ahead by 1, and it's Eric Chernak. On behind his own net, Ladnia. Played on to Mitch Byrne. Out ahead is Dylan Strom, and trying to direct it for DeBrinket on one-touch pass. A little off the mark is DeBrinket. Over skates, guarded by Roberts. Moved up the near side for Bunneman. Poked away by Ladnia. Frank Hoare now behind the net. Plays it off the far glass, chipped up the wall, held in by Mitch Burns. Angles it back down, gloved out of midair. Off goes Cole Carter. Just ahead of Llewellyn as it angles off the end boards, reeled in by Chernak. Fan on the path along the near side, has to stop now. Side up by Llewellyn. In case you're just joining us, the Otters losing Patrick Fellows in that second period. Went hard into the end boards on a foot race for the puck in the offensive zone and looked like right shoulder first and left. The game has not returned. Stick comes up on Bunneman, and Eric Chernak is going to the box now. Chernak will go for high sticking. It appears, looking over at Bunneman, just 2 minutes. Did not draw blood, so. Two-minute penalty to Eric Chernak. Here, a minute and 8 seconds in the third period, and the Rangers, the second-ranked power play unit, a chance to tie. Here early in the third. Drop the puck. One over for Darren Radish, left wing side. He'll skate out to center ice. Now cut across near wall. Stick handling through the neutral zone. Peels off, and will toss it. Then for the neutral zone, settled down by Zaperna. Heads back behind his own net. Killed all of 20 seconds off the clock. As the top unit for the Rangers out ahead, Maskren from center. Across the red line, stick handles through two, just trying to reach back for the puck, and just lost an edge, went down. May have been, impeded his progress. Darren Radish on the play. Nothing called as the Otters fired on down ice. They've gotten away with one with Adam Maskren stuck in between a couple of defenders. And then at 15 with the man advantage, it's Maskren again. Drops it off Garefa. With the drop pass, flips it on near side corner, and he'll chase. 5'7", $166. Turn around to the near side corner, and Sambrook able to clear for Erie, a rolling puck to the far side corner. 50 seconds with the man advantage as Warren Fogle in on the play. Over his stick by Jordan Sambrook, reaching as Taylor Radish, trying to bust around Garefa, knocks him down, played it on towards the net. Is winning silver medals. Well, at least for the two Canadians, Eric Chernak falling in the medal rounds. But Erie holding now 3 silver medalists on the ice. One on the bench with Chris Knobloch, Torelli, Dylan Strome, and Taylor Radish, all winning with Team Canada at the World Junior Championship. As it's dumped into the Otters zone, 15 seconds on the clock for the power play. Frank Hora cannot keep in. He'll chase this one down. Torelli hot on the trail, though, turning his Hora. Knocked down was Torelli, trying to spin. Hora recovers. He'll skate up to neutral ice. 2 seconds to go on the penalty. Out of the box now, Chernak. As it's tossed in one more time to the near side by Kitchener. Fergus slides behind the net. Wide open. The Rangers have it. It's Morellis spinning back on the far side corner. Trying to angle it onto the near side board. Damiani lost it to Fergus, and out ahead for Ladnia. Able to knock it away from Velati. Strome couldn't find it as Roberts wheels on ahead. Into the zone right wing side. Elijah Roberts with speed behind the net. Had his head down and hit by Darren Radish. And I believe it's a blind side hit. And it's coming to Darren Radish. Karen makes the call. Darren Radish is hot. As to why he's getting 2 minutes for that check. It was shoulder to shoulder, I'll give you that. But it's that blindside rule into effect this season. And Darren Radish. You can hear the Erie faithful and their dislike of that one, but back on a man advantage for the Rangers as the Otters lose their overage defenseman Darren Radish. Able to clear though is Erie. Played ahead by Opelka, reaching his Bunneman, able to reel it in as Maskren takes over the far sidewall. Knocked down by Gurney and Taylor Radish, no call. As Maskren, little one-touch pass Stepped in by Garefa on the blue line. Gives off the Masculine right wing side. Fourth chance in the man advantage. In front. Carter slides it in front. Backhand. Bunneman scores. Connor Bunneman has 11th power play goal of the season. We're tied at 3. Well, the movement and the great pass from Adam Mascarin waits for that lane to open up just for a split second and throws it to the near side circle. Cole Carter, I'm not sure if he was expecting that one to make its way through, but he gets it towards the net. And it's followed up by Connor Bunneman. That's his 3rd power play goal against the Erie Otters in the last 2 games. And we're all square at 3. As Strom, the near side circle, had it taken away. Lost the stick as well as Henderson now at the center ice. As Aaron Radish steps into a man, that was McHugh. They find the puck near side. Morellis dancing in the Otters corner around Fergus. Pushed out in front. Henderson has it from the circle. Backhand it back down low. McHugh on behind the Otters net. Morellis checked there by Alex DeBrincat. Probably could have close to the cross check, sending him to the boards, but the Otters out ahead. Latnia, right wing side. DeBrincat back for Latnia in the right wing corner with man in front. Drop it up for Strom. Tip it towards the net, and it goes just wide. Latnia back into the far corner. He plays it. Henderson is there. Behind the goal for Elijah Roberts. Played up the near side. Fergus pinches in. DeBrincat has it now. Down low to Strom. Trying to go back in front. Reaching as Latnia. It's poked away by McHugh, who controls and finds Roberts out to center. From the left wing. Trying to go right back to McHugh. Off the back end of TJ Fergus, and it's loose. Pushed in the far boards by Kitchener. Erie able to reel it in. And now near side Sambro. Ahead for Garrett Podubny. Protects and comes across the line now. Trying to reach and reel it back in. Knocked off his skates by Burns. And DePerna controls. The Rangers doing this with a couple injured defensemen. I mean, we're talking top defensemen that they've lost for the season. And Connor Hall, a shoulder injury. Doug Blaisdell out as well. That was right before the new year. But they lost Blaisdell and found out he was out for the season. Dumped back into the Otters zone near corner. Wayman able to move it. Took a shove and a shoulder from Llewellyn. As Max Simovich ended up going down along the near board. Here he's going to scoop it ahead. Fogel couldn't get it around Burns. Got it off back on an attempted pass for Llewellyn as Fogel jumps around to check, plays it on the near boards. Max Simovich from the corner. Right back for Fogel. Coming onto the near side wall. Warren Fogel protecting, giving out to the blue line. Nearly intercepted, kept alive by Wayman. Giving it front for Podubny. Off his stick to Max Simovich, but defended nicely to the far side by Carter. Loose at the line. Fogel keeps it alive. Bouncing around Burns. Has it. Centering. That's behind Max Simovich. Off the near side boards, and Bunneman, who just tied this game, skates out to center ice. Send it on to the far side corner, and both teams will change. The Erie Otters 21-0-0-0 when leading after 2 periods. 135-4-2-0 when leading after 2 periods since the 2013-14 season. All under Chris Knobloch. Doesn't happen often. And the Rangers making the Otters fret here from the Erie Insurance Arena. As the Rangers control their zone. 7 minutes off the clock. As Sorelli comes barging on in. Hits 2 men. But the puck is on out to center as the Rangers. Off the stick of Damiani to the near side. Taylor Radish will take the poke around Chernak and hand off left side to Mitch Burns. Looks on ahead. Picked up by Taylor Radish, right wing side. Into the zone he comes. Can't get around a man and fires it. It squeaks through! Oh, that's a big doggy! Sneaks it through Opelka. And the Otters reclaim the lead 4-3. I think we're all still trying to figure out how that one got through Opelka. With Taylor Radish charging down the right wing side, fires it short side, and I think it just snuck underneath the glove of Opelka. One that, judging by his reaction, you want that back, because the Otters would have steal one and reclaim a 1-goal lead. It's Burns along the near side. Ahead off the skate of McHugh. Picks it up on the back end and throws it onto the far side corner. Fergus looking to track him down. Chased by Henderson, moves on to Darren Radish. 8 minutes off the clock here from the third period. The Otters just reclaimed a 1-goal lead. Taylor Radish with his 24th of the season. Top 3 scorers in the OHL featured in tonight's matchup. Radish in his first action back. Alex DeBrincat leads the league in scoring. Mastering right behind him. Feathered down to the Erie zone. Settled by Timpano. Darren Radish will lug ahead. Give it on for Dylan Strome. Sets it up for Vogel with speed right wing side. Vogel going to duck around the defense. No go. Snuffed out by Velati. Turned around by Bunneman to the far boards. Carter able to poke it around. Kyle Pettit. Chipped up off the body of Pettit. Picked up here by Fergus. Got it about 8 feet into the zone. That's turned back around towards the Erie blue line. And Darren Radish turns it over to Llewellyn. Charging left wing side. They got 3 men. Bunneman to the net. Give that way. Bunneman fires. Save made. Timpano bounces off the end board to the far side. And the Otters pick it up. Before Cole Carter could get there, and it's out the center. Swept in by Darren Radish. Kyle Pettit after it to the far board. Running to by Velati, who steps into his tracks. Now Bunneman leaves it, lost it to Maximovich. Trying to poke it in front, but he lost an edge. Give it back on to the far circle. Carter with Maximovich on his back. Plays it up the near side of Sandberg. Lets one go, and that's blockered away. Wayman doesn't shoot. Instead sends it into the far corner. Picked up by Velati on the back end. Ducks the check from Sorelli. Ahead goes Llewellyn on the nice dish to center. Left wing side. Darby Llewellyn watching. Fires off the side of the cage. It bounces all the way to the far corner. And there's Joseph Gareffa. Already won tonight. Chipped over the far boards by the Otters. Sorelli couldn't clear it. And back in deep they come. Adam Maskrin turns it in front for Gareffa. And that went off a stick. Ramped out of the play by Timpano with 10:09 to go in the third. But a nice drop as Maskrin was going behind the net. Goes across the green with Gareffa. On the far post, the Otters Timpano staying with that far post, able to knock it out of play. 4-3. Teams trading goals here in the third. Taylor Radish and Connor Bunneman as Garrett Podubny able to chase the puck out to center ice. Goes off of, I believe that was Luke Richardson, the backup goaltender for the Kitchener Rangers, in front of his own bench. Going to draw neutral ice. Got 22-13 in favor of the Erie Otters here on home ice. This one played back for Roberts. He looks up the near side off the stick of Dylan Seitz until he gets to Erie territory. With midway through the third period, and the Otters leading by 1, 4-3. Pass ahead. Offside it would have been after the intercept, as the Rangers able to tag up. The Erie Otters in control. Kyle Pettit right side. Shot off a stick, settles to the far wall. Pettit on a 3-game goal-scoring streak. Longest of his career, but it's Roberts now to center ice, left wing side. The defenseman joins the play. The Seitz, late man there, trying to get it on back, but it's intercepted by Garrett Podubny. End of his shift here, looks for some help. Sees there's nobody around. Erie was changing wholesale behind him. Throws it in deep and makes his way to the bench. As the Rangers behind the net, trailing by 1, trying to break out. DePerna surveys, watching the ice. They're just hammering around the near side boards. On out to center, Darren Radish turns around Bunneman, and Fergus takes over, backing up to his own circle. Fergus still controlling. He drops it off, nearly stolen away by Llewellyn. And right around that blue line, the Otters have just been a little too comfy, leaving that puck around. And Kitchener, they've been jumping on loose spots. This one sent off a stick out of play, and we get a halt with 8:41 to go in the third. Here in the third period, Otters lead 4-3. Otter fans, meet our neighbors at the new Arena Bar and Grill, located at 723 Front Street. It's your official before and after game meeting place. That's the Arena Bar and Grill. A Stosser pass away from the Erie Insurance Arena. Connor Bunneman ties the game 4-14 on the power play here in the third. With 3 minutes and 17 seconds later, Taylor Radish, in his first game back, finds his 24th of the season, sneaking it past Luko Pilka to reclaim the 1-goal lead. There's Kitchener. Jamming around the near side board. Split up the wall. Garefa turned around. Sandbrook finds the puck. Plays it out to center as Erie tried to whack it on the head for Sorelli. Oh, great reach. Knocking it away was Volati. What would have been a breakaway for Sorelli. Nice move by Masker. Gets in the zone. One hand on the stick. Pass in front. Sandbrook defends. And Radish charges right wing side. Taylor Radish to Anthony Sorelli. Turns from the near side. Gives to Darren Radish. But Masker was right there to deflect it back to Erie Ice. Overage defenseman Darren Radish is there. Wheels out to center ice. Comes across right wing side. Drop pass Sorelli. In front Radish to Maximovich. Rifles it home. Treat yourself. Kyle Maximovich makes it 5-3. Darren Radish using speed from his own end to get into the offensive zone. He won't get credit for an assist on this one as the Otters go Sorelli to Taylor Radish. Drop pass to Maximovich. Pipes it home. 5-3 Erie. Anthony Sorelli his first point as an Erie Otter. Under 8 to play. And Sheeman gives off Henderson. Wrister off the crossbar. And they get it back. Henderson played by a hand pass, gloved by Sheeman. As Henderson missed it by that much. Nearly brought Kitchener back within one. Couldn't get off the crossbar. The 5 on the season, Jake Henderson. A 9th round pick in 2013. St. Louis, Missouri. Nice big call here to the Rangers. There's a cheer for Anthony Sorelli. His first game with the Erie Otters. Helped set up the 5th goal of the night. The Otters back ahead by 2. Here's Burns. Little head fake, plays it behind the net for Ivan Ladnia. Trying to shove Deperna, who stepped in front of him, takes the puck, looks on ahead. Pass intended on the right wing side. Now it's for Carter and the Otters control. Dylan Strom strips the puck by Llewellyn left wing side. Comes on in, leaves it off the skate for Carter in the near corner. Jammed to the boards by Mitch Burns. Moves up the near wall as the Otters find DeBrincat. Inside quarters ahead, Ladnia. He's going to wheel for this one. The pass just ahead of him. Ties up Deperna. He takes it in behind the net. He'll jam the break. And now look ahead. Chased out by Alex DeBrincat. Deperna comes out right wing side. Takes a whack from DeBrincat. 2 of them, in fact. Now heads off on the change. As Deperna all the way into the offensive zone. Changes behind as the reinforcements fresh come in. Rubbed out of the play, though, by Jordan Sandbrook and Cade Robinson. Put up the near side wall. Goes off the stick of Carter at the end of his shift. But Garefa just gone. Head of steam now. The killing near side and gives out to Damiani. Out to the blue line. Holding his Burns. Jams off the end boards. Poked away. Good read from Trampano. Knowing what was coming off the end boards. Erie plays it ahead off the stick of Padumny. But guided right back ahead. It's Garefa. Wrister. That goes wide. McHugh. Throw it back in front, looking for Garefa. Able to find it off a stick towards the net. It was poke check and rolling towards Timpano. Will cover with 6:13 to play in the third. And the faceoff stays inside the Otters zone. Timpano. Morales, second in rookie scoring. Back on, playing with Henderson. Takes the puck from Henderson. Morales comes out near side. A shove knocked down to the ice by Mitch Byrne. As Taylor Radish able to clear out the center. Sorelli picks it up on the back end. Sorelli looking to move it on. Then Radish, it's off his stick. Rolls to the corner, and Radish wins the battle. Stick handle through one. Now walks in, trying to pass across. Ends up behind the net. Maximovich on the near side corner. Lays it there for Sorelli. Battles out on the near side corner. Anthony Sorelli spins back to the half wall. Protects and drops it off the cycle. It's Maximovich trying to wheel out in front. Poked away by Velani and out the center. As the Otters leave it at the line, it's Mitch Byrne. Rifled on in as Hora chips it out the center. Bunneman with some speed. Going to take Byrne wide. Now leans in, but Byrne recovers with a poke check. Bunneman up the near wall. The Laddie shot through traffic into the catching glove of Troy Timpano. Darren Radish, that's a face-off win from Kyle Pettit. Charges ahead, gives on left wing side. Warren Fogle back to Radish, and the shot! Stop made Opelka. As Radish has really opened up here. The two-way game from the Otters overage defender. Leading defenseman in scoring, and has picked up a couple points here today, and is just 4 points away from tying the Erie Otters defenseman career points record. A shot from Gurney off the chest of Opelka, able to hold on. Under 5 to go. Third period, the Otters ahead 5-3. They make a change on the first goal of the game for the Otters. Fogle from now. Garrett Podubny is going forward with it. McHugh was shoved off the play by Sambrook as he dumps Darren Radish behind the play. McHugh and Darren Radish is down along the ice. Penalty coming up. It'll be against McHugh. And Radish able to get back up. And it's okay. He's the point man on the Otters power play. And I believe he's a little equipment work on the Otters bench. McHugh gets 2 minutes for boarding. Darren Radish okay and stays out after the work on the mask and the face shield. And the Otters get their third power play of the night. Took them 5 seconds to score on their second of the evening, but they have to start out from neutral territory. The worst part is, if you're Kitchener, the 2 minutes possibly off your clock, or even worse, another goal on the board. Time a factor now. 5-3 Otters lead as Erie turns it over. Llewellyn all the way down on the clear. Timpano looking to play. Henderson comes in. The Otters played off the skate of Timpano, and it's luckily settled by DeBrincat. Strome. Taylor Radish right wing side. Ducks into the zone. Right wing from the circle. Now drop pass to Strome towards the net. It's stopped by Opelka on that snap between the circles. The units will change. Face off will be to the left of Opelka. Vogel, Podubny, Sorelli, Sambrook, Ladnia. The second unit for the Otters. And a tie up here. Trying to dig the puck out with Sorelli, Podubny, and also, but it's the Rangers sending it on down. Sambrook swoops through, heads behind the net, gives off to Ladnia from the near side. Quickly on ahead for Anthony Sorelli on the left wing side. Drop pass to Sambrook. Stick handles around one. Penalty killer. Gets it in the zone from the near side. The Otters slip it down the near wall, but it's cleared quickly by Burns. There's Ladnia with a little interference from Sambrook. Able to get some room skating on the right wing side as he ducks. Plays it around the horn. Sorelli looking for it. Poked by DePerna. Look how they have man ahead. They couldn't get it to Gareffa. Luckily for the Erie Otters, it was wide open too if that puck got out towards center. Here's Sandbrook. Erie on the man advantage. Throw it towards the net. It's blockered away by Opelka. And now Gareffa out ahead. Chasing right wing side. Morellis gives to Gareffa now. Otters get back, but Gareffa still has the puck. Drops it off. It's right to Garrett Podubny of the Otters with 20 seconds on the power play. So Erie will head back behind the net. Gareffa still sneaky. To find open ice out in neutral territory. Is unable to get it to him. As Chernak takes from Dylan Strome. With some speed down the right wing side. Wheels behind the net. In front to Brinkett. Bounces towards the net. Off the glove of Opelka. DeBrinket got it right back out of the box. For even strength. Here comes McHugh as it's bounced onto the near side. And off the wall. Flipped ahead by the man just out of the box. McHugh takes from Eric Chernak on the play. The wheels on left wing side. McHugh poked away by Chernak. Gareffa follows up the shot wide. As it rolls out the center. Bellotti. Near side for Hora. Gareffa trying to give back. But Strome intercepts. Gareffa takes back away. His shot stolen. Put off the stick of Eric Chernak and Erie ahead. Taylor Radish follows up from Strome. Radish down the right wing side. Back on in front. Tip to Brinkett. Scores! Woo, give him two. Alex DeBrinket is second of the night. 6-3 Erie. A trio that was so explosive last year ends up on the ice. Taylor Radish to Dylan Strome, Alex DeBrinket back of the net. It's 6-3. 2 minutes to go. They may have found him back of the net 6 times, but boy, it has not been the prettiest of games here for the Erie Otters. Roberts on back is DeBrinket. Back on top and goal scoring is 34th of the season. Ahead of, Tippett by 1. Japan is one that moves it back behind his own net. Tie up with Wayman, 90 seconds to play here. Radish comes out of the pile up with it. Pushes it on ahead and keeps it alive, gloving it down. On for Carter. An assist here in his first game with the Rangers. As the Otters push ahead, Pettit finds it center ice. They'll softly send it to the near side corner with 70 seconds to play. Elijah Roberts. Pass ahead, off of McHugh, stolen away by Anthony Sorelli. Charging towards the net, looking for a pass as he turns. Wladnia taking over. From the circle, has the lane in front of the dish. Looking for it. It's Podubny towards the goal, flopping around Opelka. Stays out and played to center. 50 seconds remains. Podubny is back to Jordan Sandbrook, 45 on the clock. The Otters will remain unbeaten in regulation on home ice. And their 19th victory here is a play in front from Sandbrook. Poked away with Timpano picking up his 25th victory of the season. Henderson trying to push it out in front. Otters intercept, and Sandbrook runs into him. 20 seconds to go. Out left wing side, it's Sorelli again. Cross the line now, trying to go through 3. Sorelli towards the net. Just knifed away to the inboard. Robinson with 10 to play to the point. Darren Radish holding. Waits for a shot through traffic. Skips off the body. Garrett Podubny trying to get loose. Got a shot away. Kicks away Opelka's time. Expired. Rockham from the Erie Insurance Arena. 6-3 the final. Otters may not have been as they drew it up and as pretty as they wanted. They come away with the 2 points on home ice. 6-3 over the Kitchener Rangers. We'll step away for a break. When we come back, the Justice Martin Funeral Home post-game show right here on your home of Erie Otters hockey, Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Hey, who knew Gus, the second most famous groundhog in Pennsylvania, could play hockey?
Well, I have to do something in the winter.
And Joel's game winner was a 1 in a million shot.
Like All the Money Millionaire edition.
Yeah, the new game from the Pennsylvania Lottery, with top prizes of $1 million.
It's a real game changer. Keep on scratching.
Players must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Programs, get your programs.
You know, Mill Creek schools have all the programs you need.
Really?
Yes, they have preschool programs, Center for Performing Arts programs, Honors College and ROTC programs, dual enrollment and student internship programs, not to mention 16 advanced placement courses, 30 varsity sports, and over 50 high school clubs and activities.
Sounds like they do have a program for everybody.
Programs, get your programs.
In the Mill Creek School District.
National Fuel says, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130. If you detect something that smells like rotten eggs, it could be a natural gas leak. Leave the premises immediately and contact National Fuel from a different location. Do not use your phone or turn on a light inside the area. Immediately leave the premises and call National Fuel's emergency line. Play it safe and remember, smell gas, leave fast. Then call 1-800-444-3130.
It's Erie Otters hockey
On Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan.
WFNN Erie.
Welcome back here inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Aaron Cooney with you. Wrapping up from the Otters' return to the ice and home ice. 6-3 the final as the Otters continue the tear on home ice, defending the Erie Insurance Arena, the 19th victory out of 21 tries. Erie has not dropped a game in regulation here at the Erie Insurance Arena. This is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Aaron Cooney here with you as we wrap things up from the Erie Insurance Arena. As we jump into the Arctic Spas recap, a scoreless first period. To start things out, and really a bleak one, too. There wasn't a whole lot going on. In that first, goaltenders keeping it scoreless. A couple great opportunities for the Rangers. Sheeman's a steal to get a breakaway. Butterman himself also on a nice dish from Maskren to get behind the Otters D, but couldn't beat Timpano in the first. Here he had a couple chances themselves as well. But Luko Pilka keeping this one scoreless through 20 minutes. Until we get into the second period, and it's Kitchener finding the back of the net first. Joseph Garefa, who had a breakaway in that second period, went 5-hole on Timpano, but Timpano comes up with a stop. Garefa gets another opportunity, sneaking behind the Otters defense. Go on a great move from Adam Maskren to open up time and space for himself as all the eyes watch Maskren cutting into the front of the net. Garefa taking the pass, goes 5-hole and beats Timpano 1-0 at 11-17. But the Otters right back 57 seconds later. And it's Warren Fogle. 3 goals in 4 games with the Erie Otters as Garrett Podubny finds them on a stretch pass from his own circles out to the Otters' offensive blue line. Fogle comes in and beats Opelka, just rifling the puck home. We're all tied at 1. And 3 minutes and 29 seconds later, it's Alex DeBrincat as the Otters on their second power play of the night. And it took just 5 seconds for the Otters to set up Alex DeBrincat. Face-off win by Kyle Pettit, given off to Strom, who skates down to the bottom of the left wing circle, out to the slot for DeBrincat, and as soon as it touches the stick, it's already in the back of the net. As DeBrincat, with his 33rd of the season, gives the Otters their first lead 2-1. And under a minute later, this time it's Dylan Strom as the Otters work the puck out to the point in the offensive zone, working the cycle. Fergus goes out to Darren Radish, and he was wide open from the blue line into the top of the circle as he skates. Winds up with a big flapper. Dylan Strom deflects it, and it just fluttered over the glove hand of Luko Pilka. And the Otters, Dylan Strom gets credit for the goal on the deflection. 3-1. Here you think it was just going to go into the intermission. The Otters ahead after Dylan Strom was stopped on a short-handed breakaway from center ice. Here he kind of packed it in the final minute. But Darby Llewellyn doesn't give up as he's set up in front by Giovanni Vellotti and puts it home with .4 on the clock. At the end of the second period, they look at it, everything was good. The puck hits the back of the net before time expires. 3-2 game heading into the third period. The Otters on the season 21-0 when leading after 2 periods, but you kept feeding the second best power play in the league opportunities. And they finally cashed in, and it's 4-14. Maskrin, a nice pass cross ice that's picked up by Cole Carter. Recent acquisition, part of the Jeremy Bracco trade, who gives in front, goes off the left pad of Timpano. Bunneman follows up the net front presence. His 11th power play goal of the season, third against the Erie Otters in the last 2 games. And we're tied at 3. And Erie, you go back and look at the way this one played out, because the Otters kind of woke up the end of the second at 7:31. You got a lucky shot, really, to sneak through Opilco. Taylor Radish coming on the right wing side and from the bottom of the right wing circle, right-handed shot, fires it short side, just sneaks under the glove of Opilka, who wants that one back for sure, and the Otters head back up on top and use that momentum to continue on here in the third as a good setup with just at 11:59, Erie getting in the zone. This goes to Darren Radish, who set this whole play up. Doesn't get credit for an assist as he comes from his own end, cross ice into the offensive zone at the near side circle, drops it off for Anthony Sorelli. Sorelli, play in front, tipped by Taylor Radish, the one-touch pass to Maksimovic, pipes it off the inside of the near post into the net. Otters ahead 5-3. And they'll add one late as well. Alex DeBrincat, his second of the night to reclaim the goal-scoring lead, and the Ontario Hockey League from Owen Tippett with his 34th of the season, second of the night at 17:57. Strom, Taylor Radish, the assist. And it wasn't as clean as you kind of expected. And the Otters are working with some new parts, and it also threw them off in the second period as we'll wait for if we can get one, and maybe an update on Patrick Fellows, who in that second period left the game going hard into the end boards. A foot race, just lost his footing and looked like a right shoulder first into the end boards where the Zamboni enters in. But Fellows would not return. He stayed on the ice. It did not look good. He was wiggling in pain behind the net as play had to be stopped. The Otters training staff, Andrew Kupneski out. The training staff for the Kitchener Rangers joining as well as they take Patrick Fellows off. So we hope for hopefully nothing too serious for Patrick Fellows, as the Otters will be testing their depth here early in the first game after the trades and after the trade deadline. They're seeming they lose Patrick Fellows. We'll find out, hopefully get an update soon from the Otters coaching staff. As the Otters take this one 6-3, the final score. The Otters 1 for 3 on the power play. Kitchener 1 for 6 on the man advantage. That matches their season total of power plays against the Erie Otters in one game. At the shots on goal total, 29-15 in favor of the Otters, as they score 3 unanswered. Take this one 6-3. Aaron Cooney with you. This is the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show. Duskus Martin working tirelessly to give your loved ones dignity as we're wrapping things up here from the Erie Insurance Arena. The Otters taking a 6-3 decision over the Kitchener Rangers and moving into a tie with the London Knights for first in the Midwest Division with 59 points. But the Knights do have a game in hand on the Erie Otters. As we head into the rest of the week here, some of the other score, only one other game out in the OHL, and it's the Flint Firebirds manhandling the Saginaw Spirit, 11-2 the final. Cole Sherwood with 5 goals. The natural hat trick in the first period that added 2 more for good measure as the Firebirds take that one 11-2. Erie the 2 points here tonight. We're going to look at tonight's Ironworkers local U number 3 Ironmen of the game. Tonight's 3 stars, all from the Erie Otters. Alex DeBrinket, tonight's 3rd star with 2 goals. The 2nd star, Dylan Strom, a goal and 2 assists, a 3-point night for him. And Taylor Radish himself at 3-point night, a goal and 2 assists. As the Otters escape by the Rangers, 6-3 the final. To wrap things up here on the Duskus Martin Funeral Home post-game show here from the Erie Insurance Arena, I want to thank Caleb McLaughlin filling in here on the intermission duties. And for John Kleiner back in studio, I'm Aaron Cooney as we say so long. Otters in Ottawa, 67th, Friday night here at the Erie Insurance Arena. Troy Timpano poster night. Great seats still available. And then on Saturday, home against the Flint Firebirds. Saturday night tilt. And then Erie's going right on the road that evening. And they got the Kitchener Rangers again Sunday afternoon, 2 o'clock at the Kitchener Memorial Auditorium. But that'll do it for us. And for John Kleiner, one more time, final score, 6-3 Otters over the Kitchener Rangers. I'm Aaron Cooney saying so long. You've been listening to the Erie Otters on Fox Sports Radio 1330, The Fan.
Okay. Thanks, Aaron. Thank you, Caleb. 9:30, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan. John Kleiner, the Boston Store. Aaron Cooney and Caleb McLaughlin at Erie Insurance Arena. Kitchener Rangers and Erie Otters just now. Back to FSR very, very shortly. Tomorrow night on our sister station, Jet Radio 1400. Getting University Golden Knights men's basketball. A twin bill at Macomb Fieldhouse. Men's and women's basketball, that is. 5:30 tip-off for the women's game, followed by the men's game at about 7:30. Airtime for the whole thing will be about 5:20 or so, with Sean McCutcheon again at Macomb Fieldhouse. Although there also was Erie Bayhawks basketball, that can be heard right here on the Fox Sports Radio AM 1330 The Fan. Of course, right here is from Erie Insurance Arena. That starts around 6:48 or so. Fan weather now from meteorologist Tom Atkins in Jacksonville for Weather Authority. For your overnight, very windy periods of rain, milder temperatures. Low 37 Erie, 33 to 36 inland and mountains. Winds south to southwest 20 to 40 miles per hour, gusting to 50 and diminishing late. For tomorrow, clouds and sun, breezy, not as windy and mild. Chance of showers by evening in the Franklin area, if you have any around there. High 42 to 50. South winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. For your Wednesday night, periods of rain redeveloping, winds increasing again. Temperatures remaining mild will probably rise overnight. Wednesday night is into Thursday. Lows 45 Erie, 41 to 44 inland and mountains. You can call 45 a low compared to where you may be tomorrow. Thursday, that is on where you may be tomorrow. Thursday, few rain showers, high 54. Right now, outside the historic Boston Store Harbor downtown Erie, it is 48 degrees. And Bayhawks are opponent tomorrow, the Windy City Bulls, the opponent of the the NBA D-League affiliate of the Chicago Bulls. That'll be at the Erie Insurance Arena tomorrow evening. And again, Edinburgh tomorrow night at Macomb, women's and men's action. Bayhawks on Jet. Bayhawks on the Fan, rather. Gannon on Jet. And that'll do it for yours truly, John Clarence and the things. Thanks for your patronage, your patience, your fanhood. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. God bless, remember the good stats be yours. This has been Erie Otters Hockey here on Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330 The Fan. Worldwide at OttersHockey.com.
5 third-ranked Villanova Wildcats scratch fevered number 15 Xavier 79-54, and 7th-ranked Duke trailing number 9 Florida State 56-50 with 12 minutes left in the game. Hottest team in the NBA by far, the Houston Rockets. They've won 8 in a row. They're close to making it 9 in a row. Rockets in front of the Hornets 79-62 mid-third quarter.
The biggest personalities in sports are on FS1. Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp airs weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern only on FS1.
What does it mean when Geico says 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Tom, we've been on together. You and I have been on throughout the entire Obama presidency tonight during the farewell address. From beginning to middle to end, we've been on together on the radio. Congratulations tonight.
We began in 2004, and we continue through 2017, and I'm enjoying it more than ever.
Russ Mitchell, collegefootballnews.com. Russ, let's begin. Where do you put that game legacy-wise? I'm a big legacy guy, Mount Rushmore guy. Top 3 all-time, easily in the top 5 greatest games ever played on the largest stages in college football?
I got to tell you guys, it was thrilling. Ultimately, I can't get past Alabama's offense struggling so much in terms of being able to convert on third downs. That's what keeps it off the top list for me.
Wow.
I've seen some folks trying to compare it to the. It was exciting. It was exciting how it closed. Hey, I have listened to people today talking about how great it was that Dabo controlled the clock with 1 second left. If they hadn't scored on that play, and they'd managed the clock better, they would have had more chances to score. So it was, it was fortunate to me. I thought it was very questionable, Dabo's time management. I thought he pulled the less miles out of his pocket there, managing it down the stretch. But all in all, it's great to see Deshaun Watson, a true champion, end up being a champion in the books as well.
Is it fair to say if Scarborough doesn't go down, Alabama wins that game because it obviously, not easily, obviously gets Clemson off the number of 99 plays? He picks up a couple of first downs on 3rd and short where they're going 3 and out. I'm not saying it's a difference in them winning the game, but it changes the stats in that Alabama defense being gassed in the 4th quarter of that game.
First of all, you're absolutely right in terms of the gas. Let's table that and put that on the side for a sec. I don't think so in terms of Bo. It certainly hurt to have him knocked out of the game. But, you saw, I think the worst thing that happened for Alabama was going up 14-0 so quickly. Because then, the one thing about Lane, and we got to talk about Lane in here, but, the one thing, Lane had established his offense, and despite the friction between him and Nick, he was able to get his way a lot of times in what the offense would do. And when they got up 14-0, that looked like the pre-Lane Alabama offense that struggled, adapting to this new modern-day football since we changed how we put the ball back in play, which has given offenses so much of an advantage. And it became very, very conservative. You saw how Bo, in the first quarter, he was getting 5, 6, 7 yards a carry, but when Clemson realized that's what they were going to do, they started clamping down on Bo, and he was only getting 3 yards and less in the second quarter.
I don't know how anybody could not agree with you on this, and I said it before you came on. Russ Mitchell joins us, collegefootballnews.com. In theory, when you tell a freshman quarterback that his offensive coordinator is not going to be there, when he's been at every meeting, every practice, every film study, Jalen Hurts had to play with Sark, and he's getting used to Sark, but not the same way as Kiffin. I just think Kiffin and Sark called a very good game. Let me stop right there and say, assess Sarkisian, and at least the way he called that game, was it as good as anything you saw from Lane Kiffin? Okay, let's answer the back. No, it wasn't. Okay. And let's answer the back half of that first. There were some dropped passes, 2 of them on third down in the first half.
And, there were some overthrown passes. But a lot of that was what they were telling, and this was kind of consistent throughout the season, but what they were telling Jalen, if you're going to throw the ball deep, overthrow rather than underthrow, right? Which is the exact opposite you saw with Watson, right? With Watson, the seasoned, older professional quarterback, he threw the ball up and let his big wide receivers go and get it. I think you touch upon a very important thing here. It's not just the freshman. Remember, the person he's known at Alabama, even when he was a junior in high school, was Lane Kiffin, right? And Nick Saban is your angry grandfather. If you're 18 years old, Nick Saban is your angry grandfather. And when you're looking to the sidelines for help, the only person that Jalen Hurts has ever known is Lane Kiffin. And to me, I said it when they made this decision, talk about egos getting the better of judgment. You don't make a move like this. You don't make a move like this 7 days before the national championship game.
Russ Mitchell joins us from collegefootballnews.com. Russ, Tom Looney, well, that defense, the only person they know is the angry grandfather when they look over at him. How did that defense get dominated by that Clemson offensive line? Why aren't we pointing all of our fingers at Nick Saban?
Yeah, and look, let's talk about dominated. The first three... At the end of the day, this all boils down to Alabama not being able to convert on third downs. I've listened to these people tell me, they scored 31 points.
That's right.
That's not the issue. It's the issue is the fact that you haven't played defense. Alabama's defense was on the field for 99 plays, right, including the very, very last one. Clemson, that's a game and a half against an excellent team in Clemson. That's why they allowed 21 points in the fourth quarter. They ran out of gas.
This is
and
fantastic.
It can be attributed.
No, go ahead, Russ, because this is great. You're nailing everything we've been talking about.
Yeah, well, I should be listening more often to you guys. I love your show, by the way. But look, at the end of the day, if you can't get off the field, if you're converting on only 13%, and this was not by accident. This kind of reminded me a little bit of the LSU-Alabama championship game in 2011 when LSU's offense couldn't execute, and was too conservative. And that was the case here with Jalen Hurts. He would look at one receiver, and if that receiver wasn't open, he would run.
Yeah, he would, because he can do that. He's got legs, and it's a shame if freshman loses out after he takes the lead with 2 minutes and 7 seconds to go, but Clemson deserved it. As we wrap this up, and we're talking to Russ Mitchell from collegefootballnews.com, where do you think tonight, and it could change, we understand that, Deshaun Watson should go, because for the 49er fans, if they're actually thinking of Mitch Trubisky, who hasn't played in a game that mattered compared to what we saw with Deshaun Watson over 2 years. If he drops past number 2, the Bears can take him at number 3, and definitely the Jets won't let him slide past number 6. Is he a bonus baby quarterback now more than ever because he beat the famed Nick Saban on a final drive?
Not just the famed Nick Saban. Look, this cat steps up in almost every big game. You talk to the guys around him. You talk to his teammates. He is the real deal in terms of leadership. And remember, he won this game with his throwing the ball. This game was won throwing the ball out of the pocket.
Yeah.
Granted, his run sets up the pass. But, he's not – he's a complete deal. He's a winner in clutch time, and he's got all the right measurables. He's a bigger Russell Wilson with the same kind of head on his shoulders. I really like Deshaun Watson.
Wow. Looney, Russ has an edge to him like Pete Futek.
I like that. Yes.
Who would win? Who
Gas
would win
cannon,
sarcastic at the holiday party?
Hey,
Do they give you guys titles at the holiday party? Who's most, sarcastic, or who's the big practical joker? Who wins those awards?
Unlike Pete Futek, I'm usually right. So that's the difference between the two of us.
There you go. Take care, Russ. Happy New Year. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Russ.
Take care.
Russ Mitchell, really good at that, and because he stepped in and kind of agreed with us on Lane Kiffin.
Well, we love guests when they do agree with us.
There's a lot of Lane Kiffin meat on the bone to talk about this time when you hit on this. When you look at what maybe the reason why they could have cut it from 99 plays to 91. Is that asking much? Or from 99 plays to 89 or whatever it is. It could have been easily the difference in the game, but the egos got in the way between Kiffin and Nick Saban.
With 6 3-and-outs, could Lane Kiffin have made it 5 3-and-outs,
yes,
which means Clemson gets the ball with 1 minute left rather than 2 minutes left, or 30 seconds left rather than 2 minutes left, and that'll be something we'll never know. The spicy, tangy, zesty portion of the JT the Brick Show with Tom Looney is powered by AutoZone, and AutoZone Rewards is where your hard work finally pays off. When you spend $20 5 times, you'll earn a $20 reward at AutoZone. Go to AutoZone.com/rewards and find out what I'm talking about.
Coming up next from the Geico Studios, move over SEC and the Big Ten, and forget about you, Pac-12. Are you nuts? Dabo Sweeney says the ACC is the best conference in college football, and he could be right. We'll tell you that next.
The NFL playoffs are set. From the wild card. There is your dagger! To the Super Bowl. Let's go! We've got it covered. From your social media at Fox Sports Radio to FoxSportsRadio.com. The NFL playoffs live here on Fox Sports Radio.
Don't let your car's engine freeze up like a blown lead in the fourth quarter. Head to AutoZone for the right antifreeze for your vehicle. Cooling system failure is the #1 cause of engine-related breakdowns. Old or dirty coolant can lead to a clogged radiator, and the right coolant can protect against corrosion for all cooling system metals, including aluminum, while providing maximum freeze-up and boil-over protection. So head to your local AutoZone for great deals on peak 50/50 long-life antifreeze and cooling. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Geico presents Unanswerable Questions.
Why are yawns contagious? What makes some ketchup fancy? Or the big one, why doesn't everyone switch to Geico when they could save 15% or more on car insurance? However, you could be a part of the answer by switching to Geico and saving hundreds for yourself. Money you could use to purchase bottle after bottle of the fanciest of ketchups.
Geico, the answer to savings. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We try to hide our truths about our mental and substance use disorders from the world, and sometimes from ourselves. Saying I'm fine is a facade. By facing our problems, recovery begins. And we are empowered to speak our truth. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
This is Joey Logano, driver of NASCAR number 22 Discount Tire Car. You know something? You and I aren't all that different. I drive a car, you drive a car. My car has tires, your car has tires. I may be going just a little faster than you each weekend, but we both need to keep those tires properly inflated to stay safe. So be tire smart and do your part. Check your tire pressures once a month and before every long journey.
Visit BeTiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
What's your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite?
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes, twice a day. Save the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
About to begin. The challenger wears white trunks with a blue stripe, and the champ is wearing, looks like an examination gown from the doctor's office. And from the back, we can... Ooh, that's not pretty. Champ, what's with the crazy getup?
I've got to take care of my family.
Yeah, so?
Well, when you love your family, you got to go in and get those important medical screenings. A lot of potentially deadly diseases can be treated if you catch them in time.
So you wear the examination gown because...
Because I'm a real man. Real men take care of their families and get those tests. Real men wear gowns.
Okay, champ, good luck. Here we go. The champ's not wasting any time. It's over. This fight is over. Champ, you barely broke a sweat. Any words for your fans out there?
Remember, go to ahrq.gov for a list of the tests they need to get and when to get them.
What was that web address again?
ahrq.gov. And remember, real men wear gowns.
Go to ahrq.gov. This message brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, AHRQ, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Right? Exactly.
There's no need to go crazy.
Done deal. Love it. My takeaway is...
Just podcast it. It's real easy.
Sounds incredible.
Go to foxsportsradio.com. foxsportsradio.com. Click listen, then click podcast.
Now let's fire this baby up.
All of your favorite shows are just a click away.
It's juicy.
We are Fox Sports. Join Emmy Award winner Katie Nolan for her show Garbage Time, where she gives her unique take on the biggest stories of the week and also welcomes celebrity guests. Don't miss Garbage Time. Ready, set, go. Wednesday at midnight on FS1.
JT the Brick Show with Tom Looney on Fox Sports Radio. For those of you watching on Fox Sports 1, we've got Champion League Soccer coming up. So if you want to see JT and me, you'll have to switch over to Fox Sports 2. 877-99 on Fox, the phone number to the talk show. We are powered by Geico. What does it mean when Geico says 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on your car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to Geico.com about 15 minutes ago.
And we'd like to see our country improve in soccer because we both like to drink beer during the World Cup and the Olympics. And if we're ever any good, maybe we can have more days in the bars where we're jumping up and down in bars watching the United States of America advancing in the World Cup, Tom. I don't know how many more opportunities we're going to have to do that together. So we do root for soccer to get better in this country because we like the social factor of it.
And did you see where there's going to be a new format when it comes to World Cup coming up, JT? With the 48 teams, etc. I know that our executive producer, Lauren Gardner, is our resident soccer expert. Do you know how to explain this new? There's not going to be any more death. What is
there
it?
could still be a group of death depending on how it gets drawn because it's all drawn randomly. But basically, the World Cup right now is two groups of 16 teams for a total of 32, and FIFA unanimously approved a 48-team World Cup starting in 2026.
Oh, okay.
So the U.S. may not even have to get better at soccer. They could probably get worse and still get in.
Okay, alarm's going off. That's enough soccer talk.
The alarm went off. I'm getting wet. The sprinklers went off. Right over me, the sprinklers went off. All right, Dabo Sweeney, let's go back to this. And remember, he was a little bit chippy last night. A little bit chippy after he won because he beat his team, his alma mater in Alabama. So he talks about the conference, the ACC, winning the championship.
I knew. I mean, I watched all the tape. I watched all the Big Ten film and all that stuff. This is the best conference in college football. It's the deepest. It's the most competitive. 11 bowl teams. And it's back-to-back years, something like that we've done that. You look at the head-to-head records in the against the SEC. You don't want to play a team from this conference. You just don't. I don't care. Name one. And that's why, that's why we're ready. That's why we're ready to go play Oklahoma 2 years in a row. That's why we're ready to go play Ohio State 2 out of the last 4 years. We're ready because of what we see week in and week out in this conference. The SEC is a great conference too, but the best and deepest league is this league that we're competing in. And incredible coaches, great coaches. So it's just how I feel about it.
Okay, here's why he's exactly right. You got to give him credit. Things work in cycles. They work in cycles. There'll be a new one. But the ACC finished 9-3 in bowl season, by far better than any other conference. Also, they won 2 national championships in the past 4 years. That's the most important thing to me. Compare that to the SEC. 6-7 record in bowl games. The Big Ten, 3-7. And at 4-2, the Big 12 earned more wins than the Big 10 and played in 4 fewer games. And what Dabo was so confident about in that comment was the ACC finished 10-4 against the SEC and 6-2 against the Big 10. And those are both league records for most wins against those conferences. So as we sit tonight, the ACC, Tom Looney, drum roll please, is officially, no debate, better than the overrated SEC. It's a fact. It's not fiction. Congratulations to Dabo for saying it last night as the conference leapfrogged the SEC. Now, if you think Nick Saban's going to recruit better and there's going to be better teams with Georgia and Florida and Tennessee in years to come, you're hoping. We're about a country that used to be about hope and change.
Yes,
you're hoping that happens. As of tonight, the ACC with Florida State and Clemson are the best conference in the United States of America.
And when you take a look at what Vegas believes as well, do you have the Looney Game Show music,
Please,
Alex?
right here.
Yes.
Press that
Alex Tysert and Zippy the Champ working on the board tonight. Bama, the favorite to win the national championship next year at 3-1, but the aforementioned Florida State comes in second at 7-1. 3 teams are tied for third. Oklahoma, Ohio State, and USC at 3-1. You hear any SEC teams on this list?
Where's
Michigan.
Jim Harbaugh? I thought Jim Harbaugh was supposed to have 2 out of the next 3. Where's Jim Harbaugh?
Michigan's at 12-1 on the list. And shout out to our
12-1. Hold on, grab my wallet. I don't gamble, but I might break it out on that one.
Not bad. And shout out to our friend Bill Ryder and Blaine Gabbert. Your Missouri Tigers are 1,000-1 to win the next national championship.
Bill Ryder would leave that as a tip as he's drinking bourbon. Just throw that $1,000 tip at the end of the bottle right there. Wow. 2 really fast-paced hours. When we come back, I'm going to do a dive into the divisional playoff round. Last week, Tom, I really took it. If I was a character in Game of Thrones last week, I died twice. The Raiders are out. The team of my youth, the Big Blue Wrecking Crew, both gone the same weekend. And now I have to pretend about the outcome of these upcoming games.
I know.
But I did pick the Packers to beat the Steelers in the Super Bowl.
Will you be picking the Texans to beat the New England Patriots as your upset special?
I will not. I will not do that, but I might have an upset special coming up a little bit later on in the week. You're listening to Fox Sports Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
Hey, it's Looney. Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that the hole in a pot handle is designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things people use most can easily be overlooked. It's just like how TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right, TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. Whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and a better buying experience through the TrueCar Certified Dealer Network. And here's another fun fact, and you know I love fun facts. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles, and they're more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with a TrueCar Certified dealer. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app. Enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com.
Some features not available in all states.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
This is the time of year when we all want to bust out. Your fun starts at Ray Wakely's RV Center. The enormous lot is packed with RVs and motorhomes of every shape and size. Buy or rent now. Built on service, sold on trust. That's Ray Wakely's RV Center, Route 20 in Northeast.
Rolling down this road in
Anbar Province.
all of a sudden
There's a huge explosion.
we knew right away.
It was an IED.
Then we started taking sniper fire
and RPGs from the hills.
Today's service women face the same combat dangers as men.
It's pretty amazing.
We made it out alive.
But at home, women veterans face different challenges. DAV understands this and fights to get women veterans the health, disability, and financial benefits they were promised. Visit DAV.org for free help.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year. But parents, educators, and concerned adults can make a difference. It takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Victims need an adult that will listen, will stand up for them, and most importantly, show them they are not alone. Bullying and cyberbullying have far-reaching effects, from a decline in academic performance to physical illness, depression, or worse. Help us create a safe, bully-free learning environment for all students in Pennsylvania. One caring adult can make all the difference. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bully-free.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
The flu is unpredictable and can be serious. Who needs to be vaccinated against the flu? You. Get a flu vaccine. For more information, www.flu.gov.
Time you referred to a woman's pair of lungs, you actually meant her lungs. Lung cancer kills over 70,000 women a year, and while lung cancer rates have decreased for men in the last 20 years, they've been rising for women. So talk to your friends, family, and doctor. Obsess all you want over that set of lungs you can't live without. For answers to questions, log on to our website, nationallungcancerpartnership.org. The National Lung Cancer Partnership. Women. Research. Change.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Odell Beckham punched a wall when he went into the Lambeau locker room. Why is it that you have to slam a wall to show that you really care?
That's like athletes have been doing that since the beginning of time.
But isn't it silly when you think about it?
When like you hit the Gatorade thing with a bat, that kind of thing.
Or when you break your hand because you smashed a wall.
Yeah, of course when you break your hand it's not smart, but...
No, that doesn't tell me anything. Boy, he really cares. Did you see what he did to the wall? I'm assuming Eli cared. I am. I'm assuming he cared. He didn't smash a wall. This feels like it was a Odell Beckham show. Hey, I wanted to win. I'm so angry. I'm so disappointed. Okay. Save it for another time. Not interested at all. I thought it was silly.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekday.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studio in the historic Boston store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Live from Los Angeles, I'm Tom Looney. Slaving over a hot microphone. It was Andy Warhol who once said, in the future, everybody will be famous for 15 minutes. He must have had number one Baylor in mind. They've been the number one team in the country in college basketball for 15 minutes. It looks like now, not a minute more.
Over. LeCon lost it. 4-on-2. Carter to Adrian to Ahmad. Layup, goaltended. It's good. A capacity Coliseum crowd is on its feet as West Virginia has its largest lead of the night.
Incredible. Tony Caridi with the call. WAJR Morgantown. 10th ranked West Virginia. Pittsnoggles. Number one Baylor. 89-68. Two other games in the top 25. Third-ranked Villanova Wildcats scratch-favored number 15 Xavier, 79-54. Number 9 Florida State beating Duke late. And I'm Looney.
Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS what?
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS what?
Be the first listeners in sports radio to comment on this nationally.
This is JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
You were stuck up and arrogant. Admit you were wrong.
This is the most interactive show.
Don't ruin my fantasy here.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
This guy's an egomaniac.
Tom Looney. Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's JT the Brick.
Final hour of the show. JT along with Looney. Hope you're doing well tonight from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Yes, 15 minutes. Can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Just go to geico.com for that free rate quote. Our Tom Looney, the president, just delivered his final speech to the nation. Final speech.
Wow.
Full in-depth team coverage on all cable news. I will point out, we talked about this with the Pope also. when individuals have a chance, and the president is sitting there hugging people and shaking hands along the wall with the Secret Service, and people are giving up that opportunity to make eye contact, shake hands, in order to get a selfie. You can talk to the president for about a half a second, shake his hand. He might even hug you. He's in such a good mood, and people are turning their back
to get
on the president and holding up a handheld device to take a picture that you don't know if it's going to come out accurately or enough, proving once again that the Pope and the president, and along with the Super Bowl MVP, you actually don't want to talk to him and make eye contact. You'd rather have a selfie.
Drives me crazy. When the Pope was in Philadelphia, we saw people doing that over and over again. And, that's supposed to be the Holy Father. You're not supposed to turn your back. You're supposed to kiss his ring, not turn your back to get a selfie. And people are doing the same thing with Obama instead of kissing his ring.
A round of applause to Kris Jenner, please, because if it wasn't for her giving birth to all of those daughters and her son, they wouldn't have been able to start that revolution of looking into your phone all the time and not just putting on makeup and looking into your phone and taking selfies.
Oh, and shout out, how about to immigrants, an Assyrian immigrant who came to this country and invented the iPhone. You know who that is? Steve Jobs. He was an adopted boy from Syria. So sometimes we should be a little less paranoid and a little more thankful to our immigrant friends.
We spent the first 2 hours talking about Dabo Swinney and Clemson's win over Alabama in the national championship game last night. Let's go to the final play before the kneel down, the game-winning touchdown with 6 seconds to go. This was another pick play. I'm surprised Alabama's not complaining about it. They saw the pick play before, supposed to be the rub route, but at times there is a pick. Why did Nick Saban not call timeout here? If it was Steve Kerr in a basketball game against LeBron with 6 seconds to go, and if Kerr had 2 timeouts, he'd call a timeout. He'd bring Klay Thompson over. He'd bring Draymond Green over and say, guys, LeBron's taking the ball out. Let's double team him after he inbounds it because he's going to take the last shot. Let's force him to give the ball up. Well, Nick Saban had timeouts. He could have called the timeout, 6 seconds left, and told his defense to come to the sideline and taught them again how to defend this play. He decided not to do it, and here's what happened.
Watson takes a snap, rolls right, looks into the end zone. Hunter Renfrow caught it! Touchdown! 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 With a second left, Watson hits Renfrow, and Clemson grabs a 34-31 lead and is 1 second away from the second national championship in school history.
I did a rub route this morning. It's Don Munson with the Call Clemson Tigers Radio Network.
It's my pleasure to present the national championship trophy to Coach Dabo Swinney and the Clemson Tigers.
Incredible.
What does that mean? Well, that means a lot. That means that Alabama can no longer walk into a room. All their fans roll tide. None of them can go in and say that the 2016/17 championship team was the greatest Bama team of all time. Tommy will get online behind every other Nick Saban team, the 5 championships, and all of Bear Bryant's 6th championship. This team will have to get into the back of the line when they were this close. You can't see my fingers, but this close to being maybe the greatest Alabama team of all time.
Well, maybe they can be invited to a party with the 18-1 New England Patriots, and they can commiserate together.
Yeah, well, they would have a good seat. They'd be sitting up front at that party, no doubt about that. So we'll get into what this means to the legacy of Deshaun Watson, Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney. Dabo was a little bit chippy afterwards. He had a lot to say, but I think going back to the emotion of this love and team coming together, he did a great job for 2 seasons, having this whole program close to believing they could do it.
I told him tonight the difference in the game was going to be love. It's been my word. My word all year has been love, and I said tonight we're going to win it because we love each other. We're going to love each other. I don't know how we're going to win it. I told him at the halftime, guys, we're going to win the game. I don't know how, but we're going to win it. And man, I'm just so thankful and blessed. It just doesn't even seem real to me.
That's courtesy of ESPN. And, Tom, I was more fascinated last night with Bill Walton wearing a U.S. Blues Grateful Dead tribute Uncle Sam outfit with the big hat. Michelle Beadle had her sneakers up on the table, and she was sitting Indian style as Rachel Nichols was being served dinner with Keyshawn and Marcellus.
She was eating on television,
Yeah, they just had the global cast where everybody, I guess, was just proving that they're regular people, Tom, having fun. Not concentrating on the game, but just having fun, rapping during the game like we're all on a sports bar or something.
A lot of times, even at dinner, even at a nice restaurant, women don't want to be seen eating, let alone on television eating. But Rachel was doing that last night as ESPN2 decided, was it ESPN2? Decided to have a little, put a quarter turn on the mundane. Instead of just watching the game, the play-by-play, first down, second down, third down, you could watch an alternative airing. On a separate platform, as we like to say.
There's a lot of platforms working well last night. A lot of platforms working last night. All right, let's move quickly over to the NFL, because that's the rest of the week. We gave Clemson their props, and we'll continue to do it if you didn't get through. But we're on to the NFL and the postseason here, because we have a couple of games that are big. Because last week we had all those blowout wins.
Right.
Houston, Oakland, Connor Cook at quarterback, the problems that we saw. Miami had big problems with Pittsburgh, and then the Hail Mary beat the Giants when the Giants folded like a cheap tent in the second half. But now we look at games that are really going to set the tone for the Super Bowl. These games are critical. Win and move forward, obviously. Lose or go home. Atlanta hosting Seattle. That's the 1:35 Pacific game, 4:35 Saturday. That's your first game of the weekend. Falcons at home. They've been a juggernaut this year. Matt Ryan's the MVP of the league, no debate. Played in 4 more games than Tom Brady, many more yards and touchdowns. How dare you think Brady's the MVP? Look at Matt Ryan's stats, and he got a bye week too.
And he didn't get caught cheating.
For the Seahawks, offensive line, if they can run it and move the chains like they did last week, and I like Russell Wilson in a big game. But the Falcons here, a big-time favorite by more than a field goal at home. We'll get to the moving lines.
Yeah, well.
The late game Saturday night, Tom, don't worry about having to cancel dinner at Taylor's.
Okay.
Or change your mind on a movie. You'll have the Texans at the Patriots.
Oh, okay.
The Texans will be served up as the Patriots are a heavy favorite as Tom Brady's coming up the bye week. But the Texans' defense, hey, they better protect Tom.
Tough defense.
If Clowney comes around the back end and no one stops him, watch Tom Brady get the ball out.
Oh, please, it won't matter. The Patriots beat the Texans. If my memory serves me correctly, I have almost total instant recall. I think the Patriots in Week 3 beat the Texans 27-0. You know who the quarterback was? It wasn't Tom Brady. It was Jacoby Brissett. So Tom Brady or no Tom Brady, the Patriots can beat the Houston Texans.
I can't fight you on that one. I like to butt heads with you at times. I can't go near you on that one. You're right. Sunday, the early game really feels to me, it feels and looks like the AFC Championship game. But the Patriots are there, and they're going to get another, what it is, a bye week, back-to-back bye weeks. You got the Steelers at the Chiefs.
Oh, I can't wait for that game. I keep telling you about the Kansas City Chiefs. They may be the hottest team in the NFL. Super Bowl bound.
Well, you can make that debate.
Yeah.
And I think if the Steelers didn't have the big 3 of Le'Veon Bell, Big Ben Roethlisberger, and Antonio Brown, it would be a comfortable win for the Chiefs.
Big 3? How about the Big 10? Andy Reid, Alex Smith, Spencer Ware, Tyreek Hill, Chris Conley, Travis Kelce, Jeremy Maclin, and that's off the top of my pointy head.
You're right about Andy Reid, especially with his record coming off the bye week. But it is Alex Smith versus Big Ben Roethlisberger. A huge game.
They have the same quarterback rating this year.
One of those teams are going to play the Patriots. I wish both of them had a shot at the Patriots. If both these teams, the Steelers and the Chiefs, played the Patriots back-to-back, I think the Patriots would lose the game. I really believe the Patriots would not make it to the Super Bowl if they had to play the Chiefs this weekend and the Steelers next back-to-back.
They'd be too bruised up.
I really believe that.
Chiefs defense pretty oppressive as well.
Oh, and how about the late game? It's a beauty.
On the big
Jerry's World. Packers at the Cowboys. Let me know when we have the Hail Mary again. It's driving me crazy. I can't get it out of my sleep. I can't go to sleep because I keep thinking of Aaron Rodgers at the end of the first half doing this to the Big Blue Wrecking Crew.
Giants looking for a stop. They're going to air it out. Rodgers does this better than anybody. End zone. Cobb. Touchdown. Unbelievable.
Friend of the show, Joe Buck with the call on the
that
Big
was a great
Fox.
Call.
Yeah.
The ball was up in the air so long that Buck let the ball breathe in the air.
Right.
Gave you a little nugget on the end. He's great at doing this. This is what he does, and it lands in the back of the end zone. It really is an underrated call by Joe Buck, like him or not. That was really good.
Now, do you think the Cowboys are going to be able to run the ball and keep it away from Aaron Rodgers?
Yeah, I think they're better. Jordy Nelson plays an X factor here because you're the expert. I'm not. But I thought, one of my friends says, go to the medicine cabinet, wink, wink. If Jordy Nelson, Tom, and his ribs aren't feeling well, Do what they used to do back in the old days.
Oh,
Go
that
to the
is
medicine
true. That's
cabinet
right.
and get better right before the game. But as you talked about this week, with the rib injury, to try to run those routes and to play that type of football,
there's
that
lots
physical.
of different type of injuries, but football is so much, really involves lots of rib action, lots of shoulder action in football.
Yep, and a lot of news, Tom, as we'll talk to Vinny Bonsignor tomorrow about relocation or not. What about the Chargers staying in San Diego, possibly in a last second deal, or are they going to L.A.?
Last second Hail Mary, speaking of Hail Mary.
Hail Marys are out there in football, no doubt about that. But it's about Dabo last night, and I'm clearly looking for an upset. Because if you all called me last week on an upset in the wild card round, you're all wrong. Every one of you would have been wrong. There were no upsets. The sports books took a beating because the favorites won big. The Raiders' loss and the margin of the loss was the most respectable of all the games out there. And what did that say? That was a blowout win for the Houston Texans. So all the games last week were non-competitive. They were not competitive the entire wild card round. Will we see an upset, Tom Looney? Do you see an upset there? Because we got to take New England out of the picture, so there's only 3 games left to try to find an upset between the Cowboys, Packers, Chiefs, and Steelers, and the Seahawks and Falcons.
Well, it's not going to be in the Patriots-Texans game. Call me a genius for picking that. Yeah, I think the Kansas City Chiefs over the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Thank you.
The Kansas City Chiefs, the Chiefs have the defense to do it. They also have the weapons to match Pittsburgh weapon by weapon.
Coming up next from the Geico Studios, where the hell is Derrick Rose? Anybody know? You're not going to believe this story. With Derrick Rose, the guy's got a $200 million shoe contract. He misses work. No one knows last night. People were real concerned last night about his whereabouts. We may never know what actually happened. He did meet with the media during the day. We'll have that next.
We want to know. The national championship had it all.
A championship football, baby.
From the plays
Sides with Pylon. He is in.
to the playmakers.
Design run by Watson to the left. Has blockers on in front. Touchdown.
When a new champ raised that trophy,
Nothing only weighed 35 years.
we had it for you on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Looney. You know, with TrueCar, you can actually see what others in your area have paid for the car that you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But you know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. So if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to a TrueCar certified dealer. There's over 11,000 certified dealers across the United States of America, and they're there to help you find the car you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get into the dealership. Pretty cool. That makes things really easy when you show up, and it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying experience when they connect with a TrueCar certified dealer. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app. Enjoy a better car buying experience. That's www.TrueCar.com.
Some features not available in all states.
Geico presents a voicemail from your friend, Lightning.
Hey, bud, Joe Pal Lightning. I was just hanging out in the old Cloudaroo here. Thought I'd give you a call. I hope you're still not sore about that time I deep fried your big screen TV with that bolt. Yeah, I've been meaning to pay you back for that one, for sure. A little short on cash at the moment, but any day now. Yep. Well, anywho, talk later.
Lightning won't pay for the damage it causes. Luckily, the Geico Insurance Agency makes getting coverage a snap. Visit geico.com to see how affordable renter's insurance can be.
Hey, Lucy, you're the CFO of this company.
That's why you pay me.
We need a better way to manage our expenses.
Concur.
Automated expense reports.
Concur.
Faster invoice processing. Timely financial data. A whole system that helps us make better decisions around how we spend our money.
Concur.
While I appreciate your enthusiasm, I'm actually looking for ideas, not agreement.
That's why we're getting Concur for expense, travel, and invoice. Everything you described scaled perfectly to our business, and it's surprisingly cost-effective.
Lucy, you're a genius.
I concur.
Expense, travel, invoice. Learn more at concur.com.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online for like a year. She couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearms storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. You've never done anything so hard in your life. You don't understand how you can finish. It takes inner strength and desire to become a Marine. When I finished, I was like, I did it. The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
Blowing up.
I'm about to blow your mind.
From our Twitter feed at Fox Sports Radio, Facebook feed, Facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio, to our Instagram account.
It's a scientific fact.
Who do you think you are? Fox Sports Radio.
Switching to a secure frequency now.
Did you hear that? Our social media keeps you locked and loaded. On Fox Sports Radio. Okay. FS1. Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV! To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Upsetting night in college basketball. 6 minutes left. Florida State. I got to refresh that score. It's Florida State. It's Florida State and Alabama. I'm sorry, Florida State and Duke going at it. It's a final. Number 9, Florida State takes down Duke, 88-72. Number 1, Baylor has only been number 1 since Monday, first time ever. That college basketball team has been number 1. They lost to 10th-ranked West Virginia, 89-68. JT the Brick Show with Tom Looney on Fox Sports Radio. You can join us at 877-99 on Fox. We're powered by AutoZone. AutoZone Rewards is where your hard work finally pays off. When you spend $20 5 times, earn a $20 reward. Find out more at AutoZone.com/rewards. It's actually a /. Now live from Vegas, there's JT.
Don't look at the plus-minus for LeBron tonight. It's about as ugly as ever.
Wow.
The Jazz lead the Cavaliers at the half, 56-41. The Cavaliers were held to 12 points. 12 points in the second quarter. They're outscored 27-12 in the second quarter of that game. Good game with the Wizards over the Bulls, 101-99. DeMar DeRozan, big game as the Raptors came through in a big way over the Celtics, 114-106, 41 points, 0-0, 13 rebounds for DeRozan, who's had an unbelievable start to this year. Hawks over the Nets, 117-97.
That's 7 in a row for the Atlanta Hawks, JT, one of the hottest teams in the NBA, but not as hot as the Rockets.
And your Looney Lakers tonight take the 15-win Lakers taking on the 16-win Trailblazers. Remember when that ticket used to
my buttons.
cost
Don't try
a
to
little
push
bit more
my
in
buttons.
the secondary market? They got upper deck seats available still for those games.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do, but not many. Still, the Laker games are still a lot of fun. One of the top entertainment dollars in town. It's fun to go to Laker games. Rockets have won 9 in a row, JT. They beat the Hornets tonight, 121-114. James Harden, 40 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. We call that a triple-double at the Tom Looney School of Broadcasting in Elmira, New York.
And teams, take it easy on the Heat. They're 11-28. They play the Warriors tonight. Warriors are 32-6, but the Warriors had a choke game, a collapse game against Memphis this past week. And if you look at that, the Warriors, get Draymond getting in KD's face on a last-second shot. Everything's perfect with the Warriors in Oakland. 32-6 is close to perfect. 16-3 at home. But, man, when the Warriors lose games, they lose them dramatically this year. Yeah. Some of those losses have been really, really ugly.
Remember when the Miami Heat first put their super team together, they did make it to the finals, but the chemistry wasn't there yet, and they didn't win the first year. But when you take a look at who can beat the Golden State Warriors, who could upset them in the West, could it be the Houston Rockets, who've had a lot of winning streaks this year? They had a 10-game winning streak. They're now on a 9-game winning streak. Or the team that slows everything down, the San Antonio Spurs, the team with the second-best record in the NBA.
So typically in the NBA or in sports, when you have a personal matter, you show up for work or you tell your bosses that you need some time away.
Right.
You need time away for a personal reason.
Anybody who does anything for a living, JT, needs to call their boss ahead of time and let them know, I'm not going to be there.
Yeah, and Derrick Rose, again, what happened yesterday, he went AWOL for the Knicks game against the Pelicans. The New York media pounced all over him.
As
because
did the Twitter world.
Well,
Yep.
Phil Jackson didn't know much about it at game time. Rose said he had to be with his family. He said he didn't want to pick up the phone when the Knicks called, that he, quote, needed his space.
Oh, we got the sound from that.
Yes, let's play that.
I've never had a problem with a coach in my life.
Now, this is him reacting because he got benched on Friday, or the Bucks, and he had supposedly a blowout with Jeff Hornacek, the coach of the New York Knicks. This is him denying
I've never
that.
had a problem with a coach in my life, no matter what team I've been on. But I put that on myself because I let that space and that opportunity start something. And especially when people didn't know what was going on, or people are trying to find out or figure out what's going on with the team.
And that was the speculation when he didn't show up for the game, that he had a blowout with the coach and he was pouting for being benched against the Bucks on Friday, but then he played the F card from the bottom of the deck.
That was a family issue. For one, it had nothing to do with the team or basketball, but that's the first time I ever felt like that emotionally, and I had to be with my family.
Okay.
All right. Well, I talked to Sam Amick earlier today, the great insider from USA Today. He was concerned last night, like a lot of members of the media that follow basketball professionally. Check this out.
I understand life happens, and I'm trying to be empathetic on that front, even when I feel like some media types are so quick to say, well, this is why this guy's a disaster, da-da-da. Well, let's slow down. We don't know what happened. He's told reporters today that he needed to be with his mother, and there wasn't any context, but some rumblings that he missed his son. So there's, life stuff going on. But the part that is the most puzzling to me is that Derek told the media today that he just needed his space, and that when the Knicks were calling his phone, that he just needed his space, so he couldn't answer that call. I mean, that's the one where you kind of go, geez, man, like, the situation you're creating for yourself. You know how this works. If you don't answer that call, and the Knicks, like if the Knicks could tell the media last night, Derek's not here, it's excused, we're in touch with him, we'll let you know more later, they could have at least avoided the whole thing where basically, I mean, listen, I'm glad the guy's okay, because for about 2 hours, it was one of those deals where you were hoping he didn't show up on a police blotter and have something bad having happened. And so that part is something else. It makes you wonder, what was going on in his day. And on the one hand, it's personal, but when you let it bleed into the professional side, and all of a sudden the whole world's going to be in your business.
I thought that was really interesting. Because you look at there, you always care about the well-being of individuals. And athletes are celebrities. They're high profile. And Phil Jackson's supposed to be in charge. So, Tom, the issue is this. We don't know what the real story is with Derrick Rose. And we don't have the right to really ask what's going on with him and his family or something super personal. Because he went through that sexual assault trial that he had to clear his name. He's been going back and forth. There's a lot of stuff happening with him as of late. But for the Knicks not to know and for Phil Jackson to be put in that situation, Carmelo tried to get thrown out of the game last night. They're not playing defense. It looks like Phil is imploding a little bit with this team and the behavior. And why did he hire Hornacek? I mean, really? Jeff Hornacek was your best guy to hire for a team that plays no defense, and Carmelo doesn't pass the ball to anybody? It's just starting to look like it really is coming to the end for Phil Jackson when it comes to the media, stories like Derrick Rose, the coach, Carmelo not winning again, and the team starting to go into the tank.
A lot of stuff that's happening, too, isn't necessarily within his control, except for, of course, hiring maybe a better head coach, and he's 0 for 2 so far, most likely. But I think with Derrick Rose, I think exactly what happened is this. He was pouting, upset at his coach. Supposedly had a huge blowout with Jeff Hornacek after getting benched in the fourth quarter against the Milwaukee Bucks. He didn't show up for work, and his agent told him, you better play the family card. You're pouting. This is ridiculous. You're going to look real bad if you don't come up with a good excuse for not being there. And so maybe he did.
Yeah, that's the way of looking at it.
Yeah.
Because I think if the Knicks are smart now, they try to just stop this story. They just, we're not going to hear anything from Derrick Rose anymore. The Knicks want this to move on.
Well, if something happens with your family, you immediately call your work and say, I got to go home.
And they always understand.
Yes. Oh my God, yeah.
That's what's
no matter where you
interesting
work,
about
whether you work at Dairy Queen or whether you work for the New York Knicks.
Especially if you make $200,000 a game. Or even more than that, some guys.
Right, exactly.
And you look at all this money that is here, usually you get to keep the money, and you get to get the night off and do all that. Very bizarre situation. And, Tom, before I forget, a lot of people have been tweeting about that last touchdown by Clemson. Was it a pick play or not? Was it an illegal play where they ran the rub route, but it was more like a pick, and Nick Saban didn't call timeout to try to coach it up? I talked to our teammate Lincoln Kennedy, who was a brilliant offensive lineman, brilliant in college, and played in 2 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl. I asked Lincoln earlier today about that specific play.
There were 2 picks that night, and they ran it both times and scored a touchdown. The first one was definitely illegal, but it wasn't called. But what the receiver did on Clemson's part is he threw up his hands. Now, this time, the Alabama DBs were actually ready for it. Matter of fact, they were more aggressive. The problem was number 26 was too aggressive. He actually tackled the Clemson receiver as he was going down, as he was pushing, threw him down to the ground. So you either called defensive pass interference or you called nothing at all. And because the ball was thrown for a touchdown, I think the refs decided to keep their flags in the pocket.
Flags in a pocket.
I like when referees keep their flags in the pocket near the end of the game. I like when they don't call a lot of penalties during the Super Bowl or national championship games. I like when they swallow their whistle in the NBA, when you have 5 seconds left and they inbound the ball and the team's going for the last shot for the win or the loss. No whistle, no foul. I love it.
Well, if we did get a flag on that play against Clemson, it would have been an automatic 3 field goal, and we would have had overtime. And, Tom, you would have appreciated overtime. You're a paid radio professional. You would have been able to talk about more exciting plays in overtime football, which is always a fun thing here, but Clemson won it outright on that particular play when some people thought the game could go a little bit longer.
Well, in the news business, we like to, if it bleeds, it leads. And if Alabama loses, that's a lot of bleeding. So that's what I was cheering for. You're always cheering for the crazier story.
Oh, look at Carl Bernstein and Don Lemon up there. Wow, what's going on? Oh, it's an interesting time, Tom, as we live in society today. An interesting time.
Only news junkies like you and me know who Carl Bernstein and Don Lemon are.
Yep, that's for sure. Developing hot. ... All right, everybody. Looney and I may have picked the wrong profession. Maybe we should start talking politics and head of sports. We'll tell you why. Coming up with Pop Looney after what's trending.
Friday, the New York Knicks' Derrick Rose got in an argument with his coach after getting benched against the Bucks. Monday, Rose didn't show up for the Knicks game against the Pelicans. Nobody knew where Derrick was. Most presumed he was pouting because of that fight with his coach.
I've never had a problem with a coach in my life.
Derrick held a press conference today where he played the F card from the bottom of the deck.
That was a family issue.
Okay.
For one, it had nothing to do with the team or basketball. But that's the first time I ever felt like that emotionally, and I had to be with my family.
2 upsets in college basketball tonight. 10th ranked West Virginia pit-snuggled number 1 Baylor 89-68. And 7th ranked Duke goes down, upset by number 9 Florida State 88-72. Houston's won 9 in a row. Rockets ishmaeled the Bobcats 121-114. That's what's trending, and I'm Looney.
FS1. FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. Look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
We're live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes can save you 15% or more on car insurance. Geico.com is where you can get that free rate quote. Pop culture with Tom Looney, the king, the undisputed king of hot gossip at night. Every night we can't wait to get to Pop Looney.
Let's do it. Who are all of these nosy people?
I don't believe that game.
Some kind of big mouth.
You know, you just talk too much.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
We're flying through some dark clouds right now. Hey, it's Tiger.
And now it's time for Pop Looney. Here he is. Me. Oh, thank you, Tom Looney. Love the voice turned up really loud in the Sony headphones. Oh, the jingle, the Twitter page, twitter.com at Looney on Fox is where we can tweet together.
You're creepy.
And then there's the brand spanking new email.
You've got mail.
Looney on Fox at gmail.com. Pop Looney is powered by Geico. What does it mean when Geico says 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Do we have the Rockwell? Fire it up. Well, JT, one thing is very important in life, and I'm only going to touch on this because I do not want to lose our FCC license or get kicked off the radio, but be very nice to spies, because you never know what spies might know about you developing hot. ...
Yeah, when you got spies following you and there's cameras or microphones or anything, be careful, Tom, because sometimes spies double-cross you.
The Monica Lewinsky scandal may feel like Disneyland in the coming days. HBO has acquired U.S. TV rights to Cries from Syria. It will premiere at the Sundance Film Festival, and then HBO will debut it on Monday, March 13th. The documentary provides a harrowing account of the ongoing Syrian civil war from the inside out, drawing from hundreds of hours of footage shot by activists and citizen journalists. I'm just mentioning it because I think people need to watch it. And we need to put our American lives in perspective sometime. Most of us in this country, even when we're struggling, have it pretty good. We're a country where things are going pretty well when you're debating whether or not Caitlyn Jenner should use the men's room or the ladies' room. When that's your biggest debate in your country, things are going really well.
And I watch Vice News every night, so I know about Aleppo. And some candidates didn't know all about it. I watch Vice News every night, so I get a real up-to-date perspective of what's happening there.
People in Syria wish their biggest controversy was which bathroom Caitlyn Jenner should use. Great news for Nick Diaz and other fighters who love weed and compete in Sin City, where you live, JT. A Republican living in Sin City. Wow. The Nevada Athletic Commission finally considering removing marijuana as a banned substance. Now that Nevada has legalized pot, the Nevada Athletic Commission has plans to discuss the removal of the stickiest of the ickiest.
The greenest of the green?
The kindest of the kind. From the prohibited substances list, the Nevada Athletic Commission is scheduled to discuss the matter on Friday. Former member of the Nevada Athletic Commission, fun fact here, Caitlyn Jenner, when she was Bruce. If the weed ban is overturned, it will take at least 3 months before it goes into effect.
Well, here's what's interesting to me on this issue, because if you're allowed to use recreational marijuana in any sport, and again, I don't care what you do in your home, your bedroom, as long as you're not making mistakes that are hurting other people, you do what you need to do if you're an adult, especially if it's legal in the state that you live in. But if we're paying to see athletes fight, are they allowed to smoke like 30 minutes before the fight? Are there victory parties allowed to be where they have open backyards with DJs where everybody's allowed to smoke?
Oh, I have
because they're not
the
going to
perfect
fail a
answer
drug
for
test.
that.
Where are we going on this slippery slope?
It's
Where are
not
we
a
going?
slippery slope, and I'll tell you why. I don't want them drinking before the games. I don't want players drinking before the games. That would be worse.
I didn't
think
ask you
you'd
that.
agree. And I don't want them drinking before a fight. Drinking. We know for a fact that drinking's a lot worse for you than smoking a little bit. Hey, too bad for Fox News they can't cover this Trump spy story. They can't cover this one here. In the weeks after Roger Ailes was ousted as chairman of Fox News in July amid a sexual harassment scandal, company executives secretly struck an agreement with a longtime on-air personality who'd come forward with similar accusations about Bill O'Reilly. The employee, Juliette Huddy. Did you watch Juliette in all your days?
She was on all the time.
Okay.
She's on all the time.
Yeah, she said Bill pursued a sexual relationship with her in 2011 when she rebuffed his advances. Juliette says he tried to derail her career. Fox News settled the lawsuit supposedly for 6 figures. That was a big story.
That can't be true because O'Reilly claims to be fair and balanced, and he would never admit to that, would he?
Well, you know, I would guess that Bill O'Reilly is still probably a very healthy man, and sometimes that's what happens with men. We do some pretty dumb things. Here's a news flash. We men have 4 moods: hungry and horny and happy and sad. Sometimes we do crazy things when we're in some of those moods. Okay, fire me up my money theme, Alex. Forbes has come out with their top-paid political commentators. You know, Forbes used to be this magazine. Magazines used to be these glossy things that you would buy at what was called a newsstand back in the day. And Forbes was a big magazine. Now they just print lists online. And here are your top 8 political commentators. At number 8, Donna Brazier. I got to go from 8 to number 1.
Donna Brazil?
Donna Brazil. Yes, the Democratic campaign manager and strategist, makes $3 million a year. Mary Matlin says she's a libertarian now, JT. That's what they all say when they don't want to say what they are.
They do. They all say when they want to change or they always change parties to independent and libertarian.
When I first came on with you,
one party to the other, that seems to be the popular landing site.
13 years ago when I started with you and you asked me what my political persuasion was, I said libertarian, and you wouldn't let me get away with it. William Crystal comes in at number 6, says he's an independent now. He abandoned the GOP after Trump came along. He makes $5 million a year. Ann Coulter, who I believe, I was just seeing this today, a longtime Satan worshiper. Is that correct, JT? I don't know. Do you know more about Ann than I do? I'm not sure. She makes 8.
No, she's a political pundit, but she's one of the few that has a strong
she's
opinion.
Amazing.
And she gives it every time. She doesn't kind of hide behind a moderator. When she says something, she says it. I mean, she lets it go. A bazooka barrel.
Gas cannon matches.
Crazy.
She's good. Number 4, James Carville, another guy that brings gas cannon matches. He's good. Democratic strategist, $10 million a year. At number 3, surprised to see this, Rachel Maddow, liberal commentator at MSNBC, $20 million a year. This is mostly a man's game if you're hearing a lot of these names, JT, but Rachel Maddow just said the other night at MSNBC, she says her mother hates when she says this, but the reason why she's so successful in a man's business, she said, because she looks like a man. That was her words, not mine.
Said that?
Yeah, she said that on the air, so at least she's got a sense of humor about herself. Sean Hannity comes in at number 2, our former colleague here at Premier Radio Networks, disc jockey at WABC, currently in New York.
Makes a lot of money.
TV guy on Fox, $80 million for Sean Hannity. I once shared a Heineken with Sean Hannity. And at number 1, the aforementioned Bill O'Reilly, Republican spinmeister, pretends he's an independent, $85 million a year. Those are your top paid.
Now, that's not salary. That's books. Is that all the books? The Rising Sun
I don't know.
the death of all these iconic stories that he writes and killing Lincoln, killing Kennedy. Does that include all that, or is that just broadcasting?
Because he makes so much money, what he does is he spends $2 million and goes out and buys all of his own books so he can be on the New York Times bestseller list. That's a dirty little secret. That people, human beings, our fellow citizens aren't buying the Bill O'Reilly books like Fox is, or his agent does, or he does, and that's how you get many times on the New York Times best-selling list.
What's your email address?
Buying your own books.
What's your email address?
Looney on Fox at gmail.com, and that's Pop Looney.
I wish you'd go in and buy a whole bunch of handoffs.
I know!
You did okay.
If we had only known that when you wrote your book.
Well, I wrote a real book
Yes,
that
it is
mattered
true.
and had an impact on people's life, not a list book where I went back and looked at the top 100 sports stories
Right.
of the 90s and just took comments of what I said and put them in there and handed the book in. A little bit more than that. Hey,
Your
come
book,
on.
I just want to tell people about your book, The Handoff, for those new listeners who don't know it. It is kind of like Tuesdays with Maury, but a sports talk radio twist is one of the ways it's been put. Outstanding book.
Nicely said. When we come back, we'll get ready to wrap it up here. So much happening tonight. Games in progress as we speak. But the big story is the national championship that happened last night. But for those degenerate gamblers out there, the odds are already out for next year. We'll give you those next.
The regular season is upon us.
I don't believe it.
And now,
Time to initiate playoffs.
Now commencing. This is insanity.
the playoffs begin. Your NFL coverage is right here
Playoff football, baby. No panic. No panic.
on Fox Sports Radio.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is for you to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.25%, APR 4.43%. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda. That's $10,012. Please drive around.
10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
For those with mental or substance use disorders, what does recovery look like? It's a transformation. It's a supporting hand. It's new beginnings. When does recovery start? It starts when you ask for help and support. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you ever lost a cat? And have you ever wanted to get your cat back after you lost it? Hi there, I'm Andrew Hoffman. I went on this website called InventNow.org. Then I decided to make an invention of my own. It's called the Lost Cat Magnet Invention. So you can get your cat back after you lost it. Just turn it on, and lost cats stick to it. That's a good cat. If your cat was hiding up in a tree, it won't be up a tree anymore. It will be stuck to the lost cat magnet. And sometimes they fly toward you in the air. Just listen to one satisfied cat. See, that's proof. You should go to the InventNow.org website too. But just remember one thing. Don't do a lost cat magnet.
Anything's possible. Keep thinking. Get started on your own inventions or just play some games at inventnow.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the National Inventors Hall of Fame Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
How about Aaron freaking Rodgers? I always wonder, if you got Aaron Rodgers, why don't you try Hail Marys more often? You know how in a tennis match, if somebody hits the net and they score a point, the tennis player will apologize for hitting the net and scoring a point as if they have done something unethical or unfair in the larger context of competition. I feel like that's how football coaches view Hail Mary touchdowns, because they never attempt them as often as they should. The odds of scoring don't seem that awful, especially if you're the Green Bay Packers. I would love to know the percentage of time that they've scored on Hail Marys in the last year or so with Aaron Rodgers. It certainly seems to be a pretty high percentage.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
And the category and things that don't go together.
Football and rainforests.
Correct.
Ice cream and motor oil.
Correct.
Open government and closed doors.
Correct.
Your freedom of information under the First Amendment isn't a game. Open government works best when the people's business is truly conducted in the open. Find out more on your state's freedom of information laws and how that freedom is being threatened by visiting www.sunshineweek.org. There's a reason why the right to know is the First Amendment. www.sunshineweek.org. A public service of this station and the Radio and Television News Directors Association.
Fox Sports Radio.
1330 The Fan.
Is a final.
Headed for the end zone and touchdown.
And we had it covered from the start of the season to the playoffs.
Clemson moves on to the national championship game in Tampa.
And now,
Hey, this is what we want. Let's go. It's our game. Let's go.
a national champion.
Breaks the plane for the Clemson touchdown.
Like I said, we had it covered right here on Fox Sports Radio. 3, 2, 1. You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1.
JT the Brick Show with Tom Looney on Fox Sports Radio. We know you have a plethora, a gaggle, a googaplex of choices. Thank you for choosing FSR. Time for our Geico Play of the Night.
LeCon lost it. 4-on-2. Carter to Adrian to Ahmad. Layup, goaltended. It's good. A capacity Coliseum crowd is on its feet as West Virginia has its largest lead of the night.
Tony Corrado with the call. WAJR Morgantown, 10th ranked West Virginia. Pittsnoggles, number 1 Baylor, 89-68. That is our Geico Play of the Night. What does it mean when Geico says 15 minutes? Because you have 15% or more on your car insurance. It means you should have skedaddled to Geico.com about 15 minutes ago.
Well, congratulations to you because you didn't think Baylor would be atop
Thank you.
any rankings in hoops for very long. You saw that one coming, my friend. You saw that coming a mile away.
Plus, I get to watch UCLA play. UCLA may be the best college basketball team in the country, and I don't know why I don't care if UCLA lost one game. They're way better than Baylor.
Yeah. And congratulations to me who picked Cleveland, the Browns, over the Chargers with my upset special of the year, and for picking Clemson over Alabama on the broadcast, Tom. So again, look, I don't have a 900 number. I'm not running from federal authorities because I'm switching my 900 number in my hotel room in the dirty part of town every 2 weeks, running from the feds, but proving again that when you don't bet with real money, it's easy to pick games, but it's nice to have an opinion heading into some of these games.
Well, and that's why people tune in most people tune in to hear opinions. Unless they don't like them, then they send nasty tweets to our bosses.
Hey, Homeland's coming back Sunday. Can you knock that out, please, and catch up? Such a good show.
You were talking about that. I remember when I've been
telling you about Homeland
we were at the Super Bowl in Phoenix, and I saw all the security. I said, how unnecessary is all this? And he said, ooh, you haven't seen Homeland. Otherwise, you'd worry. So do you end up, when Homeland is over, though, did you end up being worried? Are you afraid to go outside?
No, but there's only so many shows I can watch. I did every Ray Donovan. I did every Game of Thrones. I've done every Homeland. But I haven't done zero Breaking Bad. I've done zero Walking Dead.
There was a Breaking Bad marathon over the holidays.
I have voids where there's shows I completely missed. The Wire. How do you miss The Wire?
How many people
If I'm going to go back and look at all these shows that I've missed, shouldn't I start with The Wire?
Well, maybe so, because everybody I know who saw The Wire loved The Wire. Same with The Shield. My friend Grubba the prison guard is always talking about how I need to go back and watch The Shield from season 1.
I like how Grubba thinks you have all day.
I know,
just go on your iPad and watch movies.
To watch The Shield.
Well, you travel. You have a couple of big international trips here. You can catch up on the flight by watching on demand.
Well, I think the flight, I think a lot of times airplanes are a perfect place to catch up on books you need to read.
Mother-in-law and father-in-law said goodbye today. They flew all the way from Vegas back to St. Augustine, Florida.
Oh, nice.
After 10 days with us and the kids, Tom. So back to the house with just the wife and my 2 sons as we bring the hammer down.
Now,
and the party's over.
Fun fact here, isn't St. Augustine, Florida, the oldest city in the United States of America?
First Catholic Mass, the Large Cross, the oldest city, the World Golf Hall of Fame, the beaches there that I love. It's just fantastic.
You try to sell me on it all you want. I'm not moving there.
Yeah, I know you're not moving. You're not going to leave your lady, which is the Southland of Los Angeles. Even after you watch all those documentaries and OJ and all that, you fell in love with L.A. and you continue to remain in love with Los Angeles.
Adopted love is many times the strongest love there is. Our mother and father weren't brother and sister. They adopted each other. Many times when people adopt their religions, they're far more zealous than when you're born into it. And many times when people move from one city to another, as I moved from upstate New York to Los Angeles, I fell in love with the city of angels.
You still feel that way when you write out your check for state taxes?
Well, yeah, I don't mind. I promised myself when I was young I wasn't going to be those old people who bitched about taxes or young people, and I'm sticking with my promise, and it's easy.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Hey, did you see the numbers that came out for the odds to win the national title next year?
Oh, yeah. Bring out the Looney Game Show music.
Looney Game Show music.
Zippy.
And we'll do it the right way. We'll do it from higher odds down.
Okay.
The Huskies, Washington, they played in the Final Four, right?
Yeah.
40-1. And they got their quarterback back. As R.J. Bell would say, I like the value there. Penn State, 30-1. The Texas Longhorns, 25-1.
Texas Longhorns?
Is this right? Double check this. Clemson, 18-1.
Yeah, that's right. They're losing their starting quarterback.
LSU, 12-1. Michigan, 12-1. USC, 8-1. The Ohio State, 8-1. Oklahoma, Big Game Bob, 8-1. Florida State, the team I like this year, 7-1. And Alabama, Tom Looney, Alabama, 2-1. Do you like Roll Tide next year, even though they came up short this year in the national?
Well, 3-1 is still good odds to get. So is 7-1 Florida State. 8-1 for USC, who's got an outstanding quarterback, maybe the best quarterback in the United States of America, front runner for the Heisman Trophy. And shout out to Bill Ryder and Blaine Gabbert. Your Missouri Tigers are 1,000-1 on that list.
All right, we got big shows the rest of the week. Vinny Bonsignore is going to join us, Tom. There could be something developing on saving San Diego.
Yeah, our L.A. Rams guy and our guy when it comes to teams relocating.
And we'll talk about that. And then the rest of the week, we have Hardcore Wednesday into all these playoff games. We'll have insiders on from the Packers, the Seahawks. We're going into it heavy with these games here because after this weekend, Tom, you'll look at your Final Four will be that much closer to championship game weekend, and the winners of those games go into the Super Bowl. Super Bowl 51, everybody thinks the Patriots are a lock. And could it be the Cowboys? Fox has got it. They got the World Series.
Could it be the Kansas City Chiefs? Tom Looney keeps saying that's me referring to myself in the third person. And we will pick, unlike any other show in broadcasting, we will pick every game against the spread Friday.
All right, that's where we're at. Thank everyone who put the broadcast together, please.
Our digital dog tonight was Gavin McLeod III. Our guest booker, Cindy Katz. Our technical engineer training tonight, Zippy the Chimp, and with Zippy, training Zippy, Alex Tyshirt. You know, Alex, we're going to let Alex stay here as long as he likes, but as soon as he leaves, we get Zippy, who we want to give any health benefits because it's a chimp. And Lauren Gardner's our executive producer.
All right, great job, everybody. We appreciate it. Tom, I'll go back and watch a lot of TV tonight. Tonight's a good TV night, but last night I don't think we'll top it for quite some time. It'll be a top 3 moment at the end of the year, what Clemson did to Alabama. Great recap right here on Fox. Don't let your car's engine freeze up like a blown lead in the fourth quarter. Head to AutoZone for the right antifreeze for your vehicle. Cooling system failure is the #1 cause of engine-related breakdowns. Old or dirty coolant can lead to a clogged radiator, and the right coolant can protect against corrosion for all cooling system metals, including aluminum, while providing maximum freeze-up and boil-over protection. So head to your local AutoZone for great deals on peak 50/50 long-life antifreeze and coolant. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Simple and easy. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Secure and so easy.
MasterPass, the simple, secure way to pay from MasterCard. Accepted at select merchants.
Don't buy it. MasterPass it.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
This is the time of year when we all want to bust out. Your fun starts at Ray Wakely's RV Center. The enormous lot is packed with RVs and motorhomes of every shape and size. Buy or rent now. Built on service, sold on trust. That's Ray Wakely's RV Center, Route 20 in Northeast.
America was built by people with a few dollars and a dream. But even today, there's still one path to success that only requires a dream and about $10. Because if your dream is to start or grow your business, something as simple as the right business card could make all the difference. Right now at Vistaprint, you can get 500 customized high-quality business cards for only $9.99. That's $9.99, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Just go to Vistaprint.com. Use promo code 5757 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5757.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
I never get the flu.
My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit BeTiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
Over 300,000 veterans have received the care and benefits they've earned because Paralyzed Veterans of America was there. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
Who's the microphone assassin?
It's the Ben Maller Show.
Transmitting now.
Jack Del Rio admitted he was about to bench Connor Cook at halftime, and he got talked out of it. He got talked out of it. Do we have that soundbite? We have here's Jack Del Rio changing of the quarterbacks. He was asked about that. Here's Del Rio, the Raider coach. They chose not to bench Connor Cook, and why not?
I asked at halftime. The coaches really felt like that there were other things that were kind of contributing, and that there wasn't going to be a big change based on changing the quarterback. So we stayed the course with it.
It was one of the more puzzling coaching moves that we have seen. And Jack Del Rio gets paid a good amount of money to make that decision, to make the tough call. He choked.
Ben Maller. The Ben Maller Show.
The microphone throttler.
Weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Live from Los Angeles, I'm Tom Looney. Slaving over a hot microphone. 2 days ago, Baylor became the #1 college basketball team in the country for the first time ever. That was a nice cup of coffee.
Turnover. LeConte lost it. 4-on-2. Carter to Adrian to Ahmad. Layup, goaltended. It's good. A capacity Coliseum crowd is on its feet as West Virginia has its largest lead.
Tony Caridi with a call. WAJR Morgantown. 10th ranked West Virginia Pittsnoggled #1 Baylor, 89-68. One other upset in college basketball. 7th-ranked Duke goes down, upset by #9 Florida, 88-72. Houston's won 9 in a row. Rockets Ishmael the Bobcats 121-114. James Harden a triple-double with cheese. 14 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists, and I'm Looney.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the Herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1. It's the Jason Smith Show.
So much fun, it should be illegal.
That covers you from coast to coast. One guy's from New York.
I've actually started my own line of Geno Smith erotic fiction.
One guy's from Chicago.
I'm all about the Bears. No, Tressman.
And they broadcast the show from Los Angeles.
Hey, turn the Lakers off. There's a car chase on.
Whoa! He's out, he's trying to run. Oh, he's trying to carjack somebody.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios with Michael Harmon, here's Jason Smith.
Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again. Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
It has been a long time since I've heard the theme song of the Golden Girls. Oh, I tell you, I would sing along to it. I'd watch it on Saturday nights. I always had a thing for Rue McClanahan. I did. Back then. Yeah, no, she was sexy, Southern. I had a thing for Rue McClanahan. One episode they did, she was dressed up in tights, like doing some kind of ballet. Wow, that was uncalled for this early into the show. Welcome inside the Jason Smith Show here at Fox Sports Radio. FoxSportsRadio.com and iHeartRadio. We broadcast live from the Geico Studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. For more info, visit Geico.com. Mike Harmon is off tonight. He sounds like Super Dave Osborne, if I can make another 80s reference. Under the weather. He tried to gut through it, coughing up profusely last night. Not feeling good today. Hopefully he will be back. This will be a golden opportunity for Mike Harmon to get better and be back with us tomorrow night. Now, before we get into the topic of the day, and it's going to be a bit of a 180 from last night. I have to say this. We have a couple of updates to get to that Justin Frostberg has. The purple and gold are in action right now.
Yes, they are. They're at Staples taking on the Trailblazers.
Okay.
Tied up at 23 there. We also have the Golden State Warriors.
Yes,
and what's Draymond Green doing? So far, -7 with 2 points, but I believe he just kicked somebody in their gold member.
Oh.
I love gold. The look of it, the taste of it, the smell of it, the texture.
Do we have anything on Oscar De La Hoya? Do we have any updates? Any updates on the Golden Boy?
We are efforting. We do not.
We do not. All right, see if you can find him for tonight. Very important.
I do have his gold medal, though.
Oh, good. All right, good. We'll take pictures of that. We'll put it online. We'll put it on Twitter at How About a Fresca. And maybe to help preview the NFL playoffs, let's get Golden Tate.
I'm working on it.
Try to get a phone call for him and see if we can grab him.
Busy guy today.
Yes.
Making the rounds.
Yes, there's a lot of stuff.
We'll just wait for the golden opportunity.
Yeah, there are a lot of people on Twitter who are already asking me certain things about the world of sports today. For instance, Jason, this is from Richard. Will tonight be all Golden State Warrior talk? No, but we will talk about the Golden State Warriors. Will you broadcast tonight's show from the Golden Nugget? No, but maybe we can get an update from the Golden Nugget. We know that Vegas took a beating last night with the national championship game. Jason, will you please play Golden Earring tonight on the show? Yes, you will definitely hear some Radar Love. That's the only Golden Earring song I know, so we will definitely hear Radar Love. And anything else you would like an update on tonight, we are your full-service show. Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. We are live from the Geico Studios. So today was the day that everybody got to bask in the glory of Clemson winning the national championship. Big victory last night over Alabama. Look, we talked about it throughout the night last night. It was the best national championship game since the advent of the BCS. Deshaun Watson played his way into the top 3 of the NFL draft at worst, because this is what happens with quarterbacks 4 months until the NFL draft. They'll look back at this game, 420 yards passing from Deshaun Watson. He will go up. He'll be the top quarterback selected. All the quarterbacks always rise. Today was the day where Clemson got back to campus. 6,000 people awaiting them early in the morning to take selfies and give the Clemson chant. They went into the Clemson stores late last night after the game was over. They bought all the championship merchandise, and it's been a 24-hour news cycle that has been owned by the Clemson Tigers. However, because you knew there was a however coming, Dabo Swinney's starting to irk me a little bit. And it's something that is like what I like to call the cotton candy effect. You know, you look into a whole big vat that we try to make cotton candy, and you take the big stick, and you go, I'm going to make cotton candy in here, and you go, there's nothing that's going to stick to that. And then you kind of whisk it around, and you go, oh, look, now there's cotton candy. Dabo Swinney's starting to irk me a little bit because Clemson is starting to give me the Stepford vibe. That, you know, everything just seems so perfect, yet everything is a little too perfect. All right, today there was rife with stories about how great Clemson has it, about how they push the fun with all the kids. There's numerous pool tables and ping pong tables, so anybody that wants to, you know, get a load off is able to play in the rec room. Coaches routinely get hours off to go see their kids do something, or they can come back later on at night. It just seems like the perfect place, and Dabo Swinney is the front man of all of this. He has long talked about Clemson and how great of a place it is and how wonderful it is and how great they treat the kids, and we want you to work hard and have fun. But there is something a little Stepfordish about it. And I don't mean the religious aspect of it, because, look, Dabo Swinney went through his whole situation a couple of years ago where he was accused of making decisions based on who was religious and who wasn't. There was that story in 2014 that he was making decisions based on who followed religion, and if you didn't follow religion, you weren't afforded the things that other religious players and people around the team were afforded. So I don't mean that part of it. I just mean the whole perfect vibe of Clemson, because the last 24 hours has been Dabo Swinney basically giving an infomercial about how great Clemson is. But okay, Clemson won, everything is great. But then this is where I get the whole Stepford part, where you guy could pull his face off, and he's actually going to be some kind of robot under it. Sorry, I just ruined the Stepford wives for you, but that's what happens. Everybody's perfect in Stepford. Is that there's always a thing that tells you, okay, something might be off. Maybe someone's smile is too bright. Maybe something is said too perfectly. But this was what it was for me today. To hear Dabo Swinney make the rounds and talk about the ACC and comparing it to all the other conferences in the country. Here he is first, saying the ACC, his conference, Clemson's conference, Syracuse's conference, doesn't get the respect they should.
I think all you media folks need to change your stories. I mean, y'all, it sounds good. I've been in this league a long time, and this league's never gotten the respect that it deserves.
So, okay, ACC doesn't get the respect. The other conferences, you write a lot about them. Okay, but then he goes on even more to prop up the ACC.
This is the best conference in college football. It's the deepest. It's the most competitive. 11 bowl teams. And it's back-to-back years, something like that we've done that. You look at the head-to-head records in the SEC against the SEC. You don't want to play a team from this conference.
All right, but that's not it. Again, SEC is great, but really we're better.
The SEC is a great conference too, but the best and deepest league is this league that we're competing in, and incredible coaches, great coaches. It's just how I feel about it.
It's a weird mix to go from, oh boy, look at me, I'm just so happy to be here, I can't believe it. Oh, look, and Swinney is a guy, I have no words, and then he would go on and talk for 6 or 7 minutes at things. I hear him talk, and I see him as the front man for Clemson, and I'm just wondering if there's not some real deep, dark secret that's hot. Like, if it was a movie, Clemson would be, boy, Clemson is great. And then you'd find out in the middle of the movie, they're doing something horrible, and we have to make sure everybody knows about it. It's been a big secret to try to put a lid on everything. That's how I feel about Clemson. Because here's a big elitist attitude about conferences. And, okay, that's fine. If you want to say, look, we're undervalued, but I don't think we're undervalued anymore. But nobody really goes over and hammers you at home. No, the ACC is great. You know, the ACC didn't beat another ACC team. They beat a team from the SEC. It's their first national championship since 1981. He says one thing, and then it kind of gets out of character and out of personality with how he then continues to go on and talk about how elite the ACC is. It doesn't jibe with me. It doesn't jibe. I feel like I'm getting an act, and I got an infomercial for the past few hours following the win. Take nothing away from how great they are. They were great. Dabo Swinney's a great coach. All kinds of guts. We talked about it last night. Call him that pass play where another second could have ticked off the clock if it fell incomplete, and suddenly, boy, you blew the national title game. You couldn't even kick a field goal. Guts. Great coach. Built the program up. Was good. But I get a feeling I'm getting a sell job from him. And he's someone that I meet him and I see him talk and I would go, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how genuine it all is. I mean, great. This is the time to do PR. This is the time to do that. If you want to do that that's just the sense I get from him. It's a weird mix, slamming other conferences and saying how fortunate you are and how good work will always wind up seeing through to the end. That's not consistent with someone's personality. Just isn't. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Phone number is 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. We'll have more on the national championship Clemson Tigers coming up throughout the show. In fact, in about a half hour, I'll give you 4 teams who could crash the playoff party next year. Not 4 teams that, okay, well, everybody's saying today you have the same teams. Florida State will be there, and Oklahoma will be there, and Alabama will be there, and Penn State, and look at USC. Those are the easy teams to look at. Who are some teams that could crash it and wreck it? I mean, even on the cusp of, like, Washington, very deserving this year. These are teams that could really get in, like, whoa, they could wreck things and get in next year. We'll have that coming up a little over a half hour from now. But coming up next, we got Jay Glazer on the way in about 15 minutes, and we'll get into it by having some more Golden fun here on the show. A Golden Night. We got to get an update on the Golden Knights, Justin Frostberg, if we can get that, please, on how the name is doing.
You got it. I'm sending them out a request right now.
All right. Very good. But coming up next, could we have a star running back be a system running back in the NFL? Buckle up. We get into Steph Curry territory. Oh, and KMBR, I'm ready for my interview anytime you want to. We'll have that big breaking NFL story coming up next. The Jason Smith Show, Fox Sports Radio, foxsportsradio.com, and iHeartRadio.
I love gold. The look of it, the taste of it, the smell of it, the texture.
The national championship had it all.
A championship football, baby.
From the plays
He is in.
to the playmaker.
Design run by Watson to left. Has blockers out in front. Touchdown.
When a new champ raised that trophy,
That's the only way in 35 years.
he had it for you on Fox Sports Radio.
Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that the hole in the pot handle is designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things people use most can easily be overlooked. It's just like how TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right, TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. And here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app. TrueCar.com, TrueCar.com, TrueCar.com.
Some features not available in all states.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. This good economic news presents a unique financial opportunity for you. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.25%, APR 4.43%. Call Quicken Loans today at 800-QUICKEN to see how much we can lower your mortgage payment. For 7 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. And for the 3rd year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in the nation for mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
There's always a moment of truth where I say, look, it's either put up or shut up. And it was time to put up. I had crossed that thin line. It was 100+ degrees. We were hot. We were on fire. We were yelling our hearts out. You could feel the intensity rising. Even in our tiredness, even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continued to push. I told myself, you can suck up the pain for another 1.5 miles, and you will be a Marine. Not many people believe that I could do it. I don't know where I got the energy from. I don't know where the pain went to. But all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
PFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table. And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This is Chicago-style hot dog here. I'm not feeling too good. Turns out, along with all the other bad things my cholesterol does, they say it's a risk factor for strokes. Strokes? Sheesh. Good news from National Stroke Association. Exercising, eating right, and asking your doctor about medicines that can help lower your cholesterol, like statins, may reduce the risk of a first stroke. And if you've already had a stroke, it's even more important you lower your cholesterol.
Lower your chances of stroke by controlling your cholesterol. Visit stroke.org today. Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Great. Sounds incredible. You like it like this?
Up the middle. 15, far side 10. Goes in. Touchdown.
Or like this?
Curry, deep three, right side. Are you kidding me?
And what about this?
Right wing to win it. He made it. Gotta win it all.
Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered.
Here we go.
It's sports the way you like it.
It blows my mind.
Mind blown. On Fox Sports Radio. The biggest personalities in sports are on FS1. Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp airs weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern only on FS1.
I've been driving all night, my hands wet on the wheel.
I love gold.
It's my baby calling, says I need you here.
Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Mike Harmon with a night off tonight. He's getting a pedicure. We broadcast live from the Geico studios. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Yes, Golden Earring. I like the White Lion remake, but this came first, so we celebrate things like Golden Earring tonight here on the show. This, as we said a few minutes ago, a golden opportunity for you to ask many different kinds of questions here on the show. Frostberg, you got a purple and gold update for me?
Yeah, the purple and gold out at Staples Center. How about you take a listen to this golden highlight?
All right.
Vonleh has it taken away momentarily. Nice. What a play. I love gold.
Thomas Robinson with the golden block out at Staples.
Is there such a thing as a golden block?
There is tonight.
There is, really?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I really was expecting to hear something.
No, refresh the
gold.
box score. It's under rebounds.
Meanwhile, in Golden State 42, the Miami Heat 38. This one, 5:47 to go in the second quarter. Leading scorer for Golden State is Steph Curry. He's got 10. System MVP. Ooh. Twitter. Jason, since you have a fondness for Rue McClanahan of the Golden Girls, will you have original solid gold dancers on while you watch The Golden Child? Well, I don't know that The Golden Child still is even on TV anymore. That was a horrible Eddie Murphy movie. It's like the worst one he ever made. But Solid Gold Dancers I was a big fan of back in the 80s and 90s.
But didn't he win a Golden Globe for that?
Oh, I have to look. He may have won for Bowfinger, but if he won for Golden Child, I didn't know about that. Will says, Jason, I can't believe this. I actually have the Golden Girls on TV while listening to the show. Well, that guy's way ahead of us.
That guy loves gold.
Yeah. Kevin says, Jason, I'm listening while I'm eating a bowl of Golden Grahams. You know, Golden Grahams, they were sweet, but they always were a little too, they always like fell apart, and it always were like dusty in the bottom of the bowl in the milk. Like, not that the Grahams themselves, but it's like the silt. Maybe that was supposed to be the gold part of it. But I just never liked that.
They were dairy, so I have no idea.
Oh, all right, very good. Jason, hey, thanks to you, I'm going to go make sure and I'm going to pet my golden retriever. Well, you know, hey, be nice to all dogs, not just a golden retriever.
I got gold.
Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's Twitter at How About a Fresca. A golden chance for you to get in here and ask what questions you need on the show tonight. Jay Glazer coming up in a few minutes to talk NFL with us, and we get into it by talking about Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell said, say in an interview on Bleacher Report, that he is what Steph Curry is to basketball. So that means he's a system running back. But you know what? He kind of is. Oh, boy. Now Pittsburgh's going to hate me as much as Golden State does. Quote, I think I'm changing the game. In that sense, I'm what Steph Curry is to basketball. Don't get me wrong. I don't necessarily think Steph Curry is the best basketball player. Well, at least he's got that right. But he changed the game, so he's going to always go down as being remembered. Now everyone wants to shoot the three and shoot it from deep. Le'Veon Bell went to compare his patient running style that requires his offense to hold their blocks a little bit longer after he attacks a hole as something that is changing the game, and now other running backs are going to try to exploit that and follow in Le'Veon Bell's footsteps. Draymond Green talked about it when he wasn't kicking, when he was talking before the game tonight, said the patience he has as a runner has never been seen before. Both Green and Le'Veon Bell, Michigan State alums. Here's the thing. Number one, I don't know that having a patient running style is transcending the NFL like Steph Curry and the system the Golden State Warriors have, running and shooting threes and timing and cuts and passing. What they've done the last couple of years, that system, this is just, you have a lot of talented people on the Steelers. And Le'Veon Bell does have a patient running style. But let's stop for a second. You want to be compared to Steph Curry? I'll compare you to Steph Curry. You're a system running back. Steph Curry is a system quarterback in the NBA. We've covered this plenty of times over the course of the last year. You can have a patient running style, and that's great as long as your offensive line is good. You can have any kind of running style as long as your offensive line is good. You'll be really, really good. If you have a bad offensive line, it doesn't matter what running style you have, you're going to struggle. You can have a patient running style. If your offensive line stinks, you're going to get hit behind the line of scrimmage on every single play. If you are waiting for the holes to develop, and as Le'Veon Bell likes to say, when I get to a hole, I don't want to look at a linebacker. I don't want him to think I'm going in a certain hole when I'm not and I'm looking. It's great that you have the time to do that. You know why you have the time to do that? Because outside of the Cowboys, the Steelers are have the best offensive line in the NFL. That's how good they are. This is why they're able to put so many points on the board. This is why Ben Roethlisberger can keep plays alive and complete so many passes. This is why Le'Veon Bell is as good as he is. This is why Antonio Brown has 8 years to get open and get separation from a defensive back. He doesn't make big plays jumping over DBs. He makes big plays because he's 5 yards open because he's that good at separating, but he needs time. You have a great offensive line. That's how it's going to go. If the Steelers' offensive line was average, Le'Veon Bell would be a guy that teams would look at him and say, he's too slow. He's too slow. He can't hit the hole. He's indecisive. That's what they would say. And whether you're right or not, perception is reality. When Le'Veon Bell came out of Michigan State, I thought the guy was too slow. Like, he's not going to be able to follow these blocks in the NFL like he is in college. When he gets the ball and runs behind the back of an offensive lineman and has one hand on his butt and the lineman running in front of him, then he kind of pushes off one way. Ron Dane did that in college at Wisconsin. He had a patient running style. He would wait. What happened when he got to the NFL? He was a bust. He's an absolute bust. It doesn't work that way. Le'Veon Bell has tons of talent. But you know what? If you have any kind of talent and you play behind a good offensive line, you will put up numbers. That's why Darren McFadden was so good with the Dallas Cowboys last year. Virtually the same offensive line. He was one of 4 guys over 1,000 yards rushing. Ezekiel Elliott has more talent than Darren McFadden. He's had a better year. That's basically how it goes. If you have if you have vision, if you can see the holes, you will have success in the NFL. That's why the running back position has been devalued. And this is why people are pushing more on the offensive line than they ever had, because that's how it works now. You're going to see copycat in the offseason. Even though running backs are great, running backs are having a big resurgence, and you'll see in fantasy football next year, running backs will be drafted in the top 3, 4, 5, like they were up until the last couple of years. There's going to be no more zero running back theory of not taking a running back until the 10th round, until you've filled in all your positions. That's all out. There's a big renaissance for running backs because running backs are now piling up yardage and putting up points. But why? Because this is the new trend in the NFL. If I can't get that great skill player, because I don't want to give him $35 million and $24 million guaranteed for the next 4 years, what I'll do instead is I will build an offensive line. The guards will come cheap. The centers come cheap. The tackles you have to pay for. I will keep drafting. I will do this, and that's how I'm going to succeed. Because if I put guys at least a minimal amount of talent behind, they're going to succeed. And that's Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell's got a lot of talent. This is why he's so good. But he's got to realize the reason he can be so patient is because his offensive line can hold their blocks. You know, that's a little bit of reality here when you start saying, well, I think I'm changing the game like Steph Curry. Well, hold on a second. You won one playoff game. All right, you've been in the league a couple of years. You've been hurt. You've had problems with drugs. And now one playoff win in a great game, and it's, I'm going to transcend the NBA like Steph Curry. Time out. Play another game, win a championship, and realize that it's your blockers that are doing this for you. From Le'Veon Bell's offensive line, I want to go, really? His patience and vision? I mean, he's got good patience and vision, but if I don't hold my block for an extra second and a half, what's he going to do? We'll see. We'll see what happens. What do you got, Frostberg?
So are you trying to say that Le'Veon Bell has the golden line?
Well, listen.
As far as golden standards are concerned?
Listen. The black and gold is a very good team. I'm taking nothing away from the black and gold.
No, I got them beating the Chiefs on Sunday.
I am not taking anything away from the black and gold. But when you want to talk about, are you in that golden stratosphere, with guys like Barry Sanders, let's realize that it's your offensive line that's doing it for you.
They do have like 5 or 6 golden Lombardis.
They set the gold standard on the offensive line, the Steelers and the Cowboys. Let's make sure we have that.
I got gone.
Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show live from the Geico Studios. Le'Veon Bell, system running back. Write it down. Coming up, Jake Glazer on the way. All the big news from the NFL. But right now, let's find out what's trending.
Friday, New York Knicks Derrick Rose got in an argument with his coach after getting benched against the Bucks. Monday, Rose didn't show up for the Knicks game against the Pelicans. Nobody knew where Derrick was. Most presumed he was pouting.
I've never had a problem with a coach in my life.
Because he didn't call, he didn't write, he didn't tell his team why he didn't show up for work. Today, Derrick held a press conference where he played the F card from the bottom of the deck.
That was a family issue. For one, it had nothing to do with the team or basketball, but that's the first time I ever felt like that emotionally, and I had to be with my family.
Very vague. The two upsets in college basketball. 10th-ranked West Virginia pitch-noggled number 1 Baylor 89-68. 7th-ranked Duke goes down, upset by number 9 Florida State 88-72. Houston's won 9 in a row. Rockets Ishmael the Bobcats 121-114. Atlanta's won 6 in a row. Hawks cut down the Nets 117-97. And I'm Looney.
We are Join Emmy Award winner Katie Nolan for her show Garbage Time, where she gives her unique take on the biggest stories of the week. And
Girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head, get down. Get down, girl, gon' head. You need a bomb, met her at a beauty.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Jason, live from the Geico Studios. Mike Harmon has the night off tonight. He is ordering his record collection autobiographically, so it's going to take him a while. He's a little under the weather. Hopefully he is back and better than ever tomorrow night. As I said tonight, a golden chance for you to ask any question you want here on the show, and we will likely get a chance to answer it. Meanwhile, in the NBA, purple and gold, now with a 53-46 lead over Portland, and Steph Curry is doing Steph Curry things. The Golden State Warriors now trailing the Heat 49-48, but still Curry having a pretty good first half system quarterback for the Warriors. Curry now with 13 points, 3 out of 6 from three-point range. So we'll have Jay Glazer coming up in a bit here on the show. Today also a big day for the Knicks and Derrick Rose. And it's just, the story, and I go home last night, and my wife says to me, oh, my God, what a great game that was. I said, oh, yeah, we're talking everything. She goes, did you talk about Derrick Rose? I'm like, can I get away from Derrick Rose for 5 minutes? The guy didn't show up. Can I just stop talking about Derrick Rose?
Can't do it.
Derrick Rose is now back with the New York Knicks following a period of 24 hours, less than that, which he was away from the team. He was at the Knicks shoot-around yesterday, didn't show up for the game last night. Knicks didn't know where he was. Nobody did. Frantically trying to track him down. Couldn't find him. Didn't know where he was.
Bueller.
Not until after the game, Joakim Noah said, I talked to him. He's good. I don't want to speculate on anything, but he's good. Derrick Rose rejoined the Knicks this morning. Went to the shoot-around, talked to the team, addressed everybody, and said, look, we're all on the same page. I needed some time away. I needed to be with my mom. It's a family situation. Said it had nothing to do with basketball. They talked to everybody, and now everybody is on the same page. A bizarre episode, to say the least, the very least, about Derrick Rose. Now, here he is explaining his absence. I'm going to make a big point about Derrick Rose and then a larger point involving someone just a little bit bigger than D. Rose. Here he is explaining to the press why he missed the game on Monday night.
That was a family issue. For one, it had nothing to do with the team or basketball, but that's the first time I ever felt like that emotionally, and I had to be with my family.
So, got to be with my family emotionally. I get it. Now, when he was asked, hey, what was it? Can you tell us anything about what's going on? Here's what Derrick Rose said.
I really can't get into that detail. It's really personal. Now I just want to focus too much on my play right now, and I'm just trying to focus on the season like I've been doing ever since I've been here. But I can't go back in the past and talk about that. Everything's fine.
So then the media said, all right, well, how come if this was such a big deal, it was why didn't you call anybody? This is what he said.
I didn't want to take any calls at the time. I just needed that space to myself and needed to be around my mom.
So you addressed the team?
Yeah, I addressed the team. Phil, Steve, everyone. Everybody's on the same page.
So you have Derrick Rose, who missed a game, didn't tell the Knicks why, had a very serious family situation, went to Chicago to be back with his mom, and then back home. Something is not right. Right? And I mean from the perspective of there's a lot being thrown out there. Now, I just tried to read stuff how I see it. And there is now Derrick Rose going overboard saying, I had to be with my mom. It's a family issue. It's very important. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say it. I'm pretty sure if it was that big a deal, you could have told the Knicks and they would have said go. Or you could have just told the Knicks anyway and said, listen, I have a really serious situation I need to be there for. And if you don't want me to go, I don't care. I have to go. Or, you know what? Screw it. I'm going to go and be with my mom, and I'll text you. And I'll just say, hey, Coach, it's me. I'm fine. I'm dealing with a big family issue. I'll be back in touch. Any of those things. If any of us had ever done that with our job, who would look at us and say, oh, yeah, you're dealing with something serious? They would say, you're trying to pull something over on me. You miss work, you miss school, you miss whatever it is without a reason, and then you don't even give me one. You just say, I had a family thing, and you figure, okay, no one's going to pry too much because it's a whole family thing. And then you're back, 10 hours later? You went to the shoot-around in the morning, you flew to Chicago, you were there for a few hours, and then you flew back? Hey, everybody, I'm back, it's me. No, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I hope everything is okay with Derrick Rose's family. Of course I do. But I don't buy this. This doesn't sound like how anybody responsible acts. If I just called up Frostberg, if I just called up one day, or if I just didn't show up for the show one night, and then guys were frantically trying to call me, and then you don't hear from me until the next day, and I just say, yeah, I had a family thing.
No,
and
I'd put out an Amber Alert for you.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah,
I know you
sure.
would. You know what? And I would just, even if it's something awful, I would at least say, hey, sorry, here's a quick text. Here's what I'm responsible to. I got to tell you, I'm not coming in.
But this just shows you how dysfunctional the Knicks actually are. Where he can't even tell anybody in the organization what actually is going on.
No, he needed space.
They all must hate each other. This is nuts.
He's gone for 10 hours. I needed 10 hours of space.
And not one person knows.
No, and nobody knows. It's
maybe Joakim Noah knew, but he's not gonna tell on him.
If it's that bad, I don't. If it's that, what could be that bad or that secretive that you couldn't tell the Knicks about? I mean, the fact that he didn't tell them, the fact that he went. Other players have done that. I got a family situation. This is something that's happened. I gotta go. When someone's brother is killed, I gotta go.
Or somebody's in the hospital.
Someone's in the hospital.
Yeah.
This just, I mean, really? You don't even call? You don't say anything?
Not even a text. Not even the days we live in, a text is fine.
Not even to know it. Hey, tell the guys I'm okay.
A message in a bottle if you got to do it.
On this, he's smart enough to know. He's been in the NBA a long time.
A golden note.
This, if you can, a golden parachute would help somehow, some way with that. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying Derrick Rose. I'm not buying this. The guy has been an enigma for his entire NBA career. The year he spent away from the Bulls when he was hurt. Remember when he was only going to come back when he could, quote, dunk off his left foot? When the Bulls are killing themselves to make the playoffs and guys are injured and Derrick Rose is prepping with the team and he's warming up every day and he's going through practice, but still, no, I'm not healthy enough to play again. What was it? Nobody knew. The guy is a mystery. And I'm not buying this. I hope everything is okay. I want to say, I don't want anybody to think, because I do. But tell me that this sounds right to you. Tell me this is something you would hear from someone, from one of your friends, from a family member, and you would say, oh, you know what? Yeah, no, that's cool. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Something. The fact you didn't even tell the Knicks why he was leaving, or that he was leaving. Even if you did that, even if you just said, I got to go, it's a family thing, but no, none of that. and I don't talk to anybody until after the game. He knows people will be looking for him after the game. If he's on a plane to Chicago, you're sitting on the runway, you're sitting on the tarmac, you could just send a text and shut your phone off if you didn't want to talk to anybody. There's many ways now. This is not 1975. I feel like this is something that is being given to hide something else. That's where I feel. It's like if a 17-year-old was looking for an excuse to come up with something, that's what I get here. I'm not buying it. I'm not. Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's Twitter at How About a Fresca. We're live from the Geico Studios, the Jason Smith Show. We'll have more on Derrick Rose coming up at top of the hour because things are going to get a little bit bigger than just Derrick Rose. But straight ahead, how about 4 teams that could crash the college football playoff next season? I got them for you. It can happen for every single one of them. Who are they? I'll tell you next.
Ladies and gentlemen, when your football game is on, you need a social media hoe. Right in his mouth. So follow us home on Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
What is that?
That's at Fox Sports Radio, your social media hoe.
Way to go, baby.
We are Fox Sports.
Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Simple and easy. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Secure and so easy.
MasterPass, the simple, secure way to pay for MasterCard. Accepted at select merchants.
Don't buy it. Master Pass it.
Hey, Lucy, you're the CFO of this company.
That's why you pay me.
We need a better way to manage our expenses.
Concur.
Automated expense reports.
Concur.
Faster invoice processing. Timely financial data. A whole system that helps us make better decisions around how we spend our money.
Concur.
While I appreciate your enthusiasm, I'm actually looking for ideas, not agreement.
That's why we're getting Concur for expense, travel, and invoice. Everything you described scaled perfectly to our business, and it's surprisingly cost-effective.
Lucy, you're a genius.
I concur.
Expense, travel, invoice. Learn more at concur.com.
Corporal John Vale was injured on patrol in Kuwait.
The truck flipped. The vehicle landed on me. I realized I can't move my legs. I'm looking for one person, one contact that can help me.
When John arrived at the VA, there was someone. Stephen Bush of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He helped John with his claim and became his advocate to get him back into life.
When I approach someone that's newly injured, I want them to feel comfortable that they're not alone.
For over 65 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America, through their national service officers, has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned. And their service is free to America's veterans and their families. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org. Paralyzed Veterans of America, changing lives, building futures.
Hey, this is Robert.
And I'm Bob. We have the same shirt, same shoes.
Same haircut, same car.
But not the same financial institution.
I have my money in a bank where it's protected by the FDIC.
And my money is in a credit union protected by NCUA.
Of course, FDIC protects my money up to $250,000 per account.
Hey, wait a minute. NCUA protects my credit union money up to $250,000 per account. And a new law makes this coverage limit permanent.
Let me guess. For both.
You got it. NCUA.
FDIC.
$250,000.
$250,000.
Both backed by the full faith and credit of the U.S. government.
So they're virtually...
Yep, identical.
Use the e-calculator at ncua.gov to make sure all of your money is NCUA safe.
Who's the microphone assassin?
It's the Ben Maller Show.
Transmitting now.
Jack Del Rio admitted he was about to bench Connor Cook at halftime, and he got talked out of it. He got talked out of it. Do we have that soundbite? We have here's a Jack Del Rio changing of the quarterbacks. He was asked about that. Here's Del Rio, the Raider coach. They chose not to bench Connor Cook, and why not?
I asked at halftime. The coaches really felt like that there were other things that were kind of contributing, and that there wasn't going to be a big change based on changing the quarterback. So we stayed the course with it.
It was one of the more puzzling coaching moves that we have seen. And Jack Del Rio gets paid a good amount of money to make that decision, to make a tough call. He choked.
Ben Maller. The Ben Maller Show.
The microphone throttler.
Weeknights, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
As a young teenage boy, I didn't even know what autism was. How do you even spell that? A few years later, I heard that a friend's cousin's son had been diagnosed with autism.
I still wasn't sure what that really meant.
When I went to college, my roommate's brother had autism. When I moved to the city for work, my best friend called me and told me his son had been diagnosed with autism. We were both in shock. I still remember the day I walked into the house and saw that look on my wife's face. I knew something was wrong. I'll never forget how I felt when she said, "Our son has autism."
Autism is getting closer to home. Today, 1 in 110 children is diagnosed with autism. That's a 600% increase in the last 20 years. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
The iHeartRadio app on your smartphone or tablet. Find live station. Type in FSR.
Let me bring this point up again.
Yes, FSR. Fox Sports Radio.
And I'm a sports radio host, okay?
Download the app today.
Good. You know what? I understand this.
Come on!
Listen everywhere.
I got a news flash.
See? Isn't that simple?
It's as simple as that.
Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1.
Ask me, son, when I grow old, will you buy me a house of gold? And when your father turns to stone, will you take care of me? She asked me, son, when I grow old, will
Fox
you
Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show.
house of gold? And when
Mike Hartman has the night off. He's doing laundry. He's actually not feeling well. It's actually Jay Glazer is not feeling well either. Frostberg, you talked to him a couple minutes ago. He's going to come on tomorrow night instead of tonight, right?
Yeah, he's got to rest the golden pipes.
Oh, you can't mess with those. You cannot do that.
Feel sick.
That is absolutely something you got to take care of. But if you know, that gold moneymaker, you got to be able to make sure it's there. You can't talk. You can't do radio.
And I'm pretty sure Harmon's doing his laundry in a golden jumpsuit. That's very tight.
Very tight, like one of those Vegas Elvis impressors. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca. We are live from the Geico Studios, the Jason Smith Show. And if you have any questions, again, tonight is a golden opportunity for you to get in anything you need to ask, like this one. From Glenosaurus Rex. Jason, who do you think will be the starting goalie for the Vegas Golden Knights at the start of the 2017-2018 season? I would say it's got to be somebody. I mean, you want somebody that has a track record, right? It's got to be somebody that's got a gold medal. I mean, you want somebody that's won something. Stanley Cup winning goalies, it's hard to just, move them around. You want somebody, hey, if you have a gold medal, that's pretty good.
Or it could be this guy.
I love gold.
It could be.
I got gold.
Jason, any truth to the rumor that Ari Gold will be coming on the show tonight? No, Jeremy Piven will not be on the show. I mean, I know he lives here in L.A., but we're not going to be able to get him on the show.
Yeah, he's still recovering from the Golden Globes.
It is. It was Golden Globes was a lot of fun. Meryl Streep, a lot of heat on her, for what she said at the Golden Globes. But boy, I'll tell you what, it was a big night for Hollywood. All that glitters is not always gold. So again, your questions, Twitter at How About a Fresca. So, with Clemson winning the national title last night, already thoughts have turned to today. All right, here's a way too early list of the college football playoff teams for the 2017-2018 season. And you're seeing a lot of the names that you'd expect to see. Alabama is right up there again. Why? Because Alabama makes it every year. USC finished the year at number 3. They might have been one of the top 3 teams in the country overall at the end. They did lose 3 games, but the way they were playing at the end, They're a very popular pick today. Penn State playing as well as they did in the Rose Bowl. They return big playmakers. Penn State is at the top. I get that. Clemson, even though they're losing Deshaun Watson, losing a lot of senior leadership, you don't want to count the defending champions out, so I get that part of it. Florida State, too, as well. They have a lot coming back. It's not just Dalvin Cook. They're going to lose him. But look, you see the teams are getting the love you expect. Ohio State, J.T. Barrett for a senior year, though they're going to lose a lot of people. Not many people saying Michigan, though. Michigan, man, they're losing a lot of talent. NFL Draft Day is going to be a great day for Michigan, but man, are they losing a lot of talent. So you've seen those names. You've seen those teams being bandied about today. It's okay, you look at the college football Final Four for next year. But how about I give you 4 surprise teams that could get in to the college football Final Four. And I'll kick things off with South Florida. Think about this for a second. South Florida is really talented. Got a Heisman Trophy candidate in Quentin Flowers. I've seen him play the last couple of years. He is legit. Every time they need a play made, he can make it. They can go unbeaten in the American. Every year, there's a team, sometimes it's Boise State, a lot of times it's Boise State, where we wonder, well, if this team really does go 12-0, 13-0, they're not from the Power 5 conference, can they make it? South Florida is that team. They could get, depending on how things go, if you have teams with 2 losses, a lot of teams like that this year, and you have a South Florida team that if they have a guy who's in the Heisman Trophy running next year, getting some publicity, South Florida could get in. Number 2, Colorado. You want to discount Colorado because USC is sexy. Washington's coming off winning the Pac-12. They were in the playoff last year. Look, they lose Lufo, they lose their quarterback, but they bring back everybody else. The rest of their offense comes back. They will be able to beat the heavyweights. They're not going anywhere. They were great this year. Colorado is another team that could get in. We're all expecting USC and Washington. Stanford maybe too. Stanford's getting a lot of love that they got to replace Christian McCaffrey. Colorado is legit. Texas. Watch out for Tom Herman and Texas. Shane Buechele, great young quarterback. They have a lot of talent. They just didn't win. Texas is really freakishly talented. And Herman's walking into a great situation where it's going to be, maybe the Jim Harbaugh type effect. And it's, whoa, wow, holy crap. It could be that kind of year. Their odds to win it all are only 28-1. All right, that's a bit of a shocker right now. They're 28-1. When you think, well, you got upheaval, you got a new coach, you got it there. And by the way, yes, I understand the irony of Charlie Strong leaving Texas, going to South Florida, but that's what Charlie Strong does best. Give me a program that's under the radar, and I can build it up. South Florida, Colorado, Texas. We're at the beginning of what's going to be a huge run for Texas. They're going to be the dominant team in the conference for a long, long time. 4th team, Florida. Yes, they need a new quarterback. Maybe it's Franks. Maybe it's not, and I understand it's a big piece. But their offense has been getting better over the course of the last couple of years. They had a really bad down period, but they have tons of talent. They play in the bad SEC division. They can easily run the table. 1 loss there. You pull an upset in the SEC championship game. Florida can get there. They open up against Michigan, but like I said, Michigan's lost a ton of talent. Florida can announce themselves very early with a win. Those 4 teams could get in, be surprises. South Florida, Florida, Colorado, and Texas. Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's Twitter at How About a Fresca. The Jason Smith Show. We're live from the Geico Studios. Straight ahead, we get back into the biggest NFL story of the day. The Jason Smith Show. Fox.
Stay gold.
We are Buckmarks!
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass?
Into the zone.
Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly. So our team just started using GoToMeeting to web conference, and it's been surprising. Well, guys, our company is growing fast. I'm thinking we should expand overseas. 2 weeks later, it happened again.
It looks like our distributors in France can't keep up with demand. The team should look at moving into Asia.
But now our team connects a little too well.
It's great we're opening a new location in Osaka. Konnichiwa, Japan.
When you connect better, everything comes together. GoToMeeting. Try it free at GoToMeeting.com.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
This is the time of year when we all want to bust out. Your fun starts at Ray Wakely's RV Center. The enormous lot is packed with RVs and motorhomes of every shape and size. Buy or rent now. Built on service, sold on trust. That's Ray Wakely's RV Center, Route 20 in Northeast.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines. A tough and determined few, dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The flu is unpredictable and can be serious. Who needs to be vaccinated against the flu? You. Get a flu vaccine. For more information, www.flu.gov.
We try to hide our truths about our mental and substance use disorders from the world, and sometimes from ourselves. Saying I'm fine is a facade. By facing our problems, recovery begins. And we are empowered to speak our truth. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
It's from the Ad Council.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
How about Aaron freaking Rodgers? I always wonder, if you got Aaron Rodgers, why don't you try Hail Marys more often? You know how in a tennis match, if somebody hits the net and they score a point, the tennis player will apologize for hitting the net and scoring a point as if they have done something unethical or unfair in the larger context of competition? I feel like that's how football coaches view Hail Mary touchdowns, because they never attempt them as often as they should. The odds of scoring don't seem that awful, especially if you're the Green Bay Packers. I would love to know the percentage of time that they've scored on Hail Marys in the last year or so with Aaron Rodgers. It certainly seems to be a pretty high percentage.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Live from Los Angeles, I'm Tom Looney. Slaving over a hot microphone. Number 1 goes down.
LeCon lost it. 4-on-2. Carter to Adrian to Ahmad. Layup, goaltended. It's good. A Capacity Coliseum crowd is on its feet as West Virginia has its largest lead of the night.
Tony Carita with a call on WAJR Morgantown. Unbelievable. Another upset in college basketball. 7th-ranked Duke goes down, upset by number 9 Florida State, 88-72. Some NBA bullet points. Houston's won 9 in a row. Rockets Ishmael the Bobcats 121-114. James Harden 40 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists. Atlanta's won 6 in a row. Hawks cut down the Nets 117-97. Cavaliers lost to the Jazz 192. And I'm Lunik.
Okay. FS1. Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV! To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
This is the Jason Smith Show.
Not afraid to go deep. Let the expletives fly.
You're cool. I'm out. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Who's laughing now?
You're listening to the Jason Smith Show.
Wow.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios with Michael Harmon. Here's Jason Smith.
Oh, she's a gold digger. Way over town. That digs on me.
Stay gold.
Now, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Now, I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke.
I love gold.
Get down, girl. Go ahead. Get down. Get down, girl.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Mike Harmon out tonight. He has pink eye. Hopefully he is feeling better. Tonight, this is a golden opportunity for you to get in any questions you may have on many topics in the world of sports and beyond. We've been spending the first hour of the show answering a lot of them. In fact, golden headphones. What's something new that you've been asked in the last hour there? What are people asking you?
Oh, sorry there, Jason. I was FaceTiming my golden retriever.
Oh, good. Hopefully, is she okay? Maddie's fine.
She's gonna survive.
All right, good. Very good. Okay.
It's gonna take a lot of my gold.
Yes, it will. It will.
But easy come, easy go.
All right, that's kind of how it goes. Do we have an update on the purple and gold right now? We got a purple and gold update? Blazers and the Lakers?
I
need
do.
A purple and gold update.
Lakers down 164-63. We also have the Golden State Warriors in action.
All right.
We have a Steph Curry highlight.
Oh.
Curry with a sheer move off of Durant. Screen. It's a 3. It's good for Curry. Tyler Johnson got hit in the little heats, and Curry with his third 3.
I got gold. Golden State up 4, 60-56.
And the Golden State Radio Network on the call. Curry right now with 17 points on the night. Again, Twitter at How About a Fresca. If you have any certain questions you'd like to know what the golden rule was, you would like to know who some gold medalists are, anything you feel the need, you can just let us know and we'll try to help you out here on the show tonight. Meanwhile, a few minutes ago, before we get into a big topic in the NFL going into the playoffs this week, and you could take a look and go, okay, who was good this last year? Boy, they project well next year. Because you're hearing the same teams. Alabama because they're always there. No matter who they have and who they replace, they're always there. USC finished well, so you've heard their name a lot today. Penn State finished well. They played well. They return a lot of talent. You've heard their name a lot. Ohio State gets J.T. Barrett back, another year of reloading for Urban Meyer. Some of the same names that you've heard. Florida State also thrown up there. Oklahoma, a team that a lot of people like for next year. But 4 teams that could sneak in somehow, and you go, wow, in the playoff next year. And the 4 teams I gave you a few minutes ago were South Florida, Colorado, Texas, and Florida. All the teams have things in their favor stemming from talent, building off a great season, a favorable schedule. Florida's got a favorable schedule. So does Texas. So does Colorado. South Florida doesn't play a lot of teams, but they got a Heisman candidate quarterback. They could go undefeated in their conference. Charlie Strong has got some heat on him there. This is a team that could be a Boise State type for this year. Because if Boise State goes unbeaten next year, it's going to be the big question. Boy, Boise State is so great. Should they get in there? And when you're comparing teams with 2 losses like we were at the end of the year this year, boy, which 2-loss team would deserve to get in? When you talk about a 0-loss team from a non-Power 5 conference that has a bit of an it factor about them, they can get there. All 4 of those teams can get there. The biggest question mark may be Florida because you don't know who their quarterback is going to be. That's the biggest thing. But Florida's offense has been getting better over the course of the last 16 months. It's criminal how bad their offense has been since their heyday. But they're getting better. They're still getting the athletes. They had a great season. They had a great bowl game. This is a team that is on the move. All of those teams can do it. And you say Texas. Texas has so much talent. They have so much talent. So, okay, maybe I'll walk in here. Maybe I could do something. Tell you, it's sometimes a turnaround is like that. It could be like a Harbaugh situation with Texas. So Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's Twitter at How About a Fresca. Speaking of tweets, Jason, heard you talking about college football. Do you think that PJ Fleck will row the Golden Gophers to the Rose Bowl next year? Well, Golden Gophers in the Rose Bowl. It's going to be a tough task. A lot of good teams in the Big Ten. It's going to be tough, but certainly the Golden Gophers would be able to. They can see the sunny side of things now.
Stay gold.
Making that move. Absolutely 100%. I like the Golden Gophers for next year. We're live from the Geico Studios. We talked about Le'Veon Bell earlier in the show and the fact that he compared himself to Steph Curry, saying he's the NFL's version of Steph Curry. Okay, back off a little bit there. And now let's get into Ben Roethlisberger. Roethlisberger's status for this weekend's game against the Chiefs has been hotly debated since the win over the Dolphins this past weekend. Roethlisberger and the Steelers had little trouble with Miami. Roethlisberger played late in the 30-12 victory, throwing the football, and he got dinged up, and then his status was in question. Oh, is Ben Roethlisberger going to be healthy enough to play? We don't know. Mike Tomlin earlier today at his press conference took responsibility for Roethlisberger's injury and hoping that everything is going to be okay.
We felt Ben's presence in the game would aid us in terms of closing the game out via the run. We had every intention of working to close the game out with D'Angelo, and his presence on the field would aid in that, not only because of his presence, but a lot of our run game was check-oriented based on what we saw from the defense, and he had a better part of the game to see those checks and to put us in the appropriate calls in an effort to do it.
I completely get Mike Tomlin. Look, he's your quarterback. You know, it's a playoff game. You know, you're going to keep him in for whatever. It's tackle football. Things happen. This is not the case of why. This is not like the Arizona Cardinals. Hey, we have David Johnson in the game week 17 for reasons passing understanding, and oh boy, now he's hurt and he's got to have surgery. That doesn't make sense because you're not doing anything there. But you're trying to win a playoff game and you're staying. This is how it goes in the NFL. I get Mike Tomlin keeping Ben Roethlisberger in. I understand the nervousness over Ben Roethlisberger. Oh, if he gets hurt. But come on. Ben Roethlisberger lives for these situations. This is what Ben... If you said, okay, Ben, what would be your biggest fantasy in life? He would say, I would have my leg chopped off and I would still go out and lead the game-winning drive and win the Super Bowl with blood pouring from the open wound in my knee. Roethlisberger, that's what he wants. He wants to be known as the quarterback who plays hurt. Why do you think we get more updates on the health of Ben Roethlisberger than any other quarterback in the history of the NFL? When a quarterback is hurt, everybody hides what's wrong. Only if it's absolutely apparent, oh, it's a finger injury for Matthew Stafford. It's a finger injury for Derek Carr. Everything else is hidden. Ben Roethlisberger, we know everything about him. Why? We know specific details about Roethlisberger's injuries, all of them that he's had throughout his career. Why? Because he wants it to be known. I wouldn't be surprised if he was leaking his own injury information out to people who have things. You wonder how guys from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette like Ed Bouchette for the longest time would get, oh, hey, Ed, how does he have this? There's sometimes Mike Tomlin would say, I don't know who's talking to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I don't know who's talking to this guy. It's not me. It's not any of my coaches. That means Roethlisberger. I would not be surprised. Hey, just let you know, I'm playing with an injury. I'm standing on the sideline because I want people to know that, oh, boy, I'm injured, but here I am. Maybe I'm coming back soon. That's the identity. That's what he has to leave to this game. He wants to walk away, and he thinks people are going to say him, boy, he was the toughest quarterback in the world. Man, he was tough. Whenever he was hurt, he played. I have no idea how the guy played through that injury. Oh, it's unbelievable. I don't understand. Look, I get it. Roethlisberger is a tough dude. He's always been a tough dude. Anytime you hear how long he is out, cut the time in half. Because he always is going to come back. Because that's what he wants his identity to be. Foot injury now, he will be absolutely fine on Saturday. Mike Tomlin's probably been sick of hearing it all the time. Oh, another week where Ben Roethlisberger says he's hurt. Oh, again, really? Come on. The black and gold can't be happy hearing about that. But that's what it is. That's why we always know more about him. He wants people to know this. And invariably, he's okay. If he hurts his knee, but he's standing on the sideline without a crutch, what's he doing? He's crazy. No. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's fine. He's going to come back in a week and a half. Now, what Roethlisberger doesn't realize is that when he is done playing, his legacy is going to be what happened in Lake Tahoe and what happened in Milledgeville, Georgia. That's it. That's Ben Roethlisberger. That's who he's been since Milledgeville, Georgia. That's that. In Pittsburgh is one thing. Rest of the country, that's who Ben Roethlisberger is. He retires. The day he retires, people will say, boy, he was tough. And then if they're smart, they'll say, but he really wanted people to know that he was playing hurt. Not just playing hurt, but making sure people know so people will be able to respect him just a little bit more. He is dying to get that respect that other players get that he doesn't. He wants the Aaron Rodgers respect, but we don't write about him like that. He's never going to win a passing title like with the regularity that guys like Aaron Rodgers do or Tom Brady. He's never going to have that. So he's chosen this to be his thing. He would love to be written about like Tom Brady, but he's not. He's not that guy. He'll be written about like Cam Newton, but he's not. So now he tries to find a way to say, okay, who can I be? How can I leave my mark? I can be that kind of quarterback. And you know what? That's going to be it. He's going to retire. We're going to say he won. We're going to say he was hurt a lot. And we're going to say Lake Tahoe. And we're going to say Milledgeville, Georgia. What happened with women in both of those situations? That's his life. That's what it's at. Made your own bed with it. Sorry. You want it to be this? It's not happening. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. We are live from the Geico Studios. Coming up next, we'll take a look back at Clemson's national championship. Take a look forward. Let's see if our next guest agrees with who I could have in my Final Four college football playoff of next season. Fox Sports Radio.
We saw those two teams last year.
Here we go. Forget.
And this year.
Woo!
It's a different result.
Watson throws for a touchdown. What a run throw.
Your Clemson Tigers are national champions.
Well done, well done, well done.
And it was covered here on Fox Sports Radio.
I met someone. It's something you hear a lot from people on Match because more people have met their someone on Match than on any other dating app. These days, it seems like everyone is using dating apps. It's no wonder 1 in 3 relationships now start online. All of my single friends are online, trying to meet people, doing everything they can, many different ways, trying different websites, trying to meet people. But there's no better way to do it than Match. Everybody wants to find that meaningful connection, but Match is not only number 1 in first dates, but second dates as well. Plus, finding your someone just got easier when you download their mobile app to get your matches sent directly to your phone. With Match's mobile app, you can browse profiles, upload photos, and exchange emails anywhere. Dating can be difficult, so if you're not using Match, you're missing out. Start searching and connecting for free today at Match.com. Match.com, 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 MATCH.com.
Burger King presents Breakfast Stories. Today's story, Bob and the 2 for $4 croissant.
So, here's a doozy. I'm eating my 2 croissant for $4, you know? And this lady comes over, making big moon eyes. And I'm like, keep your paws off my other croissant, ma'am.
Great story, Bob. Thick cut bacon and eggs on a flaky croissant. Hey, this is not breakfast. This is a Burger King breakfast. Get 2 croissant sandwiches now for just $4. Only at Burger King. Price participation varied.
Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Simple and easy. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Don't buy it. Master Pass it. Pay fast with the Master Pass. Secure and so easy.
MasterPass, the simple, secure way to pay for MasterCard. Accepted at select merchants.
Don't buy it. MasterPass it.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
This is Joey Logano, driver of NASCAR number 22 Discount Tire Car. You know something? You and I aren't all that different. I drive a car, you drive a car. My car has tires, your car has tires. I may be going just a little faster than you each weekend, but we both need to keep those tires properly inflated to stay safe. So be tire smart and do your part. Check your tire pressures once a month and before every long journey.
Visit BeTiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
For those with mental or substance use disorders, what does recovery look like? It's a transformation. It's a supporting hand. It's new beginnings. When does recovery start? It starts when you ask for help and support. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Corporal John Vale was on patrol when his truck flipped.
I realized I can't move my legs.
When John arrived at the VA, Paralyzed Veterans of America was there to advocate for him and help John with his claim. PVA has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned, and their service is free. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org.
America and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Get a grip. We got you rolling.
Yeehaw, baby.
We keep you entertained.
Anything that gets you going.
We have the shows that you tell a friend about.
It's an interactive show. It's your show.
And it's your show. Do it all for you.
This show, it's already off the rails.
You're the energy that runs us all.
You can call us 877-99 on Fox.
We get a lot of zany people that call in.
You know who we are.
Who is it?
We are Fox Sports Radio.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television,
go to foxsports.com for details.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Mike Harmon has the night off. He's polishing his bobblehead collection.
Stay gold.
A night for you to get in your comments, questions, a golden opportunity for you to ask things you have always wanted to ask. Get in on Twitter, at How About a Fresca. That's on Twitter, at How About a Fresca. We're live from the Geico Studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. For more info, visit geico.com. Joining us now on the hotline, fresh off the national championship game a night ago, champagne still in his eyes, publisher of collegefootballnews.com, Pete Futak. Pete, what's happening?
How's it going? I'm here. It's cold now. It was happy in Tampa because they served snacks and they did, it was football all the time and, men surrounded by other men talking sports. It's a happy place there, and now I'm back.
All right, craziest story from the national championship game last night you can tell.
All right. I don't know if it's a crazy story, but I guess it's top of mind at the moment. I find it funny that the game ends so late, and by the time these guys are done, and by the time we shoot our stuff on the field and everything, it's late. It's like 2:30 in the morning. And all the, everyone goes back to the hotel media room and, eats bacon infused things, which is kind of a college football playoff post-game meal tradition. And it's funny, like, here are these guys for Clemson. You just won the national championship, right? It's late. What do? You have your box of Chick-fil-A and you go on the bus. Like, it's like, that's how you celebrate. That's pretty good, for most people, but you just won a national title. What are you going to do going back to the hotel room? It's not like there's going to be a lot of girls there. It's not like there's going to be drinking, bars and things like that necessarily because it's too late. It's just kind of like, hey, we're here, and hey, all right, you just won a national championship, and that's what you get to do? Okay, I guess that's pretty cool.
Well, you could have went to Lane Kiffin's house and watched a game with him. That might have been pretty cool.
Yeah, exactly. It's although Sarkisian did all right. You know what? It's sort of the thing where had the defense been able to show up and come up with a stop, then we'd be talking about how Alabama pulled it off. Their offense wasn't all that great. Jalen Hurts was struggling. He couldn't complete a forward pass. The play calling was fine. The execution just wasn't all that great. But in that late drive, what'd they do? They hit the 4th and 1. They came up with that brilliant little play that they had, the little kind of reverse thing going on, and then Jalen Hurts runs for the touchdown. And that looked like it. That's like, okay, there's Alabama. That's their national championship. Boom, nailed it. And that looks like what they would have done. And then all of a sudden, Deshaun Watson decides to be the main man.
I didn't see anything out of Alabama last night that I don't think we would have saw if Lane Kiffin was calling the plays there. Maybe we would have seen a couple of deeper shots earlier, maybe a trick play a little bit earlier, but it's not suddenly, Lane Kiffin was calling the game, Alabama would have scored 50 points. Scarborough still would have gotten hurt. They still would have had trouble with a really good Clemson defense. It seemed like it was a big storyline, but again, I think it would have been very similar to what they had last night.
I don't think it, the thing is, because Watson was so brilliant, Lane Kiffin didn't coach the defense. The defensive front was awesome, but the secondary melted down, and it just so happened that Deshaun Watson and, the number one receiver in the draft and, this NFL caliber tight end just seemed to have a night. It just sort of happens, and that's sort of, around all the media type people and what was the announcement, nobody said a word about the Sarkisian Kiffin thing or blamed Saban. No, that wasn't really an issue. It was all about, sometimes the other teams just got the dude. And I heard that phrase like 4 different times yesterday. And it was like, look, sometimes you got Jameis Winston, that season. Sometimes you got Vince Young or you have Cam Newton. And you just have the dude. And that was Deshaun Watson. He, played out of his mind last night, came up with a brilliant performance. And, boy, Mike Williams and Jordan Leggett, they were tremendous.
Well, and I'll tell you one thing, too. It's not just as simple as math, but, of course, in the fourth quarter, Alabama's going to give up chunk yardage when they're on the field for 99 plays on defense, and they only ran 66 on offense. You're talking about they ran a third more plays than Alabama. Of course they're going to be exhausted at the end.
Well, that was the crazy part, is that they just couldn't get off the field, and they couldn't. Alabama could not convert on third downs. I mean, I don't know what Sarkisian was supposed to do because Jalen Hurts wasn't hitting his passes, so it's 3rd and 8, and he had to run the ball. And eventually Clemson figured it out and just started teeing off. So I'm not sure what else you could have. But again, you know what? Even with all the problems and all the issues, they had it. You know, they scored. They got the touchdown. All you got to do is hit the biggest, baddest defense in college football to come up with one stop. And Deshaun Watson went 80 yards and won the national championship.
All right, let's push forward now here, Pete. Before we get to some interesting thoughts on 2017-2018, Jabril Peppers going to the NFL out of Michigan. You know what? I've seen every game he's played throughout his entire collegiate career. My wife is a Michigan fan. We watch every single game. Peppers is incredibly talented. I don't know where he can play and be a star. I don't know if he has any ball skills. He's got 1 interception his entire career. I feel like as watching him play, he is very impressive. When I go, where's he going to be a star? I kind of scratch my head and go, I'm not quite sure.
Safety. You put him at safety. I don't get it. You know, he's great. The ball skills thing doesn't bother me too much because sometimes it just kind of happens. I mean, remember, Jalen Ramsey didn't have really any picks either, and he turned out to be okay. At least, showed enough. That'll be fine. I think the bigger overall concern is he's hurt. I mean, that every, scout thing I've heard or people talk about him is like he's got these shoulder issues, and of course there's the hamstring issue for the Orange Bowl. And, all right, where does he play? What does he do? What do you want to do with him? And the other issue about all this is it's a pretty front-loaded draft. I mean, you look at, first of all, you got 3 quarterbacks who are all going to go in the top 5 somewhere. You're going to have, teams are going to go crazy to get Trubisky or Kaiser or Deshaun Watson because you just have to. You got to get those quarterbacks. You saw what happened last year with Jared Goff and Carson Wentz. Well, these 3 guys are better. And then Jonathan Allen certainly belongs up there. Certainly Myles Garrett, probably the number 1 overall pick. Now, with the safety world, are you going to take a chance on Peppers? Or are you going to go with a Malik Hooker or Jamal Adams? I mean, you want to go with a guy who I think is going to probably fall. It's going to be Peppers because, just like you said, there's going to be all these red flags about him. He was a good player. I never understood the Heisman hype for him. I mean, that was pure hype because you're a Michigan guy. I don't think he was maybe the 3rd or 4th best guy in that defense, much less in the country. He was very good to be sure. But boy, those guys up front, be Wormley or Charlton, those guys were players too. Lewis in the secondary, I thought they had just as many guys who were as good as Peppers this year. So we'll see, but he is a talent, and I'm sure he'll be just fine at the next level.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. We're talking with Pete Futak, College Football Insider, publisher of collegefootballnews.com. Check out his column at collegefootballnews.com. Clemson won because Deshaun Watson was the dude. Now, let's look ahead, Pete, because everybody's spending today going, okay, here's a way too early look at the 4 teams that could make the playoff next year. And you're hearing a lot of the names you expect here, Alabama, USC, Penn State, Florida State, Oklahoma. I'm going to throw 4 teams at you that if things fall right could sneak in. All right? Not all 4 of these getting in, but any one of these 4 teams
My
could
plane
sneak
just landed an hour and a half ago, but go ahead. Sure. Oh, is someone going to sleep? You have dinner or something? And, all right, 2017. All right, go for it. Give me 4 teams. Fire away.
First team, Colorado.
No.
No, why not?
Because they stunk this year and they got exposed in the bowl game. They didn't beat anybody. This was I don't want to say it's a fraud of a team, but this is a down year for the Pac-12. I'm sure they'll be fine, but they're not gonna go 11. They're not gonna go 12-1 with a Pac-12 championship. So okay, that's not gonna happen.
You don't like Colorado? Okay.
Well, they might be good, but remember to get in the college football playoff, you have to win your conference championship or go with 1 loss. And Colorado's not going to finish next year with just 1 loss or going undefeated.
All right, I like they got to replace quarterback, but they got a lot of pieces coming back on offense. Okay. Next one, Florida.
Yeah, it's not crazy because they've been good. Obviously, the last 2 years, good enough to get there. It just depends on whether or not the East gets better. I'm assuming one of your other 2 teams is Georgia because that's kind of the team from the East next season because you get that whole backfield back and Jacob Eason. And if everything is in place, if that offensive line comes together, that's probably the best team in the East. But Florida, that's not crazy if they get more out of their passing game.
All right, it's not Georgia. My 3rd team, just to give you a hint now so you can start wheels spinning here.
Yes.
Texas.
Again, I'm not a believer in Tom Herman quite yet, and plus I fell for that last year, and I liked Texas a whole bunch. But certainly, yes, if you keep Shane Michel in one piece and just assume that, on the theory that Charlie Strong built it to this point, and this was supposed to be the year, kind of like it was supposed to be the year when Harbaugh took over at Michigan. Yeah, okay, maybe they could at least get close there. But Oklahoma is going to be a bear coming into next season.
All right, here's my last one. I know you're going to love it because this is in the mold of the Boise State type team that could come in and wreck things.
Which also I tried last year. Yes, I tried to peddle Boise State. That didn't work. Yes.
I'm going to peddle South Florida to you.
Okay, you get Quentin Flowers back at quarterback, and you do have Charlie Strong there, but that would kind of be entertaining. And the American Athletic Conference has been close. I mean, look, this year Houston probably goes to the college football playoff had it not blown it in games against Navy and SMU. So that's not insanely crazy. Because if there is going to be a team outside of the Power Five who gets in, it would have to be a team like South Florida, and their schedule would have to be good enough to have a couple of real big wins on there.
So I like that. Out of the 4 teams, I got a I got a and a no. So okay.
Yeah, well, here the thing about it is, remember, it's as we found out, it's really hard to do. So you're really sort of looking for the teams that are going to finish again with 1 loss or fewer and win their conference championship, unless there's some real crazy extenuating circumstances like you had with Ohio State this year.
You can follow him on Twitter at Pete Futek. Check out collegefootballnews.com. Everything you need on the national championship game and beyond. Again, collegefootballnews.com. Pete, as always, appreciate it, buddy. We'll talk soon, my friend. Enjoy.
Absolutely. Anytime, man.
All right, see you. There goes Pete Futek. Great stuff from him tonight. I'm pretty. If you get a from Pete Futek, that's pretty good. I'm definitely okay with that. I got a I got 2 and a no, but I'm all right because I'm excited about those 4 teams who I got. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show live from the Geico Studios. Are you single? Are you dating on Match? If you are single and not dating on Match, you are really missing out. Start searching and connecting for free today at Match.com. That's MATCH.com, 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 Match.com. Coming up next, in 1 minute, we'll have an update from the Golden One Center in Sacramento. See how they're doing against the Detroit Pistons. We'll have a purple and gold update. Lakers had a big reversal of fortune. And the Golden State Warriors, how are they doing on this golden evening? Oh, and we'll get into why I think Dabo Swinney is kind of like Stepford. But first, here's what's trending.
Stay gold.
2 days ago, Baylor became the #1 college basketball team in the country for the first time ever. That was a nice cup of coffee.
Turnover. LeCon lost it. 4-on-2. Carter to Adrian to Ahmad. Layup, goaltended. It's good. A capacity Coliseum crowd is on its feet as West Virginia has its largest lead of the
Tony
night.
Clarity with the call. WAJR, Morgantown, 10th ranked West Virginia. Pittsnoggled #1 Baylor, 89-68. One other upset in college basketball. #9 Florida State. Jacked up 7th ranked Duke, 88-72. Some NBA bullet points. LeBron and the Cavaliers lost to the Jazz 100-92. Houston's won 9 in a row. Rockets Ishmael the Bobcats 121-114. Atlanta has won 6 in a row. Hawks cut down the Nets 117-97. And I'm Looney.
3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Mike Harmon has the night off. He is replacing the Dr. Scholl's inserts in his shoes. Live from the Geico Studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. More info, visit geico.com. Golden headphones. We need an update from the Golden One Center, where Sacramento's taking on the Pistons right now. What's happening?
Well, the Kings are down 4, 86-82. hasn't really been the golden night for Boogie Cousins. He's got 18 points minus 5.
Oh, not a good night. All right, now, I know this is a tough one for you. How the purple and gold doing?
Yeah, not a golden night at Staples as well. They have 16 points total in the second half.
Oh, wow. They will be wearing the golden sombrero after the game tonight.
They will be lighting the golden dumpster on fire after this.
And finally, the Golden State Warriors, how are they doing?
The Golden State Warriors up 5, 6:56 to go. So, yeah, they could be handed out gold after this.
Oh, wow. All right, Steph Curry's got
It's a gold
19.
medal game.
It is. It's a gold medal effort. Gold medal makes flour, too, don't they? Don't they have the flour you get? Or sugar? I forget what gold medal makes. They make sugar or flour. It's in the white bag with the gold around it. I'm pretty sure
I didn't get that golden memo.
All right. Hey, how about are we getting college football coach Al Golden on the show tonight? We getting him?
Efforting.
Okay, what about Golden Tate?
Golden Tate, no.
No? Oh, all right, let me cross that off. Remember we saw Golden Tate at the Super Bowl walking down the street with those two women?
We did.
At like 2 o'clock in the morning?
They were straight gold.
Stay gold, pony boy. Stay gold. Dabo Swinney is kind of like Stepford. Watching the aftermath of Clemson's national title a night ago, I get the feeling when I watch Swinney that I'm getting a PR push. All right, now this takes nothing away from Clemson and what they accomplished and how good a coach he is. Look, some of the coaching moves he made last night, the gutsy move to call the play at the end of regulation when an incomplete pass or a bobble could have meant the clock striking 0 and Clemson doesn't get a chance to kick the field goal that could tie the game. What he did, building the program up to a national championship type level, he's a great coach. But you watch him the last 24 hours, and I feel like I'm getting a PR push. And it's almost like it's very Stepford-esque. What's wrong with this perfect school? Like Clemson has long positioned themselves, and Dabo Swinney has, as we do things the fun way, we do it the right way for the kids. It's all about balance in life and how we allow our coaches to leave for an hour at a time if they got to go and do something with one of their kids. And there's always enough pool tables for the kids to play pool on. There's always enough things. We're always about fun. We're doing this. He likes to pump Clemson as this perfect place. And that's great. But I get the feeling from him I'm getting a sell job. I hear him say something like, I have no words to describe this, and then he goes on and talks for 5 minutes, which is what he did last night. When I see him say, boy, we'll show you what hard work is all about, and we believe in things, it's not the whole religious angle of it. Remember he got in a little bit of trouble a couple of years ago when he was accused of doing things favorably for people on the team who respond to religion versus those who don't. It was a big story. Not just that, but just the fact that he's an aw-shucks guy that gets wrapped up in elitism. And whenever I see that, I wonder, am I seeing a real person, or am I seeing someone who is selling me an image? If I saw Clemson, if Clemson was a movie, I would think they're the bad guy, and there's something wrong that you're going to find out in the middle of the movie that is, oh my goodness, look what they're doing. I can't believe they're doing this. We have to expose them. They can't keep these a secret forever. And the hero tries to do it, and suddenly the real good guy with a big smile on his face all movie long is the bad guy, and you see how bad. That's kind of how I feel. Because the aw shucks, we're about fun and we're great, it doesn't jibe with what he said today over and over about his team in the ACC compared to other conferences. Here he was today talking about how the ACC doesn't get the respect it deserves compared to other conferences in the country.
I think all you media folks need to change your stories. I mean, y'all, it sounds good. I've been in this league a long time, and this league's never gotten the respect that it deserves.
All right, so there it is. I'm standing up a little bit for the ACC. That's fine because we're the little guy, although, I think people respect Florida State a whole hell of a lot because they won the national championship a couple of years ago, had a Heisman Trophy winner. So to suddenly go, oh, you're not respected, just because you won, you weren't getting respected. All right, it's not the ACC wasn't getting respected. It was, all right, how good is the ACC? Oh, you have a couple of really good teams. Well, you know what? Each conference has a couple of really good teams. The Pac-12 had a couple of really good teams. The ACC has a couple of really good teams. But you weren't getting it. Florida State got all kinds of publicity. They're really, really good. No one's saying Florida State stinks. So there, I feel like I'm getting a little bit of a sell job. Here he is later on, same press conference, saying, still respect us.
This is the best conference in college football. It's the deepest. It's the most competitive. 11 bowl teams. And it's like back-to-back years, something like that we've done that. You look at the head-to-head records and the SEC against the SEC. You don't want to play a team from this conference.
Okay, that would be enough, right? Nope, still going. Telling you how much we're better than the SEC.
The SEC is a great conference too, but the best and deepest league is this league that we're competing in, and incredible coaches, great coaches. It's just how I feel about it.
All right, you're being ridiculous if you're talking about the ACC being a better conference than the. Look at how many times an SEC team has won the national championship in the advent of the BCS era. I mean, come on. I mean, you're really gonna go that way, and you're suddenly gonna say, well, we won a couple in the last 4. Hey, ACC is a good conference. I love the ACC. Syracuse is in the ACC. They're never gonna win the national championship again. I understand that, but it's okay. But to suddenly sit here and go with we're lucky and hard work, it's like, no, now we're there. I get the sense of elitism with the aw shucks that doesn't jive. And that doesn't come across as genuine. And I get the feeling with Dabo Swinney that I'm getting a sell job. Look, the guy spent time on his after he won the national championship last night, calling Colin Cowherd a fraud just because he didn't think Clemson could win the national championship this year. I mean, really. I mean, you talk about someone that has something hidden underneath him. That's Dabo Swinney, man. I'm telling you, it's like Stepford. That's what I'm getting. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Phone number is 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. We are live from the Geico Studios. We'll have more college football on the way, but next, well, maybe another update from the Golden One Center. But guess who you can get a selfie and an autograph from if you go to the Super Bowl? The former golden boy of college football. That's coming up next. Fox.
I love gold.
The NFL playoffs are set. From the wild card. There is your dagger! To the Super Bowl. Let's go! We've got it covered.
From your social media at Fox Sports Radio
to FoxSportsRadio.com.
The NFL playoffs live here
on Fox Sports Radio.
Don't let your car's engine freeze up like a blown lead in the fourth quarter. Head to AutoZone for the right antifreeze for your vehicle. Cooling system failure is the #1 cause of engine-related breakdowns. Old or dirty coolant can lead to a clogged radiator, and the right coolant can protect against corrosion of all cooling system metals, including aluminum, while providing maximum freeze-up and boil-over protection. So, head to your local AutoZone for great deals on Peak 50/50 long-life antifreeze and coolant. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Drink responsibly.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice, or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. Sometimes you've got an office family, and sometimes Team Family has got your back. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you. The flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
During the Civil War, it was called soldier's heart. After World War II, they called it gross stress reaction. It's been called shell shock, war neurosis, and battle fatigue. Today, we call it post-traumatic stress disorder, and it affects 1 out of every 5 warriors returning from battle in Iraq and Afghanistan. It's not a wound that you can see, though it can have an even more significant impact. Post-traumatic stress disorder can prevent warriors from living a normal life, hurt their relationships, and affect their ability to hold a steady job. The Wounded Warrior Project offers comfort and support for warriors with post-traumatic stress disorder and all other scars of war, whether those scars are visible or hidden. Find out what you can do to help, because for warriors, the greatest casualty is being forgotten. Please visit woundedwarriorproject.org.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
How about Aaron freaking Rodgers? I always wonder, if you got Aaron Rodgers, why don't you try Hail Marys more often? You know how in a tennis match, if somebody hits the net and they score a point, the tennis player will apologize for hitting the net and scoring a point as if they have done something unethical or unfair in the larger context of competition? I feel like that's how football coaches view Hail Mary touchdowns, because they never attempt them as often as they should. The odds of scoring don't seem that awful, especially if you're the Green Bay Packers. I would love to know the percentage of time that they've scored on Hail Marys in the last year or so with Aaron Rodgers. It certainly seems to be a pretty high percentage.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Have you ever lost a cat? And have you ever wanted to get your cat back after you lost it? Hi there, I'm Andrew Hoffman. I went on this website called inventnow.org. Then I decided to make an invention of my own. It's called the Lost Cat Magnet Invention. So you can get your cat back after you lost it. Just turn it on, and lost cats stick to it. That's a good cat. If your cat was hiding up in a tree, it won't be up a tree anymore. It will be stuck to the lost cat magnet. And sometimes they fly toward you in the air. Just listen to one satisfied cat. See, that's proof. You should go to the inventnow.org website too. But just remember one thing. Don't do a lost cat magnet.
Anything's possible. Keep thinking. Get started on your own inventions or just play some games at inventnow.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, the National Inventors Hall of Fame Foundation, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
And when those times come a-calling.
Hello. Hello. What's up, my man?
You can podcast what you missed.
If you missed it, don't sweat it.
Tell me what's really going on.
Go to FoxSportsRadio.com. FoxSportsRadio.com.
Thanks, man.
Click the podcast button.
Hey, man.
It blows my mind. And click podcast. Never miss out again.
How cool is that?
On Fox Sports Radio.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the Herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1.
Golden words he will pour in your ear, but his life can't disguise what you feel. For a golden girl knows when he's kissed her, it's the kiss of death from Mr. Goldfinger. Pretty girl.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show, live from the Geico Studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. A very big night, a golden opportunity, a golden chance for you to win the golden ticket. Ask any question you want to that you think needs an answer tonight. Like, when will DeMarcus Cousins get a big extension in Sacramento? Well, Golden Headphones, you have an update from the Golden One Center in Sacramento on this.
Yeah, Sacramento Kings leading the Pistons 95-92, but that's not the big story. CSN California has confirmed through league sources that Boogie Cousins may intend to sign a massive max money extension estimated at roughly $207 million during the offseason. That will keep him a King For the long, long haul.
That is a golden ticket.
That's a lot of gold, $207 million.
Man, maybe we get paid in like those big gold bricks, right? Just have that. Just got a big truck that comes by.
That's a lot of golden outbursts from Boogie.
Big gold truck. What a golden moment for him.
Yeah, he's going to need a lot of gold to stay happy.
Yeah. Well, he will. And they hit the lottery for a second time by getting him to stay. I never thought he would stay. First of all, I never thought he'd make it in the league. Then not only did he make it, but he stayed there. Now he's going to sign an extension. Sacramento is like, okay, now you can go get people. You know you're going to have one of the, at worst, the third best big man in the NBA.
Yeah, but how's Vlade going to afford cigarettes now if he's paying Boogie this much?
Yeah, well, maybe Boogie will buy him some cigarettes. Maybe he'll buy him just one of those cigarettes with like the gold filter, and you can just smoke those. That would be pretty cool.
The golden 100s?
Yes, exactly.
Stay gold, pony boy.
So there it is. Stay gold, pony boy. Stay gold. We do it for Johnny, man. We do it for Johnny.
Stay gold.
We're live from the Geico studios. Speaking of Johnny, well, this is not quite $207 million, but it is $99.50. Guess who's going to be at the Super Bowl this year? At Super Bowl 51, former college football golden boy, Johnny Manziel. What's he going to be doing? Well, he'll be signing autographs and taking pictures. If you want a Johnny Manziel autograph, it will cost you $99. You get to meet him, and he'll sign an autograph for you. If you want a selfie with Johnny Manziel, that's $50. So, $99 for an autograph, $50 for a selfie. You know, an autograph is great, but I'd rather have the selfie. I mean, I don't know that. I mean, I got Johnny Manziel's autograph. But you get a selfie with Johnny. That's so much cooler than having an autograph.
But why pay $50? Why not meet him across the street at the bar and get it for free? Just buy him a shot.
How about there's a bottle of Jägermeister with your name on it, and then you take some selfies with me, like 5 or 6 of them. Would that be cool? Would that work? All right, awesome. Let's do that instead.
Yeah, he'll even sign it in gold.
Just, hey, how about we do some shots of Goldschlager? We do a couple of those? That would be awesome. Johnny, I'll see you over there, okay? Look, Johnny Manziel has officially entered the sideshow stage of his life. He's a celebrity, which you could say is a good thing because when you are famous just because of who you are, you've hit a level that many people try to get to. And that's where Tiger Woods is right now. He is a celebrity. He's not a great golfer anymore. Hasn't been for a while. But he is someone whose name moves the needle. Johnny Manziel is a celebrity. He's famous for being Johnny Manziel. Now, how long is he going to be famous? Every couple of months. I told you exactly how his career is going to go and how we talk about him. Every couple of months, there will be a Johnny Manziel headline that maybe you'll read about online or you'll hear somebody talk about it on the radio, and you'll go, oh, look at this. I mean, it's going to be what Dennis Rodman in the 90s, Mike Tyson in the early 2000s. Anytime athletes go away and they have an embarrassment, that's the way it's going to be. He's officially in the sideshow Johnny Manziel era of his NFL career. Doesn't mean I wouldn't take a selfie with him. $50 is kind of steep, though. I don't know that pay. If you told me $20 for a selfie, that I might do. $50 is a lot for a selfie. Definitely not spending $99 for an autograph. When he's autographing stuff for free, or that's been on the market for the last 5 years when he was a senior or junior at Texas A&M. So I know there's that. Not going to go spend that kind of. But $50 for a selfie. I'll take selfies with people for free, or for like $1 or a donut, or $1 and a donut. Donuts. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Coming up next, an update on the purple and gold and the Golden State Warriors. Maybe we'll stop at Golden Corral for some food, and we'll get back into a very big developing NBA story. The Jason Smith Show, Fox Sports Radio, live from the Golden Geico Studios.
Stay gold, pony boy.
We are Buckmore!
With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. Unlike me, who used to like to go in and say, oh, hey, look, what's the color? I like that color. It looks cool. Oh, wow, I got to go buy it. I'm going to sign the papers. You know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. And if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to a TrueCar certified dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers across the country, and they're there to help you find the car you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up, and it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com, and I'm sure you can get the color you really, really want.
Some features not available in all states.
We try to hide our truths about our mental and substance use disorders from the world, and sometimes from ourselves. Saying I'm fine is a facade. By facing our problems, recovery begins. And we are empowered to speak our truth. Join the Voices for Recovery. Speak up. Reach out.
For confidential information on mental and substance use disorders, including prevention and treatment referral, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Craig Morgan. You might know me for my songs, but before I sang country music, I served in the United States Army, where I stood side by side with some of the most resilient people I've ever met. They taught me that one small act can make a big difference during tough times. If you're a veteran or service member in crisis or having thoughts of suicide, the Veterans Crisis Line can help. One conversation can save a life. Call 1-800-273-8255 and press 1 or visit veteranscrisisline.net.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
America was built by people with a few dollars and a dream. But even today, there's still one path to success that only requires a dream and about $10. Because if your dream is to start or grow your business, something as simple as the right business card could make all the difference. Right now at Vistaprint, you can get 500 customized high-quality business cards for only $9.99. That's $9.99, and your satisfaction is absolutely guaranteed. Just go to Vistaprint.com, use promo code 5757 at checkout. That's Vistaprint.com, promo code 5757.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearm storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
Come on, smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy.
Or maybe he's teething.
Maybe it's just a phase.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
Stay tuned. Stay tuned.
Odell Beckham punched a wall when he went into the Lambeau locker room. Why is it that you have to slam a wall to show that you really care?
That's like athletes have been doing that since the beginning of time.
But isn't it silly when you think about it?
When like you hit the Gatorade thing with a bat, that kind of thing.
Or when you break your hand because you smashed a wall.
Yeah, of course when you break your hand it's not smart, but...
No, that doesn't tell me anything. Boy, he really cares. Did you see what he did to the wall? I'm assuming Eli cared. I am. I'm assuming he cared. He didn't smash a wall. This feels like it was a Odell Beckham show. Hey, I wanted to win. I'm so angry. I'm so disappointed. Okay. Save it for another time. Not interested at all. I thought it was silly.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending
now.
Live from La La Land, I'm Tom Looney. Slaving over a hot microphone. It was Andy Warhol who once said, in the future, everybody will be famous for 15 minutes. He must have had number 1 Baylor in mind. They've been the number 1 team in the country for 15 minutes, and it looks like not a minute more. Upset alert. 10th ranked West Virginia. Pittsnoggled number 1 Baylor, 89-68. But one other upset in college basketball, number 9 Florida State upset 7th ranked Duke, 88-72. Your late night NBA games are all over. Blazers 420 the Lakers, 108-87. Kings lubricated the Pistons, 100-94. Warriors turned down the Heat, 107-95. You need more scores? Just check out foxsports.com. That's what's trending, and I am Looney.
We are FS1. The biggest personalities in sports are on FS1. Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp airs weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Are you ready? I want to rock right now. And I came to get down.
This is the Jason Smith Show.
Jason has a comical way of doing it. It's so funny.
He's a real pleasant surprise.
You're listening to the Jason Smith Show.
You're going to get stuff you want to hear and expect to hear. You're also going to get stuff you don't expect to hear.
Let me tell you something now. Bigfoot ain't no joke.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios with Michael Harmon. Here's Jason Smith.
Thank you for being a friend.
Stay gold.
Travel down the road and back again.
Let it go.
Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant. I love gold. And if you threw a party, he invited everyone you knew. You would see the biggest gift would be for me, and the card attached would say, thank you for being a friend.
Not often I get to hear the theme to the Golden Girls, but that's the night we have tonight here at Fox Sports Radio. The Jason Smith Show. Mike Harmon has the night off. He is learning how to trim his cuticles. Actually, Mike Harmon is under the weather. He sounds a lot like Super Dave Osborne when you talk to him, so hopefully he is back and ready to go tomorrow night. He is missing a golden night tonight here on the show. In fact, things are finishing up everywhere. The Golden One Center, it is a final. Sacramento's going to give Boogie Cousins over $207 million in an extension, according to California Comcast. And that's good news for him. You had the Golden State Warriors, another victory over the Miami Heat tonight. I'm watching Steph Curry be interviewed right now on the court. 107-95 the final score. Curry had 24. A tough night, though, for the purple and gold as the Blazers beat the Lakers 108-87. I feel Johnny from The Outsider sad when I have to say that for Golden Headphones, Justin Frostberg.
Let it go. Pony boy.
Or Johnny. Frostberg, you okay? Golden Headphones, you all right tonight?
No, I lost a lot of gold on that game.
You did. Well, hopefully that will teach you when you want to lay odds at the Golden Nugget. That's what happens at times.
Yeah, those Sharks should have scared me off.
They do.
The Shark Tank, but
that's the way. You just got to watch out. You watch out. We'll be able to get the gold teeth you wanted to get. I know you're thinking about that the next couple of days. It's going to be hard to get now.
Well, I could go gold butt implants.
No, you could. Yeah, you could do that.
Those are in. Those are in here in Hollywood.
They are very in. And, that reminds me. It's been 24 hours. Can we hear Alabama broadcaster Eli Gold's final call of the national title game?
He takes a knee. That is it. It's all over. Clemson has won the national championship by a final of 35-31. Right now, Alabama and Clemson both end the season at 14-1.
No, that's my favorite call of the night by far last night. Let me try to prop up both teams as equals because they should have been even playing Alabama because, they had a big loss, and we're both 14-1 now. We're both I know they won the game, but we're both just as good. Come on. That's how I'm ending. Hey, don't worry, everybody. It's like a tie for the national title. Yeah, they won, but, it's like a tie because they have the same record. Twitter at How About a Fresca. That's Twitter at How About a Fresca. Again, tonight a golden chance for you to ask questions that maybe you've never asked before, you would want to ask, but just haven't. Manny says, Jason, great show tonight. You deserve a gold star. Dead Poet 610 says, speaking of the Golden Girls, who is your favorite Golden Girl? The Kamenetsky brothers, who are Lakers hosts here in Los Angeles, say, Jason, come on. I ride or die with B. Arthur. No way. No way. Rue McClanahan is absolutely the hottest Golden Girl. It's not even close. It's like when you talk about who's the greatest wide receiver of all time. It's Jerry Rice. And then whoever you have next, whether it's Terrell Owens or Randy Moss or Steve Largent or Golden Richards, whoever you have on that list, they're like 10 miles behind. It's like there's Rue McClanahan as number one, and then like number two is like so far. Look, I just tweeted out a great sexy photo of Rue McClanahan from the 80s when she was like 60. I mean, she was hot then. I was like 15. I was like, wow, she's got that sass about her. She swings those hips. Oh, Rue McClanahan won. Then you want to go Betty White. Then you want to go Sophia Petrullo. Then you want to go B. Arthur. B. Arthur is too tall. And she's I saw B. Arthur once at LAX. I saw her at LAX getting off a plane. She was with whoever was her bodyguard / assistant, and she was telling him what bags to get. And I'm like, oh, my God, B. Arthur is so incredibly tall. And then the one thing I noticed, B. Arthur had one of her pinky toes that was, like, straight out to the side. I couldn't stop staring. I'm like, I said to my wife, I said, Pam, look at B. Arthur. Look at her toes. Look at her toes. And she had one toe that's like all the way out to the side. I was like, that's amazing. How does that toe do that? I couldn't do that. And I'm trying to do it in my shoe, and it's not working. I'm like, how does that work? I don't get it. She pulled it all the way out there. So there's my B. Arthur story.
You don't say.
And we'll have more on the Golden Girls coming up later on. Ari Gold will stop by the show. We'll find out what big movie Vinny Chase has coming up. And Aaron Goldhammer. He's a radio host in Cleveland. Want to talk about the Factory of Sadness and the Cleveland Browns. We'll get him on the show. Lloyd! Meanwhile, a double-edged sword going on, the biggest story in the NBA surrounding the return of Derrick Rose to the New York Knicks. It was last night during the national championship game. The news broke Derrick Rose was not with the Knicks in their loss on Monday night. He was at the shoot-around on Monday and then didn't show up for the game. Nobody knew where he was. The Knicks had no idea. They're putting out statements saying, we don't know. We'll know when we know something, we'll tell you. And finally, after the game in which the Knicks lost, Joakim Noah said, I talked to him. He's okay. It's a family thing. I think everything is okay. Today, Derrick Rose came back to the Knicks. He was at the shoot-around. Said he spoke to everybody, spoke to the team. Everybody is cool with how everything went down a night ago. And he's back. He got fined, but he's likely going to be back in the lineup Wednesday night for the Knicks. Two big things to say about this. First, let's hear from Derrick Rose. Couple of sound bites from today from talking to reporters about why he missed the game a night ago and didn't tell the Knicks anything about it.
That was a family issue. For one, it had nothing to do with the team or basketball, but that's the first time I ever felt like that emotionally, and I had to be with my family.
Okay, so he had to be with his family. He had to go. As we found out, he went to Chicago, flew to Chicago, was with his family, and then came back to New York. Again, he was asked, all right, so that happened. Can you tell us what it's all about?
I really can't get into that detail. It's really personal. Now I just want to focus too much on my play right now, and I'm just trying to focus on the season like I've been doing ever since I've been here. But I can't go back in the past and talk about that. Everything's fine.
Okay, we can't go back in the past. You just talk about it now. No one's asking you to time travel to go back in the past. Lastly, you're going to hear him talk about just how, well, he just didn't want to tell anybody where he went and was okay with being missing for a time.
I didn't want to take any calls at the time. I just needed that space to myself and needed to be around my mom.
So you addressed the team?
Yeah, I addressed the team. Phil, Steve, everyone. Everybody's on the same page.
All right, here's the thing. I hope everything is okay with Derrick Rose. Of course I do. I hope everything's okay with his family. But does this smell right to you at all? Of course it doesn't. If you had a family emergency at some point and you're not showing up for work when work is a really high-profile job and you know it's going to be a story that you have to go, don't you tell somebody? Of course you do. I can't just not show up for the show tonight without telling anybody. I could have a legitimate reason. I have an absolute legitimate reason. And as soon as I get a chance, I would tell somebody. I would text or email Justin. Justin, I can't make it in tonight. Big family thing. I'm sorry. I'll let you know. I'll let you know what's going on. You know, I went home. I got to watch Goldmember. I'm going to Golden Corral. Then I'm going to go have Golden Bird here in L.A. I love the chicken there. I got some things going on. But I would tell you, anybody would. Derrick Rose went to the shoot-around. Everything was fine. Then he had to go home. Okay, if you have to go home, at some point you can tell the Knicks. At some point when you are sitting on the tarmac, when your plane is landing, when you're in a car, whatever, you can say, hey, I'm okay, I have a family thing. Why wouldn't you do that? Why did you need to be completely out of communication? You didn't have to even tell them the reason why. I had a family thing. But now you hear this story. I had a family situation. It's deeply personal. I can't talk about it. Is it deeply personal, or is he making something up? Because that's what I think. I'm just going by how I would normally react to when I hear somebody like this say something. This sounds like an excuse a 17-year-old would give, and you go, really? That's just not going to fly. It's deeply personal. You don't have to say. But why wouldn't you say that you left, that you're okay, when you know what the aftermath of it is? Again, it's a 5-second text when you're sitting in the plane. When the stewardess is telling you to buckle your belt, look up here, here's where the exits are, turn your phones off. Oh, hey, let me text Jeff Hornacek. Let me text Phil Jackson. Let me text somebody. But the fact that Noah talked to me after the game was over? Really? I'm not buying it. He has been an enigma since he came into the league. His behavior, you scratch your head and you go, what is this all about? Remember when he wouldn't come back to the Bulls after one of his big injuries until he could dunk off his left foot? I mean, the Bulls are making a big playoff push, and guys are getting hurt and playing through injuries, and he's warming up with them and playing and practicing, but no, I'm not coming back until I get done. What do you mean you can't come back until you dunk off your left foot? What the hell is that? This is who Derrick Rose has been. This doesn't hold water at all. Again, I hope everything is okay. And he doesn't, if it's something serious, he doesn't owe us an explanation. But the fact that he didn't tell anybody what was that, why wouldn't you tell anybody? All you got to do is say it. If I get a phone call here in the, not Knockwood, if I get a phone call here in the middle of the show, I get a text from my wife, and I check my phone, and there's something, I would just say, Frostberg, I got to go, and I'm out the door. But I would say that. Everybody would say it. You would have to say it at your job. I don't get it. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca live from the Geico Studios. Meanwhile, I'll tell you this about Phil Jackson, because this has been a bad last 24 hours for Phil Jackson following this. The Knicks don't know where he is. Now he's back, and who knows. Phil will leave the Knicks after this season, because now he's seen not only can he not win, but now guys he's brought in have turned things into a circus. Phil Jackson came in, we're going to run the triangle, things are going to be great. I got my handpicked coach in Derek Fisher, and what happened? The Knicks stunk. They get lucky with Porzingis. Then he brings in Derrick Rose and Joakim Noah because his plan wasn't working and realized, okay, I can't just keep building and building and building throughout the draft. I got to go get free agents maybe I don't really want because we have to win games, because nobody big is coming here, because nobody wants to play in the triangle offense. Nobody wanted to do that. It wasn't a selling point. New York wasn't a selling point. So he went through all of that. He had bad publicity this year with his posse comment, LeBron James. It's not going well. Trust me. When the season is over, Phil Jackson is going to cite exhaustion. He's going to cite jet lag. He will cite issues personally. I broke up with my fiancée. We were dating for 45 years, Jeannie Buss and I can't do it anymore. He will leave the Knicks. And at the bottom of it's going to be this, because he knows he can't win, not with the way things are right now. He can't win. He can't win with Carmelo. He can't win with anybody else. That's not happening. If Carmelo goes and they trade him at the deadline, Phil could stay. But really, who's going to want Carmelo Anthony at that salary? Who's going to want it? Nobody. Phil will leave. He is getting paid too much gold. He is not going anywhere. Phil will leave. Trust me. He'll be a free agent. He'll be one of those guys who you hear from now and again, and then he'll just fade away. That'll be Phil. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. Coming up next on the show, Le'Veon Bell is a system running back. I have the proof. And don't forget, when things come out of left field, like that take, having a game plan matters. Farmers Insurance has over 88 years of experience helping people play through every stage of the game. We've seen almost everything, so we know how to cover almost anything. Visit farmers.com.
We are farmers. Bum, ba, bum, 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 bum.
Fox Sports Radio.
The national championship had it all.
That's championship football, baby.
From the plays
He is in! To the playmakers.
Design run by Watson to left. Pass blockers on in front. Touchdown!
When a new champ raised that trophy.
That's the only way in 35 years.
We had it for you on Fox Sports Radio.
Did you know that every Chinese food takeout box is designed to flatten into a plate? Or that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that the hole in a pot handle is designed so you can rest your spatula in it. It's amazing how some of the things people use most can easily be overlooked. It's just like how TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right, TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. And here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app. TrueCar.com, TrueCar.com, TrueCar.com.
Some features not available in all states.
Hi, this is Maury Moreland Morrison, here to tell you Geico has more than just great savings. Much more. Yes, while Geico could help you rack up more moolah faster than you can say metamorphosis, they've also been the fastest growing auto insurer for more than 10 years. That's more like it. Furthermore, Geico has fast and friendly claim service. That might seem like an oxymoron, but it's not. All the more reason to say no other auto insurer has more than Geico. Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
It's Sam Adams. We're constantly improving who we are, what we do, and how we brew. We may craft over 60 styles of beer, but it's Boston Lager that has captured the heart of America since 1984. With its deep amber color, caramel notes, and signature hop character, what better to have in your pint glass? Sam Adams Boston Lager. Pursue better.
Boston Beer Company, Boston, Mass. Take responsibly.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Rolling down this road in
Anbar Province.
All of a sudden
There's a huge explosion.
We knew right away.
It was an IED.
Then we started taking sniper fire
and RPGs from the hills.
Today's service women face the same combat dangers as men.
It's pretty amazing.
We made it out alive.
But at home, women veterans face different challenges. DAV understands this and fights to get women veterans the health, disability, and financial benefits they were promised. Visit DAV.org for free help.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year. But parents, educators, and concerned adults can make a difference. It takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Victims need an adult that will listen, will stand up for them, and most importantly, show them they are not alone. Bullying and cyberbullying have far-reaching effects, from a decline in academic performance to physical illness, depression, or worse. Help us create a safe, bully-free learning environment for all students in Pennsylvania. One caring adult can make all the difference. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bully-free.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's first computer.
When I grow up, I want to be a glass countertop in a new home.
When I grow up, I want to be a kid's best birthday present.
When I grow up, I want to be a football stadium.
When I grow up, I want to be a warm place on a cold day.
When I grow up, I want to be a fancy backsplash.
I want to be a bike that races around the country. When I grow up, I want to be a bench on a forest trail. I want to be a rocking chair on a sunny porch. I want to be a skyscraper. I want to be a
When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. A public service advertisement brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Relax.
Right? Exactly.
There's no need to go crazy.
Done deal. Love it. My takeaway is...
just podcast it. It's real easy.
Sounds incredible.
Go to foxsportsradio.com. foxsportsradio.com. Click listen, then click podcast.
Now let's fire this baby up.
All of your favorite shows are just a click away.
Sounds juicy.
We are Fox Sports. Join Emmy Award winner Katie Nolan for her show Garbage Time, where she gives her unique take on the biggest stories of the week and also welcomes celebrity guests. Don't miss Garbage Time. Ready, set, go. Wednesday at midnight on FS1.
Let's go, Jerry. Go!
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show, live from the Geico Studios. Hey, Frostberg, I think there's a good Goldie Hawn movie on. Can you see if we can get that on? Because I see the purple and gold, their game is over. So can we get that on?
This Gold Dust WWE entrance music's not doing it for you?
Harmon is going to be very upset he missed this tonight.
He's going to hit me with a calf or two.
Yeah. He'll hit you with a golden calf.
That would hurt.
Mike Harmon's got the night off tonight. Actually, he is sick, not feeling well. Called in earlier today. He called me today and says, I tried. Then he said, stay gold, pony boy. Stay gold.
Stay gold, pony boy.
Yeah, I told him to do a couple of shots of Goldschlager, and
That's
he'll be back
idea.
tomorrow.
All right. I think that sounds like a good thing. Twitter at How About a Fresca. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. Going to get into 4 teams that could crash the college football playoff next year, coming up in a little bit less than 10 minutes from now. And oh, by the way, an update from the Golden One Center in Sacramento, according to reports, Boogie Cousins about to get a $207 million contract extension from the Sacramento Kings. Could happen in the offseason, but the framework is there in place. It looks like Boogie Cousins going to get paid a lot of gold to be staying in Sacramento. Again, that from the Golden One Center.
I love gold.
And oh, by the way, I'm glad people are backing me up on social media about how Rue McClanahan was the hottest Golden Girl, because she was. It wasn't even close. I mean, if you know, that's the thing.
Was that the mom?
No,
the older one?
That was Estelle Getty. She was actually younger than Betty White when she was on the show. You know, here's one thing, and Frostberg, you will get this as you get older. You will start seeing older women like that are 50, 55, 60 as being very attractive. Trust me, it will happen that
like
way.
Jeannie Buss?
You'll still, yes. Yeah, Jeannie Buss is one. Like, you'll still like the younger girl. Don't get me wrong. You'll still like the hot women who are 40 and 30, 25. Oh, no. You'll still like them. But you will start gaining an appreciation for women who are like 50, like Sharon Stone.
Christy Brinkley still hot?
Christy Brinkley is still hot. Yeah, like I said, Goldie Hawn, still hot. You trust me, it's going to happen for you. Why did you play that for Goldie Hawn? Really? You going to play that? She looked great at the Golden Globes the other night. Come on, you had to play that? She had a dress with no shoulders on. It was good. Oh, I like the Golden Globes. Meanwhile, Le'Veon Bell says he is the Steph Curry of the NFL, which means he is a system running back. It was earlier today, Le'Veon Bell went on Bleacher Report, talked to Bleacher Report. He talked to Bleacher Report, so did Draymond Green, Michigan State grad, Golden State Warriors, obviously, played at Michigan State, same time Le'Veon Bell was there. You know Draymond Green, he kicks people in the gold members. Le'Veon Bell said, quote, I think I'm changing the game of football. In that sense, I'm what Steph Curry is to basketball. Don't get me wrong, I don't necessarily think Steph Curry is the best basketball player, but he changed the game so he's going to always go down as being remembered. Now everyone wants to shoot the three and shoot it from deep. Le'Veon Bell's patient running style, you see him pick his way through holes, is something he feels other running backs are going to start copying now because he does it so well. Draymond Green says the patience he has as a runner has never been seen before. You had Barry Sanders. You never had a guy like this that could pick his way through. And in his interview today, Le'Veon Bell talked about how I like to get through the hole and not look at a linebacker so doesn't think I'm running his way so I can pick the way to pick the right lane. All of these things, Le'Veon Bell is saying, come on. Because you know what? You really are a system running back. If you want to go, Steph Curry being the system quarterback of the Golden State Warriors, and KNBR, ready for my interview anytime you want to talk to me about this. Why is Le'Veon Bell successful in the NFL? Number one, he's talented. Of course he's talented. Coming out of school, he wasn't viewed as being that talented. He was viewed as, well, the guy's a little slow, and he's not going to have time to wait for his blocks to develop at the next level. But what happened? Le'Veon Bell is on a team that has the second-best offensive line in the NFL, outside of the Dallas Cowboys. The Steelers have the second-best offensive line. When you have great players on your offensive line, they can hold their blocks for an extra second and a half, which is going to give you that time to figure, okay, this is where my hole is going to be. This is where I'm going to pick up more yardage than if I'm going through here. He also plays one of the best quarterbacks and the best wide receiver. So all of that helps you. You're not transforming the game like Steph Curry. No one's looking at Le'Veon Bell and saying, boy, you're Steph Curry. Other people can be patient. It's not transforming the game. If your offensive line was an average offensive line, your, quote, patient running style would be seen as the guy's not fast enough, he can't get it done at this level, we need to go in another direction. Maybe he's a third down running back, or he's a guy that can play but he's a jag. But because his offensive line is so good at holding blocks, he gets time to get through the line. If his offensive line was bad, he would be hit at the line of scrimmage, he would be hit 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and the moment he stopped to spend a second to look, the defense would cave in on him. The offensive line is what allows Le'Veon Bell to play like this. And this is the way the NFL is going. It's been going like this for a couple of years now. Teams can't afford and spend a lot of money. Sorry, I'm going to go out and spend all money on this great quarterback, this great wide receiver, the era of the running back. You know, it's in a downturn right now. I'll tell you why the era of the running back is in a downturn is because if you have any kind of talent at all and you play behind a talented offensive line, you're going to do well. That's why Ezekiel Elliott has done so well. That's why Darren McFadden did so well last year. This is how it goes. When you have a great offensive line and you have a little bit of talent, you can see where the holes are, you have vision, you will be able to play well. But for Le'Veon Bell to say, I'm transforming the game, yeah, go try them in the Jets. See if that works. See if you put Le'Veon Bell on the Jets, who didn't have any of their 5 starters play together for one snap this season, and see if he's running the way he is in the NFL. He's not. Let's talk about where it's true. The offensive line makes running backs like this be able to take advantage of their skill set. In that way, you are a system running back. So if that way you want to compare yourself to Steph Curry, knock yourself out, because that's exactly how it is. All teams now are going to start saying, I'm going to build offensively. Guards are cheap. Centers are cheap. I'm paying a lot for the tackles, but that's okay. Because if I have guys with okay talent at running back, wide receiver, quarterback, if I have a great offensive line, I'm going to do okay. because I will be able to make sure they have time to do what they need to, and they're going to be great. Look at it. Why do you think Dak Prescott's having such a great year? Never had to worry about being pressured too much. Could make his decisions, go through his progressions. This is how it works. Trust me. Le'Veon Bell would play one game with a different team. He would go, yeah, sorry. That Steph Curry stuff, yeah, I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean that. I want to be back here in Pittsburgh where things are good. You played one playoff game. You had trouble staying on the field. You've had problems with drugs. Let's stop with the Steph Curry. I'm transforming the game. He's won a championship, been to 2 finals. His system is transforming the game. The system the Warriors are using is transforming the game. 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. The Jason Smith Show. Get it on Twitter at How About a Fresca. We are live from the Geico Studios. We have more college football on the way in 1 minute. 4 teams that could crash their way into the college football playoff next year, and you might not believe a couple of them. But first, let's find out what's trending on this golden night here at Fox.
Stay gold.
Some NBA Golden Nuggets. LeBron and the Cavaliers lost to the Jazz 100-92. Houston's won 9 in a row. Rockets Ishmael the Bobcats 121-114. James Harden 40 points, 14 rebounds, 10 assists, a triple-double. Atlanta's won 7 in a row. Hawks cut down the Nets 117-97. Brooklyn's lost 7 in a row. Your late-night NBA games are all over. Blazers 420 the Lakers 108-87. Kings lubricated the Pistons 194. Warriors turned on the Heat 107-95. We had an upsetting night in college basketball.
McCon lost it. 4-on-2. Carter to Adrian to Ahmad. Layup, goaltended. It's good. A capacity Coliseum crowd is on its feet as West Virginia has its largest lead of the night.
Tony Caridi with the call. WAJR. Morgantown, 10th ranked West Virginia. Pittsnuggled number 1 Baylor 89-68. That's what's trending, and I'm loading.
FS. Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1.
Hey now, you're an all-star. Get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star. Get the show on, get paid. And all that glitters and gold. Only shooting stars break the mold.
Lloyd!
It's a cool place.
Fox Sports Radio, the Jason Smith Show. Live from the Geico Studios, where 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance. More info, visit geico.com. Frostburg, Golden Headphones. You never got Golden Tate on the phone tonight.
No, but I did give you some Smash Mouth. That makes up for everything.
Stay
All
gold.
right.
I'm pretty sure this album went gold.
You know what my favorite part of Back to the Future was? When Michael J. Fox first goes back and he sees the big town square and he hears the guy driving around in the car, and you hear, "Re-elect Mayor Goldie Wilson. Re-elect Mayor Goldie Wilson."
Oh, I thought you were going to say that Smash Mouth, this song was from Back to the Future.
No. Yeah, back in 1984, it went that way. I think the soundtrack went gold, though. I think it had a couple of big hits on it. Had some Huey Lewis songs. Had the
Marty
Power of Love.
McFly was on the drums.
Sure. I believe you're right about that. That is on the, of time travel movies, that may be the gold medal winner. I don't know that there's another good one that's up there that high. Everything else, silver, bronze, or below. That is your gold medal winner. The aftermath of the national championship. Oh, by the way, Mike Harmon is sick tonight. I think he has gold fever. Looking ahead at 2017, 2018, there's already been a lot of lists today out of the teams that could make noise next season, teams you expect to be in the national championship chase next year. Who could be the top 4 teams in the playoffs next year? And you've seen a lot of the same teams. Look, I don't disagree with them. You have to put Alabama in there because Alabama always gets in, so you have Alabama. There's a big push for USC. A lot of people, they're a very trendy pick, and, of course, coming off the last 8 games of this year, yes, they're a very trendy pick. Sam Darnold's going to be a Heisman Trophy favorite. Yeah, they're going to lose a couple of guys, but USC is back. They're a very trendy pick to make the college football playoff next year. Ohio State, as always is, J.T. Barrett's senior year. They're trendy. Penn State is trendy. Had a great bowl game. They return a bunch of playmakers. They're right there. Florida State. Another team, plenty of experts are saying, yep, these are my teams for early next year. Oklahoma is going to be loaded. They have games at home. They have a very favorable schedule. They can do it next year. These are the teams you've heard about all day. But let me give you a couple that may be able to crack the top four. Not all of them, but certainly each of these four teams has a chance, if things fall right, to get into the college football playoff next year. Number one, and I realize they need a quarterback, but Florida. They open up against Michigan next year. It's going to be a tough game, but Michigan is losing a ton of talent. It's going to be one of those years where Michigan has to kind of reload a little bit before they become a national championship contender again. They play Florida State Thanksgiving. That's going to be a big one. And yes, they need a quarterback, but playing in the SEC, they play in the bad SEC division. They can lose a game and still win the division and pull a surprise in the SEC title game, and suddenly they're in the playoff. Could happen. Again, I realize you got to find a quarterback, but their offense is starting to come around. The last couple of years had a big win in the bowl game this year. They played great. Florida could get in there. Number two, Texas. Watch out. Tom Herman at Texas, this could be the Jim Harbaugh effect of what it was like for him showing up in Michigan. The cupboard was stocked, and Harbaugh's the B to C coach. You guys go A to B, and Harbaugh went B to C. Charlie Strong went A to B in Texas, and now Tom Herman can go B to C. Michelle's a phenomenal young quarterback. There's a lot of talent there. In a couple of years, they're going to be running the Big 12. Everybody's going there. It's going to be Texas and everybody else. But next year, watch out. Herman comes in with that talent, harness it. They have a chance. Number three, Colorado. Yes, they lose their quarterback. They got to replace Lufu, but they get all their skill guys back. And this is a team that was pretty good this year. They snuck up on a lot of people and won a lot of games. Made it to the Pac-12 championship game. They're not going to sneak up on people next year, but they're just as loaded as anybody else. You can talk about USC and Washington and how good they are. Yes, and Stanford's getting a lot of love. They got to replace Christian McCaffrey, but they're right there. Pac-12 is expected to have a very good year next year, but watch out for Colorado. They're not the sexy name, but they're loaded. And my fourth team, because there's always one in the Boise State type mold, that this is a team that's going to go undefeated, could go undefeated, and could sneak in. They're not in a Power 5 conference, but if everybody loses, you get a couple of teams with 2 losses, they could get in. Most years it's Boise State. This year Western Michigan was great, but they weren't in the top 25 at all to even start the season, and so people were reticent to move them up a lot. Hey, they got into a great bowl game, phenomenal year. But Western Michigan was lacking what this team has. South Florida. Watch out. Why South Florida? Why do they have it over a team like Western Michigan or Boise State? Number one, you got Charlie Strong hitting the sweet spot again, and how ironic would this be if he leaves Texas and goes and suddenly, hey, look at me, everybody, I'm here. But this is what he does best. He gets a team outside the Power 5, gets them to leave, is able to build them up. It's what he did. He was doing it in Texas, didn't get a chance to see it finished. Here he is at South Florida, who can go unbeaten in the American. And they have a Heisman Trophy guy in Quentin Flowers. I've watched this guy play the last couple of years. He's one of those players who can make any play. When it's 3rd and 10, either he's throwing for a first down or he's running for it. He almost reminds me of a better Tyrod Taylor. So when you have that sexiness of, hey, here's some attention, and South Florida's going to be a preseason top 12, top 15 team, that works. That works. You can get from preseason number 12, number 13, if you keep winning, You move up to number 11, then you're number 10. All right, we're still winning. We're number 8. We're number 6. Western Michigan was never going to get that high. They didn't have any sexiness about them. South Florida's got it. Those are 4 teams that could sneak in to the college football playoff next year. Florida, Texas, Colorado, and South Florida.
Whoop TCU's ass Friday.
Going full McConaughey. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show live from the Geico Studios. Coming up next on this golden evening, I'm sure you will hear Golden Earring. We have a very special play of the night, and finally tomorrow, possibly some clarity on a huge NFL story we've been following for 8 months. An update on it next on Fox.
Let's go, Jerry. Let's go.
The regular season is upon us.
I don't believe it.
And now,
Time to initiate playoffs.
Now commencing.
This is insanity. The playoffs begin. Your NFL coverage is right here.
Playoff football, baby. No panic. No panic.
On Fox Sports Radio.
With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. Unlike me, who used to like to go in and say, oh, hey, look, what's the color? I like that color. It looks cool. Oh, wow, I got to go buy it. I'm going to sign the papers. But you know what? There's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part. And if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to a TrueCar certified dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers across the country, and they're there to help you find the car you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up, and it's a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience. That's TrueCar.com, and I'm sure you can get the color you really, really want.
Some features not available in all states.
Today, my new dad threw a barbecue.
I burnt everything.
And then we played catch.
I broke Mr. Lewis's window. And then, somehow, my hand.
My hand! And then my dad even let me drive his car.
The hospital's on the right.
It was a rough day.
It was a great day.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of kids in foster care will take you just as you are. For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org/PA. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
A promise was made. A promise that hit the beaches of Normandy. A vow that captured Iwo Jima. A contract that weathered Tet. A pledge that stormed the desert in Iraq. An IOU that braved IEDs in Kandahar. A promise was made to America's veterans. DAV fights to keep that promise, so all veterans and their families get the benefits and support they earned. For help, visit DAV.org.
It slices, it dices, with razor-like edges that never need sharpening. It's not a blender. It's not a set of steak knives. It's car windshield. And now, it can be yours. Here's how. Next time you're in a car and the driver's driving recklessly, simply say nothing. That's right. Let them change CDs. Let them text on their phones. Ignore that little voice in your head that's trying to warn you. And you too can experience car windshield. Passengers who have tried car windshield agree. It's a smash. Car windshield may not be for everyone, as it can lead to severe side effects and even death. Please consult your physician after you've experienced car windshield. Passengers who wish to avoid car windshield can do so by following simple steps, like trusting their instincts, speaking up, and telling their friends to slow down.
In the real world, there is no spokesperson to prevent reckless driving. There's only you. Speak up.
Act now. Paramedics are standing by.
This has been a message from the Ad Council. For more information, go to youarethespokesperson.com.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
When you get to the distractions and you talk about Odell Beckham Jr. or Terrell Owens, we covered Terrell Owens with Donovan McNabb.
Yes.
And how many times did all that Donovan McNabb was asked about was who?
T.O.
That's
Always.
it?
Yep.
So Donovan McNabb would go into every press conference. What did you think of what T.O. said about you? Did T.O. throw you under the bus? What about T.O.? And it became such a distraction for Donovan McNabb. We're seeing that now with Eli. Eli's got his own problems because he's getting older. And Eli, instead of going, I'm going to go to work every day and work harder with Odell Beckham Jr., I really believe that this is causing a rift between the Giants and their organization, from ownership all the way down to Eli Manning, and they're going to have to figure this out sooner than later.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Avast ye homeowners. Are ye plagued by foreclosure? Well, here at Jim Ladd and Matey, we can stop your foreclosure now. We're a mortgage rescue company. And for the small fee of everything you hold dear, we will negotiate with your lender on your behalf. And we guarantee results. Guarantee results. Aye, the bird speaks the truth. Them's be the benefits of working with a true professional. So don't dilly-dally about. Listen to the wise counsel of your old pal, Honest Jim. He can't be trusted. Call Jim Ladd and Matey at 1-800-YAR-YAR. That's 1-800-YAR. YAR.
If you're facing foreclosure, make sure you're talking to the right people. Speak with HUD-approved housing counselors free of charge at 888-995-HOPE. That's 888-995-HOPE. Brought to you by NeighborWorks America and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio,
1330 The Fan.
Our social media is blowing up.
I'm about to blow your mind.
From our Twitter feed at Fox Sports Radio, Facebook feed, facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio, to our Instagram account, Scientific Fact. Who do you think you are? Fox Sports Radio.
Switching to a secure frequency now.
Did you hear that? Our social media keeps you locked and loaded. On Fox Sports Radio. Okay, FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Hey, look, I love Greatest American Hero just as much as everybody else.
Watch it go Your heart is true. You're a pal and a confidant.
Steady go.
Of all the things we've talked about tonight, of all the dramatic things, Roger Clemens finding a golden ticket in George's box.
And now they're banging each other.
Of all the dramatic things tonight we've talked about on the show, Dabo Sweeney irking me with his behavior the last 24 hours. Clemson seems like a very Stepford-type place. He likes to be the yaw shucks guy, but then will spend time hammering other conferences, calling Colin Cowherd a fraud. Are you a real guy, or are you giving me a PR sell? 4 teams can crash the 2018 college football playoffs. Le'Veon Bell being a system running back. Johnny Manziel will sign autographs and take selfies for you at the Super Bowl. Phil Jackson will wind up leaving the Knicks after this year. Derrick Rose, I don't buy anything he's saying. Of all the things, of all the dramatic things, what has resonated the most with you, especially on social media, has been the sort of ongoing debate we're having over who the hottest Golden Girl was. And look, this is a night where we talked about Golden Richards, Golden Tate, Eli Gold, Alabama broadcaster. Spend some time on this. Ari Gold, Golden Headphones has said a lot of things on the show. But who the hottest Golden Girl has really taken over? And I want to say this for everybody defending Betty White. Look, I love Betty White. Betty White's great. In Golden Girls, Betty White was the nice one. She wasn't the sexy one. All right, Rue McClanahan was the sexy one. She was sultry. She had a southern lilt, and I love a good lilt. She walked very sassy and swung her hips. You know, I like that.
You don't say.
It's not even close. It's not even close. I don't even know who guest starred on the show. But Rue McClanahan was the hottest Golden Girl. Stop with that. Stop. Even when I was 15, I liked Rue McClanahan. And she was like in her 50s. Or maybe she was close to, I don't know. Maybe she was 60 doing the Golden Girls. I don't know. But, yeah, of all the things, and people disagreeing with me. I don't get it. I don't know if I can say that, Frostberg. I don't know if I can say what you just said in my ear. I really don't think I can.
Can't do it.
I know we're in what's called, quote, safe harbor, but I don't think I can do that.
It's broke.
It was gold, though.
It's broke.
It was broke. It was gold. It was gold,
Stay
Jerry.
gold.
It was gold. It's gold. We got Kenny Banya in the show tonight.
That's gold, Jerry.
Things that are gold. Time now for the play of the night, brought to you by Geico. What does it mean when Geico says just 15 minutes can save you 15% or more in car insurance? It means you probably should have gone to geico.com 15 minutes ago. Well, our play of the night comes from the Golden One Center. Boogie Cousins, a night where he's about to get paid, had a big night.
Lawson brings the ball behind the pick, beats Cousins. A 3-ball on the wing. He's got another one. Cousins from downtown makes it 98-94. 52 seconds to go.
And that would do it. The Kings beat the Pistons 100-94. Boogie Cousins, 24 points, 13 rebounds, 6 assists on the night. And according to reports out of Sacramento, he could be getting as much as $207 million in the offseason. Comcast California, reporting that earlier tonight, Boogie Cousins could stay at the Golden One Center for years. He could spend his golden years with the Sacramento Kings. Vladdy can smoke golden cigarettes and build a gold statue for DeMarcus Cousins.
This upsets me, though, because I'd rather him spend his golden years in purple and gold.
Oh, yeah, that's true. You may have to give that up, though. You may have to give up that golden ghost. Find a new golden boy. Not only Oscar De La Hoya, I mean, or Paul Horning. You have to find somebody else, I think.
All right.
You got to look. Meanwhile, tomorrow, finally, we may get some clarity over a situation we have spent the last 8 to 12 months talking about, and that is what's going to happen in the NFL with the Chargers and Raiders relocating. Wednesday at NFL headquarters at 345 Park Avenue in New York, more than half of the owners will meet to discuss the status of the Raiders relocating to Las Vegas and the Chargers' potential move to L.A. As recently as 2 weeks ago, the Chargers, everything was in place. They were moving to Los Angeles. But now, it looks like the NFL is going to do everything they can to keep the Chargers in San Diego. Why? Growing whispers, people I've talked to, people I will talk to tomorrow during the day, are a little nervous because of the lack of success the Rams have had this season. The Rams season in L.A. was a disaster. It was a disaster. It started out great. People stopped coming to the games, and granted, 90,000 people aren't going to come to a football game. It's why NFL stadiums cap it off at 55,000. But a lack of interest, even though the Rams were a fun team to talk about, they were relevant. They had a bad season on the field. Their franchise quarterback is showing no hope, and the NFL a little nervous about sending another team to L.A. Maybe we're oversaturating the market. Couple of things that are going to have to run on this now. Number one is Chargers have the option to go. The only thing the NFL can do is say, all right, we will give you all this money, Dean Spanos. We will give you all of this money to build a new stadium, to do something to keep you guys in San Diego. Because the plan that the owners would like right now is the Raiders want to go. Let's see if Las Vegas is feasible. If it's not, they're not going to go. There's a lot of pushback against the Raiders moving to Vegas if they can't get it done right. There's a lot of owners who are nervous going, yeah, I don't know. I know if this is where we want to go. They need a more solid plan than what they've had so far. In San Diego, they'll go, but the NFL is going to do everything they can to try to keep them, at least for now, at least for a few, because now they're nervous about the viability of the NFL in Los Angeles. This is where we sit at right now. After 8 to 12 months, everything being a mess, we're going to get our first inkling tomorrow. Again, over half the owners will start meeting Wednesday at NFL headquarters to discuss the Raiders relocating and the Chargers move to L.A. And I'll say this, if the Chargers skip out, Mark Davis will say, screw you, I'm moving the Raiders to Los Angeles. You gave me the option. Thanks a lot, Las Vegas. I'm going to Los Angeles because you know he'd do it. Twitter at How About a Fresca, the Jason Smith Show. We are live from the Geico Studios. Hope Mike Harmon is feeling a lot better. My buddy Ben Maller is coming up next.
We are Spark
Don't let your car's engine freeze up like a blown lead in the fourth quarter. Head to AutoZone for the right antifreeze for your vehicle. Cooling system failure is the #1 cause of engine-related breakdowns. Old or dirty coolant can lead to a clogged radiator, and the right coolant can protect against corrosion of all cooling system metals, including aluminum, while providing maximum freeze-up and boil-over protection. So, head to your local AutoZone for great deals on Peak 50/50 long-life antifreeze and coolant. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
The U.S. economy has been getting stronger, and home values have been increasing. Hi, I'm Jay Farner, president of Quicken Loans. Many of our clients have been taking cash out of their homes, a strategy that might work for you. The smart move is for you to refinance your mortgage right now with Quicken Loans. The rate today on a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 4.25%, APR 4.43%. Call 800-QUICKEN or go to QuickenLoans.com. That's 800-QUICKEN.
Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS ConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, and, of course, companionship. Now, let's see him in action. Look how he makes eye contact with his person. That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive, and now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance so common with this group.
But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
A flat tire can ruin your day, but an improper tire repair can put your family at risk. When that next pesky nail punctures your tire, remember this. Repairs are limited to the inner tread area only, never the sidewall. And punctured tires must be removed from the rim to assess and fix damage on both the inside of the tire and the outside. Learn more. Visit betiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
I never get the flu.
My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
My asthma's under control.
But I'm pregnant.
I've had the flu before. It's not a big deal.
My kids are too old for flu.
The media is exaggerating.
I can fight it naturally.
My diabetes, it's under control.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital? Death?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate. Learn more at flu.gov.
A message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
So you see, son, good manners are very, very important. Someday, many years from now, when you're a grown-up, you'll be a man. And when you are, you should be a gentleman. Do you want me to go through it one more time?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yes, please.
Exactly. Always say please, thank you, you're welcome, and excuse me. Sit up straight, hold doors open for ladies. If a door's shut, then knock first. Don't burp, don't swear, don't speak with your mouth full, don't reach across people's plates, keep your elbows off the table.
What tape?
And don't interrupt. While we're at it, don't stare, don't use foul language, don't call people names, but do remember people's names. Always share your toys, play nice, and cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. On the bus, give up your seat to anyone who has trouble standing. Bottom line, treat others the way you'd like to be treated. Got it?
Got it.
And stop picking your nose.
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This is Chicago-style hot dog here. I'm not feeling too good. Turns out, along with all the other bad things my cholesterol does, they say it's a risk factor for strokes. Strokes? Sheesh. Good news from National Stroke Association. Exercising, eating right, and asking your doctor about medicines that can help lower your cholesterol like statins may reduce the risk of a first stroke. And if you've already had a stroke, it's even more important you lower your cholesterol.
Lower your chances of stroke by controlling your cholesterol. Visit stroke.org today.
100 yards up. So everybody back off Odell Beckham Jr. My overall summation of Beckham Jr., if you have a problem with him, is this. Would you take him on your team? Everybody in the country's answer, if they're being honest, is, well, yeah. In a minute. So back off. If you went into that game thinking that one wide receiver was the difference between a win or a loss, then you weren't as good a team as we thought you were.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Checking NBA games of note, the Warriors chalk up another victory, this time beating the Heat 107-95. Golden State's now a league best 33-6 on the year. Kevin Durant had 28 points. Steph Curry 24 points in the win for the Warriors. The Jazz knock off the Cavaliers 100-92. Utah's Gordon Hayward led the way with 28 points. For Cleveland, the big three all played for them, but they lose anyway. And for Cleveland in his debut, Kyle Korver, just acquired in a trade, had only 2 points. Rockets beat the Hornets 121-114 for their 9th straight win. They were led once again by James Harden, who had another triple-double, his 11th of the year. He had 40 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists. Bucks go to San Antonio, knock off the Spurs 109-107. The Raptors down the Celtics 114-106. DeMar DeRozan 41 points and 13 rebounds for Toronto. And the Hawks won their 7th straight, beating the Nets in Brooklyn 117-97. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are FS1. Yeah! FS1.
The best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. You look at me!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. This is the Ben Maller Show.
Hello?
Ben Maller.
Ben has done path-breaking work.
It's tradition.
Ben is also a kind and decent man.
Nobody said it was going to be easy, but you've got to do it.
He's back in black. Ben Maller.
We're back on the air.
Game, set, match.
And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Ben Maller.
We got a new head coach in the NFL, allegedly. Allegedly, we'll talk about that, and one of the NFL's top teams in the regular season with a very bizarre move. I'm not buying what they're telling us. I don't think they're speaking the truth. We'll talk about that also. Welcome in the beginning of the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio network emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And the Buffalo Bills. Now, you think of the pecking order in the NFL. That Bills job is very, very important. In the National Football League, the hierarchy of the NFL. So the news coming out that the Bills, while they haven't announced the hiring, they are closing in, and it's not the interim coach Anthony Lynn, which everyone was all jazzed up about, all these insider guys, the geeks and the nerds that cover the NFL, the crowd that supposedly has all the breaking news. They're in the business of breaking news. They had Anthony Lynn circled as the new head coach of the Bills, but right now we're hearing out of Buffalo that it's not going to be Anthony Lynn. And who's going to be the new czar of the Buffalo Bills? I know you're dying to know as we await this the lull before the NFL postseason. Well, the answer is, it appears, the defensive coordinator of the Carolina Panthers, Sean McDermott. Who? I'm amazed by it also. I don't know who this guy is, but Sean McDermott's supposedly going to be the Buffalo Bills' new coach. At least that's the speculation. The Bills want this guy. Whether he wants to go to Buffalo or not, who knows? Who knows? And he's only 42. He's going to turn 43 in March, and I read that he's never been a head coach at any level. Isn't that the new thing? That's the trendy thing for all these fat cat owners, right? The big shots, they like to hire the newbies now. Of course, I say that, and while everyone was watching the national championship game in college football, the Jacksonville Jags decided to go out and hire Doug Marrone as their head coach. So I guess it's back and forth. Now, meanwhile, outside of that, I wanted to shift over to the Raiders because Oakland, now they returned to prominence, the Raiders getting back the glory of the Raiders with a 12-4 regular season and then a quick exit stage right in the postseason. Derek Carr
We know the story, right? He got hurt, the MVP candidate, that was it. And so the news came out, I don't know if you saw this here, that out of left field, the Raiders announced they are letting Bill Musgrave go, their offensive coordinator. He gone. He's out of there. Maybe you heard about this. I don't know. I find it interesting. I'll tell you why. I mean, typically we don't talk about offensive coordinators and all that. The Silver and Black have promoted a guy named Todd Downing. Todd Downing. He's the quarterback coach who's going to be the new offensive coordinator. He's a greenhorn, if you will, as far as being an offensive coordinator. He's 36 years old, and now there are two ways to look at this. There are two ways to approach this. We've got a lot of Raider fans. I hear from you all the time. All right, talk more about the Raiders. It's hard to do right now because they're out, but this has given us an avenue to talk about the Raiders. There's two ways to approach this. All right, you can take the company line and say that what the Raiders are spewing out through their puppets in the media, that the Raiders were worried about this guy, Todd Downing, leaving for another team, that he's supposedly a rising star in the coaching world. And a lot of people are buying it. And I get it. I understand. That's what the Raiders are saying through their friends in the media. I'm a skeptic, though. And I believe what happened here is a firing. Bill Musgrave was removed as the offensive coordinator, but it was not his decision to leave. It was a mandate from higher up with the Raiders. And I'll tell you why. To begin with, this is all about, I want to circle back around to the broken leg of Derek Carr. Bill Musgrave is the fall guy for the Raiders, Derek Carr getting hurt. And Oakland was cruising along. They were talking about playing the Patriots in the AFC Championship game, and it was the Raiders of the Patriots, right? And it all went haywire. It all went off the tracks there, that fateful game against the Colts. And the Raiders had a big lead. They kept throwing the football, and Derek Carr ends up breaking his leg. I remember that shot of Mark Davis, the Raiders owner, and he had his bowl haircut, and he was inflamed, enraged. Now, Mark Davis seems like a pretty mellow guy. Like he could star in like Dumb and Dumber 3. He just got like a cool, fun guy, and he could just kind of hang out, have a good time and all that. Seems like a regular guy. He was really annoyed, right? I can't stress that enough. That was the moment that Bill Musgrave lost his job as the Raiders offensive coordinator. It also did not help that they went away from the running game in Denver, a Bronco team. That was the weakness of the Broncos, and kept throwing the ball with Connor Cook in Houston. Didn't change quarterbacks. Some of that's on Jack Del Rio. But it was a medley of mistakes the last couple of weeks that cost him his job. Now, furthermore, I did not know much about this new guy the Raiders hired, Todd Downing. I didn't know much. So I did some homework and a little keyboard research. He's from Eden Prairie, outside the Twin Cities there, part of our listenership. We have many listeners in Eden Prairie. Played high school football for Bud Grant's son. In fact, I learned that this guy, Todd Downing, the way that he got into the NFL, he started in the NFL at age 19 as an intern. He got in because of Bud Grant. Bud Grant, the connection between Bud Grant's kid and Bud Grant hooked him up with the Vikings, got him an internship, and he was on his way. And he also played semi-pro ball. And the only reason I bring this up is because the team was called the Minnesota Maulers. And I immediately tried to get a Minnesota Maulers hat. Couldn't find one. I think they're out of business. I think they're the semi-pro team. I think they went belly up. I think they're gone. And it's amazing. This guy, the Raiders' new offensive coordinator, he's 36. He was a PR intern for a couple years. He's been coaching for like 15 years. He's 36. He's worked for the Vikings with Mike Tice, the Rams in St. Louis, the Lions, and the Bills. And now he's the offensive coordinator for the Raiders. As far as what it actually means for going forward, going into next year, it is more likely than not that this is going to have no real impact on the wins and losses of the Raiders. Right? Now, you can coach up players and get a little more out of players. However, the ultimate trump card is having better talent. Right? All the athletic success is pretty much based on two things, talent and production. The Raiders had the talent. They got a lot of production up until the end, and the coaching thing is secondary. Now, if you have a fool as your coach, then obviously it can annoy the talent, and the production won't be there, and then you someone has to be the scapegoat. We know how this works. The bottom line, though, the Raiders here, in this particular move, dumping their offensive coordinator, I believe what happened here, they're simply trying to save face for Bill Musgrave. He's been an assistant in the NFL for years, and they want him to get a good job somewhere else, right? And he'll be fine. His resume is clean. You don't have to worry about that. And so he's a coaching cockroach. He'll just go somewhere else and be a quarterback coach or a receiver coach or something like that, and then they'll move on. A lot of young offensive coordinators in the NFL. Jim Bob Cooter, young. It's just the only reason I said his name is because Jim Bob Cooter should be mentioned on every show. Remember that 1 week, was it a couple years ago, we talked about IK and Polly? And I learned his name, and we just wanted to say his name all the time. And it was the guy that punched Geno Smith. Yeah, that's right. All right, it's the Ben Maller Show on Fox, and Eddie Garcia is alongside. He's hanging out with us. And I saw tonight, Eddie, big news in the NBA, and I know Laker fans are very upset about this, and a lot of other Celtic fans annoyed by this, but we're hearing that DeMarcus Cousins is going to sign a mega contract to stay in Sacramento.
Wow.
Woo!
There's a guy who wants to be the big fish in the small pond, apparently.
What about all these temper tantrums and hissy fits that my man DeMarcus has had? He's signing up for it. You know why he's signing up for it, Eddie? I got one answer for you.
Tell me.
$207 million American currency.
It's a pretty good reason.
Yeah. I mean, you can put up. They got a nice arena, right? So he's used to it, the whole thing. He's going to sign a max contract extension with the Sacramento Kings. So if this is true, if what we're hearing here is accurate, then you can put him off your trade list.
Straight cash, homie.
Yeah. And I just want the management here at Fox Sports Radio to know that I would also be willing to waive my ability to go to any other radio outfit.
Really?
With $207 million.
Wow.
In fact, Eddie, I'd just take the 7 part of that. I'd take the $7 million. I'd be pretty happy, okay? I'm not going to be greedy. I don't intend to be greedy. I'm willing to take just the $7 million. I think that'd be fine, right?
I would be right there with you, absolutely.
So Cousins is 26? And I assume this is like, what, a 5-6 year contract, something like that? Wow, that's... We'll get the details. The details aren't out. He hasn't signed it yet, but that's the story. So. Anyway, it's,
the Koopa Loop and Danny G will not be pleased.
Yeah, they're upset.
They thought he was going to be a Laker one of these days. Apparently not.
I'm kind of bummed out, too. I wonder what kind of toxic mix it would have been if DeMarcus had gone to the Celtics. And in that environment, how he would have handled...
Why the Celtics? Why them?
Well, because they were rumored to be interested in him.
I'm sure a lot of teams were.
But any city where there's like a micro-analysis of the players, it doesn't have to be
you don't
Boston.
Get that in Sacramento, you're saying?
Well, it's a little different. I'm sure the people that love the Kings care about the Kings, but it's numbers, right? Isn't it a numbers game? Maybe there are more Sacramento King fans than Boston Celtic fans. There might be. It's close, right?
I'm going to say no to that.
The Kings have won a lot of championships over the years. They've been very successful. And many, going back to the Reggie Theus days when they first arrived in Sacramento and they had the names under
under the number.
Yeah,
that was a good look.
It is a solid look. The Powder Blue days and all the rest. The chain-smoking Vlade Divac years, Mitch Richmond, all through that. I mean, there's a great history of Sacramento Kings basketball. There really is.
Did you say Reggie Theus?
I think I did say that. Yes, that's.
Is he still coaching Northridge?
You'd have to go to a game and let me know.
I know. It's just right up the street.
I know it's right down the road from where we do the show.
No idea.
I have, and there's people that work here that went to that school. Or some still go to that school, and I have no.
Didn't the Koopa Loop go there?
Is that where Koopa? No.
Did you go to Northridge?
Koops, I did. You did really?
Yep.
How's your alma mater doing in hoops this year?
Good question, Eddie.
You think you'll make the tournament? Are you worried on Selection Sunday? Well, Northridge has to win their conference tournament, right? That's the big.
What conference do they play in, Coop?
I think I know that, actually. I don't know if Coop knows that. I think I know that.
Coop only follows the water polo program.
Is that right?
Yeah. I don't follow any of the programs there.
Now, Coop, are they in the Big West? I want to say they're in the Big West. Is that right?
He doesn't know, Ben.
Oh, he didn't know. All right.
Coop's
going to be really happy, too, because the main computer in the studio that we use to create the magic of radio appears to not be working. So Coop will be that'll make Coop's job harder. And,
his body language just now, he just kind of slumped over.
Computer? Your computer?
No, my computer's working, Coop. The other computer, the one between me and you, Coop, the one in the middle here, is not. It looks like, and it's
panicked look on his face. Right
this
now.
looks like
the call screen.
Yes, that's the one that's not working. So you might. Coop's a computer expert. I'm sure he'll be in here. He's like Bill Gates.
Just go back there and push buttons like another producer did one time. It'll work out.
See, Coop, it's on, but it's not working. That's the problem. See, Coop's going to go reset it.
Oh, yeah.
Don't pull a wrong button, Bob,
no.
Coop. Don't pull a wrong button. If the network goes off the air, it's Justin Cooper that did it. He's going into the central blooper. Coop's going into central control of Fox Sports Radio, where all the buttons are and all that. And
attention, all affiliates.
You'll be hearing some classic programming from 2007, which will be making a rare return to Fox Sports Radio. That's coming up.
You found out it's Steve DeSager, right?
Yeah, it was Steve DeSager talking like Duke basketball.
Well, that's timeless.
Yes, it is. It is absolutely timeless. Anyway, 877-99 on Fox. I don't know if anyone's going to answer, but 877-9996.
No, right now the answer is no.
The answer at this moment is absolutely not.
A few minutes, maybe.
But, I mean, you can call anyway, just for S and giggles. 877-996-6369. We'll call this a reality show. We'll call it the football version of the Salvage Dogs. We'll get to that, and we'll do it next.
The national championship had it all.
A championship football, baby.
From the plays
to
the playmaker.
Design run by Watson to left. Has blockers on in front. Touchdown.
When a new champ raised that trophy.
Listen, y'all been waiting 35 years.
We had it for you on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Ben Maller here. Did you know that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that hole in a pot handle is designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things we use most can easily be overlooked. It's just like how TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right, TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. Here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with a TrueCar certified dealer. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states. Here's a special message for those of you who owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes. The IRS has special programs in place that could eliminate or reduce your tax debt by thousands of dollars. With a call to National Tax Helpline, you can stop the wage garnishments, levies, and tax liens now. Once you've qualified and enrolled, the IRS will stop all the collection activities against you. These unique programs have been allocated to help the economy and significantly reduce or eliminate your tax burden. The IRS is currently accepting reduced settlements and other favorable programs. You may qualify for substantial savings, so get the help you need. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, call now for free information and to see if you qualify. Take down the number now for the Tax Helpline, 800-295-4036. That's 800-295-4036 for free information. 800-295-4036. That's 800-295-4036.
The Yankee Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie. Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
It's pouring rain. It's real dark outside. Your heart starts beating really, really fast. You've never done anything so hard in your life. This is boot camp. This is the real thing now. It's such extreme pain, you don't understand how you can finish. I began to feel that there was no way I was ever going to have my title, U.S. Marine. It takes special inner strength, courage, and desire to do this. I was just thinking, I'm so close. I'm so close. And when I finished, I was like, I'm done. I did it.
The moment I will never forget is when this drill instructor that I admire so much comes up to me straight in front of me, put her arm on my shoulder and said, "Good morning, Marine."
PFC Summer Volkman became a Marine. Can you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes two. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese!
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Families come in all sizes and shapes. Sometimes your friends are your family by choice, or sometimes you're just stuck with Uncle Charles. But what we know is that you want to protect the people that are close to you, but the flu can unravel everything. Your flu vaccine protects you and your family. No matter what draws your family together, protect yourself. Protect your family. Everyone needs a flu vaccine.
Diabetes Association, Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation International, and the Ad Council.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
We had it covered from the start of the season to the playoffs.
Clemson moves on to the national championship game in Tampa.
And now,
hey, this is what we want. Let's go. It's our game. Let's go.
A national champion
breaks the plane with a Clemson touchdown.
Like I said, we had it covered right here on Fox Sports Radio.
3, 2, 1. You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd.
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd
on FS1.
Everybody knows where you go when the sun goes down. I think you only live to see the lights uptown. I wasted my time when I would try. 'Cause when the lights have lost their glow, you cry. Soon your sugar daddies will
known as the most unique show in sports radio, the Ben Maller Facebook page is a must-visit destination on the social media. Check out our page at facebook.com/Ben Maller Show. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's Ben Maller.
We mentioned the report that DeMarcus Cousins is planning on signing a max extension to stay in Sacramento, which is going to ruin the NBA trade season, which is coming up. We're bummed out about that. Boston Dave says, Ben, in my opinion, the Kings are just trying to up his trade value. After all, his outburst, trying to get a big-time offer before the deadline. That's what we call a desperate tweet by Boston Dave. That's like, hey, I need this guy in the Celtics. I need this guy in the damn Celtics, and I don't like what you're saying. Craig in St. Louis writes in, he says, Ben, would you stay at Fox Sports Radio for $2.50 and a roast beef sandwich? No. I would stay for like $2.50 and the Kirkland menu at Costco. Pizza, hot dog, berry sundae. I'd do that. And also, well, no, in Vancouver they have the chicken strips at Costco Vancouver. So I need those. I need those at all Costcos. That's also on my list. Anthony in Anaheim, P1, he's licking his wounds after the Dolphins took it on the chin. He says, nothing mysterious about the phones not working on a password night. Smells like there's cheating afoot. I agree. I blame Eddie. I think Eddie Garcia came in here earlier, and he had some scissors, and he was cutting wires and messing with stuff. I'm going with Eddie Garcia. I have no other evidence, just that I have a suspicion. But I am going to do it. I just said his name on the air. All right, anyways, the Ben Maller Show on Fox. Now, I said a new football reality show, Salvage Dogs. Have you seen that show, Salvage Dogs, Eddie? It's on one of those home improvement channels that no one watches.
Salvage Dogs.
Yeah, Salvage Dogs. It's a good name for a show, isn't it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, anyway, they go around, obviously, and salvage crap. And I bring this up because it appears the National Football League is trying to salvage San Diego. Now, this is a story we followed here. The report a couple of weeks ago was the Chargers were going to L.A. In fact, not only were the Chargers going to L.A., they were going to dump the San Diego Charger nickname and go no more Chargers. They were going to come up with an entirely new name. And now here we are, and the speculation is, no. Now they're going to stay in San Diego, and the NFL wants to save San Diego. And there's two things going on. Number one, they want to save San Diego as a football city. They think it's savable. They can salvage it, like salvage dogs. And number two, the supposed report is they're concerned about a second team in Los Angeles. Now, I don't believe that, and I'll tell you why. I believe that's spin. Now, I know that the Rams owner, Stan Kroenke, does not want another team in Los Angeles. He would like to own the market to himself. But the answer here is simple. The people of San Diego have spoken. The voters have spoken time and again over the last handful of years. They're not going to hand over an increase in taxation for Charger representation. It's not going to happen. So it's very easy here. The NFL wants to keep San Diego as a market. They want a new stadium. They got to have a new stadium, right? They won't get the Super Bowl without a new stadium again in San Diego. If they want that, then the NFL should break ranks and they should break protocol, and they've got the money. Just build it. Yeah, I know. That's outrageous. Oh, my God, don't say that, Maller. Just build it. Build the greatest pigskin palace. Buy some land right down near the Padres ballpark and build a stadium. Build as big or small as you want. The people will come. You've got the money. And problem solved. That's it. And then, the Raiders, I don't think anyone thinks the Raiders would struggle if they came to L.A. I think the Raiders would do pretty good. All right, that's the Ben Maller Show on Fox. 877-996-6369. We're also on Twitter at Ben Maller. Now, there's a misnomer. I want to shift over to college football with you. There's a misnomer that the top team in all of college football was Clemson. If you're a gambler, you know this is not true. If you're a bettor, you know that the alumni, the fan base that is the happiest fan base of them all, is a fan base of a basketball school. Did you see this, Eddie? The team that has the top record against the line in Vegas, against the spread record this year.
I did not see this, Ben.
Do you know who? Take a guess. Who do you think it is? I'm just curious if you're in the right ballpark.
Again, ask me the question again.
It's the college football team that had the top record against the spread. Against the spread.
Let's go with Clemson.
Clemson. I just said it was not. All right. All right. Danny, you want to take a guess?
How about USC?
USC. All right. University of Southern California or South Carolina. Which USC?
It's only Jonas Knox who thinks they're the real USC.
Oh, okay. You're not Go Cox. Okay. I got you. All right, well, the correct answer here, if you go to South Carolina, you say Go Cox. That's what you do. That's the cheer. I have a shirt at home that says that. A listener in South Carolina, a Gamecocks fan, sent me the shirt. All right, anyway, the answer is Temple. Temple went 12-2 against Temple, the Temple Owls. I don't believe it either, but according to our friend R.J. Bell, 12-2 against the R.J. Bell, gambling guru. 12-2 against the spread. Penn State was next at 10-3-1. The worst two teams in college football, if you bet on them, if you're an alumnus of this school and you bet on them every day, that would be Arizona and Oregon, a couple of Pac-12 schools. Arizona was 2-10 against the spread, and Oregon was 2-9-1. That's unacceptable. The most important thing as a college football coach is not graduating your players. It's covering the point spread so the people that bet, the degenerates that bet, who are from your alumni base, are happy and satisfied. That's very important. All right, 8-7s. I'm told the phones are now working now. The Koopa Loop he's a magician over there. He's done it. I don't know how he did it. It's an act of God, but he was able to pull it off. Very religious experience. 877-996-6369. 877-996-6369. Now, speaking of gambling, we'll get to a story which is being described as bad as humanly possible. There's a gambling story that's being described as bad as humanly possible.
I did see that.
We will get to that. Also, here's the Who Am I game. And, well, I'm not doing the Who Am I game. Now, what am I talking about? We'll get to that. We'll do it all. We'll get to it, and we'll do it in 1 minute. But first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar and enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Go to TrueCar.com. Interesting night in college basketball. Checking the top 25. The new number 1 team in the country loses its first game with that number 1 ranking. Baylor falls at number 10 West Virginia, 89-68. First loss of the year for the Bears. Now Gonzaga, the only remaining undefeated team left in Division I basketball. Third-ranked Villanova puts an impressive win on 15th-ranked Xavier, 97-54 the final. Number 9 Florida State beats number 7 Duke, 88-72. The Seminoles have now won 11 straight. They're 16-1 and 4-0 in ACC play. Texas Tech knocks off number 25 Kansas State, 66-65. Wins for number 2 Kansas, number 6 Kentucky, and number 23 Florida State. News from the NFL, where the Oakland Raiders are reportedly not renewing the contract of offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave. College football, Michigan star defensive player Jabril Peppers has declared for the NFL draft. I'm Eddie Garcia.
I feel like getting freaky.
You thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome!
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
She really upset with me. I didn't give her what she liked. I don't know what to tell her, don't know what to say. Everything got funky last night. She was really fun and I was really blown away. And when I asked her what she wanted, this is what she had to say. A pearl necklace. She want a pearl necklace. She want a pearl necklace.
The Ben Maller Show is coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com and get a free rate quote. And now, back to Ben Maller.
We get to the story as bad as humanly possible. We'll get to that coming up here in a couple of minutes. But first, Troy in Seattle asked a great question. You'll like his Twitter account, Eddie, because he's the hockey wonk on Twitter. Big NHL town, Seattle.
Hopefully one day.
Yeah. And he asked, who is the most annoying P1? And he lists a bunch of people here that regularly call the show. And I think it's a pretty good question. Maybe it should be saved for Ask Ben, but...
Come on in, man.
He's asked it today, so we'll address it right now. Now, he listed 4 callers. I know who you're all going to vote for. But my vote's different.
Boom, boom, boom.
Maybe I don't know. Here are the 4. In no particular order. He asked who the most annoying P1 is. Angry Bill.
What about a 9-year-old girl?
I think that's racist Bill now after his last call.
Real Talk from New York. He's listed here. Weed Man Hippie. And Jeannie in Medford.
Oh, that isn't funny.
Yeah. All right. Now, I'm guessing, I think we know the answer from Eddie, that it's Angry Bill. I think we also know that Danny G despises Weed Man Hippie. He's single-handedly tried to get him off the air here at Fox Sports Radio. So I think that's obvious.
Ben, that's not true. It's
absolutely true.
Pure joy blowing him up.
Yeah. Now, I don't know I don't know where he's going to vote on this.
Well, he's definitely not voting for Jeannie. That's his.
Yeah, that's his BFF.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm abstaining. I like all these people.
Oh, stop.
I do.
Grow a pair. Come on.
It's not what you tell us in the hallway.
Yeah. I don't find any of those 4 choices annoying.
I'm going to go with Angry Bill, and I'll tell you why. We have to dump him every other call. He's threatened to kill people. He makes racist comments. I mean, the guy's nuts.
Kitty, that's great content.
That's great. Nobody hears it, though. I mean, half the time, his calls are chopped up.
You could understand most of it on the podcast.
Oh, okay, on the podcast. And then Angry Bill, remember that? He punked us. He prank called us and played one of the games one time. Remember that? Yeah. Well, it's not. I like Real Talk and Weedman Hippie. You know, we're tight. And Genie. But I'm going Angry Bill. I had to pick one. I got to pick somebody. I'm gonna go with Angry Bill. It's being called as bad as humanly possible. That's the story out of Vegas. The sportsbook community, they're in shambles. All because Clemson won. And
they're closing down shop. Yeah.
A lot of money on the money line on Clemson, and then the people that didn't bet the money line, many of them bet on Clemson plus 6 or 6.5 as they upset Alabama on Monday night. And to give you an idea, the MGM Sportsbook, which I've been to before in Vegas, supposedly suffered a high 6-figure loss in a game on Monday. They got killed also in the sports books in Vegas and the other 3 big college football playoff games altogether. So a bad week. But we gave the stat a couple of weeks ago. I don't have it in front of me here, but the month-to-month totals, which have to be released because it's state-run gambling in Nevada, like they lose once every 3 years. They'll have a losing month. So, yeah, they lost the night, but they'll make it up. They'll nickel and dime it on the gamblers that bet on the NBA and hockey and these other things. I think they'll be okay. I think they'll get their money back. But it's a win for the small people. It's a win for the degenerates that hang out at sports books all day and just bet like me. That'd be my gig if I wasn't here. Let's go to Can't Kick the Can Stan, who's on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Stanley.
Hey, Ben, I just called to say I'm back to listening now. I'm fresh out of the cardiac ward. You know what I'm saying? And your ratings have soared back to the top again.
Well, now that you're here, Cardiac Stanley, we're very excited that you've returned. You were one of the highlights. We're putting together behind the scenes here. There's a lot of work going on for our Year in Review 2016. The award season in Hollywood just got started with the Golden Globes, and we're saving that till after the Super Bowl, we've decided, the awards, so it'll be in mid-February, and you are up for a Benny.
I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Better living through drugs, Ben. I'm telling you, I'm on so many drugs, they had to give me a drug to keep from all the rest of the drugs driving me crazy, but I like listening to your show, Ben. I'm not so much a sports guy. It's you and the crew, Benny. But, hey, I'm back.
Well, I'm glad you're back. And you're no different than all the other people that call the show, although they're not mandated to take drugs. They just choose to take them. So you've got that in common. Well, be good, Stanley. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Benny.
All right, there you go.
All right, now.
All right. Now, if you're new to our show, Can't Kick the Can, Stan got his nickname because he had a heart attack while calling the show last year. All right.
I believe we have audio, yeah.
Well,
you got more? Relax. Stanley, take a deep breath, Stanley. Take a deep breath.
Ben, I have intermittent chest pains, and I have shortness of breath and pain in my left arm and my left shoulder, and
all right, hold on a second. Coop, make sure this guy gets some medical attention, Coop. See what I did right there at the end?
You tried to save him. And then,
very quick on your toes.
Yeah. And also, if he had died, I had the deniability by saying I passed it to Coop.
That's right.
And plausible
Coop
deniability.
took care of it immediately, right, Coop?
Yeah, didn't you hear? He's alive and well. He just got out of the cardiac ward or whatever.
Yeah, sounds great. He's keeping.
I saved his life.
He's keeping Pfizer in business, but it sounds good. You know?
Remember when you asked Coop, did you get his address and info? And Coop said, "Oh, I should have."
Yeah, we didn't play that for weeks. Remember, because we were worried that he was in the ground somewhere or he'd been burned up.
Well, but you had asked him to call back to let everybody know he was okay, and he never did.
Yeah, that's accurate. Let's go to Blair, who's next up on Fox Sports Radio. It's the Ben Maller Show. We got the NBA Pick'em coming up later this hour. What's going on, Blair?
What's going on, man? It's already 11:30 where I live. I'm staying up till 1:30 where I live, so I'm partying on your show.
Why only 1:30, man? Why not go till 3? Why stop at 1:30?
I can stay up as late as I want.
You're a rebel, man.
I have beer ready. I'm ready to go.
How much beer do you have prepared for the show?
1 beer. That's all I need. Maybe another.
It's 1 beer. It's the size of a bathtub, but it's only 1 beer.
Hey, but you're the best. You're like a rock star right now.
Let me tell you something. I get paid like one, too, sir. All right? I live the rock star life. I do.
Hey, I wish I had your job because I love sports.
Well,
but let me get on to sports real quick.
Let's talk about sports. Eddie, we're talking about sports on the radio.
Good.
We're men. We've got testosterone. We're talking about sports.
Okay, here's the thing. I was watching Fox Sports 1 right now between Tom Brady and the quarterback for the
Aaron Rodgers.
Chiefs. Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers. Yes.
Yes.
Are you referring to Steve Smith? Is that? I think I saw this earlier.
Yeah, I know. I watched it. It was this morning. I just watched it right now. But I picked Tom Brady to beat Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl.
Well, Aaron Rodgers isn't getting the Super Bowl, so you don't have to worry about that.
Well, okay. Yeah. So here,
I like how you immediately agreed with me.
Yeah,
I love how you immediately agreed with me and didn't challenge me on that at all. I like
that. Well, so Aaron Rodgers doesn't make it, so it's the Cowboys then, right?
Seattle or Dallas, one of those two teams. Yeah. Those are the two best teams in the NFC. One of them will be in the Super Bowl. How about that?
Well, then let's go Seattle.
There you go. Let's
Hawks. Go Seattle, and then hey, Patriots. Patriots need to make it.
They do. They have to.
Hey, and I'll tell you one thing real quick to do a laugh. Want to hear it? You there?
Now, hold on a second. Now, my record with One More Thing is terrible. In fact, the clip we just played of Stanley was after One More Thing. I forced him for One More Thing, and man had a heart attack. So, is your heart okay, Blair? You're not going to die on me, are you?
Dude, I'm only 26, man.
It doesn't matter.
I know. Hey, okay, so I was wearing a dolphin beanie. I was in a Boston mall, and I'm going up the escalator. Lady's going down, like, the stairs, and she goes, "What about those Patriots, man?" She goes, "What about those Patriots?" And I go, "Dude, lady, really?" Like, she really had to stir in the trouble after the Patriots just beat my Dolphins in Week 17? Those Patriots fans, man.
Hold on a second, boy. We got something for you, but hold on a second here. My streak continues. One more thing. Guy riding an escalator and a girl talked to him.
See, Ben, you were the one who detonated that bomb. It felt good, right?
That one felt pretty good. Now, I enjoy when Weed Man Hippie's talking about the cosmos and what planet he's from and all that stuff. You guys know, but I do. Scooby, the Scooby fan in Seattle, says Costco here in Seattle has chili. Well, chicken bakes. Yeah, we have chicken bakes. They had a brisket sandwich. And he says they got rid of brisket. Did Costco get rid of the brisket sandwich? I have not been there in a couple of days. Did they get rid of it?
A couple days? I mean,
it's been a few days.
I was there a week ago and it was still there.
Okay,
so
I guess
know,
it's
maybe.
a regional thing.
Yeah, I was going to say in certain regions it's not on the menu.
Costco should hire me to do their radio campaigns. What they should.
Absolutely.
I'm giving them free publicity here. It's a bad job by them.
Chili sounds good, though. I wish we had chili.
Yeah. You want chili right now? Hey, when's that sandwich place opening up out here that you want to go to?
Fat Sal's?
Yeah, Fat Sal's.
It's a good question. I'm going to look that up right now.
How about this? We'll make a deal. The first night that place opens out here, we'll all get sandwiches. We'll do a little sandwich run, yeah? That first week?
Sandwich buddies.
Yeah. Be great. All right, now it's time for the Who Am I game. We also have the NBA Pick'em. I got so worked up. By
the way, are you buying sandwiches, by the way?
Yeah, I might buy sandwiches. Think about it.
For everyone, not just for you? That's what I'm getting at.
Look at Eddie here. Look at Eddie wants a free sandwich. Look at that. We'll work on it. All right, time now for the Who Am I game. Here we go. I am a college football Hall of Fame quarterback despite averaging minus 1.2 yards per carry while I was in college. Again, college football Hall of Famer, quarterback. I averaged minus 1.2 yards every time I carried the football in college. Who am I?
Ladies and gentlemen, when your football game is on, you need a social media hoe.
Right in his mouth.
So follow us on Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
What is that?
That's at Fox Fox Sports Radio, your social media home.
Way to go, baby.
We are Fox Sports.
I know it's ridiculous, but my blinds were so ugly, I hung up drapes just to hide them. Finally, I got new ones, and they are stunning. It's all thanks to Blinds.com. I heard about them on the radio, just like you. The prices, selection, and quality are amazing. The shipping is free, samples are free, and their professional designers gave me a free online design consultation, helping me pick, measure, and install the perfect blinds for every room. And when we figured out I'd ordered the wrong size, they said not to worry and sent me the right size for free. That night, I had friends over, and they could not believe what a big difference my new blinds made. They said it was like I had a new house. I'll never buy blinds any other way.
Now through January 31st, Blinds.com is offering 20% off site-wide with promo code LIGHT. Get 20% off everything at Blinds.com when you use promo code LIGHT. That's Blinds.com promo code LIGHT for 20% off your entire order. Blinds.com promo code LIGHT. Rules and restrictions apply.
Listen to this.
This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. Relax. Okay, the New York Giants lost for a lot of reasons. Odell Beckham Jr. having a bad game is not really anywhere near the top of that list. This is a team that was supposed to have the greatest defense in the league, and over the last couple months certainly looked like they did have as good a defense as we've seen. They gave up 400-plus yards. They gave up almost 40 points to a team that, it should be noted, lost its number one receiver and its starting running back during that game. And they still put 40 points and 400 yards up. So everybody back off Odell Beckham Jr. My overall summation of Beckham Jr., if you have a problem with him, is this. Would you take him on your team? Everybody in the country's answer, if they're being honest, is, well, yeah.
In a minute.
So back off. If you went into that game thinking that one wide receiver was the difference between a win or a loss, then you weren't as good a team as we thought you were.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
You must be your fairy godmother. Yes.
It doesn't take a fairy godmother to tell you that the right fit means everything.
Good heavens, child. You can't go in that.
Children under 4'9" need to be in a booster seat because they aren't ready for adult safety belts alone. Many parents miss the important step of booster seats.
Maybe you better explain things to him.
Booster seats raise your child up so that a safety belt designed for adults will fit and protect them properly.
Oh, that does make a difference.
Remember that 4'9" is the magic number, and get your little pumpkin there safely in a booster seat.
Hop in, my dear. Oh, thank you.
And like Cinderella, you can live happily ever after.
It's like a dream. A wonderful dream come true.
For more information, visit boosterseat.gov. This has been a message from the U.S. Department of Transportation and the Ad Council.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
When you get to the distractions and you talk about Odell Beckham Jr. or Terrell Owens, we covered Terrell Owens with Donovan McNabb.
Yes.
And how many times did all that Donovan McNabb was asked about was who?
T.O.
That's it?
Yep.
So Donovan McNabb would go into every press conference. What did you think of what T.O. said about you? Did T.O. throw you under the bus? What about T.O.? And it became such a distraction for Donovan McNabb. We're seeing that now with Eli. Eli's got his own problems because he's getting older. And Eli, instead of going, I'm going to go to work every day and work harder with Odell Beckham Jr., I really believe that this is causing a rift between the Giants and their organization from ownership all the way down to Eli Manning, and they're going to have to figure this out sooner than later.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
Why do you talk first? I wanted to talk first.
Weekdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Oh, hi, Jessica.
Hi, Mrs. Johnson. Is Megan there?
Sure. Follow me. The kids are in the kitchen making sandwiches.
Hey, Julie. Hi, Megan. Hey, Megan?
Yeah?
You're a total freak. God, you're ugly. And dumb. Oh, and your makeup makes you look like a tramp. Oh, my God. Tommy Morris told me you guys made out. Everybody knows. The whole school knows. He said your breath smelled like garbage, and he almost puked. He says you're the most desperate girl he knows. And that dress is totally hideous. You look like a big fat clown. Disgusting. Oh, and by the way, nice zit.
If you wouldn't say it in person, why say it online? Delete cyberbullying. Don't write it, don't forward it. For more information, visit ncpc.org. A message from the U.S. Department of Justice, Crime Prevention Coalition of America, National Crime Prevention Council, and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330. The Fan.
This is great.
Sounds incredible. You like it like this?
Up the middle. 15, far side 10. Goes in. Touchdown.
Or like this?
Curry, deep three, right side. Are you kidding me?
And what about this? Whatever it is that you like, we've got it covered.
Here we go.
It's sports the way you like it.
It blows my mind.
Mind blown. On Fox Sports Radio. The biggest personalities in sports are on FS1. Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp airs weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern only on FS1.
For the rim fit, do it right good. Lean back, right hand on the plywood. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Ice cream, ice cream, ice cream, paint job. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Cream on the inside, clean on the outside. Ice cream.
The Ben Maller Show has been called a show about nothing. However, Twitter is definitely something. Join the Charm Circle. It's easy to do. Just follow Ben on Twitter. He's at Ben Maller. And you can follow me, Eddie Garcia. I'm at Eddie on Fox. The Canadians get a goal with 1.1 seconds to play. They edge the Canadians 2-1. And now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's Ben Maller.
Truth and reporting by Eddie Garcia. Now, Ruben writes in, he says, I'm starting to think that Stanley is part of this fake news going on to make the Ben Maller Show look good. Something's fishy. All right, is Stanley, are we paying Stanley? With all the extra money that we have here on the Overnight Show.
I was going to say, what, in sandwiches?
Yeah, just curious. I don't know. Anyway, no, we're not paying Stanley, and I don't think I have the talent of Phil Hendry to do a Stanley voice. Maybe is it Coop? You think Coop's doing a Stanley voice in the back room there, calling in as Stanley? Doing it? No. We're not that creative, actually, to do that. The show would be much better if we did. But we don't do that. Here's the Who Am I game. I am a college football Hall of Fame quarterback despite averaging minus 1.2 yards per carry while in college. Who am I? That's the question. What's the answer? Lawrence is going with Joe Montana as his answer. Who else? Pete Lecoq, guessed by Funhouse. Played for the Royals back in the, I think, of the 80s. Get your mind out of the gutter. Jared Lorenzen from Doobies and Boobies. Speaking of that, who else do we have here? I can't read that. Bob Greasy from Captain Cliché. Dan Marino from Mike in the LBC. Eddie, what say you?
I'm going to go with Ty Detmer.
Is it Ty Detmer? Jake got it right. A couple other people did. It's Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning at Tennessee ran the ball 153 times for minus 181 yards in Knoxville, and then he's in the College Football Hall of Fame. Jonathan in L.A. has a chili update.
Hey, I got a chili suggestion for you guys. You guys are going to dig this. It's Chili John's Chili in Burbank.
Coop,
Green Bay connection.
Coop, you ever heard of that, Coop?
I have not.
Are you that interested in chili where you're going to drive to Burbank to eat chili?
Well, I mean, I typically like chili on top of something, so I don't know.
It's chili. Here's the thing. It's got 3 variations. You get chili straight, chili with mac, or chili with beans, or actually maybe 4. Chili with mac and beans.
And chili with mac. What's it called again? What's the place called?
Chili John's.
Very simple.
And how long have you owned it?
Oh, that?
Yeah.
I grew up in Green Bay. There's an original Chili John's.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Jonathan from L.A.
I love how Coop's like, what? Oh, wait a minute. No, maybe it's a good place. I don't know. Should name a bowl of chili after Coop de Loop bowl of chili. All right, let's get to it.
Coop
right.
to poop.
Yeah, Coop to poop. Well, that's what happens after. All right, let's get to it. Here we go. It's the NBA Pick'em. Coop de Loop. Who's the smartest man in the room? The best looking? The one all the women want to hang out with?
I have no idea who that is. But the winner of last night's NBA Pick'em was you.
Oh, me? And who would announce your pronoun? Go ahead.
It's only because Jimmy Butler didn't play.
It was you, Ben.
Ifs and buts for Candy Nuts. With the first pick, Team Maller selects Russell Westbrook. Eddie.
Surprising.
James Harden.
Danny G.
I'm going to go with Oakland's finest, Damian Lillard.
Damian Lillard is gone. How about Coop da Loop?
I'm going to go with Karl Anthony Towns.
Ooh, interesting.
And LeBron James.
LeBron. Danny G.
Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah Thomas. Eddie Garcia.
Andrew Wiggins.
Andrew Wiggins. All right, I'll go with John Wall. And I'm going to gamble he's going to play Kevin Love of the Cavs. Back to Eddie. It's the NBA pick.
J.J. Redick.
You trying to win? All right, Danny.
Lead your team in scoring.
I'll take the only other healthy Clipper as well, DeAndre Jordan.
Coop, quickly.
Kristaps Porzingis.
You got it in, Coop.
We are Sports.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you, to open new accounts in your name, or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
There is more to me, Queen Eliara of Elfgard, than my elven magic. Just as there's more to Geico than saving you money, Geico also gives you 24/7 access to licensed agents online, on the phone, or on the Geico app. And while I am a mighty elf queen, I am also a mighty big fan of barbecue potato chips. Minions! More smoky mesquite.
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, wherever the mission takes us, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.
Okay, so 5 tacos of cheese and a large soda, that's $10,012. Please drive around.
10,000 what?
It's obvious you're buzzed and driving.
I've only had a few. I'm fine.
Yeah, the food's $12, but getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Please drive around. Actually, just park and come in.
Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next, we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, and of course, companionship. Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
Fantastic cat. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
160,000 kids stay home from school every day for the same reason, bullying. This is Mike Crossi, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. Bullying impacts nearly 1/3 of all students every year, but it takes just one caring adult to intervene and help stop the bullying. Take the pledge to be that adult at NEA.org/bullyfree.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Okay, Simon, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. And what do people normally wear?
Clothes.
Exactly. So now Mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Clothes keep us warm, they look good, and if we go out without them, the neighbors will talk. So it's important to know how to get dressed. Here's how it's done. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole, or you have to start all over. If you're wearing a tie, it goes over, round, through, and pull tight. Tuck your shirt into your pants and zip up your fly. Socks go on first, then shoes right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears.
I love bunnies.
Good to know. Now remember, spots don't go with stripes, socks don't go with sandals, and if you've tucked in your shirt, wear a belt. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But spending just 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier and could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. That's 2min2x.org. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
They came from every corner of the country, from small towns and big cities. But they all shared one thing in common. They belonged to a family called Marines. A tough and determined few, dedicated to protecting everything we hold sacred. And still, they come. Celebrate the history of those proud few who have earned the title Marine.
He did the wall. I'm assuming Eli cared. I am. I'm assuming he cared. He didn't smash a wall. This feels like it was a Odell Beckham show. Hey, I wanted to win. I'm so angry. I'm so disappointed. Okay. Save it for another time. Not interested at all. I thought it was silly.
The Dan Patrick Show. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
Checking the night in the NBA, the Warriors top the Heat 107-95. Golden State improves its league best record to 33-6. Kevin Durant had 28 points. Steph Curry 24 points in the win for the Warriors. The Jazz knock off the Cavaliers 100-92. Gordon Hayward led Utah with 28 points. The Big Three all played for Cleveland. LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love. And in his Cleveland debut, Kyle Korver had just 2 points. The Rockets beat the Hornets 121-114. That's 9 straight wins for Houston. They were led once again by their star James Harden, who gets his 11th triple-double of the season, 40 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists. Bucks go to San Antonio, beat the Spurs 109-107. It was the Raptors over the Celtics 114-106. DeMar DeRozan had 41 points and 13 rebounds for Toronto. And the Hawks won their 7th straight, beating the Nets in Brooklyn 117-97. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Buckhorns. Join Emmy Award winner Katie Nolan for her show Garbage Time, where she gives her unique take on the biggest stories of the week and also welcomes celebrity guests. Don't miss Garbage Time. Ready, set, go. Wednesday at midnight on FS1.
You hear that?
Let's go! Listen. This is the Ben Maller Show.
I have a stick-twisted fascination.
Wow!
What was that again?
Ben.
People think he's a bum.
Maller.
Ain't that socialism? Not if we can get in on it.
Big Ben Maller.
The name still has that wow factor.
Kick it. And now, breaking that news.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios.
Oh, it's great.
Here he is, Ben Maller.
Is there a chance an NFL playoff game this weekend is decided by music? No way, right? Come on, Maller. Don't be stupid. Let me explain. I will give you the story here. Welcome in the beginning of another hour. It's the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Back at it again here on Fox Sports Radio as we are a minute closer now. A day closer to the NFL divisional round of postseason activity. And one of the subplots of the divisional round is forming in Atlanta. The Falcons preparing to bang heads with the Seahawks, and there is a mystery. There's a mystery. Will the Georgia Dome game day staff mess with the head of Russell Wilson? Now, did you hear about this particular story? This is right up our wheelhouse here. This is right up in our wheelhouse. This has been teed up for the Ben Maller Show. So let me kind of serenade you with the details. The question is, to play or not to play future music? It's a question first asked by Shakespeare back in the 1500s, and we will address it here on Fox Sports Radio in modern times. And I want to have some conversation about this. Now, in case you are challenged pop culture-wise, your pop culture game's on the weak side. I am very hip with all the lingo and all the things that are going on in modern times. I'm on the pulse of what everyone's into. It's my job. But let me help you out. So this guy Future he's from Atlanta, right? He's native of Atlanta. It's his native land, and he was once engaged to Russell Wilson's now wife, Sierra. And they had a kid together. Future and Russell Wilson's wife. Yeah. There's some of the music here. Some of the work that the Atlanta native Future has put out there. We hope this is the clean version. We'll find out shortly. If it's not, of course, if you're on the podcast, you're not hearing any of this. So you have no idea. It just sounds like I'm talking differently for no reason at all.
I'm not going to give you any of the lyrics, Big Ben. You're such a Future fan. You can rap.
Yeah. I have some hot takes I have to give out right now, so I'd rather pass on the rapping. But so Dan Quinn, Dan Quinn, medicine man, who's also the head coach in Atlanta, he was asked about this, and he said the Falcons will, quote, absolutely not go down that road of playing Future music. Now, nevertheless, despite that very strong worded statement by the coach of the Falcons prior to their matchup with the Seahawks in the NFC divisional playoff game this weekend, the Falcons stadium DJ said, please, he has a Future mix for Russell Wilson. He's got a playlist ready to go. It's already done for the Seahawks-Falcon game, and he's going to play it. So let's assume the position, you and I, let's assume the position that he's actually the stadium DJ at the Georgia Dome is actually going to play Future songs. Like you're pressing, who the hell cares? And I would agree with you. And the other question is it fair or not fair? It absolutely is fair. It gets the Maller seal of approval. Play the damn music. And I'll tell you why. First of all, this squarely falls in to the category of gamesmanship. Russell Wilson's a grown-ass man. He's been playing football for years in the NFL. You would think he's got tunnel vision in a playoff game if Russell Wilson is such a precious snowflake that the mere melody, if you want to call what Future does a melody, of his work there over the public address system at the Georgia Dome is going to rattle Russell Wilson, then he better be soaking in a tub of that special magic water that he was hawking a couple of years ago there. That's what he ought to be doing there, with the nano bubbles and all that, because the Seahawks are doomed. As for Dan Quinn, of course he's got to play the good cop, right? He's got to toe the company line, the Falcons coach. In the last 30 years, there's only one NFL coach who would say, yeah, I want you to play this music to get under the opponent's skin. You know who that coach is? Yeah, he's not coaching anymore. Rex Ryan, man. Rex Ryan would have been, yeah, let's do it. In fact, I'm having the whole team listen to Future music while I'm at practice, while we're practicing. Of course, he's on the beach right now, so he's not doing anything. Maybe he'll be the next coach of the Los Angeles Rams. Who knows? Now, second point. It's not about taking the high road or taking the low road. That's a misnomer that some of these dopes in the media keep throwing out. It's about the F word, fun. And not that other. The other F word is that's also fun. But no, this is just fun. We're going with fun. Now, you give your fans, or as our friend Judgmental John likes to say in Detroit, you give them, the customers, what they want. And there has been a petition started to get Future to perform the national anthem prior to the Falcons-Seahawks game. And last I checked, there was well over 1,000 people, men, women, and children, that had signed up for that. Now, that's not going to happen. However, you should expect a mix of music. Russell Wilson should be serenaded at least a couple of times with Future music. Should absolutely happen. I don't even see why this is up for debate here. And the final word, as the Falcons stadium DJ, you know his name is? He's got a great fake name. It's the kind of name that we used to all have in radio when, radio's golden age. His name is Jay Envy. Yeah. Jay Envy. I would say that DJing is the male version of stripping. You know how strippers come up with names like Candy and things like that, Strawberry? Male DJs also come up with great names like Jay Envy. Of course, maybe that's his real name. Maybe it just lucked into that job. It just worked out really well. But this guy, the stadium DJ, says he plays Future songs at every home game. In fact, he ranted on social media. He said he's not going to stop because of a certain player or team. I like that. It's part of the culture of Atlanta, according to this guy. And as for the game itself, well, the Falcons opened a 3.5-point home favorite. That was on Saturday. That was last Saturday. Atlanta opened a 3.5-point home favorite. That line has been pushed up to 4.5, so it's a 1-point shift. Most of the casinos in Nevada have that at 4.5. The total has also jumped up. That's gone up from 48.5 all the way to 51.5. So they're expecting a good amount of points to be scored between the Falcons and the Seahawks. And you would think that the reason that total's gone up here is because of all 32 member teams of the monopoly of football, the cartel of pigskin, the team that had the top record betting going over the point spread, or the total rather, the Falcons. The Atlanta Falcons, all teams in the NFL regular season, they were 13-2-1. And at the Georgia Dome, on that turf, the Falcons 8-0 at the Georgia Dome. So that's a team that has certainly enjoyed the up and down style of football there, the fast break style of football. All right, so that's the deal. Well, good luck. I hope Russell, maybe he'll need therapy. I think he'll be okay. I think he'll put his big boy pants on. Maybe he'll need to wear a diaper, but I think he'll be all right. A couple of nuggets for you. The Buffalo Bills, close, but not yet. They're close to hiring Sean McDermott. Who? He's the defensive coordinator of Carolina.
Never heard of him.
And much like myself, he's not very photogenic. He's lacking in that department. I hope he coaches better than he takes pictures. But Sean McDermott, the defensive brains, supposedly, behind Carolina, is now considered the favorite, not Anthony Lynn. And there's also a report we're hearing out of Buffalo that if that does happen, if Sean McDermott gets the job, if he's named the Bills' new coach, then Koopa Loop and Danny G and all these guys, their favorite former head coach, Mike McCoy, could be the offensive coordinator. You imagine going Eddie Garcia from living in San Diego to living in Buffalo?
No, I can't.
Yeah, that's a little bit of culture shock, shall you say? Yeah,
weather shock. Yes.
Well, definitely weather shock. That is for sure. That is 100%.
To loop back around.
Yes, let's loop back around. Yeah, do you like Future? You listen to Future on the way home, right? When you were stuck in traffic yesterday, you listened to Future.
Please don't remind me of that.
I want to go down that road.
We have a DJ on staff.
Yeah? Here?
Yes.
At iHeartMedia?
In the other room right here. You're looking right at him, as a matter of fact.
Oh, you're a DJ?
No, not me.
Oh, Danny G. Oh, yeah. What's the... I thought you were... I didn't know. I thought you were moonlighting, trying to get some extra money. You're a DJ? Oh, Danny G is. That's right. What's your DJ name, Danny G? Or is that your name, Danny G?
Yeah.
Danny G, the DJ?
Oddly enough.
Yeah. Interesting.
And I still use the old school Technics 1200s.
You do? Really?
Yeah.
How many gigs do you do a year?
Let's see. Last year I did 13 gigs.
13 gigs. So it's like occasional.
They're spread out, yeah.
All right, that's pretty cool. Koopa Loop actually used to be a DJ at a strip club in Van Nuys in Southern California.
That is correct, then.
Yeah.
Club Bounce.
What?
Yeah.
You didn't know that, Eddie?
No.
Big girls in for free. It's called Club Bounce.
I actually saw
Mercedes.
Yeah, I actually saw Coop there one time. I was there before I got married, of course. And Coop was in there. He had the hoodie. You could barely tell it was him. And it was so funny. He was talking into the microphone.
DJ Unabomber.
He was so shy, and but he enjoyed the. He was pretty good as a strip club DJ. He did a good job.
Boy. Where are they now? Former child actor, former star, now slumming it in a strip club.
I hope those tabloids in London are listening so they can do a story about that. Now that would be quite the story there.
Come on, guys, don't sit in the shadows. Get out your ones.
That's why Coop had that wad of ones. Actually, that's the real.
That's right.
That's the real story. that was some tip money that Koopa Loop had when
he used that 19 to make it rain.
Yeah, when he paid off the bet. That's how he did it there. That's it, man. That's how it happens. Anyway, 877-996-6369 if you'd like to take part. 877-996-6369. And still no announcement, right, Eddie? We can't announce what we wanted to announce, but we can announce?
I have not heard any official announcement, so no, we cannot announce.
Then we won't announce
the big news coming up this week.
The thing we want to announce, but we can't announce. I predict it will be announced on Thursday. I'm going with Thursday.
What does it rhyme with?
I can't.
Yeah.
Can't do it. Cannot do it. Let's see here. A guy says the Kansas City Royals played the ad song "Coke Is It" as St. Louis Cardinal Willie Wilson stepped up to bat. I think he got that mixed. I think he reversed that. Didn't he reverse that? Did Willie Wilson play for the Cardinals? He played for the Royals. Did he play for anybody other than the Royals? I don't remember, but I think he got that.
I only remember him with the Royals.
Yeah. I mean, maybe at the end he played for somebody else. But if those were the two teams, I'm guessing it was the Cardinals that did that for Willie Wilson and not the other way around, the great player from the 1980s back in the late 70s and all that. All right, 877-996-6369. 877-996-6369. We're also on Twitter at Ben Maller. Derek writes, he says, how come there's no bumper music on the podcast? And the reason is every time we play music, we have to pay people. So that's why, right?
Money, money, money. Music licensing.
There's this thing called ASCAP, right? They get the royalties.
Now, when we do skits and bits and stuff like that, we leave the music on our podcast.
That's all in there. That's all in there. So that's good. All right. Now, you've heard of political football. Right? You've heard that term before, political football. How about political baseball? Because there was some political baseball that's been played. We'll get to that, and we'll do it next.
We saw those two teams last year.
Here we go. Again.
And this year.
Woo!
It's a different result.
Watson throws for a touchdown. What a run play.
Your Clemson Tigers are national champions.
Well done, well done, well done.
And it was covered here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Ben Maller here to tell you about our friends at TrueCar. With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But we both know there's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part, and if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to a TrueCar certified dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers all across the country that will help you find the car you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up, and is a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states. The start of a new year is a perfect opportunity to hit the reset button for a fresh start, to finally get around to things you've been putting off for too long. And LegalZoom.com is where you can make it happen. So whether you want to take control of your family's future with an estate plan or finally get your dream business up and running, don't let legal questions hold you back. The legal world can be challenging to navigate. That's why LegalZoom was created over 15 years ago, to provide you with the tools, confidence, and know-how to wrap up your legal needs. And since LegalZoom isn't a law firm, you don't have to worry about expensive hourly fees. Instead, you can get legal advice at flat rates from their network of attorneys in 48 states. They'll help you with the right estate plan or answer the questions you have for running your business. Make 2017 the year you get your life in order and get special savings when you enter promo code BRILLIANT at checkout. LegalZoom.com.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
A message from DAV to all returning veterans. Thank you. Thank you for doing your duty. Thank you for doing our bidding. Thank you for laying it all on the line. Thank you for stepping up and not backing down. Thank you for putting your future on hold to put our enemies on notice. Thank you for putting your buddies' lives ahead of your own. Thank you for putting yourself in harm's way. Thank you. for defending our freedom, for displaying your honor, for being a hero, even though you don't want to be called one. For all this and more, DAV thanks you. And we're here to help you. Expert DAV advisors will make sure you get the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help. And again, thank you.
Welcome back to the Dog Show. Up next, we have Satchmo. Satchmo is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right, a group known especially for their couch-snuggling, ball-chasing, face-licking, tail-wagging, backyard-hanging, and, of course, companionship.
And what breed would you say Satchmo is?
I'd have to go with maybe a lavish terrier-hound, chihuahua-looking kind of mix.
Tremendous dog.
I'd also like to point out Satchmo's coloring, a white, gray, brown, black brindle, simply marvelous.
You know, it's such a treat to watch a dog like this.
Now, let's see him in action.
Look how he makes eye contact with his person.
That's actually known as the treat stare.
How intuitive. And now he appears to be excitedly turning in circles.
Ah, the happy dance, so common with this group.
And finally, the loving face lick.
It's great how he just gets in there and, well, licks.
Fantastic. But really, the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Satchmo is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt.
Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
In 50 feet, turn left. Why are you driving so slowly?
After a few drinks, I'm taking it slow.
Well, you're not fooling the cop behind you.
What?
Get ready to pay in 0.1 miles.
Getting pulled over for buzz driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzz driving, because buzz driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio, 1330 The Fan.
Download the iHeartRadio app on your smartphone or tablet. Find Live Station. Type in FSR.
Let me bring this point up again.
Yes, FSR. Fox Sports Radio.
And I'm a sports radio host, okay?
Download the app today.
Good. You know what? I understand this.
Come on!
Listen everywhere.
I got a news flash.
See? Isn't that simple?
It's as simple as that.
FS. Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS what?
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS what?
Exclusive Reddit page, find our subreddit, Ben Maller Show, and be a part of our revamping. Post stories and message other P1s. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's Ben Maller.
We'll have Maller to the Third Degree coming up in a couple minutes. A story of political baseball momentarily. Right now to the phones we go, and wow. Is that accurate? That is accurate. All right, a man who was banned from calling the show at the end of 2016. He is returning to the program here. Mark, the full name guy, is on Fox Sports Radio.
You chasm of sarcasm. You spin master of misinformation. You nattering nabob of negativity. Now I'll finish that debate. Talking political baseball. You know, politics make strange bedfellows. And when it comes to the playoffs, Ben Maller, your Dodgers do indeed suck.
You've been waiting. You haven't called in months, and that's the first thing you have to say, Mark? That's it? They were a couple wins away from the World Series.
Well, so were the San Francisco Giants.
That's a lie. They didn't get to the National League Championship Series. You're a lie. They couldn't even beat the Cubs. The Dodgers at least got to the NLCS. They had the lead. They were up 2 games to 1.
Did not beat the Cubs.
Yeah, they had the lead though in the series. I'm aware of what happened, Mark. Unfortunately, I was at those games.
You know what? I didn't really want to get into a discussion. You know, from what I hear, the Giants are going to be using Madison Bumgarner in left field when he's not pitching.
That's a good idea. They should play him at shortstop is what they ought to do. Give Brandon Crawford the day off and just put him out at shortstop. Are we breaking down the Giants right now? Is that what we're doing? The Giants and Dodgers? Is that?
Hey, how about the New York Giants? You know what their special teams is? Their simple upgrade. You know, all they need is some PEDs and morphine. Man, they were pathetic. I've never seen a New York Giants postseason football team with such pathetic play on special teams. Not that they would have won the game anyway, but at least it would have been close. Their special teams were awful. Every phase. Tackling, blocking, kicking. You know, that punter and that kicker, Gold, he's gone. The left-footed punter, if the Giants can draft the punter from Alabama, he's their new punter.
Yeah. Well, Mark, the full name guy now. I know you're a big Odell Beckham fan, right? Everyone's been attacking your guy. Defend Odell Beckham. Go ahead.
Odell Beckham will defend himself with his play on the field next year. If the Giants get a running back, and if those offensive linemen maybe try some PEDs they haven't tried before, Odell Beckham won't need me defending him.
You sound much calmer now, Mark. I feel like we're starting a new friendship here, Mark.
I'm on the phone.
What's going on, Mark? Where are you right now?
I've got Grand Central Station here all of a sudden. So, you know, Ben Miller, it's been raining here in, like, biblical proportions.
I've heard about that, yes. Big rainstorm. Is that El Nino finally arriving? Is that El Nino? Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's El Nino. I thought El Nino was in Southern California.
Oh, that's a good point.
I was wondering, Ben Miller, if Noah...
I thought it was in Phoenix. Yeah, go ahead.
If Noah, who built the Great Ark, knew that one day it would lead to the Ben Maller show in the air everywhere, do you think he might have taken that lumber and built a fire and roasted a pig instead?
No, he wouldn't, because that's not. All right, well, stop. That's not kosher. I got to go. Thank you, Mark. All right, there you go. Mark, all's right in the universe. Mark, the full name guy, has returned to the show. Cross that off our bucket list now that we've had another conversation with Mark, the full name guy. Time for some political baseball. The President Obama speech. Barack Obama gave his goodbye address right in Chicago, where he served as president all these last 8 years there in the Windy City. And now, well, he was in Chicago, but Obama, now we're learning that the Chicago Cubs, did you hear about this? This is new information. I had not heard about this. The Chicago Cubs are indeed going to expedite the process. The Cubs are hitting the turbo button on getting to the White House. Now, Barack Obama has to exit the White House in 9 days, right? January 20th is going to be here before you know it. But we have learned here at Fox Sports Radio that the Chicago Cubs will visit Washington, D.C. Monday. That's a little bit over 2 months following Game 7 of the World Series with the Cleveland Indians back on November 2nd when the Cubs won the championship and ended the curse of the Billy Goat. But the Cubs are going to the White House, and they're going to be there on Monday, the last week Barack Obama's the president. They're doing it because they're scared of Donald Trump. That's why they're doing it. They're a bunch of sissies, and they're afraid of Donald Trump. And it's pathetic, is what it is. It really is pathetic. And Obama's not a Cub fan. He's not even a White Sox fan. He can't even name one guy on the Chicago White Sox. So stop all this nonsense. He grew up in Hawaii. I mean, stop with the ridiculousness of it all. But the Cubs, bunch of wimps, they're going to the White House on Monday. Why not grow a pair and go hang out with Trump? What's he going to do, kick your ass? I don't understand this, but that's what the Cubs are doing. More power to them. To give you an idea of the normal timeline, the Cavaliers won the NBA championship. They're the most recent team that visited the Obama White House. They went almost 5 months after they won the championship. The NHL champions, the Pittsburgh Penguins, they waited 4 months. The Broncos who won the Super Bowl back in February. They didn't go to the White House until June, but the Chicago Cubs, 2 months, they're going to the White House. And are they going to have to circle everyone? All these Cub players, they're going to have to circle the wagons because all these Cub players are all over God's green earth in parts unknown, and they're going to have to get everyone together to hang out with the president.
Ben, congratulations.
We assume that the Clemson Tiger football program will be the first team that goes to the Trump White House. Are they going to try to get to the Obama White House next week also? Is there going to be a mad dash? Is Dabo Sweeney going to rent a charter bus and drive the team up to Washington, D.C.? Yeah. All right, it's the Ben Maller Show on Fox. We will get to Maller to the third degree. We'll get to that in 60 seconds. No long commercial break. But first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Go to TrueCar.com. Interesting night in college basketball. Check out the top 25. New number 1 Baylor loses its first game with that number 1 ranking, falling at number 10 West Virginia 89-68. The Baylor loss means that Gonzaga is now the only remaining undefeated team left in Division I basketball. Third-ranked Villanova posts an impressive 79-54 win over 15th-ranked Xavier. Number 9 Florida State beat number 7 Duke 88-72. Seminoles have won 11 straight. They're 16-1 and 4-0 in the ACC. And Texas Tech knocked off number 25 Kansas State 66-65. Wins for number 2 Kansas, number 6 Kentucky, and number 23 Florida. In the NFL, the Oakland Raiders are reportedly not renewing the contract of offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave. College football, Michigan star defensive player Jabril Peppers has declared for the NFL draft.
We are okay. FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Show is coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com and get a free rate quote. Now back to Ben Maller.
Richard writes in, he says, I really missed Mark the full name guy until I just heard him. Save that for Big Ben's lame jokes of the week, which will be coming up a little bit later. Say a bad job by you. And people sending in jokes about the traffic that Eddie had to deal with, but I don't think we got into that. So I don't think we did. Many people. There's a guy listening in Baltimore who he's enjoying the show and it's raining, and I retweeted it. I said Nirvana for Sean, and all of these people are like, "Hey, screw him! It's snowing here, jackass!" It's the general consensus. Well, it doesn't matter whether it's snowing or it's raining. If there's some kind of coolness in the air, and I like I like sleeping on rainy days. That's what I like. To me, I can sleep really well, and I don't usually sleep well during the week. But when I hear that rain coming down, oh man, it is great. I don't know if you're like me, but I love it. And speaking of sleep, it's all about Sleep Number. I got the Sleep Number bed. I got the Sleep Number pillow. Have you started a list? New Year's resolutions and all that. Well, it's still early enough in January. You can do that. Whatever it is. You want to lose weight, you can do it. You got to exercise more. You want to get less stress, all of that. Here's a tip to help those resolutions stick for the new year of 2017. Make sleep your number one goal. And we've talked about it before. Most people in America, and I assume you're part of this, maybe you're not, but most people get less than the recommended 7-8 hours of sleep a night. If that is you, if you're part of the majority, the science world has shown us that if you get more sleep, it'll make it easier to achieve all of your resolutions, all of those things you would like to do to be a better person and all that. You can accomplish it. If you don't know how Sleep Number works, it's really simple. If you share a bed with someone, if you're married, you're in a relationship with someone, and they like a soft bed, you like a firm bed, or vice versa, you don't have to compromise. No stinking compromise. It's the perfect bed for couples if you're in a relationship. It's just absolutely great. And they also have the Sleep IQ technology, which kind of tracks everything, and they'll give you a report on like what you can do to get better. Some little tips to improve your sleep. My Sleep Number setting is 45. You don't know what that means, but if you go to a Sleep Number store, you'll understand. Sleep Number Queen mattresses start at only $699.99, and right now, during the lowest prices of the season, you can save $600. Did you hear me? You can save $600 on the Sleep Number i8 bed. Seems pretty good to me. You're only going to find Sleep Number at any of the 500 Sleep Number stores nationwide. Find the one nearest you by going to sleepnumber.com, and be sure to tell them that Ben Maller sent you.
It's Maller.
How about that?
To the third degree. This is when Big Ben gets grilled.
Noted nudie bar DJ, straight from the ballet, DJ Coop de Loop is in the house.
To say that Brock Osweiler had a disappointing debut season as the Houston Texans starter would be a bit of an understatement. He was even benched for backup Tom Savage at one point. However, Osweiler got his job back for the playoffs when Savage suffered a concussion in Week 17. Now, Osweiler played well enough in the wild-card round to be named the starter for the divisional matchup versus the Patriots. Ben, it was announced on Monday that Savage was cleared from the concussion protocol and will likely be available this weekend. If Osweiler comes out and struggles, how quickly do you pull him?
Well, it's an interesting angle here. Brock Osweiler, I give him 30 minutes. I give this guy 30 minutes of game action before I give him the hook. And here's why I came up with that number. A, if the game this weekend with the Patriots is still within reach, which is a long shot, in Foxborough, then Brock Osweiler, if he's a non-performer at halftime and yet you're still in the game, I do not hesitate to make a switch. In no way has Brock secured the starting gig. Wise guys are predicting an absolute carnage in Foxborough for the Texans. This is going to be a bloodbath. The game will be over at halftime, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to take New England sleepwalking through this game. A lot of turnovers. That's how this game will flip in favor of the underdog, the Houston Texans. But it's not realistic. And B, Tom Savage, his entire career, the backup quarterback for the Texans, it's been about one thing: bad timing, right? He's always been hurt at the time he should not be hurt. He's made the mistake he should make at the time he shouldn't make the mistake. Nevertheless, I would tell Savage, if I'm Bill O'Brien, I say, listen, you be prepared, because O'Brien needs to do something unorthodox to change things up. They're such a big underdog, the Texans. They're a pedestrian team. They're not particularly great in any one area. I know people praise their defense, but it's a product of the division they're in. I would even consider going Pop Warner or freshman high school football and change quarterbacks every quarter. I would even go down that road. I mean, what do you have to lose? Just give the Patriots a different look if you're Bill O'Brien and the Houston Texans. So to answer your question, I would give Brock Osweiler 30 minutes, but I would be willing to flip every quarter. Next!
After being eliminated by the Packers last weekend, it's now time for the Giants to look to the future. On Monday, GM Jerry Reese spoke with the media and admitted that Eli Manning is, quote, probably on the back nine of his career. Reese also admitted that the team has begun thinking about who's next in line to be the Giants' quarterback. And Eli is now 36 years old and heading into his 14th NFL season. So how many more seasons do you think Eli has under center for the G-Men?
This answer is going to shock you, but it's the honest answer. Eli Manning is facing a moment of truth. This is his Waterloo moment here with the Giants. This is the final season of Eli Manning with the Giants. And I'll tell you why. First of all, if you look at his poor performance of late, and more importantly, his contract, the Giants can wiggle out of this albatross in 2018. Eli Manning has an extra $5 million roster bonus at that point. Outside of a reversal of fortune, the Giants are going to have to plan to move on from Eli Manning. And secondly, with Tom Coughlin now the grand poobah in Jacksonville, you don't have to be an NFL insider such as Jay Glazer to connect the dots here. It is logical to think that if both Elijah Manning with the Giants and Blake Bortles in Jacksonville struggle in 2017, that the Giants and Jags could come up with some ridiculous swap of quarterbacks. Blake Bortles, I know he's much younger and all that. People love the youth. But he's a mess. He's fundamentally unsound. He's confused. The play here, if you're the Giants and if you're Jacksonville, if this goes down, would be a change of scenery. You hope that Eli Manning would have a career renaissance in Florida and Blake Bortles would figure things out, leaving the woebegone Jags. Next!
California experienced a lot of rainstorms over the weekend, which in large part was good news considering the drought our state has been in for a few years now.
It's all about the snow, Coop. As we know, I was a weatherman before I got into sports radio, and you need a lot of snow in the mountains.
The snowpack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. You know, too. Good job by you. I taught you.
One big negative, though. The Pioneer Cabin Tree, or what might be better recognized as the massive 1,000-year-old drive-through sequoia in Northern California, was toppled over due to flooding in the area. The tree was hollowed out in the 1880s and has been a popular tourist attraction ever since.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. Ben, where's the most beautiful place you've traveled to, and are there any natural landmarks you'd still like to visit?
Costco.
How dare you? Are we concerned? Did we just defend the tree huggers? Are we in trouble now? Do we have to give a formal apology if you were offended? No. All right, listen. I have, as you know, Coop, I'm an international man of mystery. I travel all over the globe to provide the gift of sports talk radio. But, I off the top of my head, I guess the two that stand out, Niagara Falls. Have you ever been there?
I have not. I would like to.
Right on the U.S.-Canadian border. It's just absolutely wonderful. The power of the falls of Niagara Falls is just great. And then I would say Hawaii, the Garden Island of Kauai. And it's a very small island. It's I think there's only 50 miles of roads, the whole island. You can drive the whole thing. And then much of the island, there's no roads at all. There's just dirt roads you can drive on. When I was a kid, I visited the Grand Canyon in Arizona. I love that. Spent some time in Flagstaff. But there's a bunch of places I want to visit. But I have no time and I have no money. So I cannot visit any of the places. I'd love to go to South Dakota and visit the Badlands. You ever seen the photos of the Badlands in South Dakota? That'd be pretty cool. Where else? Have you seen, there's a place outside Austin, Texas. Do you know about the Hamilton Pool? Have you seen that?
I do not.
Google it. It looks really cool. I'd like to do that. I'd like to go to Alaska. All kinds of, I just don't have the time or the money. But so, yeah, those are all places I'd like to visit before I leave this mortal coil. There it is, Mallard of the Third Degree. How did we do?
Ben, I just Googled the Hamilton Pool.
Pretty cool, right?
That is awesome.
Right?
I have to plan a trip to Texas. That's really cool. So
Isn't that neat?
You passed this edition.
Yeah. Cool, man. There's also a place, and I've never been here because it's in the Grand Canyon, and I last went to the Grand Canyon I was a kid, but maybe you listening have been there. It's on an Indian reservation, and it's a waterfall in the middle of the Grand Canyon, but it looks like Hawaii. Do you know what I'm talking about here? It's beautiful blue water. I mean, it's just awesome, and it's right in the middle of the Grand Canyon in Arizona there. And but you got to walk 10 miles to get there or something like that. But
Big Ben, a quick one to add to your list: Crater Lake in Oregon.
Oh yeah,
amazing.
I have seen photos of that.
That and the Zion Narrows at Zion
in Utah,
National
right?
Park. Yeah.
All right, so we got a long list.
Yeah,
all right,
2 hours outside of Vegas.
So here's what we need. We need management to allow us to get it like a Winnebago, and we'll just travel around and we'll do the show from different locations.
Yes, we'll hit all the affiliates. A road show.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Let's make this happen.
I'm sure they'll sign off on it. No problem. All right. We'll go all in, and here's the Insta trivia in honor of the never-ending NFL postseason. Which player is the NFL's active leader in postseason sacks? Which player is the NFL's active leader in postseason sacks, whether in the playoffs or not, but is still an active player? That's the Insta trivia. The answer next.
The NFL playoffs are set. From the wild card.
There is your dagger!
to the Super Bowl.
Let's go.
We've got it covered. From your social media at Fox Sports Radio to FoxSportsRadio.com. The NFL playoffs live here on Fox Sports Radio.
Here's a special message for those of you who owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes. The IRS has special programs in place that could eliminate or reduce your tax debt by thousands of dollars. With a call to National Tax Helpline, you can stop the wage garnishments, levies, and tax liens now. Once you've qualified and enrolled, the IRS will stop all the collection activities against you. These unique programs have been allocated to help the economy and significantly reduce or eliminate your tax burden. The IRS is currently accepting reduced settlements and other favorable programs. You may qualify for substantial savings, so get the help you need. If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more, call now for free information and to see if you qualify. Take down the number now for the Tax Helpline, 800-295-4036. That's 800-295-4036 for free information. 800-295-4036. That's 800-295-4036.
Corporal John Vale was injured on patrol in Kuwait.
The truck flipped. The vehicle landed on me. I realized I can't move my legs. I'm looking for one person, one contact that can help me.
When John arrived at the VA, there was someone. Stephen Bush of Paralyzed Veterans of America. He helped John with his claim and became his advocate to get him back into life.
When I approach someone that's newly injured, I want them to feel comfortable that they're not alone.
For over 65 years, Paralyzed Veterans of America, through their National Service Officers, has helped hundreds of thousands of veterans get the care and benefits they've earned. And their service is free to America's veterans and their families. If you need help with a claim or just navigating the system, contact us at pva.org. Paralyzed Veterans of America, changing lives, building futures.
Sports Radio.
You know that the ice cream scoop can make a child smile, and that by slowing us down, the traffic light can keep us going. You know that the lawnmower makes life easier, that the blood bank makes life possible. But did you know all these ideas came from the minds of African Americans? Support the United Negro College Fund, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Visit uncf.org or call 1-800-332-UNCF. Brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
Listen to this.
This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. Relax. Okay, the New York Giants lost for a lot of reasons. Odell Beckham Jr. having a bad game is not really anywhere near the top of that list. This is a team that was supposed to have the greatest defense in the league, and over the last couple months certainly looked like they did have as good a defense as we've seen. They gave up 400-plus yards. They gave up almost 40 points to a team that, it should be noted, lost its number one receiver and its starting running back during that game. And they still put 40 points and 400 yards up. So everybody back off Odell Beckham Jr. My overall summation of Beckham Jr., if you have a problem with him, is this. Would you take him on your team? Everybody in the country's answer, if they're being honest, is, well, yeah. In a minute. So back off. If you went into that game thinking that one wide receiver was the difference between a win or a loss, then you weren't as good a team as we thought you were.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
The following commercial is sponsored by FeedThePig.org, an organization devoted to helping you save money. We will not entice you with messages like
lowest prices in town, dealer approved, certified pre-owned,
no obligation consultation,
nor will we brag about our
huge selection, enormous variety,
one-stop shopping,
everything under one roof,
or promise
prices reduced up to 75%.
A sale like this can't go on forever. Factory liquidation.
Financing options available.
We will offer no contingencies like
see store for details.
Prices and participation may vary.
Legal exclusions apply.
No purchase necessary.
We'll try to convince you that our product will give you
leaner, tighter abs in minutes.
Perfect smile. Porcelain veneers.
Freedom from those painful, embarrassing bunions.
Because we simply want to help you spend smarter and save better. Log on to feedthepig.org. Find the benefits of saving for every stage of life. Brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
I just like to say that y'all rock, man.
I don't see Saban coaching in the NFL. I don't know if he says, boy, I got unfinished business there. I've got to go back. Cement your legacy. John Wooden didn't have to go to the NBA. Did anybody say to John Wooden, yeah, you're winning all these titles in college, but you're no Red Armband? Gino Auriemma, yeah, you know, you're doing quite well with the women here, but can you coach the men? Dominate.
Dan Patrick. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
This is Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
Yeehaw, baby.
We keep you entertained.
Anything that gets you going.
We have the shows that you tell a friend about.
It's an interactive show. It's your show.
And it's your show. Do it all for you.
This show, it's already off the rails.
You're the energy that runs us all.
You can call us 877-99 on Fox.
We get a lot of zany people that call in.
You know who we are.
Who is it?
We are Fox Sports Radio.
FS1. Yeah! FS1.
FS1.
Best station on the planet.
Look at me. Don't look at anybody else. Look at me!
To find FS1 on your television,
Go to foxsports.com for details.
This kind of music, use it and you can introduce this. Whenever you hear something and you can't refuse it, it's just a hit with these kids that track their groove with. Just refuse whenever they ask to do it. The type of hit that you don't have to ask to produce it. You just know that's a nuke. The type of hit that causes mad confusion, the drastic movement of people acting stupid.
I come to every club with intention to do harm. With a prosthetic arm and smelling like Boone's Farm.
The Ben Maller Show has been called a show about nothing. However, Twitter is definitely something. Join the Charm Circle by following Ben on Twitter. He's at Ben Maller. And you can follow our executive producer. He's the liar and the menace of the Fox Sports Radio Network. It's the Koopa Loop, Justin Cooper, and he's at UH Bronco fan.
I went to school dressed up as a giant tampon.
That's a drop. That's a drop.
And now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's Ben Maller.
We're going to go all in momentarily, but first the Insta Trivia. Which player is the NFL's active leader in postseason sacks? That's the question. What's the answer? Boston Dave checks in with DJ Danny Envy as the answer there. Tom Brady from Sean in SoCal. Wes Craven thrown out by Corey. Cardiac Stanley says Jim Thorpe. Ernie in Michigan's checking in with Austin Powers. William got it right, clearly cheating. It's a bad job by you. Joe Frazier. Down goes Frazier from Tequila Man. That's his answer. Paul Bunyan, guessed by Craig in St. Louis. Grandmaster B from the Smoke Runner. Steve Sachs from Eek, the joke writer in Minnesota. Do you have an answer, Eddie? It's not Mike North, guessed by Justin. It's not him.
Oh, there's no question.
Yeah, I believe I'm right on this one. I think it's Dan Saliamua.
Yeah. Terrell Suggs of the Ravens, 12.5 sacks. These are all active players, ahead of Lamar Woodley of the Steelers and Clay Matthews of the Packers, who each have 11. So if Clay Matthews goes out and gets 2 sacks, he'll be the active leader in sacks in the NFL. James Harrison and Dwight Freeney are next. They each have 10 sacks. How upset are you, Eddie, that I beat you at Trivia, Craig?
It's about time.
It's about time. I let you win to feel good about yourself, and then I decided to put on the pedal to the metal.
Usually dominate.
That is incorrect.
No, it isn't.
You're lying. I smoked your ass.
You won. You finally won once.
Clearly,
the overall record is like, I don't know, 30-2.
That's not that. You're making that up. That is absolutely.
It's absolute domination.
You're making that up. That is incorrect.
Save it for password, gentlemen.
Yeah. Okay. Save it for password. Anyway,
I'm gonna look on here, see what it is officially.
You look? All right. You look. I will bet you $1 million it's not 30-2.
It's close to that.
No, it's not. I just started playing the stupid
23-4 is my overall record against you.
That's incorrect. You're making that up.
I will screenshot it and I'll tweet it out.
That is incorrect. You're making that up. You can Photoshop anything you want and send it out and claim it's accurate. We know you do. That's what you do over there. Yeah, we know what you're up to. All right, well, let's get to it. Here we go. Let's do it.
Yeah. It's Ben Maller, and he's going all in.
I'll go all in.
All in.
I'm
go all in.
I want to sound like those people after the presidential election. That's not the record I believe it is, Eddie. That's not the record I choose it to be. That's not my record at Trivia Crack.
Yes, it is.
No.
I'm tweeting it right now.
I'd like to thank the Los Angeles Lakers for taking sleeping pills at halftime of their game with the Portland Trailblazers. I bet the under in that Laker-Blazer game, and I was very happy with that third quarter. I don't know what Luke Walton, what kind of speech he gave the Lakers, but that's great, man. He should give that to people that have sleep issues. All right, Koopaloop, I know I won. How'd the rest of you guys do?
I was the only other winner, Ben.
All right, very good. Well, let's go at it. We do have a light problem because there's only 3 lines posted in the NBA, but we'll do it anyway. Memphis and Oklahoma City, the total on this game is 204.5. And I'm going to bet the over on this. I'm going to bet the over. That's a low number. Memphis has been giving up a decent amount of points. So is Oklahoma City. This game will be slightly over. It'll be close, but I'll take the over. Eddie.
Let me go back to my dominance in college basketball. Number 8, Creighton is hosting 12th-ranked Butler. I'm going to take the Blue Jays at home minus the 4.
Danny G.
Welcome back, Slippers. Big Ben, your Clippers are given 9.5 as they host Orlando. The Magic are pretty much vomit, so I'm all in on your Clips.
It's hip the clip. That's a big number. Hoop the loop.
Ben, I'm all in on the process over the Knicks. +2 at home. I'm all in on the 76ers.
You're a Sixer jock.
We are Did you know that identity theft goes beyond what you can see on a credit report and what your bank can alert you to? Identity thieves can open new accounts in your name, rent or buy properties in your name, drain your 401k, and even file fake tax returns in your name. In fact, there are all kinds of identity theft beyond what you might expect. That's why LifeLock goes beyond credit monitoring to help protect your identity. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a whole range of threats to your identity. And if there's a problem, one of our U.S.-based specialists will work to fix it. Of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you can feel beyond good knowing someone is looking out for you in all kinds of ways. Join now for 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code NEWS. LifeLock.
Welcome back to the Cat Show. Up next we have Nico. Nico is a member of the Shelter Pet Group.
That's right. A group known especially for their sunspot sleeping, ball chasing, leg rubbing, couch purring, bed leaping, and of course companionship.
Wonderful. And what breed would you say Nico is?
I'd have to go with a tabbyish Persian kind of mix.
Tremendous cat.
I'd also like to point out her coat's wonderful mix of colors. Is it black, gray, black, brown?
Somewhere in between.
Indeed.
You know, it's always special when we get to see a cat like this.
Just look how she struts.
It's like she owns the place.
And how she's so incredibly cute in her indifference to commands.
A strong-willed feline.
Ah, and see how she curls up and cuddles her person.
The pitch on her purring is simply perfect.
Nice one.
I know. Fantastic cat.
Fantastic indeed. But really the best way to know an amazing shelter pet like Nico is to meet one.
Visit theshelterpetproject.org today. Adopt. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Peekaboo. Peekaboo. Smile.
Smile, buddy.
Come on. Smile. Oh, honey, he's still not smiling.
Maybe he's not a smiler.
Yeah, maybe he's just not a happy baby.
Maybe he's just being a boy. You know how boys are.
Or maybe he's teething. Oh, poor baby. I think his gums hurt.
Maybe he's just tired.
Or maybe his tummy hurts. He didn't eat that much.
Maybe he's not ticklish.
You think maybe he's scared of the dog?
Maybe he'll outgrow it. Maybe it's a phase. Maybe he just doesn't like smiling.
Maybe he has autism, and we can definitely do something to help.
Maybe is all you need to find out more about autism. No big, joyful smiles by 6 months is one early sign. Learn the others at autismspeaks.org/signs or see a doctor today for an autism screening. The sooner it's diagnosed, the better. And it can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
I never get the flu. My kids don't need more shots.
I don't have time.
We're all healthy.
No matter how you build your excuses, the flu can blow your house down.
I can't believe I used up all my sick time.
I missed a week of school during finals.
Now my baby has it because of me.
The hospital?
Keep your foundation strong. Vaccinate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis is coming right for you.
How about Aaron freaking Rodgers? And I always wonder, if you got Aaron Rodgers, why don't you try Hail Marys more often? You know how in a tennis match, if somebody hits the net and they score a point, the tennis player will apologize for hitting the net and scoring a point as if they have done something unethical or unfair in the larger context of competition? I feel like that's how football coaches view Hail Mary touchdowns, because they never attempt them as often as they should. The odds of scoring don't seem that awful, especially if you're the Green Bay Packers. I would love to know the percentage of time that they've scored on Hail Marys in the last year or so with Aaron Rodgers. It certainly seems to be a pretty high percentage.
It's Outkick the Coverage with Clay Travis. Weekdays 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studio in the historic Boston Store. AM 1330. Fox Sports Radio. WFNN Erie. The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
News from the NBA and checking games of note. The Warriors beat the Heat 107-95. Golden State's now 33-6 on the season, best record in the league. Kevin Durant had 28 points. Steph Curry 24 points in the win. Jazz over the Cavaliers 100-92. Utah was led by Gordon Hayward at 28 points. The big three all played for Cleveland despite the loss. LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love all played in the game. So did Kyle Korver in his Cleveland debut after being acquired in a trade. He had 2 points. Rockets over the Hornets 121-114. That's 9 straight wins for Houston. James Harden, another big game, his 11th triple-double of the year, 40 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists. Bucks go on the road, beat the Spurs in San Antonio 109-107. Raptors top the Celtics 114-106 behind DeMar DeRozan's 41 points. Hawks won their 7th straight, beating the Nets 117-97. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Foghorns. 3, 2, 1.
You may need some time away, but never from Colin Cowherd. The Herd. Weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch The Herd on FS1. This now here's the thing, is the Ben Maller Show. You ever heard of that?
No.
I have that problem.
Ben Maller.
We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network.
Big Ben Maller.
Welcome in the beginning.
All hands on deck! And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is, Ben Maller.
Home is where the heart is, but is home where the wins are in the NFL divisional round. We discuss. Welcome in the beginning of another hour. It's the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network, emanating live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. Here we are back at it again, another hour at the Geico Fox Sports Radio studio. So 1 year ago, the road teams dominated, right? You heard about this. Wild Card weekend, it was all about road teams. The home teams rallied back, and it was a domination situation, sweeping. They won all the games, right? And the average margin, 19 points. According to the state-run NFL media, it was the most lopsided Wild Card weekend since 1981, when Ronald Reagan was hanging out in the White House. So what does that mean for the divisional round? Well, you know, what has happened does not tell you what's going to happen. It merely tells you what has taken place. But is it going to be more home cooking? This is what I want to talk to you about. And let's get into it. Now, I always look at what the wise guys are doing, where the line is, as to kind of give you a barometer on what's going to happen. And this is from one of the betting websites. I think it's Sports Betting Dime sent this one out. But it's a group of statistics. This is not just from their site. There's a couple of other sites where we got these numbers from. Some of the more zany angles to this for the divisional round. There are 4-1 odds that Kansas City, New England, Dallas, and Atlanta will all win. Right? The logic says the Chiefs and Cowboys are in the most danger. Right? You got a hot Aaron Rodgers, even though the Cowboys are rested, a hot Packer team, if there is such a thing, and the gambling world seems to believe that. And Pittsburgh with that dynamic offense going into Arrowhead Stadium with a wink and a nod to the Atlanta Falcons. The Patriots are on easy street. So what are the odds that all 4 road teams win in the divisional round? I got it. It's 200-1. And the reason it's 200-1, I can make a logical argument for Pittsburgh. I can certainly do that. I can make a logical argument for Green Bay. I can do it for Seattle. But it's all about Brock Osweiler, and that's why those odds are 200-1. David versus Goliath. But the problem for the Texans in that matchup, and if you're listening in Houston, you know this, that game is not going to be played between the Texans and Patriots in the Bible. It'll be played in Foxborough. That's the problem. And if you're a wackadoodle that is planning on betting Houston, or if you're going to bet all the road teams, which would mean you're betting on Houston, why don't you just send on PayPal? I'm going to be like Weedman Hippie. Just send me some money over here on PayPal, the money you're going to bet, because that's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. All of these matchups are rematches from the regular season. If the same results happen, if the same thing happens that happened during the regular season, who's going to win? That would be the Patriots, Cowboys, Seahawks, and Steelers. That would be the matchup if the same thing happens. But the odds are against that also in the divisional round. Over the last 5 years, if you go back to the archives of the NFL postseason, winners in the regular season, when they met again in the divisional round, it was pretty much even. There was only a slight edge. But again, that's what has happened. That's not what's going to happen in this particular weekend of NFL activity. Now, what about a specific Super Bowl matchup, you ask? I'm glad you asked, because we have that also. The overwhelming favorite, chalk. Now, you know who the chalk teams are, right? That's right. Dallas and New England. 18-5 on the board. That is the favorite. You're going with the Cowboys and the Patriots, the top dogs in the respective conferences. Now, if not Dallas and New England, what else? Some of the other odds. Dallas and Pittsburgh, 16-1 odds on that. Dallas and Houston, an all-Texas matchup in Houston, 90-1. The odds against that happening. How about the Patriots and Green Bay? Some people all jonesed up about that. We saw on Fox Sports 1 a conversation about Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady, and Steve Smith was on there. I think it was Undisputed, and he chimed in on that. 13-2 odds. New England, Green Bay. How about New England, Seattle, a rematch of that classic Super Bowl a couple years back? 17-2 the odds on that. How about Seattle and Houston? 175-1. You've got to be really optimistic to go with that one. And we know how this works. You don't have to be some kind of TV executive to think that the Fox brass is not at least slightly aroused about the idea of the Cowboys and Patriots potentially matching up in a Super Bowl situation. That is a possible bonanza of ratings goodness. You get Dakota Prescott, the new kid on the block, against the graybeard Tom Brady. They could play up the good versus evil storyline, the whole shebang. Now, here's something that's kind of cool here, and I love this kind of stuff. This is right where we like it. It's teed up for us here. The odds on broadcasters referencing certain controversies during playoff games this weekend. For example, if you remember the regular season matchup when the Seattle Seahawks and the Atlanta Falcons got together, there was a pass interference call that was not made that benefited Seattle. right? Remember that? Remember we talked about it here? It was a big story for about 24 hours, 48 hours. Everyone was in a tizzy, and they wanted to change all the rules. So the question is, would that be mentioned? Pass interference, the no call at the end of the first Seahawks-Falcons game. The odds are yes. The odds are yes that will be mentioned. How about the Joey Porter bar fight? You have to mention that. If you're broadcasting the Steelers-Chiefs game, Joey Porter, he's not going to be back by that game, right? He's put on timeout. Tomlin put him on timeout. Porter's not going to be back for getting into the Donnybrook with the bouncer in Pittsburgh. So that'll be mentioned. That's 100%. That's going to happen. How about the Texans quarterback controversy? Don't you have to mention that? Like the first time Brock Osweiler has back-to-back incomplete passes, which could be the first two passes. You go Brock Osweiler or Tom Savage. You got to bring it up. The odds are in favor of that. How about Tom Brady and Deflategate? Is that going to be brought up? I would think there's a pretty good chance at some point. The reason, I'll tell you why. First of all, the game's going to be a blowout. It's going to be a bloodbath, and the Texans are on the wrong end of that. And if you have, as Marv Albert says, the extended garbage time, you start digging deep in your bag of filler. And at some point, the broadcasters of that game are going to have to dig down to the very bottom into the seedy underworld and bring up Deflategate, and they'll probably talk about Tom Brady's pajamas. They'll get into that. These are all things. You can actually bet on this stuff. The controversies, will they be mentioned during the broadcast this weekend of NFL playoff activity? How about the Chiefs-Steeler game, the Tyreek Hill domestic violence conviction? Is that going to be mentioned? The odds are 1-1 on that. I'm going to go no. Have you noticed this? When I've watched the Chiefs play, they're short on details. Like, they might reference that Tyreek Hill had a problem, but are they going to really get into the nitty-gritty of how he punched a pregnant woman? I don't think they're going to get into that. They'll talk about how he's turned his life around or something like that. Then in the Cowboy game, the Cowboy-Packer game, you can bet on whether the broadcasters will reference the storyline of Tony Romo's heartfelt speech, which was the darkest day of the Romo era. That sappy speech, remember that when he got up there and passed the baton to Dakota Prescott and said he deserved to be the Cowboy quarterback? I would think that's going to get mentioned, and the reason is because that's great television. It's great theater. They love sappy. They love that kind of television. They can't get enough of it. So I'm assuming that that's going to get a mention. And then the last one was the Mike McCarthy rumors that were there before the Packers started winning a bunch of games, that McCarthy was on the hot seat in Green Bay. I think they mentioned that also, and the reason it makes him look good, right? And all these broadcasters, they cuddle with the coaches. They have these production meetings before the games. They're all buddy-buddy with these guys. And McCarthy's seemingly a popular guy. And so I would think that to make him look good and say, he was on the hot seat, some people were calling for his head, and how short-sighted were they? Of course, they'll fail to mention how bad the Packers were playing and how their defense was playing at a 1950s level. Actually, it's even worse than that. It's like before Lombardi, you got to go back generation after generation to find a Packer defense that was playing worse. All right, anyway, it's the Ben Maller Show on Fox as we yap the night away, and Eddie Garcia here is hanging out with us on Fox Sports Radio. And just want to point out, Eddie, that for clarity here, I tweeted out the resume of my domination over you.
The resume?
Yeah, I doubled you up. My last performance. As you know, I did not play
the
trivia.
Score of one game? You tweeted that out?
6-3. Again, Eddie, you're stuck in the past. I'm living in the moment. This just happened a few hours ago.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. Beat you. Beat your ass. You're peddling, as I said on Twitter, fake news over there. And you're talking about it's like talking about what happened 75 years ago and saying it's relevant right now. It's not.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's
like.
It
is not. That's right. So
One win in Trivia Crack for Ben, and he's acting like it's like a world championship.
And let me say, for anybody...
Why don't you raise a banner there in
some people are
Mallard
saying,
Mansion for your win?
Listen, I beat you all the time. I don't need to raise a banner or anything like that. Oh, please. You Photoshop that to make yourself look good.
Of course, yes. I'm such a talented person when it comes to Photoshopping.
We understand. Yeah, there's an app for that. You can do that. It's the faketriviacrack.com app. You can get that and go there and download that. It's not in the App Store, I don't think.
No,
I don't think that's in the App Store. And people are saying, "Well, I want to play you a trivia crack." Feel free. I don't care if you can find me. I don't know how you find people on there, but if you find me, I'll beat your ass too. I don't care. Danny G's not. He's not playing. And neither Coop used to play, but he stopped playing.
You guys play that on your cell phones?
Yes. Yeah.
So we just need to give your cell number out, Big Ben.
Yeah, no problem.
Let's do that.
It's 310-555-1212. You can find me on there. Right there. On there right now. Help me out. Look me up. It's the way to do it.
I stopped playing because you weren't enough of a challenge.
That's a lie. That is a lie. And anyway, it's we don't need to break down our matchups in head-to-head competition here, but that's just the way it is. All right, 877-996-6369. We're also on Twitter at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. Are the Raiders headed to Vegas? Now, here's where it gets awkward. Now, we talked earlier, if you were with us, maybe you weren't, that the salvage dogs of the NFL stepping in. In the NFL, according to the latest reports, they believe that they can save the Chargers in San Diego. That there is a push here at the last minute with a deadline approaching to find a solution to, at least for the time being, keep the Chargers locked in this weird Twilight Zone type place for at least a couple more years where they'll stay in San Diego. And then, a couple more elections where they can try to get a tax passed to build a stadium. And there's also a report about what that means for the Raiders. And if the Chargers don't go to Los Angeles, then that opens up the L.A. market for the Raiders, right? Well, not so fast. Not so fast, because supposedly the NFL, now some big shots at the NFL think the Raiders, they're not going to stay in Oakland, and they are opening their hearts and their minds to Sin City, to Las Vegas. Not L.A., to Las Vegas. Let me ask you a question. If you got into that mind of Mark Davis, the Raiders owner with his flip phone, and the old conversion van that he drives around, and the Buffalo Wild Wings that he goes to, and all this stuff. All right, if you could get into his head, would he rather be in L.A. or would he rather be in Vegas? I think he'd rather be in L.A. I think he'd rather be in Los Angeles. The Raiders shifted, I know, from Oakland to L.A. They had some success in Los Angeles, and it's a bigger market. The team's worth more money in L.A. than it is in Las Vegas, and that's all Mark Davis has, right? What else does he have?
Yeah, but even as Kroenke's tenant, you think he'd still want L.A. over Vegas?
Yeah, I would think so, because you can't compare the two market size, and that's... For the moment, even if they sign a long-term lease to play in that stadium in L.A., it's not forever. And the time goes by pretty quick, and before you know it, you can say, screw you, I'm going to go build a stadium somewhere else, which I'm sure will be easy to do. And these stadiums just pop up everywhere.
And by the way, really quick, you lied. I looked your phone number up. It's a 626 area code.
Oh, yeah.
Because you live on the border of Las Vegas.
No, I don't have
that number you gave us. That's a lie.
I have a 212 number. My New York number.
Yeah. You should have a 702 number.
A 702?
Oh, as much time as you spend in Vegas.
Las Vegas, yeah. Well, listen, I love Vegas. Vegas has not been good to me, but I love it. I'm a big fan. I should have a 617 number is what I should say. 617 area. You know where that is?
Where?
You don't know where that is. See, you don't hear area code game. 619, you know where that is?
Yeah, that's San Diego.
You know, the Southern California area codes. 617 is Boston.
Ah.
Yeah, look at you. All right, 877-996-6369. We're also on Twitter at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. You can be part of the festivities. We'll reopen on the Fox phone lines. We'll play the NFL owner game We'll get to that, and we'll do it next.
The national championship had it all.
It's championship football, baby.
From the plays
Sides with pylon. He is hit.
to the playmakers.
Design run by Watt to the left. Has blockers on in front. Touchdown.
When a new champ raised that trophy,
Nothing only way 35 years.
he had it for you on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Ben Maller here. Did you know that by turning the tab on a soda sideways, it doubles as a straw holder? Or that hole in a pot handle is designed so you can rest your spatula in it? It's amazing how some of the things we use most can easily be overlooked. It's just like how TrueCar also helps people get used cars. That's right, TrueCar isn't just for new cars. Their certified dealer network also has an inventory of over 500,000 pre-owned cars nationwide. So whether you buy new or used, you get pricing information that empowers and a better buying experience through our TrueCar certified dealer network. Here's another fun fact. TrueCar customers receive discounts off the list price for used vehicles and are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with a TrueCar certified dealer. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
Did you know that identity theft goes beyond what you can see on a credit report and what your bank can alert you to? Identity thieves can open new accounts in your name, rent or buy properties in your name, drain your 401k, and even file fake tax returns in your name. In fact, there are all kinds of identity theft beyond what you might expect. That's why LifeLock goes beyond credit monitoring to help protect your identity. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a whole range of threats to your identity. And if there's a problem, one of our U.S.-based specialists will work to fix it. Of course, no one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But with LifeLock, you can feel beyond good knowing someone is looking out for you in all kinds of ways. Join now for 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code NEWS. LifeLock.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peachtree, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
We were rolling down this road in
Anbar Province
3 personnel carriers
with 16 of us on board.
All of a sudden
There's a huge explosion.
We knew right away
It was an IED. The first vehicle
got wasted, and those guys took
a huge hit.
Then we started taking
Sniper fire and RPGs from the hills.
In today's military, women face the same dangers as men.
It's pretty amazing.
We made it out alive.
But when they come home, women veterans confront a whole different set of challenges, like unique healthcare issues, or not receiving respect or even acknowledgement for serving in harm's way. DAV understands the problems women veterans face, and we can help. Many DAV advisors are female veterans. They've been there, and they're ready to provide expert guidance. DAV fights to get you the health, disability, and financial benefits you were promised and earned. If you're a veteran, visit DAV.org for free help.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crossie, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association. And these 2 simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family.
A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
When I grow up, I want to be a new pair of blue jeans.
When I grow up,
I want to be a kid's first computer. I want to play football. I want to be a bike that races around the country. I want to be a bench on a forest trail. When I grow up, I don't want to be a piece of garbage. And if you recycle me, I won't be.
Give your garbage another life. Recycle. Learn how at iwanttoberecycled.org. Brought to you by Keep America Beautiful and the Ad Council.
On Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
And when those times come a-calling.
Hello. What's up, my man?
You can podcast what you missed.
If you missed it, don't sweat it.
Tell me what's really going on.
Go to foxsportsradio.com. foxsportsradio.com.
Thanks, man.
Click the podcast button.
Hey, man.
It blows my mind.
And click podcast. Never miss out again.
How cool is that?
On Fox Sports Radio.
I feel like getting freaky.
You're thinking about getting freaky? You might as well get freaky in the herd.
Awesome.
Weekdays, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The herd.
Catch the herd on FS1.
Now you thought I was just 770 and 404? I'm worldwide. Act like y'all know it's the abominable hoe man. Globetrot International Postman. Neighbor man. 718-202s. I send small cities and states. I owe you 901. Matter of fact, 305. I'll jump off the G4. We can meet outside. So control your hormones and keep your drawers on. Till I close the door and I'm jumping your bones. 312-313-215-803. I'll read your horoscope.
The Ben Maller Show has been called a show about nothing. However, Twitter is definitely something. Join the Charmed Circle by following Ben on Twitter. He is at Ben Maller. And you can follow our technical producer. He plays all the music and most of the funny sound bites of the Ben Maller Show. His Tinderoni tips are coming up later this hour. And he's on Twitter at Danny G Radio.
And at the top of your lungs, scream,
Where the white women at?
And now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's Ben Maller.
We'll play the NFL owner game here in a moment. Coming up later this hour, get your Periscope app ready on your phone. If you haven't downloaded that, do that. We'll go live on Periscope. You can look inside the studio. It'll be Tinderoni Tips with Danny G, and also Too Much or Not Enough coming up in a couple minutes as well. We have a murder update. This comes from convicted murderer Aaron Hernandez, the former Patriot tight end, who is now facing a double murder charges, a drive-by shooting back in 2012, and some exciting news. I'm sure Aaron Hernandez is excited about this as he rots in a prison in Massachusetts. A judge has decided that some tattoos that Aaron Hernandez have are fair game at the trial from killing two guys. And supposedly one of the tattoos in question here shows a revolver with one empty chamber along with the words God forgives written in reverse. So, when you look in the mirror, you can see it. And then a revolver holds 6 bullets. Hernandez allegedly fired 5 shots when killing these two guys. The other tattoo consists of a semi-automatic pistol along with an empty shell casing. And he shot another guy, supposedly leaving him to die. Shot him in the face. So that's Aaron Hernandez. Really good tight end for the Patriots. Boy, he could catch the football. And he didn't kill Bill Belichick or Tom Brady. Speaking of Hernandez, though, did you see? You probably didn't, because I don't think you follow the Massachusetts prison system. But I was sent by one of our listeners in Boston some footage of a prison riot at Aaron Hernandez's facility there. I don't know that Hernandez was part of this, but it was at his maximum security prison in Massachusetts, and 47 inmates refused to return to their cells, and it lasted 3 hours on Monday night. And you know how they ended it? All the prison officials left. They let the 47 inmates stay where they wanted to stay, and then what they did is they flooded the room with pepper spray. They gassed it with pepper spray, and then the guys were like, "Okay, we're good. Let's get out of here. We are okay. We're good to go." All right, it's the Ben Maller Show on Fox, and we present to you now the NFL Owners Game. The odds are out. Which high-profile celebrity owner will be shown the most on camera during the weekend NFL activity. Now, I have 4 owners listed. I have 4 owners listed here that will get the most boob tube time this weekend. I can't play. I have the odds right here, so I'm not allowed to play. So I'll let you guys play. Would you like to play? Yeah. Danny G wants to play. Danny G, why don't you go first, then you're paying attention. Which of these owners, which of these high-priced owners in the NFL, big-name owners, is going to get the most TV time?
I will answer that with a sound drop here.
Circumcising the mosquito.
All right, you're going to go with Jerry Jones. Eddie Garcia.
That's a pretty solid answer. But to be different, I'll pick somebody else. I'll go Robert Kraft.
Robert Kraft. All right, very good. Coop, do you want in on this?
It's got to be Jerry Jones.
You're going to go Jerry Jones.
No chance it's
all
anyone
right.
else.
Now, let me give you the one with the worst odds is the man that started Home Depot.
Falcons, right?
Yeah, Arthur Blank. He's got 10-1 odds of getting the most TV time.
I would say the Chiefs owner.
Well, no, he's not even listed here.
There you go.
Robert Kraft is only 7-1, so he's got the second of the 4 listed. He's got the third longest odds, and then I'll give you the number 1. Then I'll give you the number 2. The number 1 is Jerry Jones. The number 1 is Jerry Jones. He's overwhelmingly the favorite. Number 2, Paul Allen.
No.
Yeah, he wears the funny hats. Did you see the funny with the floppy ears that he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
This game will be played in the Georgia Dome, though.
There's no way he's shown more than Robert Kraft. No chance.
Yeah. Well, usually Jim Nance does the shoulder rub of Robert Kraft because they're golf buddies, right?
Well, plus they like to show the owners celebrating when they score, and the Patriots are going to score a lot.
You don't think the Seahawks will score a lot?
No.
Somebody noticed, one of the listeners in Seattle noticed that Paul Allen, who's kind of a big deal in the computer world because of Microsoft, I would say, he was using like an old computer. He had an old laptop in front of him.
Sentimental value. His first computer he ever built or something.
Plus, it's really easy for him to update the software constantly.
That's a good point. Well, here at Fox Sports Radio, they have great sentimental value. The computer in front of me is 17 years old.
Only 17?
Yes.
Well, you got the new stuff.
This is.
You should see this TV in here.
Coop, what version? They don't even make this anymore, right? The computer,
Windows XP.
Windows XP we're using.
Yep.
So,
Hey, in all fairness, those are 2017 TVs in the hallway by the bathroom.
The ones that no one looks at? Yeah.
You stand in the hallway and look down the hall, you'll be able to watch a new television.
It was a great idea if you think about it. That there was one time Eddie was in there and I was waiting my turn to use the restroom.
Yeah.
And I watched FS1 while I waited.
That's good. I like that. That's why they're there. They know there's a big demand for the bathroom. All right. You say that, Coop. It's the Ben Maller Show on Fox, 877-99 on Fox. Now, that's the number. If you want to play Too Much or Not Enough, as people say, how can I play? I want to play. How do I get on there? Well, here's your chance. Here's a call to action. 877-996-6369. Too Much or Not Enough. A golden ticket is on the line. We'll get to that in 60 seconds. No long commercial break, but first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. When you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Go to TrueCar.com. Interesting night in college basketball in the top 25. The new team at the top of the rankings, probably not going to be there next week. Baylor loses to number 10 West Virginia, 89-68. That's the first loss of the year for the Bears. Gonzaga is now the only remaining undefeated team left in Division I college basketball. Number 3 Villanova gets an impressive win over 15th-ranked Xavier, 79-54. The Wildcats win. 9th-ranked Florida State beats 7th-ranked Duke, 88-72. Seminoles have won 11 in a row. They're 16-1 on the year and 4-0 atop the ACC. Texas Tech upsets number 25 Kansas State, 66-65. Wins for number 2 Kansas, number 6 Kentucky, and number 23 Florida. In the NFL, the Oakland Raiders are reportedly not renewing the contract of offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are one. Tomorrow on FS1, it's the Pac-12 doubleheader as the Washington Huskies head to Cal to take on the Bears, followed by UCLA at Colorado.
Up Jordan, third, made three.
Coverage begins at 9 p.m. Eastern, only on FS1.
Yeah, man. Jah will be waiting there, we a shout. Jah will be waiting there. In this world of calamity, dirty looks and grudges and jealousy, and police police where you lose them authority. Me the clowns when I know about variety. Boom, the youngest veteran I go murder them slow. Rock 'em up and sent to call me from the bush bungalow.
The Ben Maller Show's coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com and get a free rate quote. And now here's Ben Maller.
I got to keep on walking on the road to Zion.
Too much or not enough coming up here in a second. You can also bet. I love all these ridiculous prop bets for the divisional weekend. And the bet is this. Who will get more TV time on the sidelines in the Texans-Patriots game? And you've got the Gronk and J.J. Watt.
Oh, I'm all over J.J. Watt on that one.
Yeah. I mean, J.J. Watt, if you're in the room with J.J. Watt, you've become a better person just because he's in the room with you. He can heal sick children. J.J. Watt, he's got that ability. He's just a better person than you. He's a better human being. He's a superhero, and he's a maestro of social media. So J.J. Watt's 3-5 the odds on that. The Gronk at 5-3, and that's about right. They broadcasters love to suck the toes of J.J. Watt. They can't. I mean, seriously, right? I mean, it's like they can't get enough of him. Even he's not playing. He's out. He's done. But they can't get enough of J.J. Watt. They love the guy. All right, let's get to it. Here we go.
It's another Ben Maller game.
We've endured too many of these.
Is it too much or not enough?
Enough already.
And let's get to it. We got coming up in a few minutes here. Danny G will be in the main studio. We'll be on the Periscope app with Tenderoni tips. But stay in the moment, and it's too much or not enough. And let's welcome in our contestant for too much or not enough, and that would be Monty, who's in Tennessee. Hello, Monty.
Hey, Big Ben. How you, buddy?
Hey, Monty. Welcome, man. If I was any better, Monty, I would be a Bama, but not an Alabama because they lost the championship game to Clemson. So that would be, yeah. All right. Well, welcome, Monty. What do you do for a living, sir?
Well, I'm a mechanic.
You are. You sound like a mechanic. You got that. You sound like you're having a good time too. I like that. You got a good sound to you.
Yeah, I'm having a good time, Big Ben.
Great, buddy. All right, well, let's do it. Here's the way it works on Too Much or Not Enough. I want to see you win. And if you get this right, these questions right, you'll get a golden ticket. If you go 5 for 5, you'll get a couple of golden tickets. 3 out of 5 is all you need to do to win the game. You ready, Monty?
I'm ready, man.
All right, let's do it for Monty. Question number 1. Before the national championship game, Alabama had won 17 consecutive games when leading at halftime. Is that too much or not enough?
Not enough.
He says not enough. Is that right? That's right. You're off to a good start, Monty. Alabama had a streak going of 23 straight wins when leading at halftime, and that is over. Question number 2. Jacksonville, the Jags, have lost 10-plus games for 8 consecutive seasons in the National Football League. Is that too much or not enough?
Not enough.
He's going not enough. Is it not enough? No, believe it or not, the Jags have lost 10-plus games, only 6 consecutive years. They still suck, though, so they're still sorrowful, but just not that bad. All right, question number 3. You're 1-1, Monty. You don't have to worry about going 5 for 5, but you can still win the game. Question 3. Le'Veon Bell for Pittsburgh had 70 yards rushing after contact against the Miami Dolphins. Is that too much or not enough?
Too much.
He's going too much. Is it too much? Oh, no, Monty. That's not enough. Bell had 90 yards after he was hit by Dolphin defenders, the most in a playoff game since Marshawn Lynch, the Beastquake game. I think that was against the Saints back in the day. All right, here we go. Question number 4. You got to get these last 2 right. I want you to lock in, Monty.
All right.
I want you to get double focused, okay?
Double focused. I'm locked
I can
in.
tell. This man's about to dazzle you with his brilliance. Here we go. LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, along with Kevin Love, have all scored 25 points in the same game 6 times for Cleveland. this season. Is that too much or not enough to stay alive, Monty, the mechanic in Tennessee?
Too much.
Too much, is that right, to stay alive? Yeah, you're staying alive.
Yeah, baby, yeah.
All right, giving away cars, people haven't been that excited. All right, very good. Too much. Sunday was only the third time that those guys had all scored 25 points in the same game. Cleveland losing in Salt Lake City last night. The Jazz got the win. All right, here we go. Question number 5. It comes down to this. Are you ready, Monty?
I'm really, really, really ready, man.
Okay, here we go. Dabo Swinney became the 8th head coach to have defeated both Urban Meyer and Nick Saban in the same season. Is that too much or not enough for the win or the loss? Monty in Tennessee, your answer.
Not enough.
He says not enough. Is that right? It's too much.
Well, I had a good time, Big Ben.
Well, that's all that matters. You had a good time, and that's great. Thank you, Monty. Call anytime, Monty. We're here all night long, buddy.
Yes, sir, man. Have a good night, buddy.
All right, take care, Monty. Better luck. We have a nice parting gift for Monty. We're going to give you a lifetime supply of nothing and also a flight to nowhere. So I hope you enjoy that. You can go nowhere. And that's round trip, actually, to nowhere. You'll go nowhere, and then before you know it, you'll be back where you are right now. So we hope you have a good time with that. And that trip's only good as long as there's no airport in nowhere. Once they build an airport in nowhere, we will void that. That's null and void at that particular point. All right, Tinderoni Tips with Danny G Radio. What is that? It's love advice. My man Danny G will be giving out some dating tips for you, your lonely heart. We'll get to that. Men and women, all kinds of advice here. We'll get to all that. We'll do it next.
The regular season is upon us.
I don't believe it.
And now,
time to initiate playoffs.
Now commencing.
This is insanity.
The playoffs begin. Your NFL coverage is right here.
Playoff football, baby. No panic. No panic.
On Fox Sports Radio.
And now, Geico Saving Stories. Nikki Peasley was happily married to Scott. However, something between them changed after Scott spent 15 minutes on Geico.com.
Constant gifts, chocolates, flowers, like he discovered a cash tree.
Cash tree, indeed. Unbeknownst to Nikki, Scott had saved hundreds of dollars on their car insurance by switching to Geico.
His gifts never stop.
Geico. Spend 15 minutes and 15% or more in savings could be gifted to you.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you, to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
I heard on the news about that 5-year-old who found his uncle's gun. The kid didn't know it was loaded.
I heard on the news about that 14-year-old girl who was bullied online for like a year. She couldn't take it anymore, so she got her dad's gun from his nightstand.
I heard on the news about that guy who broke into someone's house, stole a gun from the hall closet.
He accidentally shot his cousin in the head.
She killed herself.
And later, killed the owner of the store he was trying to rob.
If you own a gun, you have a full-time responsibility. When you aren't using it, be sure it can't get into the hands of curious children, troubled teenagers, a thief, or anyone else who might misuse it. Your family, friends, and neighbors are all counting on you. Remember, always, lock it up. For more information on firearms storage safety, visit ncpc.org. This message brought to you by the National Crime Prevention Council, the Bureau of Justice Assistance, and the Ad Council.
Fox Sports Radio.
You know that the ice cream scoop can make a child smile, and that by slowing us down, the traffic light can keep us going. You know that the lawnmower makes life easier, that the blood bank makes life possible. But did you know all these ideas came from the minds of African Americans? Support the United Negro College Fund, because a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Visit uncf.org or call 1-800-332-UNCF. Brought to you by UNCF and the Ad Council.
Listen to this.
This is Steve Gorman Sports.
Steve Gorman Sports. Relax, okay? The New York Giants lost for a lot of reasons. Odell Beckham Jr. having a bad game is not really anywhere near the top of that list. This is a team that was supposed to have the greatest defense in the league, and over the last couple months certainly looked like they did have as good a defense as we've seen. They gave up 400-plus yards. They gave up almost 40 points to a team that, it should be noted, lost its number one receiver and its starting running back during that game. And they still put 40 points and 400 yards up. So everybody back off Odell Beckham Jr. My overall summation of Beckham Jr., if you have a problem with him, is this. Would you take him on your team? Everybody in the country's answer, if they're being honest, is, well, yeah.
In a minute.
So back off. If you went into that game thinking that one wide receiver was the difference between a win or a loss, then you weren't as good a team as we thought you were.
Steve Gorman Sports.
That's a good way to cap it.
Weekdays at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
The following commercial is sponsored by FeedThePig.org, an organization devoted to helping you save money. We will not entice you with messages like
lowest prices in town, dealer approved, certified pre-owned,
no obligation consultation,
nor will we brag about our
huge selection, enormous variety,
one-stop shopping,
everything under one roof,
or promise
prices reduced up to 75%.
A sale like this can't go on forever. Factory liquidation,
financing options available.
We will offer no contingencies like
see store for details.
Prices and participation may vary.
Legal exclusions apply.
No purchase necessary.
Or try to convince you that our product will give you
leaner, tighter abs in minutes.
Perfect smile, porcelain veneers.
Freedom from those painful, embarrassing bunions.
Because we simply want to help you spend smarter and save better. Log on to FeedThePig.org. Find the benefits of saving for every stage of life. Brought to you by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants and the Ad Council.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
I'd just like to say that y'all rock, man.
I don't see Saban coaching in the NFL. I don't know if he says, boy, I got unfinished business there. I've got to go back. Cement your legacy. John Wooden didn't have to go to the NBA. Did anybody say to John Wooden, yeah, you're winning all these titles in college, but you're no Red Harbaugh? Gino Auriemma, yeah, you know, you're doing quite well with the women here, but can you coach the men? Dominate.
Dan Patrick. Weekdays 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Fox Sports Radio.
1330 The Fan.
Who's going to do it? Why not us?
Relax.
Right? Exactly.
There's no need to go crazy.
Done deal. Love it. My takeaway is
just podcast it.
It's real easy.
Sounds incredible.
Go to FoxSportsRadio.com. FoxSportsRadio.com. Click listen, then click podcast.
Now let's fire this baby up.
All of your favorite shows are just a click away.
Sounds juicy.
We are FS1. The biggest personalities in sports are on FS1. Undisputed with Skip Bayless and Shannon Sharp airs weekdays at 9:30 a.m. Eastern only on FS1.
Why try? Now why? Being inside me says it's time I was gone. We're head, life ahead. It's time I was king, now I just want my fun. Life by night away from here. Change my life again. Life by night, good fine idea. But ship isn't coming and I just can't pretend.
Follow our exclusive Reddit page and find our subreddit, Ben Maller Show, and be a part of our revamping, post stories, and message other P1s. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's back to Ben Maller.
We'll get to Tenderoni tips here in a moment, but first we say hello to our friend Hector in Montebello in Southern California, who's on Fox Sports Radio. Hello, Hector.
Hey, what's up, Ben? Hey, I want to apologize for yesterday. I really want to apologize for not including the poop the loop phrase.
That's a requirement. That's how you became famous. Hector.
Yes,
You're a
I'm
celebrity.
very sorry about that.
Yeah.
But I want to throw out two area codes for you. 303 and 720.
Okay. Are we doing area? Is this area code talk? Is that? Have you...
That's how long Coop the Loop had me in the line.
Oh, is that right?
Coop the Loop, Broncos last. He keeps taking it on me. I don't know why.
Oh, he's shout out to Colorado area, because I see what you did there, Hector. Look at that. You go. All right, get out of here. I enjoy Hector's work. I do. I like his work here. Gets right to the point. Gets on and off. It's a good strategy. Doesn't try to hang on. That's the way to do it. See, Jabril Peppers has entered the NFL draft. No shock there. Where is he? He's going to be a first-round pick, right? He'll be a top 10 pick, top 20 pick in the NFL draft. Of course, he'll be criticized. Right now, people are praising him and celebrating him and saying how wonderful he is. He was a Heisman Trophy finalist, the whole deal at Michigan. But in the NFL, they'll nitpick at the combine and they'll find a way to screw him over. All right, get your Periscope app ready right now. Go to that Periscope app. We're about to give you some love advice on the radio.
Tinderoni tips. In a bit of a dry spell, Tinder guru Danny G is here to help.
If you have a romantic query and you are under the age of 50 and you're not freaky or disgusting, please give us a call.
Danny G making his way into the studio right now for this weekly edition. Love advice from Danny G. The dating world out there, a lot of guys listening to the show. They're out there battling it out, and I'd say a lot of women, but that would be a lie. And so here we are. It's think of this as a radio study on dating. And we're live on the Periscope app if you want to watch the show and see what it's like in the studio. Eddie on FSR. That's Eddie on FSR on the Periscope app. And there we are, right there.
What's up, Periscope? Happy Hump Day.
Yeah. Oh, is it Hump Day? Is that what
it is? Officially Wednesday morning.
Yeah, all days are the same. They all run together.
They kind of do on the third shift.
Yes, they
do. But we are here to help you.
All right, well, let's get to the questions, Danny G. Edward on Twitter writes, and he says he's been dating a girl off of Plenty of Fish for the past couple of months here, and she's starting to hint around about meeting her kid. Any advice on that?
Don't do it yet. Don't do it yet.
Just say no?
It's Big Ben. It's a serious thing because if it doesn't work out, the casual dating, if that goes bad, then she's going to say, she's going to guilt you with, and I even had you meet my kid. Mark my words, you're going to hear that if
you're done, though. It's.
But are you really ever done right away when you're kind of casually dating somebody?
Yeah.
I would just not step into that hot lava yet.
I would argue, though, that this actually is a good thing, that she wants to crank it up to like the next level. Right? She wants to crank that up.
It could go. I see your point. It could go either way, though. You would hope that a woman is very selective with who she has meet her children.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
I would think that if
But some women aren't, though, is what I'm saying.
Really?
So, yeah. Believe it or
Scandalous,
not,
man.
Some women are not, picky enough. So you should know her enough right now to know which way she is on that ledger.
All right, Sal on Twitter says, my wife wants a second rat dog, and I honestly can't stand the first one. Is this a losing battle?
This is a great topic for you because your wife has one in your family, a Shih Tzu.
That's right.
So what if she wanted a second, Big Ben? What would you do?
Well, the great thing about the Shih Tzu is the Shih Tzu wants to be the boss bitch. Okay, and so there's
a female dog.
Yeah, of course. There's no room for any other dogs. In fact, when the dog's around other dogs, it's a bad situation. So I don't have to worry about that.
Okay.
But, and it's...
There you go. So that's...
I'm a one-dog guy. My mom, though, she had like 5 dogs. She had a ton of dogs. She had a pack of dogs.
Yeah. I'm cool with a dog or two, but yeah, you're right. When people have multiple dogs like that, you can't even sit on that person's couch at their house without getting up and being covered head to toe in fur.
Yeah, the smell, too.
Yeah,
you can't get rid of
wet dog.
One dog you can get rid of the smell a little bit, but more than that, forget about it. My dad has 3 dogs right now, and he goes walking with the dogs. And one will get off the leash and just start running, and just he can't get him.
Okay, so the strategy could be, Hun, our dog's not going to get along with any other dogs. Let's just focus on our one.
All right. Dodger Dave on Twitter says, any advice on how to really see what a woman looks like from a dating site rather than all the trick angles.
Yeah, well, we talk about the trick angles a lot during this segment.
And it's from the main one is from
the
top.
top. Yeah.
Top.
Makes everybody look skinny.
Yeah.
And you can see the girls' boobs like that.
That's a good look.
Okay, in a lot of girls' profiles nowadays, they will list their IG, their Instagram. Go to it and take a look because there'll be more random shots, more pictures
all
to look through.
All filtered, though, Danny G. All
True,
filtered.
But at least you have a wider variety of pictures to look through, and you will catch a girl slipping from time to time in shots that aren't as filtered as the portraits.
There are some poses you can, legs a certain way.
Group shots where she wasn't exactly the only one posing.
All right, you're listening to Tinderoni. He says, we have a call actually here.
Nice.
Assuming the call screener doesn't fall apart, which I think it has. Look at this. No! All right, there. I hit the table. It worked.
You're like Fonzie.
There, it's gone out again. Marky, I don't know what the hell's going on. Marky Mark in Portland, Maine. What's going on, Marky Mark?
Hey, man, thanks for taking my call. Danny G, what's going on, pal?
What's up, brother?
Hey, I've been with my girl for 10 years. We have a kid together. This Christmas, she asked about getting married. We're not married.
Okay.
And obviously, I didn't propose to her. Now it's coming around her birthday and Valentine's Day, and she keeps hinting on it. But the thing is she's like, I said, okay, I'll get a ring. That don't bother me. But she says, I want a carrot or bigger. She ain't a gold digger. I mean, she don't ask for money, but she's asked for a big rock. What should I do, Danny G? I'm happy. We do have one boy together. Everything's going good. But she wants a romantic. I'm not a real romantic guy.
Hold on. What should you do quickly, Danny?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, she gave you a kid, so at least get her the full carrot.
Yeah.
She deserves that much.
You're locked in. I mean, you might as well go. You've already committed to it.
Right.
You don't really need the ring at this point.
2 carrots and she'll give you a threesome.
Hello.
We are The start of a new year is a perfect opportunity to hit the reset button for a fresh start, to finally get around to things you've been putting off for too long. And LegalZoom.com is where you can make it happen. So whether you want to take control of your family's future with an estate plan or finally get your dream business up and running, don't let legal questions hold you back. The legal world can be challenging to navigate. That's why LegalZoom was created over 15 years ago, to provide you with the tools, confidence, and know-how to wrap up your legal needs. And since LegalZoom isn't a law firm, you don't have to worry about expensive hourly fees. Instead, you can get legal advice at flat rates from their network of attorneys in 48 states. They'll help you with the right estate plan or answer the questions you have for running your business. Make 2017 the year you get your life in order and get special savings when you enter promo code BRILLIANT at checkout. LegalZoom.com.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices.
Paralyzed Veterans of America represents them.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
We help our veterans for free.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit PVA.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
How was your day? What did you do in school? I'm Mike Crusty, president of the Pennsylvania State Education Association, and these 2 simple questions can encourage learning in your home. Showing interest and asking about the school day can help motivate your children and keep them excited about learning. So stay involved, stay curious, and ask specific questions. Student success involves the whole family. Be sure to take the opportunity during daily conversations to talk with your children about what they're learning, help set academic goals, and discuss a plan of action to meet those goals. Whether it's improving on weekly spelling tests or allowing enough time to eat breakfast every day before school, every small step taken helps build momentum to academic success.
Great public schools are a basic right for every student. A message from the Pennsylvania State Education Association.
Blue is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours? Red is my favorite color. What's yours? What's yours?
Well, yeller's sweller for this little feller.
And me, I'm keen on green. So what's your favorite color? Tell us, please.
Kids will spend 20 minutes listening to songs like this.
Your favorite color? Tell us, please. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite?
How about 2 minutes to brush their teeth? Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. For fun 2-minute videos to watch while brushing, visit 2min2x.org. 2 minutes, twice a day. I have the time. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives and the Ad Council.
The flu is unpredictable and can be serious, even for healthy people. A flu vaccine is your best protection. Who needs to be vaccinated against the flu? You. Protect yourself, your friends, and your family. Get a flu vaccine. For more information, www.flu.gov.
Huh? Is Jay Moore Sports.
What?
Jay Moore Sports.
What have we got here? A comedian. Peanut Tillman's on the line at Peanut Tillman, former NFL defensive back.
I like Odell Beckham Jr. First of all, let me say this. He brings on himself. I think he just needs to be able to handle and control his emotions better. I think his emotions get the best of him. When he's playing the game and he's doing great, he handles his emotions good. When he's faced with a little adversity or, some type of a challenge, it seems that he kind of succumbs to his emotions and they get the best of him. I think the blueprint's out there on him. I think all you have to do is find somebody on your team. Every team has a goon or a villain. Find your goon, and, hey, your job is to get in this guy's head and make him have a terrible game. Just frustrate the hell out of him. Be that little gnat at a barbecue and just get on his nerves.
Jay Moore Sports.
What do you think about if I hit him with my nunchucks of fury?
Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, noon Pacific.
Broadcasting from the Bud Light Studios in the historic Boston Stores. AM 1330, Fox Sports Radio, WFNN Erie, The Fan.
Fox Sports trending now.
During the night in the NBA, the Warriors topped the Heat 107-95. Golden State's now a league best 33-6 on the year. Kevin Durant led them with 28 points. Steph Curry added 24 points in the win. The Jazz knock off the Cavaliers 100-92. Utah's Gordon Hayward led the way with 28 points. Cleveland's big three did play in this game. No nights off for LeBron James or Kyrie Irving or Kevin Love. Also in his Cleveland debut, Kyle Korver just picked up in a trade when Atlanta had 2 points. Rockets beat the Hornets 121-114 for their 9th straight win. James Harden had another 40-point game and another triple-double, his 11th of the year. 40 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists for Harden. Bucks go to San Antonio, knock off the Spurs 109-97. DeMar DeRozan went for 41 points and 13 rebounds, leading the Raptors over the Celtics 114-106. Hawks won their 7th straight down in the Nets 117-97. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Fox Join Emmy Award winner Katie Nolan for her show Garbage Time, where she gives her unique take on the biggest stories of the week and also welcomes celebrity guests. Don't miss Garbage Time. Ready, set, go. Wednesday at midnight on FS1.
Oh, they're tormenting me.
This is the Ben Maller Show.
What's not to like?
Oh my God, we hit the mother lode.
Ben Maller
We'll be the big 800-pound gorilla. We need more fat guys in sports to do well.
Ben Maller.
We're on Twitter at Ben Maller.
Good call.
And now, live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is,
the new heavyweight champion of hurlers,
Ben Maller.
Follow the money. That's what we always say about the NFL playoffs. Where is the money? Where are people betting? We'll take a look at that. And also, an NFL quarterback nicknamed Cool is no longer cool. Welcome in the beginning of another hour. It's the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere. The vast Fox Sports Radio Network coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on your car insurance. Just visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And here we are at it again as the countdown continues to Wild Card Weekend. The games, some of them on Fox, right? The NFC games, the Seattle-Atlanta game, and also the Green Bay-Dallas game 2 games on Saturday, 2 games on Sunday. Why is that important? I will tell you. Because this is it. This is the last weekend where you have multiple NFL days. That's all. Because after that, you got Championship Sunday and then Super Bowl Sunday and the Pro Bowl if you are into such things. The line movement, though, Atlanta, let's start with that game. The Falcons, Matty Ice, Matt Ryan, and Seattle Russell Wilson. That line opened at 4. It is currently at 5 as the game's moved up a notch. It's currently at 5. Some of the gambling numbers, slightly more money coming in on Seattle, but it's pretty close. Most of the money coming in on Seattle with the money line, just to win the game outright. Houston and New England, the other game on Saturday, the late game, the 8:15 Eastern kickoff. The debate here is how high will it go? Many of the cynics pointing out that New England is such a better team that this game will end up in the 20-point area. But it hasn't moved. It opened at 16, and the Patriots are still a 16-point favorite in this particular game. 71%. Even at 16-point favorites, most of the spread money is coming on the New England Patriots. People expecting that to be as big a rat kill as the line would indicate. Now, the other games on Sunday, the early games, Pittsburgh at Arrowhead, Ben Roethlisberger against Alex Smith. The Steelers have won 8 consecutive games. That game opened to pick 'em, and Kansas City is now a 1.5-point favorite. But the money's pretty even. The money's pretty even in that game. It's a slight edge to Pittsburgh on the point spread. And Green Bay and Dallas, the final game of the weekend, the Cowboys in Arlington. They lost their last game of the regular season to Philadelphia. Green Bay, they've won 7 consecutive games. The game opened a 4-point favorite for Dallas. They're 4.5-point favorites now. But most of the money and most of the money against the spread have come on the Green Bay Packers. So the only 2 games that have a big separation are the Dallas-Green Bay game, where the public's all over Green Bay, and then the New England Patriots and the Houston Texans, where everyone's betting the Patriots. So if you look at that, if you assume those numbers are accurate, then Vegas wants Patriots-Texans to be somewhat close and would like the Dallas Cowboys to beat the Green Bay Packers by a wide margin. It is the Ben Maller Show on Fox. Now, as we wait for all those games to play and the chatter to get cranked up even more, the failures, the teams that didn't make it from the regular season, they are providing us with great content here. The content machine is being fed by the teams that didn't get it done during the regular season. We have had multiple quarterbacks called out for shoddy performances for their respective teams. Now, if you're not keeping track, you have a job, you have a life, you're not paying attention, maybe you missed it, we'll help you out here. Now, you were focused on watching Deshaun Watson, his Houdini act against Alabama on Monday. According to the ratings, you were not. 2 old war horses, a couple of quarterbacks have been around a long time, have been publicly criticized by their own team. Now, we addressed one earlier, Jerry Reese, the Giants GM, and some others in the Giants organization, some other big shots. You see that? They were taking some shots at Elijah Manning. In fact, Jerry Reese, the GM in the Giants operation, said that Elijah Manning's on the back 9 of his career, which is accurate. It's not wrong, right? He's a middle-aged quarterback, or not middle-aged anymore. He's 35, 36. He's been around the block a few times. Meanwhile, in Baltimore, you've got Steve Bisciotti, who dared throw some honesty the direction of his quarterback, and that's what I want to get into here. The Ravens owner said, quote, "We need more out of Joe." Now, we're talking about Joe Flacco, and some are saying that's a low blow by Steve Bisciotti, the Ravens owner, and that would be what we like to call media lapdogs and fanboys who are uncomfortable with hearing this kind of commentary. It wasn't even that big a comment. It was more of a throwaway line by Bisciotti, the owner of the Ravens, but I agree with him that Joe Flacco is not getting the job done in Baltimore, and here's why. A, if you simply state the obvious, which is what the Ravens owner did, then some people in the media who are so sensitive, they're so delicate, it's like you're being barbaric. That's wrong. You're being real is what you are. Right? Anyone who watched the Ravens play knows that Joe Flacco was not producing at a quote-unquote elite level. The great internet debate. Now, on the surface, Flacco was perfectly fine. Right? He had a career-high passing year, had over 4,000 yards passing. But when you peel back the onion, Joe Flacco had to sling the pigskin around 672 times. That's a lot in a 16-game regular season. And what's the stat we always highlight? It's the stat that often gets underreported, not talked about that much, but yet the people that work in the personnel departments of the NFL value this stat very much to tell you how a quarterback's doing. That would be net yards passing per play, or you can call it if you want. The hidden jewel is yards per pass attempt. Flacco, 27 in that particular statistic, yards per attempt, averaging just 5.8 net yards per pass play. 26th in net yards per pass play in the NFL, ahead of Blake Bortles, just ahead of Blake Bortles, who people are upset with in Jacksonville, and behind three quarterbacks who all got benched. Joe Flacco, yards per pass attempt, net yards per pass attempt, was behind three starting quarterbacks who lost their job at one point or another. Tyrod Taylor, who was benched in Week 17 in Buffalo, Case Keenum in Los Angeles, and Ryan Fitzpatrick with the Jets all had a better net yards per passing play. That's embarrassing. And B, Joe Flacco's biggest issue, problem, has been what? It's been the Zebras. Much of the success that Joe Flacco has had has been because of one of his other nicknames. Now, he's known as Joe Cool, but the nickname we like on this show is Jump Ball Joe. We like that nickname, and it's obviously a reference to the ability to draw pass interference calls by the defense. And if you look at this particular Ravens team, Joe Flacco not living up to the Jump Ball Joe nickname. Right? He would play with his reckless abandon, sling the football down the field, and then benefit from getting 30, 40 yards on pass interference calls. Baltimore's offense, though, this season was only the beneficiary of 6 pass interference calls all season. And thus the number Joe Flacco, 28th in the NFL in that category. Do you know who led the NFL? I actually looked this up. I was curious. Who led the NFL getting the most defensive pass interference calls against them? Which quarterback got the most bang for their buck? You know? You have an idea on this? The answer is actually Derek Carr. Derek Carr. The Raiders led the NFL. They got 20 pass interference calls on the opposition. Does that mean we have to change the nickname of Derek Carr to Jumper Carr? No? People shaking their heads no. The parting shot on this, Joe Flacco, he plays, if you watch him and you don't know how old he is, he plays like he's your typical 35-year-old quarterback. He's not. You know Joe Flacco's 31 years old? That's his listed age. That's the same age of Matt Ryan, who's an MVP candidate. I'm starting to think that Joe Flacco is like one of those baseball players back in the 80s and 90s, one of those old baseball stars from the Dominican Republic where you had no idea how old they really are. Like, he plays like he's much older than 31. But the Ravens are married to Joe Flacco just for the time being, and this is the first time I've heard someone, I don't pay that close attention to the Baltimore Ravens, but it's the first time I've heard someone publicly put their name on it and discuss the possibility of Joe Flacco not living up to his contract or potentially moving on from Joe Flacco. Usually you circle the wagons for your quarterback and all that. Looking at Flacco's contract, there appears to be a little bit of wiggle room here. There's 2 seasons left before a change could be made. So Flacco's looking at 2017 and 2018, and he's got plenty of job security. After that, you can get out of it. There's a $24 million a year quarterback in Baltimore who is not performing like a $24 million a year quarterback. But let's be honest here. Joe Flacco is still getting paid for what happened when they won the Super Bowl and beat the 49ers and that ridiculous ride through the postseason. That's what's really going on here. That's the dealio with this. All right, it is the Ben Maller Show on Fox. We'd love to have you. We'll reopen the Fox phone lines here for you, and you can get in. There's one line open right now, 877-996-6369, 877-996-6369. We had two big upsets in the NBA on Tuesday night. Two big upsets. You got Milwaukee going into San Antonio and getting a win, and the Utah Jazz in Salt Lake beat the Cleveland Cavaliers. What's a bigger upset? What's the bigger upset? I'm going to go with the Utah Jazz beating Cleveland. San Antonio's lost some games at home, and the Bucks have been playing much better lately. But the Utah Jazz to beat Cleveland, and it's a Cleveland team that had LeBron James, Kevin Love, and Kyrie Irving playing. That's the impressive part. San Antonio was a little shorthanded in that game, but the fact that the Utah Jazz were able to beat Cleveland, and Cleveland had their full deck of players, that impressive. It is. All right, so Ben Maller Show on Fox. Eddie Garcia is with us, and Eddie knows that the Utah Jazz are a playoff team. Playoffs? Currently the number 6 team in the Western Conference. Right?
Playoffs?
I did know that, actually.
Yeah, you're aware. You know all about that.
Hey, looping back to your Ravens.
Baltimore Ravens, jump ball Joe Flacco.
Is our friend Sports with Coleman still listening to the
yes,
show?
Yes, he's a P1. Yeah, he texts me during the show occasionally.
Oh, really?
But you're right. I have not heard from him as much.
Well, I did text him after the Steelers-Ravens game. I did not.
You have his number
hear back from him.
Really?
No. I'm sorry. Tweeted.
Oh, you tweeted it. I was going to say, does everyone have his number? Sports with Coleman? I don't know.
No. We're not as privileged as you are.
Yeah, we're text buddies.
I did see he was at the press conference today, the state of the Ravens.
Yeah, he's the number one media mogul in Baltimore.
Is that right?
Yes, he's a radio icon in the Baltimore market. He is, and he goes to he covers the Ravens and the Orioles and all that. He's there. He gives me the inside dirt on all Baltimore sports.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, gives me the inside skinny on that. We are on Twitter at Ben Maller. If you'd like to take part, you can be part of all the festivities there at Ben Maller. We heard Mark, the full name guy, call for the first time in a while. He was
banned
what
a treat that was, yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting more. That was kind of crappy. That was, you think his medications kicked in or something like that? Like he seemed more mellow, and he's talking about all kinds of nonsense. All right, 877-996-6369, 877-996-6369. We have Password later this hour, the word game of the stars, Password. But right now, this next one, we're going to call it Predicting Pending Doom. We'll get to that. We'll do it next.
The national championship had it all.
A championship football, baby.
From the plays.
Dives with Taiwan. He is hit.
To the playmaker.
Design run by Watts to the left. Pass blockers out in front. Touchdown.
When a new champ raised that trophy.
Nothing now they waited 35 years.
We had it for you on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Ben Maller here to tell you about our friends at TrueCar. With TrueCar, you can see what others in your area have paid for the car you want. And that's something that should give you a whole lot of confidence when you're ready to buy. But we both know there's more to buying a car than just getting a fair price. There's the actual buying part, and if you want to enjoy a process that's fast and easy, you have to go to a TrueCar certified dealer. There are over 11,000 certified dealers all across the country that will help you find the car you want. In fact, you can connect with a TrueCar certified dealer and get on the same page before you ever get to the dealership. That makes things really easy when you show up, and is a big reason why TrueCar customers are more likely to enjoy a faster buying process when they connect with TrueCar certified dealers. So when you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar.com or download the TrueCar app to enjoy a better car buying experience.
Some features not available in all states.
I know it's ridiculous, but my blinds were so ugly, I hung up drapes just to hide them. Finally, I got new ones, and they are stunning. It's all thanks to Blinds.com. I heard about them on the radio, just like you. The prices, selection, and quality are amazing. The shipping is free, samples are free, and their professional designers gave me a free online design consultation, helping me pick, measure, and install the perfect blinds for every room. And when we figured out I'd ordered the wrong size, they said not to worry and sent me the right size for free. That night, I had friends over, and they could not believe what a big difference my new blinds made. They said it was like I had a new house. I'll never buy blinds any other way.
Now through January 31st, Blinds.com is offering 20% off site-wide with promo code BLIGHT. Get 20% off everything at Blinds.com when you use promo code BLIGHT. That's Blinds.com promo code BLIGHT for 20% off your entire order. Blinds.com promo code BLIGHT. Rules and restrictions apply.
Bianchi Honda, where they treat every customer as though you're a member of their family. Visit them at 8430 Peach Street, Erie, or 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at
Erie Seawolves, Notre Dame football, Erie Otters, Bayhawks basketball, the Sports Blitz, the best sports radio in Erie, Fox Sports Radio, AM 1330, The Fan.
There's always a moment of truth where I say, look, it's either put up or shut up. And it was time to put up. I had crossed that thin line. It was 100+ degrees. We were hot. We were on fire. We were yelling our hearts out. You could feel the intensity rising. Even in our tiredness, even in our weakness, even in our pain, we continued to push. I told myself, you can suck up the pain for another 1.5 miles, and you will be a Marine. Not many people believe that I could do it. I don't know where I got the energy from. I don't know where the pain went to. But all I know is that I had what it took. I am a United States Marine.
DFC Darrell Willis serves his country as a Marine. Will you? Visit Marines.com or call 1-800-MARINES. The few, the proud, the Marines.
This is Joey Logano, driver of NASCAR number 22 Discount Tire Car. You know something? You and I aren't all that different. I drive a car, you drive a car. My car has tires, your car has tires. I may be going just a little faster than you each weekend, but we both need to keep those tires properly inflated to stay safe. So be tire smart and do your part. Check your tire pressures once a month and before every long journey.
Visit BeTiresmart.org. A message from the Rubber Manufacturers Association.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him opening his own clothing store at the age of 18? 1 in 138,000. Excited to be a part of pop culture, he packed for the big city. The odds of finding someone to invest in his vision? 1 in 4.5 million. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. I encourage you to learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Early diagnosis can make a lifetime of difference. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Our social media is blowing up.
I'm about to blow your mind.
From our Twitter feed at Fox Sports Radio, Facebook feed, facebook.com/Fox Sports Radio, to our Instagram account,
Scientific fact. Who do you think you are?
Fox Sports Radio.
Switching to a secure frequency now. Did you hear that?
Our social media keeps you locked and loaded. On Fox Sports Radio. FS. Want to catch Colin Cowherd? FS what?
Come find me.
FS what? Catch the Herd weekdays noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on FS1.
The Herd.
Catch the Herd on FS1.
Don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing. 'Cause every little thing gonna be alright.
been said, the Ben Maller Show is the best-kept secret in sports radio. You can help change that. Word-of-mouth advertising is the best advertising. Post about the show on social media and help keep the show growing. Now live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios, it's Ben Maller.
One of the juicy subplots in this weekend of NFL activity is the fact that the very career of a kicker could end with a missed field goal at the end of regulation. Blair Walsh, you might remember in the playoffs last year, missed a field goal, breaking the hearts of the Viking fan base. So please, you remember that. And Blair Walsh, by the end of the year, was gone as the Viking kicker. He doomed the Viking chances, and so with this upcoming divisional round, the NFL playoffs in general, that was a game with Seattle last year, early in the playoffs, Minnesota and Seattle. But this weekend, the odds are out on which kicker is most likely to miss a game-winning kick in the final minute. All right, now, you might not know all of the kickers, but who do you think it is? Just if you want to give me the name of the team here, we'll do a little gambling on the show here. Which kicker is most likely to miss a game-winning kick, a game-winning kick in the final minute of one of the playoff games this weekend? Eddie, who do you think it is?
I'll go with Steven Hauschka.
Steven Hauschka of the Seattle Seahawks. Danny G, which kicker?
Who's the Seahawks kicker?
Steven Hauschka.
No, I know.
Yeah.
That's how you say his last name?
Yeah, Hauschka.
Hauschka. No.
Yeah.
No.
You can't think of another kicker, can you? You can't. Right?
Wait.
This is like the toughest one.
How about the Packers kicker?
Mason Crosby?
I'm going to say Crosby.
All right. Coop, it's kicker trivia. Which kicker do you think has the odds-on favorite to be the biggest goat and blow it?
Well, see, there's no way they'd be in a situation to win the game with a kick, but I'm going to go with Nick Novak.
Yeah, Novak, yeah. Let's put it, if the Texans have a chance to win and Novak misses a kick at the end in Foxborough, he might want to leave the country. Yeah. Right? But, yeah, Steven Hauschka is the overwhelming favorite. Hauschka is 3-1 favored to miss a kick in Atlanta that would win the game.
He's missed several extra points, has he not, this year?
Yeah, he's been really bad in those situations. But Crosby, who did not do all that well during the regular season, he's made 21 straight field goals in the postseason for the Green Bay Packers. So he's had a good deal.
So you just jinxed him.
Is Dan Bailey going to finally have a bad game? Doesn't it seem like the Cowboys kicker always makes his field goals most of the time there? It's
Dan Bailey's a legend.
Yeah, he's really good.
Yeah. Bailey's and Gostkowski's been great for the Patriots. Yeah, I'm going to go with I'm not going to go with Hauschka because he's the favorite. I hate to say this because I want to see him win, but Cairo Santos. And the reason I'm going to pick Cairo Santos, he's the Chiefs kicker, outdoors. It's going to be cold, not terrible weather, but cold in Kansas City. To miss a field goal indoors, that's just pure chokage. But if the weather's bad, you can come up with another scenario.
Who's the Falcons kicker?
The Falcons kicker is Matt Bryant, who's 76 years old. He just had a birthday in December, so he's 76. And he's 8-1. I want to reference a story. This is a listener sent this in, actually. And he asked, hey, Ben, next time Jeannie in Medford calls, can you please ask her if she's doing goat yoga? And we have not heard from Jeannie this week. I don't think she's called in this week. She hasn't been on the air, but I don't know. Did you know there's goat yoga in Oregon? Did you see this? This has been going on. It's just...
I know the hot yoga studio is finally open here in our building.
I haven't seen any hotties, but there is a hot yoga studio right across the way here. But in Oregon, this guy, a listener lives in Oregon, he says they have yoga, which is at a farm in Albany, Oregon, and they have goats roam around and walk on the people while they do yoga. And this is a real thing, Eddie. I'm not making this up. And the guy wanted to know if Jeannie's... I'm guessing Jeannie hasn't done it. I don't think Jeannie leaves her house much other than to get alcohol.
I think she's done cat yoga, I believe.
It's cat yoga?
With Bubby.
From what I read, Eddie, this goat yoga in Oregon, guess how long the waiting list is to do goat yoga?
I don't even want to know, to be honest with you.
Just take a guess. Hey, what do you think? This thing's been around.
I don't believe anyone's waiting for goat yoga.
You don't think there's anyone waiting to do the okay?
I don't.
All right. The answer is, according to the person that runs the joint, it's a farm in Oregon, the waiting list is now over 900. 900 long. That's almost as long as the Green Bay Packers waiting list to buy season tickets to the Packers at Lambeau Field.
To quote Ben Maller, that's a lie.
Well, I don't know that it's a lie. Maybe it's embellished a little bit, right? There's some creative license on that.
Yeah, also called a lie.
Well, that's what you call a lie. What is your definition of lie? Let's
not being truthful.
Yeah, well, it's a version of the truth. He's giving a version of the truth is what was going on there. All right. So the Ben, good luck. And that's something I don't want to do in my life. Goat yoga. That's not anything I have on my.
What yoga would you like to do?
I don't mind maybe observing some yoga, but I don't need to do the yoga. I don't think I need to do that. Have you ever done yoga, Eddie?
No.
Danny G, you ever done yoga to pick up the chicks?
I've seen women do it.
Okay,
that's not the answer.
That's what I said, observing it, but that's not actually true.
I mean, I've seen it up close, though, Big Ben. Like in my own living room.
Oh, you got your nose pressed up against the glass there?
Home yoga. Yeah. Coop?
No.
No, of course. I didn't even bother asking you. Yeah, I've never
done it. He likes
it.
yogurt.
But Big Ben, how does the goat yoga work?
Well, no, it's regular yoga, and it's at a farm in Albany, Oregon, and then they let the little baby goats and the medium-sized goats walk around, and then they walk on the people.
Why just the goats? Why not chickens?
Because it's called goat yoga.
Okay, but why were goats
the goats are cute, Eddie.
If it was called
chickens are cute, why not put chickens in
chickens
there?
are not cute.
How about little bunny rabbits? Got a bunny rabbit yoga.
Hey, well, you might be onto something there.
Yeah, the goats just kind of walk through the class, and they kind of blend the farm animals with the yoga, and it's just magic.
Bunny yoga. Let's do it, Eddie.
Yeah. Well, in L.A. where we do the show from, that would actually work. People would sign up for that. You'd make a killing on that. Very popular thing. We're about to do that. Password. The word game of the stars password. If you would like to play, we need a couple of people for this. You'll team up with one of us. We'll go round and round and round, and somebody will be winning a medal. That's one of us, and then someone will get their own golden ticket. It's password. The word game of the stars. It's in 60 seconds, no long commercial break. 877-996-6369 if you want to play. We'll get to all that, but first, let's find out what's trending.
This update is brought to you by TrueCar. Whether you're ready to buy a new or used car, visit TrueCar to enjoy a more confident car buying experience. Go to TrueCar.com. In college basketball, the new #1 team in the country loses its first game with that #1 ranking. Baylor falling on the road against #10 West Virginia, 89-68. That's the first loss of the year for the Bears. Gonzaga is now the only remaining undefeated team left in Division I basketball. Third-ranked Villanova had no trouble beating 15th-ranked Xavier, 79-54. The final, #9 Florida State beats #7 Duke, 88-72. Seminoles are 16-1. They've won 11 straight, and they're 4-0 atop the ACC. Texas Tech knocked off #25 Kansas State, 66-65. Wins for #2 Kansas, #6 Kentucky, and #23 Florida. In the NFL, the Oakland Raiders are reportedly not renewing the contract of offensive coordinator Bill Musgrave. I'm Eddie Garcia.
We are Sports.
Okay, FS1.
Don't laugh! This ain't reality TV!
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
She stood there bright as the sun on that California coast. He was a Midwestern boy on his own.
The Ben Maller Show is coming to you live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote. And now, here's Ben Maller.
And we are moments away from Password, the word game of the stars. And if you'd like to play, keep calling there. Coop is going through all of the phone calls there. We'll get the contestants lined up. Now, Eddie's still got some skin in the game in the NFL playoffs. Danny G doesn't, and Coop doesn't, and I don't. Did you see the Dallas Cowboys social media team is now accepting applications for bandwagon fans? They sent this out here.
You need to fill out an application for that?
Yeah, I know. That's isn't that the Cowboys always seem to have the most bandwagon fans in sports, right? Isn't that?
Don't a lot of their own fans need to fill out that paperwork?
Look at you.
Shot fired.
Yeah. It's kind of cute, though. I mean, you got to put your first name, your last name, your previous experience rooting for the Cowboys, if you've rooted for them. So I guess, yeah, they're looking for former Cowboy fans that have come back around. And then there's a bunch of boxes you can check on that. And if you ever cheered for any of the following teams, and then they list the Redskins, Eagles, Giants, Packers, and Steelers, and all that. Is anyone actually filling this out? No, it's just a gag, right? It's just a joke. It's just a stinking joke is what it is. That's the Ben Maller. It's like when the Chiefs they sent out like an Andy Reid. Remember before the game, was it last weekend? They sent out an Andy Reid excuse to be late to work or something like that. It's Andy at dinner the other night. All right, let's get to it. Here we go. Let's throw it down. It's password time.
Attention, everyone. And the password is... Password. You idiot. Password, the word game of the stars. Here's Ben Maller.
And here we go. Every week at this time, it's Password, the word game of the stars. To get it done, you got to know your words. Do you know your words? Are you a wordsmith? Well, we'll find out together here on Cite the Bite, or Cite the Bite. Password, the word game of the stars. All right, very good. Let's do this right now. We'll welcome in our contestants. And we have Craig in Boca who's going to play. Hello, Craig.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good morning to you, Craig. You ready to do this?
Absolutely.
All right, Craig. What do you do for a living?
I'm in law enforcement.
Oh, law enforcement. Very cool. Hey, great job. All right, Craig, hold on a sec. And who else do we have? We have Pedro, who's in San Francisco, and he is going to play. Hello, Pedro.
Hello, Dan. How you doing?
Welcome in, Pedro. You're back at it again. You want to do this, Pedro?
Yeah, I'm going to redeem myself from last week.
All right. Well, Coop likes you. He keeps letting you play our games every week. All right, Pedro, hold on a sec here. Let's, Craig, who would you like to partner up with, Craig? You can play with me, Ben, Eddie, Danny G, or Coop the Loop.
Oh, I got to play with you, Ben.
That's a good job by you, Craig. We will be the winning team. Let's find out who we're going to beat. Pedro, who would you like to partner up with?
Let's go with Coop this time.
All right, Eddie's out. Eddie's been benched, and it's Pedro.
Ben's very excited about that because he knows he might win this one.
Oh, stop, please. I would have beaten you. You're happy. Happier than me that you don't have to lose again. All right, let's do this.
All right, gentlemen, there are 10 words on the board, each worth 10 points. With every incorrect guess, we deduct a point. Craig and Ben, you get to go first. In honor of Judgmental John, I've cut up the 10 words.
Stop.
And folded them in half. I'm going to randomly draw your first word here, Big Ben.
No one believes you.
And it is word number 4.
All right, word number 4. Let's see here. A couple of options. I can do.
There's always a couple of options, Ben.
All right, I got this. All right, Craig. Crustacean.
Shrimp.
Yeah! Woo! 10-0. You want to quit now, Coop? That's the word, shrimp. You want to quit, Coop? Yeah, he wants to quit. He's not there. You see, he's scared. He's walking away from the microphone right. He wants to quit right now. Look at that. He's
just plugging his headphones in.
The hotline was ringing. I had to.
Oh, is that? It's the warm line.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Bad job.
The warm line.
Yeah. It's not hot. It's warm.
Somebody says they're a friend of yours.
Oh, really? I don't have any friends.
All right.
It's not hard to believe.
Your first word is number 10.
Word number 10.
All right. It's a somewhat difficult one, Pedro.
Stop. It's easy.
But, we'll try and get it here. I'm going to go with rotate.
Rotate?
Yes, rotate.
Go tire.
No.
All right, Craig, I'm going to go with turn.
Bicycle.
No. I thought he almost had
bad
it.
clues there.
Oh, stop, Eddie. You weren't even picked. Shut up. All right, let's see. Back to Coop and Pedro.
Man, I'm going to go...
There's a really obvious one there.
Is there?
Oh, stop, Eddie.
I'll go with twirl.
Circle?
No.
Pedro.
No.
It's all right. Don't worry. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'll go. I got a couple of ways we can go here. How about? All right, gyrate.
Hula hoop.
What are we at? Like 2 at this point? What do we? Should we throw it out? Or you want to keep going here? All right.
Yeah, let's throw that word out. Spin.
Yes. Spin. Turn. Spin. What do you say? Wait a minute. Who said? Wait a minute. Come on. How dare you?
I was trying to think of a way to do a Mallory maneuver on that. I couldn't come up with anything.
What was Eddie's great clue?
Twirl was the obvious
one. No, they didn't get it.
All right, let's pull another one here then.
Who's next? Oh, that's back to me, is it?
Yes.
Yeah,
so
back
Ben,
to me. Oh, goody.
Number 2.
Word number 2. All right. Let's see. What will we do here? We've got Craig.
So easy.
Craig in. What are you talking about?
So easy.
Really?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let's see here. How about? Oh, I got it. All right. Cement. Craig, cement.
Cement. Concrete.
Yeah! Woo! 20-0.
That was an easy one.
That was hard, man. I don't know how you. Craig, you're really smart. You're.
Coop, why aren't you complaining about Danny G is plotting
These
against
guys
you?
it's all.
Giving Ben all
it's
the
all
easy
he's
words.
picking out of a hat or something like that.
Ben finally admits that I'm doing it honestly over here.
Oh, sure. I did.
Until next week.
What a jerk.
It's very ethical. Yes.
All right, let's
is.
go. Next word. Let's go.
Number
Let's go.
7.
Go ahead, Coop. You're up. It's you and Pedro.
All right, Pedro, we got this. This one's easy.
Famous last
All right,
words.
let's do it.
Yeah.
All right. The hint is breeze.
Breathe.
That's a good sign.
Breeze. Breeze.
With a B.
Say it again.
Lung.
Coop,
Wait, he didn't say wheeze.
No, he thought I said breathe.
All right, stop. Listen, let's show you how it's done here. All right, listen to me.
Coop, you keep picking him.
You're
It's your
listening.
own fault.
You're listening. I know. It's the Ben Maller show. We've got it's going to be 29-0 after this. Now, Coop said breeze. I'm going to go with air.
Wind.
Yeah! 29-0.
Call the fight. Let's call the fight. It's
No
over.
loss.
I'm throwing in the
It's
Coop
towel.
over.
says no loss, and that means the winner and the holder of all the medals in the world.
That's not true. I won yesterday. You haven't given me my medal.
Shut up. The winner and champion of the world. What? Who gets? What does Craig get?
Hope you
What
had
is
fun
it?
playing game shows, Pedro.
What does he get? Hold on a second.
Never again.
I got a golden ticket.
I got a
Golden ticket. Craig gets it. Congratulations, buddy. You get the fast pass. Now, you can use that yourself or pass it on to somebody else if you want. But thank you. Good job by you, Craig.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Be safe out there, man. Thank you, Craig. And Pedro, we love you. Coop clearly likes you, but he no longer likes you as much.
Sorry about that, Coop. Thanks,
All right, buddy. Thanks for listening,
All right,
Pedro.
take care.
Be safe out there. Pedro's driving around delivering crap.
Coop, the loop. Pedro lost.
Yeah. It's another win for me. You guys can compliment me all you want. Go ahead. Tell me how great I was. Coop did not score. 29-0. Go ahead. Danny G, say how wonderful I am. I know you witnessed it with your own eyes there.
Go to hell, Bill Miller.
That was a tsunami of greatness is what that was. It was. It was a blowout situation. It was brilliant. Brilliant, I say.
God.
What? You don't have to bring God's name into this.
Tsunami
Yeah.
of greatness.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was. It was
That's
29-0. It was ridiculous. All right. Anyway, it's the Ben Maller show.
I give credit to your partner more than you.
I was feeding him these great clues. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
They were all right. They were pretty easy words, though.
Just let the record show who was not picked. Eddie Garcia.
You going to give me my medal, by the way, from yesterday?
Well, do I get my medal? Who's got my medal?
I don't know.
I have it. You have it. Oh, Coop's got my medal. And, Coop comes in here. I'm not walking where you are. If Coop comes in here.
It's such a long way. I wouldn't want you to
Yeah, it's a ways away.
Fatigue yourself during the day.
It's a big radio building here. The iHeart Media building is very big in L.A. All right, so the Ben Maller show on Fox. Well, if you have a potty mouth, I've got good news for you. We'll get to that, and we'll do it next.
Ladies and gentlemen, when your football game is on, you need a social media hoe.
Right in his mouth.
So follow us on Twitter at Fox Sports Radio.
What is that?
That's at Fox Sports Radio, your social media hoe.
Way to go, baby.
We are Fox Sports.
The start of a new year is a perfect opportunity to hit the reset button for a fresh start, to finally get around to things you've been putting off for too long. And LegalZoom.com is where you can make it happen. So whether you want to take control of your family's future with an estate plan or finally get your dream business up and running, don't let legal questions hold you back. The legal world can be challenging to navigate. That's why LegalZoom was created over 15 years ago, to provide you with the tools, confidence, and know-how to wrap up your legal needs. And since LegalZoom isn't a law firm, you don't have to worry about expensive hourly fees. Instead, you can get legal advice at flat rates from their network of attorneys in 48 states. They'll help you with the right estate plan or answer the questions you have for running your business. Make 2017 the year you get your life in order and get special savings when you enter promo code BRILLIANT at checkout. LegalZoom.com.
Every day, the men and women of the United States Marine Corps demonstrate their commitment to defend the American way of life. Since 1775, we have served our nation as a force in readiness. From combat operations to humanitarian assistance in every corner of the world. No matter where the mission takes us today, or wherever our country needs us tomorrow, we always remember the land we call home. As Marines, we take a stand for each other, for our nation, for us all. The few, the proud, the Marines.